Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Su-Mu's golden eyes flickered as he quietly observed the female ghost seated before him. That attire, there was no mistaking it. She was the so-called gentle ghost mother, a role forced upon her by the lower-ranked demon Rue, the spider demon of Mount Natagumo. She, too, was studying him with a mixture of curiosity and sorrow in her gaze. A human and a ghost sitting peacefully together. Such harmony was rare, almost unnatural. And for them to have stepped into Mount Natagumo, they had already drawn the attention of the spiders. She had been sent to eliminate them. Rue despised interruptions, especially during the family's mealtime. If I don't take care of them quickly, she trembled at the thought of Rue's wrath, her frail form shaking under the imagined weight of punishment. Yet, as she watched the two of them, so at ease, so connected, she hesitated. A ghost like her, resisting the instinct to devour the young girl by Su-Mu's side, she felt envy. She couldn't do it. When hunger struck, reason vanished. Friend, foe, relative, it didn't matter. She devoured them all. And so, she decided to wait. Just until they finished eating. At least she could enjoy one more peaceful moment before doing what she must. Tsuyuri Kanao was skillfully preparing a roasted rabbit. Within minutes, the scent of charred meat filled the air. "The rabbit's done, Mukuin," Kanao said softly, handing it over. Su-Mu accepted it with a nod, tore off a leg, and passed the rest back to her. "You eat the rest." Kanao nodded and began eating without hesitation. Su-Mu's gaze lingered on her briefly, his golden eyes softening. Then he turned toward the ghost woman, watching them silently. From his eyes, her details began to surface like an appraisal. Name, Okawada Imiko. Classification, Evolved Demon. Abilities, Minor Immortality, Puppet Manipulation, Spider Silk Threads, Enhanced Regeneration. Weaknesses, Sunlight, Wisteria, Musin's Curse, Nicaran Blades, Mental Control by Rue. Su-Mu's expression didn't change. "You were sent by Rue to eliminate us, weren't you? Why haven't you attacked?" Imiko's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected him to know. "I just wanted to let you finish eating," she said softly. "I'm sorry. But I can't stall too long. If I do." She didn't finish. Her hands trembled. Su-Mu's voice was low and steady. "Is this really what you want? To be controlled? To play house in a twisted family?" His question struck deep. Her fingers twitched, spider silk glinting faintly in her grasp. She looked around in panic. Was this a test? Did Rue send him to expose her disloyalty? I don't know what you're talking about." She was clearly shaken. Su-Mu frowned. This girl was still young, yet she'd been forced into the role of a mother. A mother in name only, a puppet in Rue's playhouse. "I can help you break free from his control." Hope flickered in her eyes, but quickly dimmed. That hope had no place here. No one could escape Rue's grasp. She thought of the ghost who once played her daughter. When that girl tried to flee the mountain, Rue bound her in webbing and left her to await the morning sun. Fear chilled Imiko to her core. "No. I shouldn't even hope." She shook her head violently. Suddenly, her threads jerked to life, and several massive trees she controlled began crashing down towards Su-Mu and Kanao. Chhk. A flash of black steel cut through the air. Kanao had moved. Without hesitation, she sliced the spider threads with a fluid grace, her enhanced vision allowing her to track even the nearly invisible strands. The attack was stopped in its tracks. The giant trees collapsed harmlessly nearby with a thunderous crash. Su-Mu didn't flinch. He stared at Imiko calmly. "I'm giving you a chance. Take it, and I'll spare your life. You can't defeat Rue. He's one of the 12 Kazuki." Su-Mu's eyes narrowed. "I came here to kill Rue." The declaration hit her like a thunderclap. Imiko stared, stunned. Rue, a lower moon demon favored by Musin himself. To hear someone speak of killing him so casually, it was unthinkable. But there was something in Su-Mu's presence, in the way he looked at her, not with scorn, but with calm confidence. "If this is the life you want to keep living," Su-Mu said coldly, "then pretend I said nothing." Imiko's heart twisted. She didn't want this life. This nightmare. This grotesque pantomime of a family. She was just a puppet in a haunted house, bound by silk and fear. But maybe. Can you really kill him? She whispered at last. Su-mu met her gaze. That's why I'm here. For the first time in years, something flickered in her chest, a sliver of defiance, a desperate, fragile hope. And she dared to believe. Tsuyuri Kanao quietly munched on the last bites of rabbit meat, savoring the flavor with childlike satisfaction. Every so often, she tilted her head to glance at Emiko Okawada, who was nervously reporting something to Su-mu. The house ahead? Su-mu murmured, his eyes narrowing as Emiko finished speaking. That's all I know. Rue, he's terrifying, Emiko said, her voice trembling. Panic clung to her like a second skin. Su-mu turned to her, voice low and unwavering. You've already made your choice, haven't you? You chose to resist. So what are you still afraid of? You don't understand, Emiko whispered, shaking her head. You can't imagine how terrifying Rue is. Those who defy him, they all suffer. Horribly. Su-mu fell silent for a moment. He could see it, her fear wasn't just emotional. It was carved into her very soul. Rue's control ran deeper than most chains. Still, she had chosen to rebel. And that meant something. When Kanao finished eating, Su-mu gently patted her head. Let's move. Kanao nodded and rose, sparing a cautious glance at Emiko. There was something about the ghost woman that unsettled her. Not just her appearance, which was undeniably beautiful, but her aura. She possessed both the innocence of a girl and the quiet allure of a mature woman. That duality put Kanao on edge. You stay away from Mukuen, Kanao said under her breath, eyes narrowing into sharp protective slits. She bared her teeth slightly in warning. Emiko blinked, then instinctively licked her lips. The girl looked appetizing. Fresh. Fragrant. She could almost taste her. I'd advise against that, Su-mu said flatly, his golden eyes gleaming coldly. His voice cut through the tension like a blade. If you so much as think of harming Kanao, you'll regret it. Emiko froze. And one more thing, Su-mu continued. I hate demons that eat humans. I don't care what you were before. If you ever harm a human again, I'll cut off your head myself. His voice was calm, but every word rang with lethal intent. Emiko lowered her head. A mixture of shame and frustration twisted in her chest. Why did this ghost, one of her own kind, hate the hunger that defined them? I'll try my best to control it, she whispered. It's not about trying, Su-mu replied. You must control it. Emiko trembled. It's not always under my control. Sometimes it takes over, and I can't stop it. Su-mu didn't respond immediately. He understood. That was the curse of ghosthood. This was why ghosts were feared and hunted. Why people like him, like the demon slayers, risked everything. Ghosts, by nature, devoured happiness and life. Even before the Sun Breather, the Demon Slayer Corps fought them with only steel and courage. Generation after generation, they laid down their lives, passing down that legacy. And it was only after Yorichi Tsujikuni introduced the breath of the sun that the tide began to turn. Though most couldn't bear its intensity, it became the seed for all other forms of breathing: water, flame, thunder, stone, wind. Each a branch from that one radiant source. Thanks to the breathing techniques, the demon slayers gained a weapon worthy of hope. But even before hope, there was sacrifice. Even now, ghost hunters were born from the ashes of grief. And they would continue to rise so long as demons feasted on human joy. I'll help you control your nature, Su-mu said softly. Emiko stared. Control ghost nature? You say that like it's easy. But unless you've felt that hunger, the kind that drowns your mind, you can't understand. Her voice faltered. After a moment, she asked, have you ever eaten a human? Su-mu met her gaze without flinching. No. Shock spread across Emiko's face. Her lips parted. Is it because of her? She glanced toward Kanao. Su-mu said nothing. Instead, he looked into the distance. They had arrived. Beside him, Kanao reached out and took his hand, holding it tightly. To her, his refusal to eat humans, because of her, meant everything. She knew what it cost him. Ghosts were slaves to hunger. But Su-mu chose restraint for her. Her small hand gripped his tighter. Mukuen, she said gently. He looked down, puzzled. If it becomes too hard for you, you can eat me, she whispered. Kanao's meat is tasty. Kanao would be happy to be eaten by Mukuen. Su-mu froze. Then laughed softly. Bending down, he whispered into her ear, I'll eat Kanao, yes, but only after I marry her. That night, I'll devour her completely. He meant something very different than she did. Kanao didn't understand. But she smiled shyly, nodding earnestly. In her mind, even if she disappeared inside him, they would be together, forever. Sumu looked up. Ahead stood the web-covered house. Thick strands of spider silk draped over the roof like a death shroud. A female ghost was bound helplessly in the center of the massive web, despair etched on her face. Below her stood the rest of Rue's twisted family. The spider father. The siblings. The sister. The brother. All grotesque imitations of family, held together by fear and control. And at the heart of it all, a small pale boy with white hair, the kanji for lower 5, etched into his left eye, Rue. His cold gaze locked onto Sumu from afar. Emiko began to shake. She didn't need to hear him speak. That look alone was enough to send her spiraling into dread. Then Rue's voice rang out, sharp and soft like silk against steel. A mother's duty is to protect her children. Not to betray them. You've disappointed me. Emiko collapsed to her knees, paralyzed by terror. The illusion of family shattered. And the reckoning had begun.
What came into view was a desolate ancient mansion in the deep mountains. Although the mansion here has long been covered with spider webs, through some traces on the mansion, it can still be seen that this ancient mansion was once prosperous. Through the sign of the mansion, you can also see, Mountain Ghost. 2 words. Presumably the family that used to live here should be the Mountain Ghost family. In fact, it is true. 100 years ago, the Shangi family lived here, but for some unknown reason, they suddenly became lonely, and then the clan members began to die strangely one by one. Up to now, except for those who left Nation Spider Mountain, the Shangi clan has basically died out. And the instigator of all this was the short white-haired teenager standing there quietly at the moment. The last string, the spider ghost of the spider. Tired. Lei used to be the youngest son of the patriarch of the Shangi clan who lived here, and was once the actual controller of the family. However, Lei was born weak at that time, and even had difficulty walking. He had never run, even walking is a painful thing, which makes tired parents very worried. Until, Kabatsuji Muzan appeared. Kabatsuji Muzan looked at Lei and turned Lei into a ghost on the grounds that he had a similar experience with Lei. Tired, who became a ghost, has become very strong and can walk normally. This makes the parents of Tired very happy, but they are also a little worried. Tired seems to be unable to see the sun. Although the tired parents were a little worried because they couldn't see the sun, they were still very happy to see that the tired body was healthy. But soon, Yuan's parents discovered that their son had started cannibalism. Seeing Lei constantly eating people and turning into a ghost, Lei's parents couldn't stand it anymore, so they decided to kill Lei and then commit suicide. But it's a pity. In the end, they failed to go to the underworld with Tired, but were eaten by Tired. Tired, who had eaten his parents, could not accept the reality. At this time, Kabatsuji Muzan appeared again and began to motivate him, so Tired eventually lost his memory. As the strength gets stronger, Tired feels more and more emptiness in himself, and at the same time, he gradually realizes that he seems to have lost some memories, so I want to grasp the fetters that once belonged to home more and more. Tired believes that no matter what happens, parents must protect their children, and big brother sisters must protect their younger siblings, even if they risk their lives. So a group of ghosts began to gather, and the game of home began, and all ghosts had to abide by the rules set by Tired. Those who are unwilling to play house games are cruelly abused. Some were cut into pieces with silk thread. Some are tired and deprived of wisdom. Some were exhausted and hung up to die in the sun. Following the gaze of Tired, Okawada Emiko, the ghost who was asked by Tired to play the role of a gentle ghost mother, began to tremble uncontrollably, and her already pale face became more and more serious. Pale hair. There is a feeling of going to collapse. With just one look, Emiko Okawada was about to collapse. It can be seen from this that this ghost, who was endowed by Tired and played the role of a gentle ghost mother, has experienced what kind of fear. Just when Okawada Emiko couldn't take it anymore, a figure stood in front of Okawada Emiko, blocking Tired eyes. It's a hypocritical feeling. He looked at the Tired on the opposite side. The fetters that he had lost in the past continued in such a ridiculous way. Does such a tie still exist? Tired pupils are still indifferent, but there is a touch of madness on his face. He hates when people say his fetters. No matter how many relationships you build, no matter how strong you are, you will never get true love and family affection. Sumyu looked at Tired and said lightly, "In your illusory heart, I'm afraid you can't even feel the illusory fetters you have established." With a touch of compassion. Although they have become 12 Kizuki, it is a pity that they have never been recognized, whether it is the era of being a human or the era of becoming a ghost. "Kill him, father, I hate him," Tired said to the man next to him. This is a male ghost, with muscles all over his body like the roots of an old tree, a big mouth, bared teeth as sharp as a beast, and fierce eyes. Just standing there gives one an extremely powerful feeling. This is required by Tired to play the role of a strong ghost dad. At this moment, the information about Ghost Dad also appeared in Sumyu's eyes. Name, Takamai Yoshiura. Ghost level, Evolution Ghost, Primary Ghost, Evolution Ghost, Lower String, Upper String, Ancestor of Ghost. 0. Abilities, Undead, Bad, Control Puppets, Strange Power, Strong, Hard Skin. Disadvantages, Photophobia, Wisteria, Curse, from Kibutsuji Musen, Nichiren Blades, Controlled, from Dot. Ghost Dad walked towards Sumyu with fast steps. According to the role given by Tired, this is what the strong Ghost Dad needs to do, and needs to deal with foreign enemies. Seeing Ghost Dad approaching, Guo Hua Luochana's small body couldn't help standing in front of Mu Zhong. Like a hen guarding her cubs. It's just that this little hen is still too young, and its combat effectiveness is too weak. He patted Kanao on the shoulder, although the current Kanao's strength is very good, and he is already ready to fight the evolution ghost. But obviously, it is not the evidence for the puppet in front of me. Patted Kanao's small shoulder, let me do it. Kanao obeyed Mu-chan's words, stepped aside unconsciously, and at the same time, handed over Nichiren Blades who had been holding him all along. Looking at the faster and faster pace, the Ghost Dad who is rampaging like a tank, giving people a powerful impact. Sumyu's eyes were slightly indifferent, he was very interested in this ghost's ability. Careful. Okawata Emiko couldn't help shouting. More than once, she was violently beaten by the other party by pulling her long hair. Several times, even her head was knocked off by the other party. The fear of this ghost has long been engraved in his blood. Seeing Okawata Emiko who was trembling with fear, Sumyu's face was still calm. It's just bigger prey. The very calm words made Okawata Emiko's gaze fall on Sumyu. Is such a powerful ghost just the prey of this ghost? But at this moment, the strong father ghost has rushed over, pulled out an extremely huge tree from nowhere in his hand, and smashed it like a mace. A black shadow floated across the sky. Now, Sumyu just raised her head calmly, looking at the giant tree that fell from the sky. Under the bamboo hat, golden eyes flickered with ripples. Draw the knife. Cut. In an instant, the sword light spread, and quietly disappeared with the slight wind blowing, the black hair drifted away with the wind. Under the bamboo hat, the golden eyes shone with an indifferent light. Draw sword. Cut. Accompanied by a slight whisper, the raised sword blade crossed the ghost's neck in an instant. In the eyes of Okawata Emiko, Zhang was extremely powerful, almost imprinted in her heart fear ghost. That's it. Beheaded. The flying head rolled to the ground, staining the ground with scarlet blood. The energy of the sun contained in Nichiren Blades invaded the whole body, and in an instant, this one who was endowed by Tired and played the role of a strong ghost father, just like that, was beheaded. Did it just like that? Okawata Emiko raised her head involuntarily. Before, although she chose to resist, deep down in her heart, she actually held very little hope for this resistance. But now, this hope is constantly emerging in the bottom of my heart. He seems really able to help her get out of Tired control. And the Tired 977, who had been indifferent all this time, also widened his eyes at this moment, and a touch of panic involuntarily occurred in his heart. But he quickly calmed down. He is 12 Kizuki, the last one, a ghost who is not even 12 Kizuki. How could he not be an opponent? And as Sumyu beheaded the strong Ghost Dad, a clear and emotionless voice also came from his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill one evil spirit, get the reward, strange power, powerful force. As the voice fell, Sumyu suddenly felt an inexplicable warm current pouring into his heart and lungs. The power of ghosts is already strong, but now, they have strange powers, and now, he feels, I seem to be able to lift a mountain. Of course, these are just illusions, the illusory feeling of power emerging, but there is no doubt that his current strength has absolutely grown to an extremely terrifying level. Good basic ability. Sumyu whispered slightly, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, then raised her head and stared at the front. Next, it's your turn, 12 Kizuki, the last one, Spider Ghost. Tired. Yes. Tired said indifferently. The white hair scattered over the left eye was blown up by the wind, revealing the commissioning. 2 words. Represents the highest glory of ghosts in this world, 12 Kizuki called by the ghost ancestor Kibutsuji Musen. Tired raised his hands, his 5 fingers spread out, and a transparent, hard-to-see spider silk emerged in his hands. You pd me off. Tired squinted his eyes and looked at Sumyu. I will kill you. Blood Ghost Art, engraved line prison. With a flick of 5 fingers, a spider web appeared in the sky above Sumyu out of thin air, covering Sumyu. Under the bamboo hat, Sumyu raised her eyes slightly, quietly watching the falling spider web. Be careful, my lord, these spider webs are extremely hard, not even Nichiren Blades can cut them easily. Behind him, Okawata Emiko hurriedly reminded. Yes. Sumyu murmured slightly. The blade was raised, and in an instant, a fiery red sword light slashed out. The spider web that Okawata Emiko said was almost as hard as Nichiren Blades was cut off easily by him. Sumyu stepped forward. Towards the end of the battle, the spider ghost slowly used. Be obedient and beheaded by me, so that when you die, you will suffer much less pain. Seeing how easy he was to use the blood ghost technique, engraved lines, and cut open, Tired was a little panicked. The 5 fingers flicked rapidly, like a flower robe, and soon a dark red spider web was woven. Compared with the previous blood ghost art, engraved line prison, this time the spider web thread has an inexplicable smell of blood. Blood ghost art killing eye cage. Tired gritted his teeth. The blood red spider web attacked Sumyu again. Breath of the Sun 3 types. The red mirror of the sun. The Nichiren blades in his hand slashed out, and a crimson arc-shaped horizontal slash slashed out. Tear. With a crisp sound, the spider web was cut off in an instant. The strength of the two, from beginning to end, does not seem to be at the same level. With just a light blow, the attack that was carefully prepared by Lei was broken in this way. Although they are all 12 Kizuki, there are huge differences between 12 Kizuki. Although Kamaizuki and Zayazuro are both members of 12 Kizuki, but in fact, Omaizuki's strength is beyond that of Zayazuki. Even, in the eyes of Kibutsuji Musen, the ghost of the string can even be said to be a dispensable abandoned child. At this point, in the anime, later Kibutsuji Musen summoned all the last quarter moons, and finally cleared them with his own hands, leaving only one last quarter moon, which can be seen in the demonic dream of the sleeping ghost. Get killed by me obediently, don't make unnecessary resistance, you should be clear that your strength is far inferior to mine. You can't kill me. Tired squinted his eyes, otherwise you will provoke the anger of that adult. As we all know, Tired is the ghost most favored by that adult. Kibutsuji Musen. Sumyu looked at Tired and smiled, his anger must be useless to me, and I will cut off his head in a short time. Tired couldn't help staring. This ghost actually named out that lord's famous official. Sumyu doesn't talk too much. Step towards it. And at this moment, Tired did not die on the spot, but flicked his 10 fingers, and countless spider threads flew towards Sumyu from all directions at the same time like a life-threatening blade. Blood ghost technique, radical rotation. Belongs to the last string, the ghost of the spider. Tired, the most powerful vampire technique. Why bother? Sumyu murmured slightly, put her hands on her waist, and clasped her 5 fingers lightly. Seemed to move slowly. But at that moment, the time seemed to be elongated all of a sudden, as if time had a sense of stagnation at this moment. Draw sword. Cut. At the moment when time seemed to be stagnant and everything seemed to stop for a moment, a sword slashed out. The dark red sword glow cut across. Everything was destroyed without a sound. The severed spider silk, and the head of the ghost of the spider from the bottom of the string. Since you have to resist, then I will fulfill you. The sword fell out of its sheath, and the head of Tired immediately rolled to the ground. Perhaps, 12 Kizuki's power is slightly stronger than that of ordinary ghosts. Although the energy of the sun left by Nichiren Blade's neck is fading away from the Tired body, it is not as fast as ordinary ghosts. Rest in peace, your parents are waiting to be reunited with you. Sumyu murmured softly. Parents. Tired stared suddenly, and in an instant, the long-lost memories seemed to come back all of a sudden. I have been playing the game of home all the time, what I want is actually to find the fetters that I lost in the past. What he saw when he devoured father and mother with his own hands. Even if the mother was eaten by herself, she still showed incomparable guilt. Father's determination to kill himself and apologize with death. It was the former self who personally destroyed the Bond 4.7 that belonged to the home. How could I be by my parents' side like this? Your parents have actually been waiting for you. Sumyu watched calmly, looking at Tired's head peeping slowly under the solar energy contained in Nichiren blades, with a hint of pity. Dad, Mom, are you really waiting for me? Tired murmured, his gaze slowly lost, and when he was wandering on the edge of hell, he finally saw his parents who had been waiting for him. Sorry. Tired was in pain, and was hugged by his parents. The energy of the sun contained in Nichiren blades slowly annihilated the Tired. In the fire of hell, Sumyu seemed to see his tired parents thanking him. Slightly nodded, watching all this. Farewell. And with the death of Tired, the familiar, emotionless, mechanical voice sounded in his ears again. Ding, congratulations to the host, beheading an evil ghost. With the end of the battle, the ghost of the spider, Lei, was beheaded, and an emotionless mechanical voice rang in Sumyu's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill one of the evil spirits, and get the reward, manipulate the spider silk. Manipulate the silk to fight, if necessary, it can make the silk become as hard and sharp as steel, and even cut through Nichiren blades. The ability is not bad, but compared with beheading 12 Kizuki, the ability obtained is actually not very good, not much stronger than the ability to manipulate handball obtained by beheading Susumaru. Following the death of Lei in the last string, Tsuyuri Kanao also trotted to the side of Lei's body. Before the body of Lei had completely turned into black smoke and dissipated, he hurriedly drew a tube of bright red blood from his body. Take 12 Kizuki's blood and supply it to Tamayo for research. This is something that has been discussed with she before. Following the end of the string, the ghost of the spider, Tired died, and those female ghosts who were attached to Tired and were required by Tired and played the role of big brother, sister, and sister immediately fell to the ground, startled looked at him in fear. Forgive me. All the ghosts knelt down and begged for mercy. Sumyu looked at these plainly. Although they are all ghosts, Sumyu doesn't have much affection for Ghost 02, especially some evil ghosts that eat people. From the bottom of his heart, he will have a very uncomfortable feeling. After all, he used to be a human being, and even though he has become a ghost now, he still has a human side in his heart. When he sees his own kind being treated like livestock, he will feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Sumyu glanced at these ghosts, and then looked at the female ghost who was still tied to the roof, waiting to bask in the sun during the day. What's the matter with her? A cute female ghost dressed up immediately came over, knelt her head at his feet, and said in an incomparably flattering way, She ran away, was discovered by Tired, and then Tired wanted to punish her. Sumyu narrowed her eyes. The female ghost on the spider web, with bloodstains all over her clothes, looks exhausted. It can be seen that she has suffered a lot of torture before. If it wasn't for being a ghost and possessing an immortal body, I'm afraid that with such injuries, he might not be able to live for long. Of course, what Sumyu noticed was not only the injury on the opponent's body, but also the sadness in his heart. Choke. The icy sword edge streaked across. The spider silk sticking to the female ghost's body was cut off, and the female ghost also fell to the ground, making a painful muffled hum sound. Sumyu walked over. Looking at it from a close distance, this female ghost looks very delicate, with the immaturity of a girl, and her big eyes make her look very cute. And following Sumyu's gaze, the female ghost obviously felt very frightened. How did you find out? The little female ghost looked at the female ghost who was courting Sumyu just now. Let's talk. Sumyu said flatly. Yes, it's her. She told me that we wanted to escape from Spider Mountain together, and get rid of the control of you. It's just, I didn't expect that in order to gain the trust of Tired, she would give to Tired snitch, so. The little ghost said carefully. And the face of the charming female ghost who had been lying beside Sumyu changed. My lord, it's not like that. She's lying. She did it because she ran away. She likes to run away the most. Even if my lord takes her in, she will not feel any gratitude, and will still think about running away. My lord, I'm different. I won't run away. I'll stay by your side. And, my lord, I'll give you whatever I like to eat. Do adults like to eat human flesh? The bewitching female ghost was a little flustered, and glanced at Kanao who was standing not far away. I'll catch this human girl for you, peel it off, and make it available for adults to enjoy. Choke. The icy sword edge slid across, and the female ghost, who wanted to harm Kanao, unconsciously held her nose. Why did you kill me? Eyes full of confusion, she is so flattering, why is she the one who killed? The energy of the sun contained in Nichiren blades quickly invaded the body, and this charming female ghost quickly turned into black smoke and dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading an evil spirit and getting a reward. Charming. Flattering. When you flatter others, there is a certain chance of gaining the pleasure of the other person's heart. Sumyu. And as Sumyu beheaded the female ghost with a sword, the other ghosts couldn't help but feel fear in their bodies. The two ghosts who were given the roles of Brother Tired and Brother Tired by Tired wanted to escape while taking advantage of Sumyu's inattention. It's just that after running a few steps, Nichiren Blade's cold sword edge has already slashed across. With a scream, the necks of the two ghosts were cut off by Nichiren Blades. The energy of the sun contained in Nichiren Blades invaded the body, and the two ghosts quickly dissipated in a plume of black smoke. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading an evil ghost and getting a reward. Half spider, half ghost. Half spider, half ghost, the upper body maintains the form of a human, and the lower body maintains the form of a spider, and can have 8 spider legs. Shaking his head, this ability is not very good. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading an evil ghost and getting the reward spider poison. Spider venom, the venom secreted by the body can turn the poisoned person into a little spider without wisdom. This ability is not bad. After Sumyu killed 2 more ghosts, there were only 2 female ghosts who played Tired Sister and Tired Sister, and the gentle ghost mother who brought him here before, Okawata Emiko. His eyes looked among the 3 ghosts. The 3 ghosts couldn't help trembling, for fear that Sumyu would kill them too. I hate ghosts that eat people. He looked at the 3 ghosts. Can you not eat people? The gentle ghost mother knelt down first. I don't know. I'm afraid I can't control myself. 8:30. Sister Tired also knelt on the ground immediately. Once you are hungry, you really lose all reason. Tired girl, if it was possible, who would want to eat people? Sumyu was slightly silent. After all, she was born as a human being. If it wasn't driven by the desire of ghosts, how could ordinary ghosts be able to eat people? Looking at the 3 ghosts, although they were all afraid of him, they did not dare to lie to him. I'll give you a chance not to eat people. The 3 ghosts involuntarily raised their heads and looked at him. I happen to have a friend who needs the body of a ghost for experimentation. I hope the 3 of you can volunteer as experimental subjects. She's working on a way to turn ghosts into people. He looked at the 3 ghosts and did not hide them. Okawata Emiko lowered her head for a while, then raised her head suddenly. If we don't agree, the adults will probably kill us. Very smart. Sumyu did not hide that if they did not agree, he would indeed kill them. We've run out of options. Okawata Emiko smiled bitterly, then knelt down at Sumyu's feet. We are willing. Sister Tired also knelt down. Tired Sister also knelt down. Sumyu nodded, turned to Kanao behind him and said, make 3 wooden boxes, we should go back. I'm sure Ms. Tamayo will be very happy this time. After beheading the lower string team and the spider ghost, Sumyu started on his way back after being tired. This time, he specially came to Nation Spider Mountain to kill the next team, the spider ghost. Tired, and it was only because of a bet with Wind Pillar Shinazugawa Sanemai. Presumably, after the other party learned that he had beheaded 12 Kizuki, his expression would be very good. I am looking forward to what kind of expression the other party will have when I meet Shinazugawa Sanemai next time. While thinking about things, Sumyu turned her head and looked at Kanao who was holding a small hand and carrying a small wooden box. Kanao, are you tired? If you're tired, can you carry that suitcase for me too? Although the box is not heavy, Kanao is still small. Not tired. Kanao raised his head, his pretty face was full of smiles, not fake. Seeing this, Sumyu couldn't help but nodded. If so, let Kanao memorize it for a while. Mu-chan, you are really good, but, in the future, Kanao will definitely work harder. Thinking of the battle with Mu-jong and the next team, the ghost of the spider. Tired, she couldn't help Mu-jong at all. This made Kanao a little bit disappointed, but immediately, his eyes became firm. Sumyu rubbed Kanao's soft hair with a smile, and said in an encouraging tone, then Kanao will have to work hard in the future. Aha. Kanao nodded heavily, his purple eyes were clear. At this moment, Sumyu also raised his head. Under the bamboo hat, his golden eyes shone slightly. In Kanao's eyes, he was very powerful. But Sumyu knows that this is not enough. Although his strength has already stood at a very high level in this world, there are still many who can surpass him. Not to mention Kibutsuji Musen. There is also winding 1 Kokushibo in 12 Kazuki, winding 2 chapter mills, winding 3 Akeza. These are very difficult opponents. Therefore, he still needs to work hard. Killing evil spirits, relying on the system, and seizing the abilities of ghosts can indeed improve a certain strength. But there are too many complicated abilities, and now, they have already begun to have a certain impact on his strength. After all, when you are actually fighting, you will not be given time to think about which ability you use to fight is more appropriate. Now, all he needs to do is to integrate everything together, to fully integrate the abilities obtained from other ghosts into himself, so that when facing a battle, when he uses these abilities again, he will be as fast as his own instinct. Wanting to understand these, he also began to read silently. Devil's Claw, Ghost Eye, Escape, Manipulating the Handball, Red Arrow, Strange Power, Manipulate Spider Silk. Along the way, he uses these abilities while chatting with Kanao. Repeat. Keep repeating. So that these abilities can fully integrate themselves. Faster, faster, faster usage capabilities. Just walking like this, the place he and Canopin passed was terrible. After all, some vampirism destructive abilities are extremely violent. For example, manipulating a handball. Where the handball was ejected, it was like a shell, causing the ground to be bumpy, as if it had experienced a war. The more you practice, the more proficient you become. It's getting smoother. His strength is improving. But this is not enough. At least, not enough to deal with Kibutsuji Musen. Still need to improve higher. I am afraid that no matter how much these abilities are integrated, there will be no qualitative improvement. At this time, he couldn't help but think of the time when he was fighting with the last team, the ghost of the spider, lay, and suddenly killed him with a sword he used at will. That sword. Just plain. Draw sword. Cut. There didn't seem to be any peculiarities, but at that time, when he cut out the sword, his whole mind became transparent, as if time froze at that moment. The only thing that is not stagnant is his own sword. The result is that the opponent will not really react until his sword cuts off the head of tired. A sword that contains time? Do not? No, at that time, time was still flowing. Only, the simple reason is that my sword was too fast, so fast that it seemed that time was frozen with this sword. He closed his eyes, and carefully felt the feeling of the sword before. Sunrise and sunset. No clue at first. But when holding the hilt of the sword in hand, a certain connection involuntarily formed in the heart, and the heart also became clear. Sumyu knew that this was his own sword ghost's compatibility with the sword. All along, he hasn't tapped his own strength too much, he can always faintly feel that digging himself is the best way to improve himself. For example, the Jiguo Yuanyi who was once like the reincarnation of the gods and Buddhas. When he fought Kibutsuji Musen, he cut 1,500 swords in 1 second. Killing 1,500 swords in just 1 second has already reached an extremely high level of difficulty. But Jikuyuani's 1,500 swords are not just 1,500 powerless swords, but 1,500 swords that can effectively cut. Compared with his seemingly extremely fast sword, it is completely incomparable. So, can he do this too? Thinking of this, he could not help but narrow his eyes. In this world, there is only one person who can truly defeat Demon Slayer Tsuji Musen, and that is Jikuyuani. As for Tanjiro, he can't do it. Even though, in the anime Demon Slayer, Tanjiro finally gathered the power of the ghost-killing team to kill Kibutsuji Musen, but Tanjiro was not a real beheader. Tanjiro was able to kill Kibutsuji Musen only because Tanjiro dragged Kibutsuji Musen until daytime, let Kibutsuji Musen bathe in the sun, and danced around Musen before he died. If you look at it in a real sense, it should be the sunshine of the day that killed Kibutsuji Musen. Think here. Sumyu's golden eyes narrowed unconsciously. The top of this world is Jiguo Yuanyi, who is comparable to the living gods and Buddhas, and the only thing he can refer to now is Jiguo Yuanyi. Future. Can I reach the level of Jiguo Yuanyi? Good job. A gust of wind blows. Sumyu feels that she wants to reach the level of Jikuyuan. The first thing to do is, it can kill 1,500 effective slashes in 1 second. 1,500 strikes per second are effective. Sumyu murmured. Holds Nichiren blades in hand. Choke. Cold glow out of sheath. Draw sword. Cut. Going all out, he can only make more than 200 effective slashes in 1 second. The distance is 1,500 swords per second. Almost indefinitely. What's more, the further you go to the back, the more swords you cut out, and the more difficult it becomes. It looks like it really can't be done. It seems that only Ji Kuyuan, who stands on the ceiling of force in this world, can do it. But, hands unconsciously clenched the hilt of the sword. How will you know if you don't try? Then start with being able to slash 1,500 effective slashes in 1 second. Thinking like this, my mind unconsciously became more determined. There was no obstacle on the way back, and Sumyu returned to Coach's house smoothly. At the same time, he conveyed the message that he brought back the 3 ghosts to the master Yubayashiki Kaguya. After all, he is now the ghost pillar of the ghost-killing team, and he still needs to say hello to such an important event as bringing ghosts to the Kocho dance. Coco House. Tamayo and Yushiro have successfully become the nurses here. In the beginning, people here had a lot of stereotypes about Tamayo and Yushiro. Not one member of the ghost-killing team has never been persecuted by ghosts, destroying the long-established happiness. Even the ghost killers who came here for treatment, even if they endured the pain, would not let Tamayo receive treatment. At the beginning, the situation was very stalemate. Almost everyone was very hostile to the 2 ghosts, Tamayo and Yushiro. Until, an accident happened. It was a ghost swordsman who was seriously injured. Not only did he not want Tamayo to heal him, but he also shot and wounded Tamayo. When the swordsman of the Demon Slayer squad was dying, Tamayo not only ignored the other party's offense to her, but also rescued him himself. This made the swordsman feel guilty. So, Tamayo began to take the initiative to treat his injuries. After recovering from the injury, he took the initiative to apologize to Tamayo. Not only that, but also took the initiative to promote to other 360 people that ghosts are not the same, and some ghosts are actually very good, such as Tamayo, such as Sumyu who became the ghost pillar of the ghost-killing team. At first no one believed him. But as Tamayo treated more and more people, slowly, the attitude of the swordsman of the Ghost Slayer squad towards Tamayo and Yushiro also changed. From initial hostility to indifference to respect. Yushiro, who had been busy for a long time, raised his head and looked at Mr. Tamayo who was seriously dispensing the medicine. He felt. Mr. Tamayo is really good looking. Very attractive. Clang clang clang. A crisp sound echoed. Someone knocked on the door. Yushiro frowned subconsciously. Didn't Master Tamayo treat a patient just now? Why, someone came to disturb him so soon. Really hateful. Yushiro, go and open the door. Tamayo put down the medicine bottle in his hand, and said to Yushiro next to him. But Yushiro was not reconciled. Mr. Tamayo has seen a lot of patients today. He is already very tired and needs to rest. Go. Tamayo shook his head, eyes determined. Although, I am very tired now, but Tamayo feels that it is very meaningful. Seeing Master Tamayo insisting so much, Yushiro had no choice but to go to open the door. Open the door. The moment he saw Sumyu, Yushiro was slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly, it was Sumyu who came over, and a hint of vigilance appeared unconsciously in the depths of his eyes. You know, Lord Tamayo has a good impression of him, which makes him very jealous. Is Miss Tamayo there? Sumyu asked with a smile. In the house. Yushiro responded with an ugly face. He wanted to close the door directly to keep the other party out, but he didn't dare to do so. Take me there. Sumyu ordered lightly. Although Yushiro was not reconciled, he still led Sumyu obediently. Soon, Sumyu saw Tamayo who was busy in the laboratory. These days, while Tamayo is busy treating the injured people of the ghost-killing squad, he is also actively researching medicines that can turn ghosts back into humans. Just a pity. So far, the blood of 12 Kizuki has not been collected much, and the research on the lack of samples has not progressed smoothly. Mr. is here. Seeing Sumyu, Tamayo's eyes lit up. Sumyu nodded, and glanced at Tamayo unconsciously. Compared with the last time he saw Tamayo, Tamayo looked much more tired now. It seems that I have been busy recently. While research is important, you should also pay attention to rest. Nothing. Tamayo doesn't care too much. The ghost's body has unlimited physical strength, so it doesn't really matter whether he rests or not. I think it's better to take a break to find time. Although ghosts have unlimited physical strength, it's okay even if they don't rest all the time, but they will still feel tired, especially if the brain is always in the working state, for a long time, in a state of confusion. Proper rest will make you more energetic and your thinking will become more agile. Listening to Sumyu's words, Tamayo was slightly taken aback, but he didn't expect Sumyu to understand so much. If you don't know about the other party, you might think that Sumyu is a doctor. I know, find time, I will rest. Tamayo nods. This is the blood of 12 Kizuki, the last member, and the spider ghost tired who were killed during this trip. I believe it should have a certain effect on your research. Sumyu took out a tube of blood. Hearing that it was 12 Kizuki's blood, Tamayo's eyes lit up. She is currently lacking research materials on 12 Kizuki's blood. Unexpectedly, when she fell asleep, someone gave her a pillow. Some were delighted to receive the blood in their hands, and began to study impatiently. Seeing that Master Tamayo was busy again because of Sumyu, Yushiro's eyes were gloomy again. This guy really doesn't let Tamayo Tianren rest at all. It's disgusting. Watching Miss Tamayo studying there, Sumyu took out another tube of blood from her pocket. The busy Tamayo looked up, looked at the tube of blood that Sumyu handed over, and was slightly stunned. However, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Is this also 12 Kizuki's blood? Tamayo asked with some doubts. It didn't look like ghost blood. Sumyu shook her head. It was human blood. Tamayo frowned. She didn't lack ordinary human blood, and she had collected a lot of people during these years of treating diseases and saving lives. There is no shortage of ordinary human blood. It's the blood related to the original swordsman. Sumyu said flatly. The original swordsman was Ji Kuyuan. As soon as he heard that it was related to Ji Kuyuan, Tamayo's eyes lit up instantly, but he was a little puzzled. The original swordsman Jiwei Yuanshi has died for many years. How did he get his blood? As for whether it is related to the blood of the original swordsman, I am not sure, so I leave it to you to study, and maybe you can find something. Sumyu added another sentence. Tamayo nodded, and immediately began to study. When one of the drops fell into 12 Kazuki's blood, immediately, a violent reaction began. Generally speaking, when ghost blood is put together with human blood, ghost blood will devour human blood, but this drop of blood obviously does not. There seems to be some relationship between them. This blood is a little special. What amazing blood. Tamayo frowned, bewildered and amazed at the same time. Seeing Tamayo's reaction, Sumyu also thought inwardly at this moment. Sure enough. It seems that in the anime, Nezuko did not turn into a demon that devours human flesh, and, in the end, being able to bathe in the sun has something to do with his physique. 17. He murmured slightly. In the laboratory, Tamayo is conducting further research on Nezuko's blood given by Sumyu. Sumyu didn't understand these things, but from the expression on Tamayo's face, it could be seen that as the research progressed, Tamayo became more shocked and excited. Watching all this, Sumyu also probably understands that the other party's research should have made some breakthroughs. As far as Sumyu knows, in the original anime, although Nezuko turned into a ghost, he didn't become the kind of ghost who only knows the desire to devour. In the anime, it is not revealed why Nezuko was able to restrain the desire to eat people. In fact, it was speculation at first. Among them, his most impressive guesses are two. One guess is that when Nezuko was young, he ate blue bigan flowers, so, even if Nezuko turned into a ghost, he could restrain his desire to eat people, and he could become the only one in the world of Ghost Slayer who can bask in the sun under the ghost. Another guess is that the blood in Nezuko's body is inherited from the blood of Ji Kuyuan, who was comparable to a living god and Buddha hundreds of years ago. Both of these are extremely likely. Whether it is the blue bana flower or Ji Guoyuan, they are all extremely special existences. Bianhua is an extremely rare plant, and Ji Kuyuan is a person loved by gods and Buddhas. Leaving aside Ji Kuyuan for the time being, he was the one who stood on the ceiling of the Ghost Slayer World's 4th ceiling, and Zheng Yujian almost killed Kibutsuji Musen. As for the news of the Blue Bana, it is rumored that thousands of years ago, when Kibutsuji Musen, the first ghost in this world, was still a human being, the reason why he became a ghost was because he ate a medicine prescribed by a doctor. It's just that because of the lack of blue Bianhua flowers in this medicine, then Musen, the ghost dance plan, turned into a ghost. Became the world's first ghost. As far as Sumyu knows, Kibutsuji Musen has never given up looking for the blue bana flower all these years. Because, Kibutsuji Musen thinks, the only way to eat blue flowers, he can bask in the sun. Tamayo put down the glass bottle containing the blood in his hand, put the blood away very carefully, and then raised his head, looking at Sumyu with excitement. How about it? Sumyu asked unconsciously. This blood is really strange. Tamayo sighed slightly at first, and then said with a hint of excitement, this blood and 12 Kazuki's blood seem to be able to complement each other to a certain extent. Complementary. Sumyu frowned slightly. You also know that ghosts are afraid of the sun, so ghosts cannot bathe in daylight. Similarly, the blood of ghosts has the same properties as ghosts. But, just now, I bridged the blood you gave me with the blood of 12 Kazuki. An extremely terrifying thing was discovered. Sumyu listened carefully, and had a faint guess in her heart. That is to say, the blood you gave me just now is fused with 12 Kazuki's blood, which makes up for the characteristic of 12 Kazuki's blood that is afraid of sunlight, which means, there is a possibility. This fused ghost blood can be bathed in sunlight. Ghost blood can bask in sunlight. So, the same goes for ghosts. Hoho. This guess made Sumyu's breathing suddenly became short, which was a very shocking discovery. Because, this means that if you continue to study, you will definitely discover new fields. Create a kind of ultimate ghost. What is the ultimate ghost? That is, ghost generals are no longer afraid of the sun. This also means that ghosts are one step closer to being immortal. When sunshine can't kill Oni, it also means that Nichiren blades can't kill Oni anymore. After all, the reason why Nichiren blades can slay ghosts is because the energy from the sun is contained in Nichiren blades. When the Nichiren blades cut off the neck of the ghost, the energy from the sun invades the ghost's body. But when ghosts can bask in the sun, the energy of the sun contained within the Nichiren blades is absolutely no longer a death threat to the Oni. And just as the two of them were guessing, a sharp panting sound suddenly came from outside the door. Obviously, someone overheard the news, because, too shocked, he couldn't control his breathing for a while. Sumyu and Yushiro looked outside the outer door vigilantly. You know, whether it is Sumyu, Tamayo, or Yushiro, they are all ghosts. To humans, they are monsters. Boom. The door suddenly shattered. The lights in the house are flickering, with black hair and purple pupils, wearing the uniform of the Demon Slayer squad, and feathers with a pattern of butterfly wings. Kochu Shinobu. Maiden stands holding Nichiren blades and stands at the door. The sword is out of its sheath. Under the bleak moonlight, the blades of Nichiren blades glowed with icy cold light. The girl's purple eyes were indifferent. Sensing the opponent's hostility, Yushiro hurriedly stood in front of Tamayo to protect Master Tamayo. 0 for flowers. Sumyu still looked at each other calmly, and after a while, she seemed to understand something. Are you following me? Kocho Shinobu blushed. As soon as she heard the news that Sumyu had returned to Kocho's house, she made a special trip to find him, but she couldn't think of a way to meet him for a while. So, just follow quietly. It's just that I didn't expect to discover such a big secret. 1. Enough to destroy the secret of the Ghost Slayer squad. I will never allow you to research that horrible thing. Kocho Shinobu squinted his eyes, and an extremely dangerous aura spread over the girl. The killing intent spread on the girl's body. She was murdered. Clenching the handle of the knife with 5 fingers, at this moment, the girl shot violently. The light figure is like a flying Kocho, but its speed is extremely fast, and only a few after images can be seen faintly between actions. 0. Before he knew it, Kocho Shinobu's strength was also improving rapidly. Insect breathing, butterfly dance teasing. The movement is as light as Kocho, with a high-speed move that the naked eye can't catch up with, stabbing Tamayo's body continuously with the poison blade. All attacks are ready, but it stopped abruptly. Because, Sumyu stopped in front of Kocho Shinobu. If you continue to do it, it is very likely to hurt Sumyu. Step aside. Kocho Shinobu bared his teeth, his purple eyes widened. Sorry, Shinobu. Sumyu was helpless, I think. Is there some misunderstanding between us? There is no misunderstanding, I have heard what you said. Kocho Shinobu was fierce towards him. I think you should listen to me explain. Sumyu is helpless. I don't want to listen to your explanation. Kocho Shinobu bit his lip with his white and tender teeth, his eyes narrowed slightly, like a little tiger preying on prey at any time. If, forbearance, you really don't want to listen to my explanation, I'm afraid that your knife will hit me long ago, right? Sumyu ignored Kocho Shinobu's threat, looked at Nichiren blades hanging above her head, and smiled playfully. You? Seeing the smile on this man's face, Kocho Shinobu gritted his teeth angrily. This dead ghost devoured her to death, making her want to kill this nasty ghost. But I just don't want to. Forget it, I will barely listen to your explanation once. I can't explain it clearly, I'll kill you too. He was still staring at her fiercely, but his ears were perked up. Sumyu looked at Kocho Shinobu, who was still in a fierce state, and really felt that this girl is cute and silly. After all, now, Kocho Shinobu is facing a ghost whose strength is far stronger than hers, so she is so careless and makes mistakes, it is really low level. However, just thinking that it is a bit stupid makes it difficult to appreciate. Sumyu walked forward slowly, ignoring the Nichiren blades that Kocho Shinobu was waving, and stretched out his hand naturally, grabbing Kocho Shinobu's hand holding the knife. Hey, let go, or I'll kill you. Kocho Shinobu bared his small white teeth, like a little tiger, fierce, very dangerous. It seems that if you don't pay attention, he will pounce on you and bite you. Okay, cut whatever you want. As long as you are willing. Sumyu shrugged his shoulders and looked at Kocho Shinobu with some amusement. After all, for ghosts, as long as they don't cut their necks with Nichiren blades, they are almost immortal. Whether it is split in half, or a hand or foot is broken, with the ghost's powerful recovery ability, it will be completely healed soon. This is why ghosts are stronger than humans. Generally speaking, the ghost-killing team is at such a disadvantage when facing ghosts, which also means that the ghost-killing team should maintain stronger vigilance in hunting ghosts. For example, Kocho Shinobu now, when confronting the ghost, even let the ghost invade and grab his hand, which is really a big taboo for the ghost-killing team. Kocho Shinobu in particular is an agile swordsman who is not known for his strength, but his speed. This is basically a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. Seeing Sumyu not paying attention, as if she was determined that she would not dare to kill him, Kocho Shinobu was so angry that his teeth hurt and his chest was tight, and he felt that this ghost was really hateful. But I really don't want to let her cut it. Humph. Little Nose let out a heavy hum, expressing his inner dissatisfaction. Playing around is playing around. Explanation still needs to be explained. When Kocho Shinobu listened to Sumyu's explanation, the murderous intent in his eyes dissipated a lot unknowingly. But still a little uncertain. You guys, do you really want to research a drug that turns ghosts into humans? At this moment, her eyes fell on Sumyu unconsciously. Okay, Sumyu nodded. Miss Tamayo guesses that Kibutsuji Musen can be completely defeated only by turning Kibutsuji Musen into a human being. Hearing Sumyu's explanation, at this moment, what Kocho Shinobu cares more about is not defeating Kibutsuji Musen, but can turn ghosts into people. Then can you become a human? Kocho Shinobu pursed his lips and asked suddenly. Under the soft moonlight, the girl looked at Sumyu seriously, with a look of anticipation in her purple eyes. Can I become a human? Sumyu was taken aback, he hadn't considered this question before. Now, being asked by Kocho Shinobu all of a sudden, I am also a little at a loss. In fact, in the anime Demon Slayer, the drug Tamayo researched did work for Kibutsuji Musen, but doesn't turn Kibutsuji Musen into a human. Tamayo, the most breakthrough in the study of ghosts is the transformation of Yushiro from a human into a ghost. As for turning ghosts into humans, there seems to be no successful examples in anime. If there is one, it should be Nezuko. Therefore, it is not easy when it comes to turning ghosts into people. What's more, he is not a ghost in this world, and he is not the same as the ghosts in this world. Even if Tamayo really researches the medicine that turns a ghost into a human, it is unknown whether it will work for him. I do not know either. Sumyu shook her head. Coach Yoshinobu turned his head and squinted his eyes slightly to look at Tamayo. Is it possible to research how to turn a ghost into a human? Tamayo pointed to Yushiro next to him. Before, Yushiro was still a human being, and it was me who turned Yushiro into a ghost. Since a human can become a ghost, theoretically speaking, a ghost can also become a human. You turned people into ghosts. Killing intent emerged all of a sudden. Yushiro hurriedly stood in front of Tamayo, blocking Coach Yoshinobu's gaze. This is what I asked. I asked Master Tamayo to turn me into a ghost. Coach Yoshinobu's purple eyes looked at Yushiro seriously, and it seemed that there was nothing false, so he let out a heavy hum, which was considered to have revealed the matter. Turn around. Coach Yoshinobu looked at Sumyu with squinted purple eyes. Seeing Coach Yoshinobu exuding an extremely dangerous aura, Sumyu was slightly surprised. Didn't she just say that she exposed this matter? Why are you feeling still angry? Girl squinting at him. Why, to find her. As he spoke, Coach Yoshinobu pointed to the world with his white and tender fingers like green onions. What? Sumyu didn't understand. A hole. Coach Yoshinobu was quite annoyed. His little foot stepped on Sumyu's foot fiercely, and Sumyu gritted his teeth in pain. Miss Shinobu should mean, why don't you ask her to study? Tamayo next to him probably saw something, and couldn't help but interjected. The girl was still squinting at him. It seems to be asking, why did you find another woman? Only then did Sumyu recall that Coach Yoshinobu was also a good doctor and a master of poison arts. Recently, he even extracted poison from wisteria flowers to deal with ghosts. It can be said that in terms of the method of dealing with ghosts, after Sunshine and Nicaran Blades, there is another wisteria poison D. Although ninja's medical skills are also very good, they are still inferior to Ms. Tamayo. Sumyu shook her head. It has to be said that Coach Yoshinobu is very talented in medical skills, but compared with ghosts like Tamayo who have survived for hundreds of years, there is still a big gap. Whether it's experience, vision, or something else. Indeed, there is a gap. Although what Sumyu said was true, Coach Yoshinobu felt that Sumyu was going too far when Sumyu said that he was not as good as other women. You haven't tried, how do you know I can't do it? Coach Yoshinobu walked up to Sumyu. Now, she is a little shorter than Sumyu. In order to highlight her strength, the girl stood on tiptoe, although still shorter than Sumyu. But this is already the limit. Squinting, staring at Mew. You haven't tried it, why do you think the picture is not good? The girl's delicate face was very close, and the breath of her breath also fell on her face, carrying a warm and fragrant smell. Or, haven't you ever tried to believe in Shin? Very angry, very angry. Or, to take it a step further, you don't trust Shinobu that much. Faintly, violent anger spread in Coach Yoshinobu's eyes. Sumyu was slightly silent. The girl's questioning made him a little guilty for a while, but more. He raised his head and looked at Shin. You've already carried too much on your back. He said softly. You can't be saddled with any more 5.3 stuff. What kind of reason is that? Coach Yoshinobu muttered. But Sumyu stretched out his hand suddenly and hugged Coach Yoshinobu's waist. The girl's face suddenly turned red. Yushiro. Tamayo shouted to Yushiro beside him. Yushiro froze for a moment, then looked back at Master Tamayo in confusion. Tamayo looked at the two embracing people, moved his eyes unconsciously, and led Yushiro out of the room. Soon, there were only two people left in the room. It's really, I don't know, what a shame. As soon as Master Tamayo walked out and closed the door, he heard discordant voices coming from the room. Yushiro muttered in dissatisfaction, and at the same time, a little envious. Eyes, looking at Master Tamayo unconsciously. But when Tamayo looked over, he dodged away again, and the love in his heart was deeply hidden in his heart. Soft bed. In Sumyu's arms lies a girl with a red face. Although the face still has the immaturity of a girl, there is already a hint of the style of a young woman, and the whole person looks very beautiful. At this moment, she has long lost the viciousness of a young tiger with bared teeth. Now she, more precisely, that is a docile kitten, no longer an angry little tiger with teeth and claws. From now on, you will follow a ghost from now on. Sumyu stretched out her hand and scratched the bridge of Coach Yoshinobu's white and upturned nose, with a taste of joking and seriousness. I know. Coach Yoshinobu buried his small face in Sumyu's arms. Ghosts are cold-blooded animals, and even their bodies are cold. But looking at the other party, he couldn't help but squeeze the other party's hand. Although I can't make any promises to you now, I will do my best to protect you. This is what a man must do. Not a promise, but responsibility. A man's responsibility to his woman. You hateful ghost, who wants your protection. Coach Yoshinobu blushed, but held Sumyu's hand tightly. It's better, Miss Ben will protect you. Seeing the domineering Coach Yoshinobu, Sumyu couldn't help laughing. Coach Yoshinobu's character is slightly domineering, but also has a hint of girlish cunning. Of course, there is also a trace of coquettishness, and of course, sometimes there is a trace of unreasonableness. Generally speaking, she is a little girl with a hard mouth and a soft heart. Such a girl, if you go against her, she will definitely be a ferocious little tiger, but if you go along, she will be an obedient kitten. After everything is over, Sumyu opened the door with Coach Yoshinobu dressed. Tamayo stood at the door, looking at Sumyu with a smile, and Kocho Shinobu, who followed behind Sumyu, who couldn't lift his head shyly. As someone who has been there, although it has been a long time ago, Tamayo already knows what happened to the two of them through Kocho Shinobu's slightly awkward walking movements and the girl's never-before-seen aura emerging from his brows. I was somewhat worried in my heart. In this world, there seems to be no precedent for people being with ghosts. Except Gwa's greed for cannibalism, which Gwa can't restrain. In addition to the almost immortal life possessed by ghosts, and the short life of human beings, it may be difficult for anyone to bear the aging of their loved ones step by step, while they still maintain a youthful posture. So, for the two, Tamayo is actually not optimistic about them. But now that the two of them have broken through that level of relationship, they have already made such an awareness, so naturally they won't say much, they can only wish that they can grow old together. Walking out the door, Sumyu nodded to Tamayo, and then said very naturally, in the future, Shinobu will also participate in your research. Tamayo was slightly surprised, but nodded anyway. For a while, Shin will trouble you to take care of it. He looked at Tamayo. Please. I will. Tamayo nodded. What's more, Ms. Ninja also has unique insights in medical skills, and getting help from Ninja is also beneficial to my research. Hearing what Tamayo said, Sumyu also turned to look at Kocho Shinobu. Our research, I hope that forbearance can't help but tell others. I know. Kocho Shinobu nodded. Regarding Sumyu and Tamayo's research, the things involved are serious, and the less people who know about it, the better. In particular, it actually involves the feature of ghosts can get rid of the fear of the day, which is simply shocking. If the ghost-killing squad finds out, the research will definitely be stopped, or even destroyed. As a member of the Demon Slayer squad, she should have reported the information immediately, but Kocho Shinobu didn't. Apart from the fact that the ultimate purpose of this research is to deal with Kibutsuji Musen, the most important, is, this research can turn ghosts into people. And Sumyu is still a ghost now. Deep down in her heart, she still has selfish intentions after all, and, now that she is personally involved, she is confident that she can control the situation. Sumyu wanted to say something more, but he suddenly raised his head, stretched out his hand, and the fluttering raven landed on his palm. Opening the envelope tied to the letter crow, Sumyu's face changed slightly when he saw the writing on it. What's wrong? Kocho Shinobu asked with some concern. Your sister has been sent to the Bliss School of the World, and Toimoto Shiki Kaguya wants me to help. Sumyu explained the contents of the envelope. I know this. Kocho Shinobu looked at Mew with some doubts. His sister Kocho Kani told her when she was performing the task. I need to leave now. Sumyu's expression turned serious. Sumyu will never forget how Kocho Kani died in the anime Demon Slayer. However, she died at the hands of Doma, the ghost of ice. However, the leader of the Eternal Bliss cult is none other than Doma. Looking at the seriousness in Sumyu's eyes, Kocho Shinobu also realized that the problem might be more serious than he imagined. Shall I go with you too? Kocho Shinobu held Sumyu's hand unconsciously. Kocho Shinobu was very worried about his sister. It's okay, I'm fine, all you have to do now is to conduct research with Ms. Tamayo. Sumyu patted Kocho Shinobu's little hand. Although Kocho Shinobu is a little reluctant, she also understands that it is more important to conduct research with Tamayo. After all, she is also very worried about the research here. This kind of, maybe 473 involves being able to make ghosts become less fearful. Daytime study, it was too scary. I'm leaving. During this time, Kanao will ask you to take care of me first. Sumyu waved to Kocho Shinobu. I see. Kocho Shinobu nodded, somewhat depressed in his heart. Even if she was asked to take care of his fiancé, wouldn't he be afraid of being jealous and give it to your fiancé? With Sumyu gone, only Tamayo, Kocho Shinobu and Yushiro are left. Tamayo walked behind Kocho Shinobu. At this moment, Kocho Shinobu is still thinking about his toes, and his eyes are still looking at the figure who has been away for an unknown time. ZV. Tamayo yelled softly. Kocho Shinobu couldn't help turning his head, and looked at Tamayo puzzled. Actually, it can be seen that you are very hostile to ghosts. Even now, you are still very hostile to us. Kocho Shinobu's purple eyes narrowed involuntarily. For ghosts, she is resentful, because it is a ghost that destroyed her happy home, so she hates all ghosts, wishing to kill all ghosts in the world. I really want to understand why Miss Ninja is the only one who doesn't show any hostility towards Mr.? Is it because Miss Ninja likes Mr., so there is no hostility? There was doubt in Tamayo's eyes. Because Mew is different from you. Kocho Shinobu raised his eyes and looked at Tamayo. Have you ever eaten people? Burning flames soared into the sky, and helpless wailing spread throughout the small village. The villagers rushed to flee, but the terrifying evil spirit was extremely fast. He rushed over almost in the blink of an eye. The eyes of the villagers can only pray helplessly. As a result, what ushered in was ferocious fangs. Accompanied by the splash of warm blood, the once fresh life ended like this. A village buried deep in the mountains that was once extremely lively, just like that, completely disappeared from this world in a short period of time. Sumyu came to this place according to the address, and what she saw was the situation in front of her. All dead. Looking at the mess in front of him, with no life left, and the devoured white bones, Sumyu stood there, unable to bear the silence. Wow. A cry sounded, and Sumyu raised her head abruptly. Go to a dilapidated house. Houses have long since collapsed. The sound of crying came from here. Choke. A pitch-cold light flickered, and a gap was cut out of the collapsed house, revealing a dark basement. On a wooden table in the basement, an infant girl was staring wide-eyed. Tsuyuri stepped forward and gently hugged the baby girl. The golden eyes looked at the girl, who was not aware of everything in front of her. Slightly silent. Little life grows in such an environment. There is another orphan in this world. With the baby in her arms, Tsuyuri left this small village. Oh, evil spirits of this world. He couldn't help muttering. A coldness flashed across his golden eyes. Although they are both ghosts, looking at the dead village in front of them, an inexplicable anger rose from their hearts. Holding the infant girl in her arms, she walked all the way. He needs to find Kocho-kani as soon as possible. According to the news, Kocho-shane should be nearby. Roar. The evil ghost crouched on all fours, jumped up like a wild beast, and attacked the human in front of him. The girl turned her body slightly to avoid the attack of the evil spirit, and at the same time, the peach-colored blade in her hand slashed across. The head of the evil spirit fell off in an instant. The energy of the sun contained in Nichiren blades invaded, and within a short time, the evil spirits turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated. Although beheading an evil ghost, the girl is still very vigilant, not only because there are more than 10 weak women behind her, but also because there is more than one evil spirit. Raising his head, his purple eyes flashed with determination. Another evil spirit rushed up. Breathe. The breath surged. The girl's figure danced gracefully like Kocho, and the Nichiren blades in her hand were also suddenly drawn out at this moment. Breath of flowers 4 shapes. Red flower dress. The girl raised her sword, and made an arc-shaped double slash from top to bottom. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of a broken bone, the figure of the evil ghost that rushed over stopped instantly. Boom. The head rolled down and turned into a little black smoke rising. The girl stared at this scene with her mouth pursed. Ghosts, who live alone, have a very serious sense of territory. But now, so many evil spirits gathered together and attacked her. Can only say, there is an extremely powerful evil spirit that drives these evil spirits. Combined with recent discoveries, young human girls continue to join the so-called eternal bliss cult, but there is no more news. At this moment, she is already very close to the truth. That is, the one who drives these evil spirits is the second of 12 Kizuki, the ghost of ice, the leader of the bliss cult, Doma. After all, according to the ghost-killing team's introduction to the ghost, the other party likes to eat young women the most. Papa Papa. There was a burst of crisp applause, and a young man with a golden iron fan on which a lotus pattern could be vaguely seen came out. The young man clapped his hands and exclaimed, "What a heroic and gentle woman." The young man has colorful eyes, and there is always a harmless smile on the corner of his mouth, like a harmless creature. It's just that the breath on the young man's body is a bit cold. The second winding, Ice Demon, Doma. The girl's purple eyes stared at the other party coldly, and she couldn't help clenching the hilt of the sword in her hand. Style, Kocho-kani. Doma also called out the name of the girl in front of her. "You dare to come here alone, you are such a brave girl." Kocho-kani looked at the sky. The sun had just set, and it would be a long, long time before Li Tianming. I can feel that there is a big gap between myself and the opponent's strength. But he looked at the ordinary humans behind him who couldn't help shaking because of fear. From the day I joined the ghost-killing squad. Didn't she just realize this? I don't feel any regrets. It's just that the only regret is that I didn't see my sister marrying a good husband. With a character like my sister, if she doesn't find a good husband, she will suffer in the future. Also, that different ghost. There were slight ripples in my heart, but immediately, these ripples were expelled from my mind. Now, with her, Kocho-kani, there is only fighting. Roar. Another evil spirit rushed over. Kocho-kani's purple eyes narrowed slightly, and his figure was also moving at this moment, his jet black hair swaying with the wind, especially the Nichiren blades in Kani's hands. As a style, his own strength has been recognized. Perhaps, he can't deal with the winding ghost in 12 Kizuki, but for ordinary ghosts, his strength is indeed crushing. A ghost who charged up died under the girl's Nichiren blades. Unknowingly, the girl's blade has been stained with bright red blood, and there are fewer and fewer ghosts around Doma. Until the last ghost also died under the sword of Kocho-kani. Panting slightly, after a fight, Kani's delicate face turned slightly pale, and her hair, which had been tied with Kocho's hairpins, became unknowingly messy. However, there is still determination in the girl's purple jewel-like, Limo's, eyes. Now, there are no ordinary ghosts to consume my physical strength, and I still have spare energy to fight with you. The girl's upright and delicate body was covered with a slender figure under the standard uniform of the Ghost Slayer squad. Doma shook her head, and looked at the slender and tall girl with a slight sneer. Long black hair, purple eyes wearing a Kocho Haori, and an emerald green Kocho beret on the long hair. Don't you feel that your breathing is not right? Doma still had a carefree smile on his lips. Kocho-kani was slightly taken aback, and then suddenly realized that it was difficult for him to breathe. Unconsciously grasping the Nichiren blades, the purple eyes looked at the ever-changing cold environment around, and the ice crystal powder that had been scattered nearby. Just now, when I was fighting those ordinary ghosts, did I already get hit by the opponent's blood ghost spell? The already pale face became even paler. Feeling his own breathing, Kocho-kani's face turned pale, and now, he can almost feel that his breathing has become more and more difficult. Especially when the crystals containing ice-cold powder entered his lungs, they began to damage his lungs. Moreover, where these ice crystals passed, even his own blood felt like it was about to freeze. TB. Surrounding the eyes, unknowingly, the sky is surrounded by ice crystals. Obviously, as long as he continues to breathe, these ice crystal dust cannot be avoided. The more you fight, the worse your situation will be. She was already at a disadvantage, but now, seeing Doma's story again, her ending seems to be doomed. But Kochukani still stood up, with a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, and there was a bit of pity in the smile. These ghosts are really pitiful. Whether it is becoming a person or becoming a ghost, it has never been recognized as an existence. Your blood should be about to be frozen by ice crystals now. It's painful, isn't it? Why don't you hurry up and expel the ice crystals in your body? The more violent your movements, the more breath you will have, and the more ice crystals you will breathe. Doma has a carefree smile on her face, mixed with infinite falsehood. For Doma, since birth, the joy, sorrow, pain, and anger that 053 people in this world should feel, he has never felt. Even if you become a ghost, it's the same. Can't feel these feelings, but try to pretend to have feelings. Kochukani stood upright, holding the Nichiren blades tightly, tapping the ground with the toes. The whole person is like a dancing Kocho, attacking Doma. Doma's figure retreated quietly, smiling while avoiding the attack, the invasion of methamphetamine. Now, every attack and every breath you take will make the invasion of methamphetamine in your body deeper and deeper. If you continue like this, your body will not be able to support it, and you will die. With false reminders. Kochukani pursed her lips, and there was no trace of hesitation on her delicate face. From the moment he joined the ghost-killing squad, he had already made such an awareness. Awareness of being killed by a ghost. Therefore, Doma's so-called death reminder never shakes Kochukani's heart. The Nichiren blades in his hand swung over, as if the air was blooming with petals at this moment. Doma easily, dodged Kochukani's sword. At the same time, he waved the golden iron fan lightly in his hand, and the edge of the fan blade, which was as sharp as a blade, slashed towards Kochukani's fair neck. The girl's figure is still in the air, and she is facing the fan blade that is being drawn. If it is an ordinary swordsman, the figure is in the air, and there is nowhere to rely on it. Facing this situation, I am afraid that there will be no life. But, what the hell is Kochukani's **xa? His slender and flexible figure began to twist, and then his whole body tensed up suddenly. In an instant, his hands swayed like a top, driving his body to turn rapidly like a top. And Nichiren Blades, who was held by Connie in the palm of her hand, was also waving in an instant, almost within a short distance, blocking the cold fan blades across the neck. Choke. The blades, as cold as blades, touched the blades of Nichiren Blades, bursting out fierce sparks. Although the blade-like fan blade was blocked, the huge power contained in the lock of the fan blade still rushed in, directly smashing Connie, who was in the air, into the air. Seeing that it was about to fall to the ground, the girl let out a coquettish reprimand at this moment. The Nichiren blades in her hand waved out, touching the ground. The flexible blade curved slightly, and rebounded instantly. With the force of the rebound, Kochukani was beautiful. It turned over and fell to the ground quite staggeringly. In a fierce battle, life and death are everywhere, but the girl's reaction ability and fighting talent are really strong, and she can always find that sliver of life in the extreme danger. But after a fierce battle, Connie breathed more and more ice crystals in the air, and with the inhalation of ice crystals, because of the breathing method, the hot blood in the body began to freeze continuously. Every time I breathe, I feel a sharp pain like a needle PK all over my body. His face was pale, but Connie still gritted her teeth and stared at Doma coldly. You are much stronger than I thought. It also makes me want to swallow you. He licked his lips. For Doma, the favorite thing to eat is immature girls. Be swallowed by me obediently. Only by being swallowed by me can people be redeemed and gain eternal life like me. Doma opened her arms, bewitching in her words like a savior. As her words were spoken, it seemed that there was a kind of magical power urging Connie to put down her weapon and be obediently swallowed by it. However, these words cannot play any role in bewitching Kochukani, who has already made up his mind. Connie's eyes became more and more determined, and she still had a smile on her face, but the smile contained pity for ghosts. In this world, human beings born in this world should feel the joy, sorrow, and you can't understand anger and trembling emotion, can you? Doma's colorful eyes narrowed unconsciously. You are very smart. You lie to cover up. In order not to expose your unwavering heart, you pretend to be happy, you pretend to be sad. For you, whether it is a happy thing or a painful and sad mood, you can't feel it in your heart. Are you there? Kochukani gently caressed the Nichiren blades in his hand. In your heart, you are empty and empty. Why did you come to this world? Almost, I saw through the essence of Doma at once. From birth, there is no human emotion, and naturally I can't feel human emotion, but I have been trying hard to experience it. So, try to pretend to be all kinds of emotions. But the inner world is empty, nothing at all. Since this is the case, there is no need to continue playing with you. Then I will devour you. All the emotional color on Doma's face dissipated, and became incomparably indifferent, neither joy nor pain, just like a machine. Kochukani pursed her lips and breathed. Although the more she breathes, the more ice powder she inhales in the air, and the more painful it is, but at this moment, if she stops full concentration breathing, it is impossible for her to last long in Doma's hands in her state. Holds the Nichiren blades. Flowers breath 6 shapes. Whirlpool peach. Nichiren blades waved, and the petals followed, circling between the blades, and slashed towards Doma. Doma watched the scene silently. Weak human beings can only desperately exchange for a short moment of spreading their wings and soaring. It's really sad. It's over. Doma watched indifferently, and raised the fan in his hand. Blood ghost art, weeping snow in the dry garden. Blood ghost art. Snow falling from the dry garden. Doma waved the golden fan blade, and with the wave of the fan blade, set off the frost. In an instant, 9 chains of frost pierced out. The temperature of the air dropped to the freezing point in an instant, and almost in an instant, the flower breath 6 shapes. Whirlpool Peach was destroyed and attacked with a terrifying offensive. The fan blade, as sharp as a blade, attacked Kochokani. It seemed that he wanted to kill the woman in front of him completely. The girl's eyes are firm. Facing the powerful attack, Kochokani didn't have any intention of retreating, and tightly clenched the hilt of his sword. She's going to use her strongest attack. Flower's breath final shaped the vermilion eyes on the other side. The secret meaning of the breath of flowers. Dynamic vision is enhanced to the limit by pressurizing the eyeball, and the movement of surrounding objects in the field of vision will appear sluggish. When using it, due to the overload operation, the eyeball will bleed and stain the sclera, so there will be a risk of blindness. Breathe. Concentrate on breathing. Originally, for a pillar like Connie, it has long been instinctive to concentrate on breathing, but because of Doma's blood ghost technique, now, almost every breath will bring unimaginable pain. So, now she needs to hold her mind to use even the full concentration of breathing. The sword was held tightly. It is necessary to use the flower breath mystery. Just ready to use. A fiery red sword glow suddenly cut across. Clang. Accompanied by intense sparks, the golden fan in Doma's hand was directly chopped off. A figure holding a child suddenly appeared in front of Connie. Under the bamboo hat, a pair of golden eyes glowed with a cold light, and the cloak with Kocho once embroidered by Kochokani rolled in the wind. Long black hair fluttering in the wind. Everything is so familiar. Ghost Slayer's new pillar. Ghost Pillar Sumyu. The figure stood in front of Kochokani, looking at Kochokani in distress. Sumyu's eyes flashed with anger, although he cared, but he didn't say anything about it. Just looking at Connie, said in a low voice, "You are much more embarrassed than I imagined." Kochokani squatted her head, and a little woman who seemed to be injured outside stood behind Sumyu. Although, like Doma, Sumyu is also a ghost, but this ghost Sumyu brings him an unparalleled sense of security. Connie flicked her hair. Her hair was already messed up in the previous battle, and it was covered with dust and mud. It seems that the image is not good. The opposite is 12 Kizuki. The second of the winding, the ghost of ice. Doma, very strong, please be careful. Kochokani whispered a reminder. I know. Sumyu nodded. The most important thing for you now is to take care of yourself. At the same time, he handed over the baby girl in his arms. Please help me to take care of him. I may not be able to get away to take care of her after we fight. Kochokani nodded, took the child from Sumyu's hand, and at the same time, stepped back gracefully like Kocho. The battle below is not his own. This action, was really too careless. With my own strength, I am not the opponent of the second Doma at all. If Sumyu hadn't arrived in time, not only she would die, but those who were protected by her would also die. After Sumyu gave the child to Kochokani, she turned her head. Eyes fell on Doma. 12 Kizuki, winding 2. Doma. When Sumyu's golden eyes fell on Doma's body, Doma's colorful eyes looked up and down Sumyu's body in doubt. From Sumyu's body, he felt an extremely powerful threat, which was almost as strong as Kokushiba, the first string, and Akeza, the third string. But what is certain is that there is no such person in 12 Kizuki. A ghost, choose to protect humans. Doma looked at Sumyu suspiciously, her colorful eyes filled with puzzlement. Shouldn't you be with us to deal with the ghost-killing squad? Sumyu shook her head. I'm here to end you. Doma was slightly taken aback, then smiled. That's interesting. Even Akeza, that arrogant kid, wouldn't dare to say that. Sumyu didn't care about the other party's ridicule. Instead, slowly sheathed the Nichiren blades. Don't use the Nichiren blades. Doma murmured slightly. Accompanied by a murmur, his figure suddenly moved, and in an instant appeared beside the fan that had just been chopped off. He picked up the fan and waved it violently, and the ice crystals rained down profusely. At the same moment, 2 more handballs appeared in Sumyu's hand. Ghost of Handball, Susumaru's handball manipulation. The handball hit like a shell. At the same moment, eyes seemed to flash across Sumyu's palm, and a dark red invisible arrow shot out. The ghost of the arrow pattern, the red and clean arrow that enters the feathers. Not only that. At this moment, Sumyu's whole body seemed to be covered with a metallic light. Devil's Claw, Ghost Eye, Ghost Feet, Ghost Hair. After killing so many ghosts, the abilities of those ghosts suddenly appeared on Sumyu's body. 0, asking for flowers. Not only that, at this moment, Sumyu's mind moved. 2 more people exactly like Sumyu emerged from the ground. Splitting ability, splitting into 2 ghosts with the same strength as the main body. Damn it. Watching the handball hit like a cannonball. A red and clean arrow like an arrow. Overwhelming spider silk. These, aren't Susumaru, Yahuba and the last 5, tired blood ghosts? Why, this kid has it all. The ice crystals from all over the sky hit Sumyu's dark golden body, making a cracking sound, but they couldn't cause any damage to Sumyu. At this moment, his handball attack had already attacked in an instant. This moment. The upper string number 2 in this 12 Kizuki can only escape in embarrassment under so many abilities of his own. Point 0. Perhaps, he could escape at first, but soon, he encountered attacks one after another. If it weren't for the ghost's immortal body and super healing, at this moment, Doma might have died already and couldn't die again. Hateful. Doma touched his cheek, his face was flushed with blood, it was just that the spider silk had just slid across his cheek, directly scratching the flesh on his face. Do you think that you can beat me by relying on blood ghost skills? The colorful eyes looked at Sumyu coldly. These are just side dishes. If I can't even handle the side dishes, I don't need to draw my sword. Although the successive blood ghosts made Doma into a mess, it is not well known. To be able to become 12 Kizuki, there are a few simple tricks. Sure enough, these blood ghosts can't kill Shang Xian. So, Sumyu also withdrew her ability. His hand rested on the hilt of the sword at his waist. A slight trembling came through the scabbard. Then, it's over. Under the black hat, the boy raised his head, and the sword hidden in the sheath flew up. A dragon's voice. Under Doma's disbelieving gaze, a sword passed by, cut off his head. How is it possible? However, Sumyu's sword had already cut off his head. The solar energy contained in the Nichiren blades attacked in an instant, and now, Doma, who has not yet broken through the limit of ghosts, cannot do it at all. Even if his head is chopped off by Nichiren blades, he can still survive. As the black smoke dissipated, this 12 Kizuki's second ice demon died under Sumyu's sword. P.S. Originally, today's goal was 10 chapters, but I'm sorry, I still can't achieve the master. The bodies of 12 Kizuki, Winding 2, Ice Demon, and Doma were gradually invaded by the energy of the Nichiren blade's sun, and gradually turned to ashes like burning paper. As Coach Okani said, since the heart is empty, then why come to this world? Or go back to hell sooner? That's where Doma ends up. Turning around, Coach Okani was looking at him with shocked eyes. It's hard to imagine that in such a short period of time, Sumyu's progress has reached this level. To know his strength the first time I saw him. Now, even 12 Kizuki's number 2, Doma, can be easily killed. An extremely frightening speed of progress. It is conceivable that if it continues, even Kibutsuji Musen may. As soon as this idea appeared, Coach Okani threw it out of his mind. No one in the 570 ghost-killing team would like to see a ghost that is stronger than imagined. Because, once it is a disaster for the world, no one can control it anymore. As for Coach Okani, she doesn't want to think about that. Only, I simply think that Sumyu is a different ghost. And after beheading 12 Kizuki, Winding number 2, and Ice Demon Doma, familiar mechanical voices also sounded in Sumyu's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill an evil spirit, and get a reward, Ice Crystal Powder. Ice Crystal Powder, it can make your own blood highly poisonous, and spread it by freezing your own blood and making it into Ice Crystal Powder. After the ice crystals are sucked into the opponent's lungs, it can make it difficult for them to breathe, and then cause their alveoli to die. Hearing the obtained ability, Sumyu nodded slightly. Before, it was this ability that made Coach Okani fall in love. Otherwise, even if Coach Okani loses to Doma, he can persist for a longer time. It's just that compared with killing 12 Kizuki, the second Doma, the reward of the ability obtained is actually not comparable. Shaking his head, Sumyu didn't think about it, but walked in front of Coach Okani. Although out of the battle in time, Coach Okani is still in poor health because he inhaled too much ice crystal powder. However, to be able to become a pillar, the body's functions are already strong enough, and nothing will happen in a short time. However, timely treatment is still necessary, otherwise there may be any sequelae. I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. Coach Okani's face was quite pale. Sumyu ignored her, but directly took out a firework-like thing from her bosom, and then threw it towards the sky. This is similar to modern communication settings, and it is the communication device used by members of the ghost-killing team to contact the later stage of Hidden. As the Ghost Slayer squad who has fought against Kibutsuji Musen for thousands of years, it has a special post-processing team. Most of these follow-up processing teams are composed of members without swordsmanship ability, responsible for the finishing work after the ghost-killing team fights with ghosts. It didn't take long to wait, and soon, someone rushed over. There are about 10 people in total. Take care of things here, and find a carriage. Sumyu gave direct instructions to the hermit who came. The hermit nodded respectfully, but when he looked at the mess all over the floor, his eyes couldn't help shouting admiration. This time the ghost, I am afraid it will be very difficult to deal with. From the devastated ground around it, it can be seen how fierce the battle was before. The swaddled baby was also handed over to Yin. For this kind of thing, Yin has a proper way to deal with it. The only hope is that this girl can live a good life in the future and not be too deeply affected by this matter. Regarding the news of beheading 12 Kizuki, the second Doma, he also passed it out through the letter crow. It is estimated that it will not be long before the master Yubayashiki Kaguya will see it, and I am afraid that he will be excited for a long time. However, Kibutsuji Musen should have felt something about the death of ghosts like 12 Kizuki and Shangxian number 2. With the character of Kibutsuji Musen, I am afraid that he will hide in the dark again for an unknown period of time. That cautious ghost, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to find his trace. Carrying Coach Okani onto the carriage and putting it away, I could feel a blush suddenly appearing on Connie's pale face as my palm was wrapped around Connie's waist. In the carriage, apart from Sumyu and Hannah Hui, there is also a special Yin who is following along. This yin is a doctor and is responsible for taking care of them all the way. Mew, it's not necessary at all, I'll just stay nearby and heal on the spot. 0. Coach Okani whispered. Mew looked up at the other party. I don't worry about handing you over to them for treatment. Although there are specialized doctors in yin, compared with Kocho Shinobu and Tamayo who are far away in Kocho dance, their medical skills are definitely worse by more than 2 points. It is safer to bring back Kocho dance therapy. Take a good rest, don't think about anything, and control the toxins in your body with peace of mind, he urged. Okay. Coach Okani nodded, closed his eyes, and controlled the kuso in his body with peace of mind. The carriage was driving at a very fast speed, and the road would occasionally bump. Mew hesitated for a moment, and sat next to Coach Okani. Coach Okani, who was closing his eyes to calmly control the breath and toxins in his body, opened his eyes involuntarily. Leaning by my side, the road is bumpy. Mew said to Coach Okani. Okay. Coach Okani hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded a little shyly, moving his body closer to Mew, turning his head to the side, and resting slowly on Mew's arm. This section of the journey is getting more and more difficult, tossing and turning, looking at Connie who is controlling her breathing while trying to prevent her from falling. Mew stretches out her hand domineeringly, holding Connie's shoulders, letting her lie on her shoulders on the legs. Connie struggled slightly, but Mew's big hand had already pressed 5.5 on her shoulder. Knowing that struggling was useless, Connie blushed slightly with embarrassment. Simply, don't care about anything, just close your eyes with peace of mind, use Mew's thigh as a pillow, and breathe with peace of mind. All the way in silence. On the carriage, the following yin tactfully went to a corner of the carriage, leaving space for the two of them. Even if the carriage was bumpy, Mew still firmly controlled her body, using her body as a buffer, so that Connie would not suffer any bumps. The carriage is still running normally. Connie was like this, closing her eyes, breathing quietly, concentrating on the toxins in her body as a fighting fish. The girl was wearing a tight-fitting Ghost Slayer squad uniform, and she quietly closed her eyes. The curves are soft, slender, and pure. Very gentle woman. Upon receiving the news of her sister's injury, Kocho Shinobu's face turned pale with fright. When her sister Kocho Kani arrived at Kocho's house, she anxiously began to check on her sister. I'm fine, just a little hurt. Kocho Kani whispered. What's all right? Sister, your blood is now soaked with toxins. If you don't treat it properly, you will have serious problems. Kocho Shinobu put his hands on his hips and reprimanded his sister. How can such an injury be called nothing? As far as Kocho Shinobu is concerned, she is already a relative of her elder sister, if something really happens to her elder sister. For Kocho Shinobu, it was nothing like the sky falling. And also, Kocho Shinobu suddenly raised his head and looked at Mew. Mew was stunned for a moment. Obviously he didn't expect Kocho Shinobu to draw his anger on him all of a sudden. He didn't do anything. If he didn't appear in time, Kocho Kani might have died. You know that your sister is in danger. Why don't you hurry up to protect her, and let her suffer such a serious injury? 02. Kocho Shinobu beat Mew's chest with his small fist. The small fist is not heavy, it looks soft, although it is said so. It is obvious that Kocho Shinobu is just venting the grievance in his heart. Although being treated as a punching bag made Mew a little depressed, but seeing the look of forbearance at the moment, he subconsciously regarded him as a family member, which made him a little happy again. In a way, the husband is also a family member, isn't he? Only in front of family members would one be so unreasonable, unscrupulous, and unreasonable. Jin, don't mess around. It was Mew who arrived in time to save me. He is my sister's savior. How could Jin blame him? The gentle Kocho Kani looked at the mischievous younger sister, and also got a little angry. The action this time was caused by her carelessness. When she got the news from 12 Kizuki and Doma, she should have reported the situation and waited for the rescuers to come. I couldn't bear it. If Mew hadn't appeared in time, not only the person who should be saved would not have been saved, but even himself might have been ruined. Humph. Kocho Shinobu gave Mew a heavy hum with his small nose. Instead of punching Mew's body, he ran in front of his sister and began to treat her injury, while muttering incessantly, Sister, those are all what he should do. What to do? Kocho Kani frowned tightly, her own sister, increasingly confused. Mew has nothing to do with what other people should do. Sister, why do you say that? Kocho Kani blamed herself a little in her heart. Over the years, she had really neglected her younger sister. How could she say such cold words? Looking at the sister who seemed really angry, Kocho Shinobu couldn't help sticking out his tongue. It's okay, sister. From now on, I'll leave it to him to do any heavy or rough work. After finishing speaking, Kocho Shinobu turned his head and said fiercely to Mew who was standing there, Is that so? Well, that's right. Mew nodded. At the same time, the golden eyes glared fiercely at Kocho Shinobu's slender body. Now the fierce makes Nin proud. It's for Nin face. Wait until one night. Find time. Kocho Shinobu is already hers anyway, isn't she? Oh, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. My sister, let go, let go. My sister knows I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Just when Kocho Shinobu was still proud, Connie's little hand had directly grabbed Kocho Shinobu's little ear. Immediately, it was as if the ren and do secondary veins of this smug little female cat were pinched. Quickly apologize to Mew. Kocho Kani frowned and reprimanded his sister. Connie, you don't need to apologize. Mew said hastily. Mew, you don't have to say good things for your sister. Forbearance is fine if you play around. Now, you can't even tell the basics of right from wrong. The Sun Yukani has saved your life, and your sister treats Mew like this. It really makes Mew see a joke. It's all a family. What kind of favors are they talking about? Sumyu shook her head. Family. Coach Yukani was stunned. When did she and Sumyu become a family? Could it be? As if thinking of something, Coach Yukani couldn't help but blushed. For Coach Yukani, she can feel the scorching eyes of Mew usually looking at her. Sometimes, Mew would even say some blush words to her. After a long time of contact, I thought that the character of Mew was like this. So he didn't take Sumyu's words seriously. But every time Sumyu looked at her some jokes, or occasionally said some inexplicable words. Although they were just simple words, those words were inexplicably sweet and greasy. Could it be, the other party really likes me? His face was flushed. But Coach Yoshinobu next to him took the opportunity to get rid of his sister, and looked at Sumyu with blushing purple eyes. She naturally knew what Mew meant. Since the night before Mew went to save her sister, she was bullied. It's this bad guy. Sister, don't think so much. I'll take care of the injuries in my body for my sister. Coach Yoshinobu hastily started to treat her sister's injury. Okay. Coach Okani nodded, and when he was about to educate his sister, he quickly. An exception was found. The younger sister's temperament seems to have changed. She is the most concerned about and familiar with Coach Okani, who can hardly hide anything about her younger sister from her elder sister. For some changes in her sister, she can naturally feel it clearly. Although the change in temperament is very vague, it is impossible to describe the 750, but it does exist. In the past, my younger sister's temperament was serious, but in front of me, she would become like a child again, but overall, she was still a lively young girl. But now, obviously different. This kind of temperament is only possessed by those women who have been married before. I hadn't noticed it just now, but this time I noticed it, which immediately made Coach Chana feel troubled. Don't let your own sister be coaxed by someone, and then give herself out just like that. Sister, in the future, if you have any troublesome things, you will leave them to Mew. If you leave it to him, you don't have to worry about him. He is just a cow, and he will work hard without complaint. Coach Yoshinobu glanced sideways at Sumyu, his face flushed slightly. Looking at the younger sister's attitude towards Sumyu at the moment, I think of the family that Sumyu just mentioned. Everything seemed to be clear at once. Sister and Mew have already. Although Mew is a ghost who likes to say things that make girls blush, but after getting in touch these days, he also understands that the other party is a very reliable and gentle ghost. And the younger sister has a detached personality. I am afraid that only a man like Mew will not be bullied. She should have been happy for her sister, but for some reason, she felt a sense of loss. It's like something that should belong to you in your heart, but it's taken away by others. There is a feeling of emptiness. Coach Yoshinobu took his sister to the room for treatment. Although Coach Okani repeatedly stated that his illness was fine, but for Coach Yoshinobu, who regarded his sister as bigger than the sky, even a small injury could be a big deal. How could you listen to your sister? His eyes followed the leaving back of the Coach's sisters, while Sumyu's eyes fell on his own sword. Unknowingly, when I came to this world, from Xiren to now, I have been deeply concerned about her. Obviously he is selfish, only fighting for his own survival. But, unknowingly, the deeper the concern, the more difficult it is to let go of some things. Unknowingly, there is a kind of protection in my heart, what protection cares about. There is also an extra responsibility. Responsibility means burden. He is not a person of this world. He should be free from this world, but he has an extra burden, which means that there are more constant connections. It seems that it is not worthwhile. Things. In fact, it could have been ignored. Sometimes, knowing clearly that one's identity as a ghost will make the ghost-killing team suspicious, and clearly joining the ghost-killing team as a ghost is really thankless. But, joined anyway. I feel that everyone trusts me, so, I don't know why, I don't want to see the eyes of the other party who is disappointed in me, even if there will be no disappointed eyes. He also didn't want to disappoint these girls' expectations of him. Tsuyuri Kanao, Makomo, Coach Yoshinobu, Coach Okani. As his position in their hearts became deeper and deeper, why not his fetters to them? I think. I probably can't get rid of it. Sumyu looked at the sky and lightly pressed the hilt of his sword. He could feel the trust and trust of Tsuyuri Kanao, Makomo, Coach Yoshinobu, and Coach Okani in his heart. If there is something that endangers their existence, even at the risk of their lives. In the past, when I was watching anime, I didn't quite understand the existence of bond. It felt like it was a very vague existence. But now, it is becoming clearer. It's really stupid stuff, isn't it? He raised his head, but tightly held the hilt of his sword with his hand. It's obvious that you can have no weaknesses, but because of this, you have more weaknesses. It's really stupid, isn't it? But for some reason, I was probably the kind of stupid person. There is no way to change it. Don't want to change for that either. Breathe. Concentrate on breathing. With his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, his mind was ethereal. But at this moment, the connection between himself and the sword is getting closer. Although it is just an ordinary Nichiren blades, at this moment, it seems to be full of spirituality, just like the battle with 12 Kizuki. Sword art? It doesn't feel like it. The art of controlling the sword is dominated by the will of the person, and the sword moves according to the will of the owner. Killing people thousands of miles away is invisible. And but it is the sword that dominates. Once you really want. So, the sword will then be unsheathed. When the sword comes out, blood must be drunk. If you don't drink, your sword will be ruined. It's an uncontrollable feeling. After the sword is released, all results are no longer under my control. This feeling of being out of control made him a little unhappy. As if sensing the master's emotions, the Nichiren blades around his waist also seemed to make soft chirping sounds. Obviously just ordinary Nichiren blades, but like a talking child. Constantly competing for favor with the master. At the same time, also aggrieved to explain. The so-called sword must drink blood. It means that the moment the sword is drawn, the sword will respond to the owner's intention. In fact, it also follows the master's will. Shaking his head, he no longer thought about these things, but his mind was empty, and he began to practice swords by himself. Hundreds of years ago, Ji Kuyuan could make 1,500 effective slashes in 1 second. Well, the same, he can do it too. Ji Guoyuanyi is a person who only appeared in thousands of years. He is a person comparable to the reincarnation of God and Buddha. Ji Kuyuan deserves to be the ceiling of Demon Slayer's world combat power, and it seems to be an existence that cannot be caught up. But, Sumyu exhaled slowly. He is not an ordinary existence, is he? Ji Kuyuan is an existence comparable to the reincarnation of gods and Buddhas, but he is also a ghost-like existence, isn't he? When the thoughts are together, the thoughts are immediately accessible. Ji Guoyuanyi is not a height that he cannot reach. It is not impossible for him to slash 1,500 effective slashes in 1 second. Then, Rajiri starts with 1,500 effective slashes per second. Although it takes a long time to practice to do this is the way to go, isn't it? Come to the empty courtyard. Sumyu concentrated her mind and started her journey of drawing the sword. How to make your sword faster, faster, faster. There is no doubt that it is most suitable to practice drawing a sword and chopping. A sword in an instant, only fight for a haircut. Choke. The blade was pulled out from the scabbard, cut through the air, and cut forward. The speed is so fast that it is almost impossible for the naked eye to catch it. And what is fast is not only the speed, but also his own strength and energy are all integrated into this sword in that moment of slashing, not just an ethereal sword. It is a sword that contains extremely powerful lethality. With a sword cut, the air seemed to be cut through at this moment. Boom. The result was that the hard rocky ground was cut into deep ravines by his sword. Such a powerful sword, even if the aftermath spread, would break the surrounding trees. Hold your breath and continue to practice. Faster, faster, faster. Trying to break through one's own limit, and then break through one's own, limit, to reach a new height. Ghosts have endless history. It can let him squander his physical strength wantonly. If it is a human, I am afraid that after one strike, it will be exhausted due to physical strength. As for ghosts, there is no need to worry about these. Although he would be out of breath after a sword strike, but soon, thanks to the ghost's almost infinite physical strength, he would recover in an instant. Continue to practice killing. Although benefiting from the characteristics of ghosts, he can recover faster, but also because of the characteristics of ghosts, it makes him more tired. With uninterrupted practice 24 hours a day, progress is naturally obvious. Sunrise and sunset. He kept practicing his sword, and within a second, he could make more and more effective cuts. As far as he is concerned, it is only a matter of time before he catches up with and surpasses Ji Kuyuan's 1,500 effective slashes per second. He believes that it will not be too far to catch up with Shangji Kuyuan for a while. Sumyu beheaded 12 Kizuki. The news of the second winding soon reached Yubayashiki Kaguya, the lord. The moment he received the letter, Yubayashiki Kaguya couldn't believe it. Perhaps, he wouldn't be too surprised to kill the lower string in 12 Kizuki. But winding, it is really unbelievable. The Demon Slayer squad has been established for so many years, and the number of times it has killed 12 Kizuki is almost very small. Even if it was killed that time in history, for the ghost-killing team, it still paid a heavy price. But, now, the news I got was that there was no price paid. The only price was that style coach Okani suffered some injuries. Incredible. But after a brief disbelief, the rest is extremely excited. It's an almost historic moment for the Ghost Slayers, which means that now things are finally changing between the Ghost Slayers and Ghost Dancer Musen. Everything is completely coming towards him. Cough cough cough. Holding the envelope, I couldn't help coughing excitedly. Father. Yubayashiki Kiriya looked at his father Yubayashiki Kaguya worriedly, because his father was bleeding when he coughed. This means that the father's condition is serious again. Yubayashiki Kaguya waved to his son, indicating that he was fine. Taking steps, he came to the window with difficulty, pushed the window open, and let the warm sunlight of 707 shine on his body. Even if the eyes are no longer visible, but at this moment, Yubayashiki Kaguya's white eyes seem to be rippling the whole world. In our generation, Musen will definitely be defeated. Kibutsuji Musen is a stain on our clan. Finally, I finally see hope. Constantly murmuring. His fists were clenched unconsciously. Crack. In a dark basement, there was the sound of bones shattering from clenched fists. A man in black Western-style clothing and a white cap clenched his fists. The flesh and blood on the nails were deeply pierced into the flesh and blood, and strands of dark red blood continued to flow. The man was unaware of this. Damn it. When 12 Kizuki. Winding number 2. Doma died, he already felt it. heart, filled with thick anger, but fear. At this moment, he seemed to recall the battle hundreds of years ago. That person is called Ji Guo Yuanyi. Recalling his questioning to himself, what do you take human life for? Then, he swung down the sun-like sword that was still echoing in the shadow of his heart. I must find the blue bana flower as soon as possible, only in this way, I will become a perfect creature. And before, just lurk for now. For a perfect creature like him, with an almost infinite life, the short twists and turns are nothing to him. It's just, I still feel very annoyed. Be patient for now. Wind Pillar Shinazugawa Sanamai was already shocked when he was tired of getting Sumyu to kill the next string so quickly. Also, very annoying. Because, he had a bet with Sumyu before, and he was very unwilling and annoyed when he thought that he would have to kneel down and kowtow to Sumyu the next time they met. He didn't think of a solution for a while, but when he thought about it, he tried his best to find a 12 Kizuki for a while, and tried to kill it. Then, the next time we meet, he will use this as a reason to find some for himself. Face. But now, with the news that Sumyu beheaded 12 Kizuki. First string 2, Doma, Shinazugawa Sanamai felt completely hopeless. As a pillar, and also as a pillar who once fought against 12 Kizuki, Wind Column Shinazugawa Sanamai naturally knows the horror of 12 Kizuki, especially the top string in 12 Kizuki, which is completely unmatched by the bottom string. When Sumyu killed 12 Kizuki, when he was tired, he was still a little unconvinced, but after beheading 12 Kizuki, I just hope that we meet later next time, otherwise. The thought of kneeling and kowtowing to a ghost 3 times made him feel a little hot. That's really embarrassing, but, although he was unwilling this time, he was not, ACDC, unconvinced. As for repenting, for him, it is something that does not exist, since it is promised, it is something that must be done. In a courtyard, a young man was looking helplessly at his drunken father, who was drinking wine. The young man had blonde hair. At this moment, standing under the sun, he was shining with a fiery light, as dazzling as the sun. This young man is none other than Yenzu Rengoku Kyujura, and the father in front of him, who is drinking wine, is Rengoku Kyujura's father, former Yenzu Rengoku Mojura. Suddenly, as if feeling something, Rengoku Kyujura stretched out his hand, and a raven landed on his arm. When Rengoku Kyujura read the letter, his dark eyebrows raised unconsciously. That brat beheaded 12 Kizuki. Winding too. Doma, it's really amazing. Father, father. Rengoku Kyujura shouted to his father excitedly. Rengoku Mojuro looked at his son coldly. Don't tell me about the Demon Slayer squad again. It's really boring to me, and we, father and son, will never be able to achieve great things. In the past, even if Rengoku Kyujura refused to accept what his father said, he didn't know how to refute it, but now, Ghost Pillar has already beheaded 12 Kizuki. 12 Kizuki. Doma. As soon as the news reached the ears of former Yenzu Rengoku Mojura, this person who hadn't taken it seriously just now suddenly stood up. Although because of his wife's affairs, he was disheartened and no longer asked about the ghost-killing squad, but for existences like 12 Kizuki, the second of the first string, it is impossible for him, the former flame pillar, not to know. Kabutsuji Musen, is not invincible. Rengoku Kyujura said excitedly, today, since I can kill 12 Kizuki, the second on the string. Doma, next time, I can kill the first on the string, and next time, it will be Kabutsuji. Up. Rengoku Kyujura's body is as confident as his golden fiery red hair, burning like fire. What Ghost Pillar can do, we can do the same. At this moment, Rengoku Kyujura clenched his fists. Today's weather is pretty good. Tokaido Muchiro, who is a Zaizu, just looked at the sky boredly after receiving the news that Ghost Pillar killed the second Doma. Lord Ghost Pillar, you are really strong, you are such a wonderful boy. Love Pillar Kenroji Mitsurai got the news, his eyes lit up, his cheeks blushed unknowingly, his big light green eyes unconsciously looked at Nezuko who was practicing breathing in the distance. It's no wonder that my apprentice respects Master Ghost Pillar so much. Master Ghost Pillar, you are really outstanding. No matter what the pillar or other people who got the news thought, at this moment Sumyu was pressing the hilt of his sword with his right hand, staring at the old man wearing a Tengo mask in front of him with scorching eyes. Want to play a game? He looked at each other. Water column Urokadaki Seikanji did not know when he appeared in front of Sumyu. This man wearing a Tengo mask and blue clothes is Makomo's master. The last time he fought was when he left Zioa Mountain, and that time he fought against him. However, that time his strength hadn't reached the level where the opponent could really use his sword. The opponent also only used a tree branch to fight him. But even if it was a branch, that battle left a big impression on him. It can be said that water column Urokadaka Seikanji is the most powerful pillar after rock column Haimjimakume, or not weaker than rock column. After all, the two have never fought against each other. At this moment, Urokadaka Seikanji looked at him sharply with eyes like eagle eyes. The silver moon hangs high, and his slender figure exudes an extremely powerful aura at this moment. Ho ho, do you want to fight? Sumyu looked at the other party with some scorching eyes. He still had a fresh memory of the last battle. Under the Tengo mask, Urokadaka Seikanji's gaze looks up and down Sumyu. Your progress is simply beyond imagination. Just now, he caught a glimpse of Sumyu's practice. Even he was shocked by the speed of the sword. Want to have a competition? Sumyu asked persistently. Since you are going to fight, the old man will accompany you. Urokadaka Seikanji smiled, came to a tree, used his hand as a sword, and cut off a branch. The old man stood there quietly. Thin, straight body. Although he was only holding a branch, there was an extremely powerful aura exuding from his body. Seeing all this, Sumyu just shook his head. The me now, you take the branch, I can't deal with it anymore. Sumyu shook his head, take the sword. It is good. Urokadaka Seikanji was not sloppy, he threw away the branch and put his hands on his waist. Choke. The cold sword edge was unsheathed, and with the moonlight shining, it shone with a water-cooled sneer. It's been a long time since the old man has almost half-retired in Zioa Mountain. The old palm caressed the blade, Urokadaka Seikanji's eyes were full of nostalgia. Today, I will let this old man experience how advanced the person who is admired by my apprentice Makomo has reached. The voice did not fall. His old figure disappeared in an instant. There is no need to say hello when fighting against masters of their level. In the next second, the figure of Urokadaka Seikanji appeared in front of Sumyu. Water breathing one shape. Water surface slash. Quickly swung the knife to launch a straight slash from the plane, although it was only one blow, it was amazingly powerful. For ordinary people, it is almost difficult to react. If his own strength is still at the level of the last time he played against Urokadaka Seikanji, it will be absolutely difficult for him to react at this moment. But now, not anymore. Sumyu raised his sword and wiped it, and met the incoming sword. Clang. The metal-like, strong agitating sound echoed throughout the Kocho house like a bell in the morning and a drum in the evening. In an instant, from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, there are lingering crisp sounds. Hearing the sound, many people couldn't help rushing over. Among them, the fastest is Makomo. When Makomo rushed over, he saw two figures constantly fighting. One is my master Urokadaka Seikanji, and the other is Majiang. Feeling a little confused, she didn't know who to cheer for. She could feel that the two of them were just discussing each other. But the scene of the battle still gave her a feeling of fright, and if she was not careful, she would be facing life and death. The two figures meet in the air. Water breath two types. Water wheel. Urokadaka Seikanji's body somersaulted for a circle, and then issued a circular slash. From above to below, the momentum is like a broken bamboo. Breath of the sun one shape. Round dance. Sumyu slashed forward without any hesitation in an arc entwined with flames. The two swords touched again in the air. When swords touch, they all send out deafening shields. When the sword touches, both of them are separated. Sumyu's face was still calm, but Urokadaka Seikanji was already panting slightly. He is old after all. Do you want to take a break? Sumyu frowned and looked at each other. Isn't it time for the old man to rest? Kid, don't underestimate the old man. Water-breathing Nagiev picking up one. In an instant, the old man Urokadaka Seikanji seemed to enter a state of tranquility and stillness. Any sword that Sumyu cut over seemed to be ineffective for him at this moment. It's such a powerful shape. Sumyu watched, eyes widening. And at this moment, Urokadaka Seikanji opened his eyes suddenly, and the Tengo mask he was wearing exploded instantly. Shua. Water breath 9 shapes. Water spray. In an instant, it was the sound of a sword cutting through the air. The speed of his sword is only in the blink of an eye. The attack came in an instant. Choke. Sumyu raised his sword and wiped it, but blocked it abruptly. It can be said that the strongest technique was blocked. And at this moment, Sumyu suddenly raised her eyes. The sword came out like a dragon, and in an instant, the wind and thunder rose. Another sword slashed out, like a meteor falling, but it landed on Urokadaka Seikanji's breath of water Zei Nagi in an instant, breaking Urokadaka Seikanji's state of tranquility and still water in an instant. Lin Taki's eyes widened, but his reaction was not slow, and he retreated instantly. But, next moment, the world seemed to be filled with light at once. A sword as fast as the ultimate. In an instant, 493 swords were drunk. The sword fell to the top of Urokadaka Seikanji's head, and the sword glanced at the vital parts of Urokadaka Seikanji's body. Urokadaka Seikanji raised his sword and resisted. But it can only block 323. The remaining swords are unstoppable. 0. Ask for flowers. Hanging hands, falling, sighing slightly. I lost? The sword in Urokadaka Seikanji's hand had already been blown away, and there was a trace of desolation on his face. He is old. Ahem. Unconsciously spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. Obviously suffered some injuries. After all, even though you kept your hand just now, but involving their level, damage can be caused by a tiny bit. Obviously, Sumyu hasn't been able to do whatever he wants. Inevitably hurt Urokadaka Seikanji. Master, are you okay? Makomo, who was watching the battle, was also taken aback. He hurried over and helped the master up. Looking at his apprentice, there is a touch of tenderness in Urokadaka Seikanji's eyes, in his heart, like Sabito, like Makomo, they are all treated like sons and daughters. Makomo, this is your choice. In the future, if you are bullied by him, I can't help you. Looking at Makomo with a worried face, Urokadaka Seikanji waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, and said with a smile. In a word, Makomo's delicate face couldn't help but flushed, and the small face couldn't help but look towards Sumyu. The little foot couldn't help stomping on the ground. Master, what are you talking about? Haha. Urokadaka Seikanji couldn't help laughing, then looked at Sumyu. Is there any wine? Although Sumyu doesn't drink alcohol, she knows where to find alcohol. Senior, wait a moment. After Sumyu said something, his figure disappeared in an instant, and the next moment, when he reappeared, he already had a jug of wine in his hand. Taking the jug, Scale took a sip of his spirit recently. Then he handed over the jug. Sumyu hesitated for a moment, but still took a big gulp. For a person who rarely drinks alcohol, it was a bit spicy, but suddenly there was a surge of pride in his heart. Seeing all this, Urokodake Seikanji couldn't help laughing happily, but after laughing, his eyes suddenly became dignified and serious. Sumyu. Urokodake Seikanji spoke seriously. Sumyu looked up in surprise. If, one day, I find out that you have dared to defeat my apprentice, even if I, Urokodake Seikanji, lose to you, I will do my best to uphold justice for my apprentice. Sumyu froze for a moment, and couldn't help looking at Makomo. Makomo's face was already red at this moment, and he was very shy in his heart. He didn't expect the master to say such words suddenly. This moved her heart very much. For her and Jingto, who were orphans since childhood, they have already regarded Urokodake Seikanji as their father. Today, these words of Urokodake Seikanji are clearly a father who entrusts himself to Sumyu. There won't be a day like that. Sumyu nodded and said seriously. So, I am also relieved. Urokodake Seikanji nodded, took over the jug at the same time, took a big gulp, and broke the jug after drinking it all. Today, I had a great time, I drank your wine. The implication is that Makomo will be handed over to him in the future, hoping that he will treat him well. Urokodake Seikanji discussed some issues with Sumyu again and left. With the departure of Urokodake Seikanji, there is only Makomo who is a bit awkward. These audiences are still immersed in the dreamlike battle between the two just now, and they haven't recalled it for a long time. Sumyu walked up to Makomo naturally. Makomo, the thing that Ryodaka-senpai mentioned just now. Before Sumyu finished speaking, Makomo's face was flushed red, her little head turned away shyly, and her white hands unconsciously grabbed her dress. Don't think that you are flattering, master, I just want to did you. He lowered his head subconsciously, looking at his toes. It can be seen that the girl's small and white ears are already full of red. Looking at Makomo's state at the moment, Sumyu still doesn't know what Makomo is thinking. 623. Only. Because there are still many people on the field, so, appear. Very shy, very embarrassing. It's normal for a girl to have a thin skin, let alone a shy girl like Makomo. Anyway, what Senior Linlong meant was that he would leave Makomo to me to take care of him with more peace of mind. Makomo. Makomo hasn't agreed yet. Makomo blushed and muttered in her small mouth. It doesn't matter what Makomo wants or anything. Sumyu stretched out his hand directly, and grabbed Makomo's tender little hand. Anyway, in my heart, you are already mine. Whoever wants to rob Makomo from me, first ask my sword whether I agree or not, he said domineeringly. The golden eyes were unconsciously glinting sharply. Now, whoever dares to rob Makomo from him will cut him down with a sword. In front of so many people, being held by Sumyu's small hands, and being said such domineering words by Mujong, Makomo felt a little hot on the skin, and some wanted to break free, but he was a little bit reluctant. Moreover, Makomo also has his own little thoughts. In front of so many people, such a state of intimacy is just right to declare one's sovereignty. But Makomo knows that in this Kocho house, there is a pair of shameless little vixens who hook up with Mujong every day. Yes, we are talking about the Kocho sisters. As for the Tsuyuri Kanao girl, Makomo never cared about it. After all, Kanao didn't look too threatening. How can you be so overbearing? Makomo muttered in a low voice of dissatisfaction. Deep down in his heart, he was full of joy, raised his head unconsciously, and blinked his eyes. Bullying people by force will not end well. Makomo squinted his good-looking eyes and seemed to be talking about people, but in fact, it seemed more like a spoiled child. And Makomo with this appearance is really cute. It made him want to hold this lovely girl in his arms. He just wanted to hold this cute and explosive Makomo in his arms, but when his eyes looked into the distance, he looked gloomy and looked like a woman with black hair all over his body, and his body froze involuntarily. Kocho Shinobu came over at some point. At this moment, Kocho Shinobu looked at Makomo and Sumyu's intimate appearance. Almost all the anger and sourness in his heart overflowed from his beautiful eyes. At this moment, she clenched her fist tightly, wishing to use the special wisteria poison to poison the shameless little vixen next to Sumyu who likes to wear a fox mask to death. Sumyu raised the hand that wanted to hug Makomo and just froze in place. At this moment, Makomo didn't see Kocho Shinobu coming because his back was facing Kocho Shinobu. At this moment, he was shyly waiting for someone's hug. Kocho Shinobu stared at Sumyu's outstretched hand with a pair of beautiful eyes, and those eyes looking at Sumyu were full of warnings, as well as full of killing intent. But, in the end, Sumyu's hand still hugged Makomo naturally, and hugged him in his arms. Sumyu naturally knew that at this time, anything she did was wrong, and she had already offended Kocho Shinobu to the death. Therefore, when choosing to owe 10 yuan or 10,000 yuan, in essence, there is no difference. They are all owed money, just like at this moment, to make Kocho Shinobu angry, whether to be angry a little bit, or to be angry a lot, in essence, it is a foregone conclusion that Kocho Shinobu will be angry. It can no longer be changed. However, although she took care of Makomo, looking at Kocho Shinobu's murderous eyes made Sumyu's scalp tingle. Especially Kocho Shinobu's eyes that seemed to eat people made him afraid to look directly at him. Unlike Makomo's personality, Coach Shinobu has a bad temper, and he is notoriously a black-bellied master. Gently patted Makomo's soft back, and whispered in Makomo's ear, "Makomo-chan, wait for a while." Makomo froze for a moment, raised his head unconsciously, and followed Sumyu's gaze. Soon, I saw that certain woman staring with dead fish eyes. The eyes are so big, is she really afraid to be Makomo? He straightened his chest and looked at him without hesitation. The gazes of the two young girls met in the air, full of shadows of swords and swords. The people who came to watch 4 weeks ago, even if they realized something later, they still felt that something was wrong, and they couldn't help but look at Sumyu with pity. Those who were envious of Sumyu before are now full of sympathy. Offended Miss Coach Shinobu, do you still want to live? You deserve it, no matter who tells you to flirt with Makomo, even Coach Shinobu, not a single beauty is spared, that's really overbearing. Generally, people who are too domineering will not end well. Letting go of Makomo, Sumyu strode towards Coach Shinobu. But at this moment, every time she took a step, Sumyu felt as if she was wearing shackles under her feet. The shackles were very heavy as 1,000 caddies. Moving his feet, he walked towards Coach Shinobu with difficulty. Since you are too greedy, you have to bear the consequences of greed. Isn't it the Shura field? Ajid. He's not even afraid of Kibutsuji Muzan, he's afraid of mere little women. Although he would rather fight Kibutsuji Muzan than deal with the little woman. When I came to Coach Shinobu, I looked at this lovely, beautiful, and eye-catching woman, but at this moment, she revealed an extremely powerful, full of sinister and evil spirits. Legs are a little soft. Ninja is here too? How is your sister's injury? Is there nothing wrong? 3.8. He asked with some concern. He knew that Coach Shinobu cared about her sister most. Listening to Sumyu's inquiry, Coach Shinobu's mood at the moment is also very complicated, wishing to bite the big BD to death with his teeth, but, if he really wants to bite him to death, he is reluctant. However, thinking of committing to this person only 2 days ago, I also made plans to become sisters with Kanao, but I didn't expect this big BD to be so dissatisfied, and flirting with other girls. For a moment, my heart was full of grievances. Looking at this big BD with purple eyes, he didn't say anything, but those purple eyes were full of grievances. Sumyu still wanted to wait for Coach Shinobu to reply, because she was ready to be beaten up by Fatty. But looking at a small face full of grievances, there is a strong Coach Shinobu. It feels like things are a little bit out of control, a little bit out of control. As a novice, he still wants to be a veteran driver, which is a bit too immature. Coach Shinobu stared at him with eyes full of grievance and anger, and did not speak. Just be silent. Everything is stiff at the moment. The environment is also silent at this moment. If it continues like this, the situation will get worse and worse under the background of the bad atmosphere. Can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, maybe Coach Shinobu will really explode. Knowing this, although he felt a huge headache, he still stretched out his hand, and gently hugged Coach Shinobu in his arms. Hiss. Those who saw this scene couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. You read that right. He just hugged Makomo just now, and already made Coach Shinobu angry. Now, wouldn't he want to make Makomo angry by hugging Coach Shinobu again? It's hard enough to offend one. Both were offended at once. I'm afraid I'm going to be hammered to death. However, I have to say that although this embrace, it relieved Coach Shinobu's outburst emotions at once, and made Coach Shinobu's full of grievances and anger firmly vented in this embrace. Emotions are relieved. Feeling this, Sumyu also breathed a sigh of relief. 02 But at the same moment, he felt a chill running down his spine. No need to think. Makomo should have narrowed her beautiful eyes at this moment. I can already imagine Makomo biting his white and tender teeth, and his fierce eyes. After hugging for a while, Sumyu corrected Coach Shinobu's figure, and stared at Coach Shinobu's purple eyes with golden eyes. Your sister, is your health better? For Coach Shinobu, the most important thing is his sister. This time, against Doma and Coach Kani, although there is no serious injury, they also suffered serious injuries. With me here, I'm sure it'll be fine, not to mention Ms. Tamayo helping me. There was still resentment in Coach Shinobu's tone. Obviously, the sourness was still there. That's good, that's good. Sumyu smiled, turned her head involuntarily, and saw Makomo's faintly narrowed eyes. Her eyelids twitched. Turning his head hastily, he saw Coach Shinobu's fierce purple eyes again. Tangled in between. Uncomfortable. Want to cry. What should I do? Waiting online, a little urgent. Of course, these are just some small complaints in my heart. Although I am flustered in my heart, I am quite calm on the surface. After all, he was determined to be a veteran driver. How could he be hit by a little difficulty in front of him? Although he was committed to being an old driver, it was obvious that his driving skills were too bad, and the situation in front of him was out of his control. The mountain road full of twists and turns is no longer something he, a novice driver, can control. But there is one thing that Sumyu understands very well. That is, if he continues to appear here, the eyes of the two people will definitely focus on him alone. Even focus on him. Involuntarily took a step back to the side. Okay. Pretentiously, he continued to practice swords. Leave the battlefield to Makomo and Coach Shinobu. You tear each other up. I cringe. Sure enough, after he pretended to start practicing swords, Makomo and Coach Shinobu's gazes also met in the air without Sumyu's cover. The corner of Makomo's mouth is outlined with a fox mask on her head. Just now, she has a master, water pillar Urokadaka Seikanji, to support her. And what does this little fox have, relying on her sister? Coach Yoshinobu's purple eyes are also looking at Makomo coldly. This little fox, relying on his own beauty, started to hook up with his own man? Could it be that she didn't know that I have already committed it a few days ago? Eyes interlaced in the air, intense sparks seemed to flicker in the air. Makomo vs Coach Yoshinobu. Swords and swords between little women. The prelude to the battle began. Even if the people around are far apart, they can faintly feel the chilly atmosphere in the air. Both are the daughters of heaven. One is the disciple of Urokadaka Seikanji, the water pillar, and the other is the sister of Kochokani, the flower pillar. In terms of appearance, each has its own merits. In terms of age, there is no difference. Really hard to tell. But now, two such excellent girls are about to fight because of one person. Do not. It was because a ghost was about to fight. I am envious of Sumyu being liked by two women at the same time, and I am also secretly sorry. It's so pitiful. I think of myself and others. If they get mixed up, I'm afraid I'm at a loss. That ghost still has the mood to practice swords there. His mentality is really admirable. Of course, what they don't know is, now, Sumyu was in a panic. If the two really tore each other apart, who should he help? No matter who you help, it is not a good choice. But seeing that the two are really torn apart, it must not be left alone. Worry? The gazes of Makomo and Coach Yoshinobu kept clashing in the air. Although they were speechless, they were already accompanied by swords and swords. Some people have already begun to expect the two women to tear each other apart. Better fight. Such a cute girl, if you tear it up, it must look good. Their eyes had long ignored Sumyu, who was pretending to be practicing sword. Coach Yoshinobu was already furious in his heart. It was unforgivable for this little vixen to seduce another man. If she hadn't been concerned about her own image, she would have tore up this little BCH thousands of times now. The same is true for Makomo. It was the first time she was tearing each other up with another woman because of a man. Moreover, I can feel that the surrounding eyes are all focused on her, especially the little BCH opposite. Those vixen-like purple eyes have already begun to provoke her. Are you going to let yourself go first? Some eager to try. But, immediately, Makomo felt the gazes of the people around him, and could clearly feel the expectations of the people around him, waiting to see a joke. If he went first, wouldn't it be the wish of this little BCH? What's more, Mujong has made a promise to her just now, and in the future, she has to take care of herself. Hehe. This little BCH, 830 relies on his own beauty, but he will definitely not get Mujiang's promise. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a little complacent. Obviously, Makomo believes that he should have the upper hand. If he really stepped forward to tear up this little BCH now, wouldn't it be that Mujong was underestimated? Substituting myself into Mujong, I definitely don't like the messy Makomo. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look away. She couldn't be fooled by this little BCH. As Makomo withdrew her gaze, Coach Yoshinobu naturally withdrew her gaze. She had already committed herself to Sumyu a few days ago, and she also thought that she had the upper hand. She didn't want to tear each other up in public with this little vixen, otherwise, her image would not be affected by this. The little fox was devastated. The people watching the battle thought they could see an unparalleled battle between beautiful girls, but wait, that's it? What a disappointment? Unconsciously, everyone couldn't help but cast their eyes on Sumyu. The swordsmanship between Makomo and Coach Yoshinobu has almost solidified. What is the attitude of the instigator? Forward. Somewhat disappointed. Still practicing swords there. Some people couldn't help sighing. It's no wonder Lord Ghostsu is so powerful in swordsmanship. Up to now, I can still practice swords with peace of mind. He is really a role model for my generation. This has probably reached. There is no woman in my heart, and I draw my sword to become a natural god, right? But think about it. It's not right. Just now I saw Lord Ghost Pillar cuddling with Makomo and Coach Yoshinobu. While Sumyu was practicing the sword there, her mind was not on the sword at all, but on the two women. It feels that the war between the two people seems to be maintained in an ingenious balance after a short-term contact like swords and swords. This made him slightly relieved. Although the current situation is still stiff, in the current situation, it is not easy for him to take action. After all, the current situation is extremely sensitive, and a little carelessness may cause the situation to explode. The best choice is to continue shrinking, be a shrinking turtle, and try not to pay attention to the two of them. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, a burst of crisp footsteps came, breaking the situation. And the moment he saw the visitor appear, Makomo's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank to be as sharp as wheat awns. Wearing long black hair reaching to the waist, pink and purple eyes, under the tight standard uniform of the Demon Slayer squad, wrapping an almost perfect body, and wearing colorful butterfly pattern feathers fluttering in the wind. Those delicate faces shaved and smiled, making people seem to be immersed in each other's tenderness for a moment. Coach Yoshinobu's older sister, Coach Okani, Coach Yoshinobu's helper came. This caused an invisible pressure to rise in Makomo's heart. Elder sister. Seeing her sister, Coach Yoshinobu was overjoyed, ran to her sister and threw herself into her arms. At the same time, the little head turned around and looked at Makomo proudly, as if saying, I have helpers, how about you? Makomo unconsciously looked away, biting her cherry lips with white and tender teeth unconsciously. The current situation is not good for her. Unconsciously, he set his eyes on Sumyu. This BD, he promised to take good care of himself. Now, Makomo is being bullied, but he shrinks back. I'm really so angry. Connie is here, are you feeling better? Sumyu also put down the sword in his hand at the right time, and asked with concern. My sister and Ms. Tamayo's medical skills are very good, and they are already much better. Connie said softly, her voice was like the warm sun in spring, and she was gentle everywhere, but her eyes were a little complicated when she looked at Sumyu. That's good, that's good. I'm in good health, so I'm relieved. It just happens that it's getting late, so I should go back to rest. Sumyu pointed to the moonlight at night. After all, without waiting for the consent of others, he left on his own. Seeing that Sumyu was about to leave, Kocho Shinobu and Makomo frowned, almost subconsciously wanting to follow. But when they saw each other's movements, they gave a proud hum at the same time. If they chased after each other now, wouldn't they be underestimated by the other party? Looking at his younger sister and the woman with the fox mask on her head, the clever Kocho Connie could tell at a glance, and secretly gritted her teeth. This Sumyu. It's really hateful to be merciful everywhere. Back in the room, Sumyu also wiped the sweat off her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was mixed between Makomo and Kocho Shinobu, which really made him dare not take a breath, not to mention, Kocho Connie came later. This time, he didn't dare to stay there any longer, he used an excuse and ran away in despair. Leaning his head on the bed subconsciously, he began to think about how to deal with the matter between Makomo and Kocho Shinobu. It's just that after thinking about it for a long time, he didn't have much idea, which made him feel good. I feel that dealing with women is more difficult than dealing with Kibutsuji Musen. Headache? Suddenly, there was a gentle touch in the head, a warm feeling. Very comfortable. The feeling of being massaged. The feeling of headache has been slightly relieved. Squinting his eyes unconsciously, he began to enjoy it, and made a comfortable humming sound unconsciously. After an unknown amount of time, Sumyu opened her eyes slightly, looked at Tsuyuri Kanao who was massaging her head with her little hands, and asked curiously, Kanao, when did you learn this massage technique? These days, I followed Sister Ren to read some medical books and figured it out by myself. Kanao said in a low voice, with a little shortness of breath. At this time, Sumyu noticed that Kanao's fair forehead had a thin layer of sweat at some point. Seeing this, Sumyu felt distressed and blamed herself. Just now, she was only enjoying Kanao's massage, but she didn't notice Kanao's physical strength. After all, right now Kanao is still too young and has limited physical strength. Tired. Stretching out his hand, he gently wiped off the sweat on Kanahira's forehead. Not tired. Kanao bit his lip. Kanao is very happy to feel that Mu-chan is comfortable. The girl showed a very happy smile. Sincerely, not falsely. It's really hard work for you. Sumyu couldn't help feeling distressed, and gently hugged Kanao in her arms, feeling the docile kitten-like girl in her arms, and felt the softness deep in her heart as if she had touched it. Kanao closed his eyes unconsciously, and his eyes were full of happiness. For Tsuyuri Kanao, her fiancé is her heaven. After a while, Sumyu let go of Kanao from her embrace. Looking at Kanao with a red face, she felt that her own Tsuyuri Kanao was very cute. When he grows up, he will surely be juicy and juicy. Thinking of this, I became more and more looking forward to it. Unconsciously, there was an inexplicable ripple in her heart. Feeling a malicious thought in her heart, Sumyu stood up hurriedly, walked to the windowsill, and opened the window. Good jows. The cold wind blowing on the face at night made Sumyu's fiery heart slowly calm down. The current Kanao is still too small. Tsuyuri Kanao's purple eyes kept looking at her fiancé, looking at Mu-chan who seemed to be hiding some emotions. Her little hands unconsciously clenched the knee-length black pleated skirt, as if thinking about something. Her chest was also slightly undulating dust. Number 37,137. Tsuyuri Kanao held the corner of her clothes tightly with her small hands, looked at her fiancé standing on the windowsill, and bit her lip eagerly. Mu-chan, Kanao. Can I sleep here tonight? It is like the sound of mosquito wings flapping their wings. If it weren't for Sumyu's hearing being clear enough, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hear. Look back. Looking at the slightly shy Tsuyuri Kanao, I always feel that something is wrong with Kanao today. Mu-chan, tonight, Kanao sleeps here, is it okay? Kanao was speaking amiably, his voice was like a mosquito flapping its wings. If Sumyu's ears were not clear enough, he might not be able to hear it. If in the past, Sumyu didn't care too much, when he took Kanao away from Kanao's parents, at that time, he almost hugged Kanao every day. Sometimes, I also hold it when I sleep. At that time, it was never an anxiety at all. But that time was not the same as it is now after all. At that time, Kanao's world was closed, and he had no opinion on everything outside. But now, Tsuyuri Kanao is different. Ever since Kanao had his own consciousness last time when he attacked the mountain, everything has been different. Kanao already has his own consciousness and his own judgment. Moreover, with the growth of time, the once malnourished, shriveled and thin girl has slowly turned into a slim and tall girl. Mind, of course, is different. Already, I can no longer cuddle like a child. Although, he is Kanao's fiancé, but, after all, he is not married yet. At this moment, the environment was a little quiet, and Sumyu was stunned for a moment, a little hesitant. Kanao's small hands unconsciously clenched the knee-length black pleated skirt 507, and his red face looked a little embarrassed. I heard. Sister Shinobi said to Sister Connie, that, you and Sister Shinobi have already done that. Tsuyuri Kanao bit his lip and looked at Sumyu carefully. After Kanao's words fell, Sumyu was also taken aback, and she didn't expect Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Connie to be so careless. Looking at the fiancé with wide-eyed eyes, Tsuyuri Kanao also took a deep breath, and bravely continued, Kanao is Mu-chan's fiancé, Shinobi is not Mu-chan's fiancé, as a fiancé, I haven't, Sister Shinobi has already. The more he spoke, the redder his face became, and the lower his voice became. That red face is also getting redder and redder, I'm really worried that if I keep holding it like this, my little face will bleed. Seeing this scene, Sumyu also smiled wryly. This Kocho Shinobu really gave him a big problem. I'm afraid I have to explain it to Kanao. How can such a thing be said in front of Kun Nahira? Walking in front of Kanao, looking at Kanao who was tightly clutching, etched, his little skirt with his small hands, he also stretched out his hand and took her hand. When he first held hands, Kanao's little hand was still a little stiff, but even though it was stiff, it was still very soft when held in his hand. Sumyu first sat on the edge of the bed, and then held hands slightly harder, and Kanao was pulled by him and held in his arms. The tip of the nose smells the slight fragrance of Tsuyuri Kanao's hair. It is different from the yellow hair when I first met Kanao. These days, with the nutrition keeping up, the girl's hair has also absorbed sufficient nutrition and become black and beautiful. Kanao, would you like it too? Kanao's face was a little red, and he lowered his head a little shyly, expecting Ai to say, yes. Then, he raised his head again, looking at his fiancé with purple eyes. I was originally Mu-chan's fiancé, and I will be a girl who will be Mu-chan's concubine in the future. This is what Kanao should do in the first place, things. It's the little wife's responsibility. Listening to Kanao's answer, Sumyu remained silent for a long time. But I still feel that Kanao needs to think about it seriously. Kanao, don't think about it seriously. 11. Kanao's big purple eyes looked at Mujiang in confusion. Why should he think about such a thing? Isn't it what he should do? Because, this is a matter of Kanao's life. Sumyu looked serious. Before, Kanao's world was very empty. Even if she has her own emotions now, her world is still too simple. Now, in Sumyu's view, Kanao has not fully grown up yet, and what he says is also the words of a child. As for these things, it involves a lifetime. All he wanted was for Kanao to think about it seriously. A lifetime is too long. No one knows what will happen in the future. Such a lifelong decision cannot be taken lightly. He is willing to give Kanao more time to think and decide. Also, I am willing to respect Kanao's opinions and ideas. What Kanao said is a lifetime thing. Kanao answered very seriously. From the beginning, Kanao is Mujiang's fiancé, and will be Mujiang's concubine in the future. Listening to all this, when Sumyu's heart was slightly touched, she couldn't stretch her hand out, and gently scratched Kanao's little nose. I just realized that my Kanao is really stupid. Silly is stupid, as long as you are pampered by Mujiang, it doesn't matter how stupid you are. Kanao sucked his nose and said in a low voice, it's getting late, go to bed quickly. He said softly, and then, patted Kanao's little head. You are still young, these things are not considered now. Still young. Kanao frowned in distress, then when will it be too young? Sumyu leaned on her chin slightly, thought for a while, and then brushed Kanao's soft hair with her palm. When Kanao's hair reaches his waist, he will be considered not too small. Hair must grow to the waist to be considered not small. Kanao pouted in distress, that will take a long time. Pat? The little head was hit hard. Tsuyuri Kanao raised her head in a daze, not knowing what mistake she had made, and her fiancé wanted to hit her on the head. Go to sleep and don't think about it. If you don't take a good rest, you will become ugly, and if you become ugly, I don't like it. Sumyu put on a tiger face. Kanao don't want to be ugly. Kanao hurriedly took off his small shoes, got into bed, and revealed a small head. Sumyu leaned down, stretched out a hand, and pulled out the kocho hairpin from Kanao's hair, and pulled out the sword with the hairpin, and the black hair fell loose. Okay, go to sleep. Sumyu stared at Kanao and said seriously. Then Mujiang will sleep with me too. Kanao got out of the bed with his little hand, grabbed his little hand, and said in a low voice with a blushing face. Fool, it's night now, how can I sleep alone? Don't you know, ghosts don't feel sleepy at night. Hurry up, go to sleep. I'll just watch you from the side, and if I find you open your eyes, I'll knock you and knock my Kanao into a little fool. Sumyu started to put on a tiger face. Although it was just words to coax a child, it was surprisingly effective for Kanao. Seeing the leaves and flowers falling to Kanao who had closed his eyes, Sumyu also lightly extinguished the candle. As the candles were extinguished, the room was suddenly plunged into darkness. Just as Sumyu was about to stand up, she suddenly felt her sleeves being pulled by something. Looking down, it was Kanao's little hands that were tightly clutching her clothes. Don't leave Kanao. It was very quiet, but with a hint of inexplicable emotion. Sumyu smiled wryly, and sat down slowly again. Why isn't Kanao sleeping? I cannot sleep. Kanao said with his eyes closed. Okay. Sumyu touched her nose. Mujiang, in your heart, who is the person you care about the most? Tsuyuri Kanao asked in a low voice. Sumyu smiled wryly. Girls love to ask such questions. However, for him, it is still very easy to answer. After all, Qin Ping loves listening the most. Of course it's my fiancé, Tsuyuri Kanao. Mu-chan is lying. I can feel that Mu-chan is lying. But, even if Mu-chan is lying, Kanao is still very happy. Actually, Kanao is very happy to occupy a little place in Mu Jiang's heart. Kanao said in a low voice, since I was young, I was the best. Sumyu couldn't help being silent. If you trust me so much, you're not afraid that I'll sell you out. Sumyu slightly glanced at her mouth. This little girl, why has her mouth been so sweet recently? It made his heart so soft. Mu Jiang is not willing to sell some Kanao. Kanao pouted. Sumyu scratched Kanao's little white nose with her fingers. Go to sleep quickly. Okay. There was a slight sound between the sniffs. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, Kanao's breathing gradually began to become steady. Should have fallen asleep, even so. Bow your head. He looked at the hand that was still clutching his clothes while he was asleep. How dependent is Kanao on himself? When I fell asleep, I still had to touch my clothes. While Wei Wei feels helpless, she also feels pity. As a person, a ghost, he also has his own desires, and Kanao has undoubtedly become more and more lively. How could the previous words not have caused some ripples in his heart? But, in the end, I still endured it. Kanao is still too small. Although he is a beast, he is not as good as a beast. With the first ray of sunlight rising from the east, Tsuyuri Kanao, who was sleeping comfortably, stretched lazily. Last night, she slept peacefully on her fiancé's bed. The purple eyes opened slightly, looking at the fiancé who was sitting on the edge of the bed squinting, like sleeping. The big purple eyes became bright like stars. Mujiang, you have guarded Kanao all night. Thinking like this in my heart, while being happy, I felt distressed at the same time. I carefully got up from the bed, and then lightly put a piece of clothing on Mujiang's body. The golden eyes opened suddenly, looking at the cautious Kanao. He stretched out his hand and rubbed Kanao's small head. Wake up. Okay. Kanao nodded, then looked at Mu-chan with purple eyes. Are you hungry? He asked softly. Not hungry. Kanao said in a low voice. 0205. A discordant voice came from Kanao's belly, which made Kanao's fair little face flushed, making him look very cute. The next day, Coach Shinobu came to Sumyu early in the morning. Zero asked for flowers. Of course, not only did she come here empty-handed, but she also brought breakfast. In order to make this breakfast, she spent a lot of effort. Of course, delivering breakfast to Sumyu is fake. The main purpose is to listen to how the big villain explained it. If the explanation is not good, Miss Ren will give him a good look. However, when she reached the door, she froze. Because, on the opposite side, the little vixen who likes to wear a fox mask, like her, also carries a small basket, and the fragrant smell that occasionally emanates from the small basket is obviously also food. Although I don't want to admit it, just by smelling it, I feel that the food is delicious. This comparison made Coach Shinobu clenched his little hands unconsciously. She was full of confidence when she came, but she found that. This nasty little vixen. She's getting a little angry. On the opposite side, Makomo also squinted his eyes, but immediately greeted with a smile. Sister Shinobi is here too. Sister Makomo is here too. Although Coach Shinobu was angry in his heart, he had a Kocho-like smile on his face. A discerning person can almost see. That was obviously a fake smile. At this moment, the two of them stood stiffly at the door, looking at each other. Neither of them would take a step forward easily. At this moment, the two people looked at each other like fighting cocks, and neither gave way. The morning of the day begins with the fight between Makomo and Coach Shinobu. Both parties are smiling at each other as if they are the most sincere, and are waiting for the other party to be unable to hold on, take the initiative to take action, or give up. But, obviously, neither of them are easy to mess with. Thus, the stalemate began. The two of them were silently waiting for Sumyu to appear, and depending on each other's attitude, they were choosing their next move. Sumyu opened the door, ready to cook something delicious for Kanao. Push open the door. What I saw was the scene in front of me. Coach Shinobu and Makomo, these two lovely girls, were staring at each other at this moment. The surrounding environment suddenly became silent at this moment, and a strange atmosphere began to pervade. Early in the morning, Sumyu encountered such a scene, and Sumyu only felt a cold wind blowing in front of her face, making her feel chilly. As Sumyu pushed open the door, the gazes of Makomo and Coach Shinobu suddenly diverged from each other and fell on Sumyu. Being stared at by two people at once, Sumyu suddenly felt overwhelmed. But fortunately, Sumyu still had a strong 530 in her heart, and after a short period of panic, she immediately maintained her composure. Good morning, Makomo, Shinobu. He smiled softly. Only, neither Makomo nor Coach Shinobu was smiling. The two reached out almost at the same time, and both had small baskets in their white hands. It can be seen through the slight heat. These small baskets are filled with food. This time, Sumyu faced a very difficult problem. Is to take Coach Shinobu's food first, or take Makomo's food first. No matter which one you choose, it is obviously not a good choice. Especially in the immediate situation, Coach Shinobu and Makomo have obviously reached a tacit understanding. It can be said that the war between the two girls for him has already begun. The success or failure of this battle is in his own hands. In this case, as long as you choose one, you may not be able to choose the second one in the future. although this world is a world where polygamy is allowed. For example, sound column Usui Tenjin has 3 wives. But things are different now. Both Kochu Shinobu and Makomo may have different personalities, but there is no doubt that both of them belong to the kind of very proud women in their hearts. Have their own pride. They would rather wrong themselves in their hearts than let their opponents laugh at them. This also means that if they choose one, the other will silently choose to give up even if they like themselves. This is definitely not what Sumyu wants to see arrived. All he wants is to have it all. But for girls like Makomo and Kochu Shinobu who are so proud of their hearts, it is obviously extremely difficult for them to accept each other's existence. However, no matter how difficult the road is, for Sumyu, this road full of thorns must be stepped on. Because, he is a very greedy person. To make a move. Following Sumyu's movements, both Makomo and Kochu Shinobu seemed to stop breathing, and their eyes were fixed on Sumyu's hand. At this moment, the 2 girls began to get nervous. Choose yourself. Or choose the opposite little bch. Although they are unwilling to admit each other, both of them know that the other party is a very good girl. At this moment, it seemed that the hearts of the 2 were thinking together, and the 2 unconsciously squinted and looked at each other. For a moment, the eyes of the 2 met in the air. The scene condensed in the eyes of the 2 is full of swords. And Sumyu has already opened his hand, and raised his palm slightly. Every tiny movement of the arms seems to be tightly grasping their hearts. But, the palms were not close to either of them. Didn't take Kochu Shinobu's lunchbox. Didn't pick up Makomo either. The 2 girls were taken aback for a moment, and then they suddenly realized that they were not the only girls on the scene. There is another one. Tsuyuri Kanao. It's Kanao. She stayed in Sumyu's room last night. Kanao was sitting quietly by the bed, and was going to quietly wait for her fiancé to bring her breakfast. But, immediately, then I found my fiancé stopped at the door and didn't move, as if I had encountered something. So, he walked over with small steps. And just in time, Kanao's arrival helped Sumyu a lot. Sumyu's outstretched hand naturally landed on Tsuyuri Kanao's little head. No matter Kochu Shinobu, or Makomo, no Tsuyuri Kanao, also know the actual situation of Tsuyuri Kanao. Therefore, from the very beginning, they did not regard Kanao as a threat, and even had great sympathy for Tsuyuri Kanao's situation. But, the current situation. It seems that this threat does not exist in their eyes. It seems that it has become an extremely powerful enemy. The eyes of the 2 of them narrowed for a moment, and they had more than one enemy. Sumyu rubbed Tsuyuri Kanao's little head, and said softly, "Isn't Kanao hungry? Now, Sister Shinobi and Sister Makomo have cooked delicious food for Kanao. Although Kanao's inner world 2.8 is simpler, it doesn't mean that Kanao is stupid. Tsuyuri Kanao is a very smart girl, especially when it comes to her fiancé, it is even more different. But the situation in front of her was already clear in her mind. However, Kanao also has his own mind. She is determined to be a fiancé alone. How could she let other vixen occupy her den? And how to let the fiancé dote on one person alone and become a real hostess? There is no doubt that the first thing to do is to handle family affairs well. First step to do is. The little fox showed his sly smile. Tsuyuri Kanao walked up to Kochu Shinobu and Makomo generously. "Thank you Shinobu-san and Makomo-san for bringing us food early in the morning. Thank you very much." Tsuyuri Kanao took the small basket full of food that was handed over by 2 people. After receiving the food, Kanao hugged Mujiang's arm with his little hand, leaned his head on Mujiang's body affectionately, and smiled sweetly at Makomo and Kochu Shinobu. "Sister Makomo, Sister Shinobu, would you like to share with me and Mujiang? How about some sauce?" Looking at Tsuyuri Kanao's sweet smile, both Makomo and Kochu Shinobu felt that they seemed to ignore this little fox. She is the most scheming. He has always shown no threat, but he is the most threatening existence. Ignoring the threat of Kanao, and thus allowing it to grow into an extremely terrifying being, much to their chagrin. Certainly. Even more angry was Sumyu's attitude. The BD did not choose to endure. Did not choose 02 Makomo. Both Makomo and Kochu Shinobu were a little angry, and at the same time, they didn't want to see the sly smile on the other side when Kanao took the opportunity to enter after they were both hurt. "No, I'll save this breakfast for you and him." Kochu Shinobu glared at Sumyu, but left angrily. Makomo, too, narrowed his eyes and left. Seeing Kochu Shinobu and Makomo leaving angrily, Sumyu was relieved inside. If the 2 have been deadlocked here, the situation is really so bad that they don't know how to deal with it. Now, although they are angry and seem to be difficult to handle, the most important point is that they are separated from each other. Separated from each other, he can break through by himself. Call. He breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, being stared at by Kochu Shinobu and Makomo, the atmosphere was too stiff. But, a little later, then I got some headaches. Next, how to coax Makomo and Kochu Shinobu well. He didn't care much about Makomo and Kochu Shinobu just leaving angrily. If they didn't leave angrily, then the matter would be serious. When you get angry, it means that neither Kochu Shinobu nor Makomo are willing to give up this relationship. It looks like Mu-chan is very troubled. Would you like to eat something made by Shinobu-san and Makomo-san? Maybe it will be better. Tsuyuri Kanao tilted his head, looked at Mu-chan who was extremely troubled, and asked in a low voice. He lowered his head and looked at the obedient Kanao. Sumyu stretched out her hand unconsciously, and gently rubbed Kanao's little head. Kanao is still the gentlest. Kanao's purple eyes closed slightly unconsciously, but a small invisible gap was revealed, and that small gap clearly carried the cunning of a fox. BD, damn BD, Sumyu. Back in the room, Kocho Shinobu sat on the bed, still recalling the scene of this morning in his mind. Now, that BD Sumyu is probably having an intimate dinner with Tsuyuri Kanao. Tsuyuri Kanao, Makomo. Kocho Shinobu lowered his head and clenched his little hands unconsciously. Sister, you came back so early, didn't you just deliver food to Mew? Kocho Kani walked into the room and looked at his sister strangely. Wait a while. I didn't wait for my sister's response. Kocho Kani was taken aback for a moment, only then did he notice that his sister seemed to be in a wrong state at the moment. Sister, what's wrong with you? What happened to you? Stepping forward, Kocho Kani patted his sister on the shoulder. With the touch of her sister's palm, Kocho Shinobu couldn't help shivering, and her body couldn't help shaking. Kocho Kani unconsciously held his sister's hand. At this moment, Shinobu's state was obviously not right, and the emotion on the face of the usually lively younger sister was obviously a little stiff. My sister is here, what's the matter? My sister will decide for you. Kani patted her sister on the back worriedly. Kocho Shinobu bit his lip and grabbed his sister's hand very hard. Kani frowned unconsciously, and her younger sister grabbed her hand a little harder. Some pain. Of course, these pains are nothing to Kocho Kani, but at this moment, his sister's expression is obviously not right. For the first time, she saw her sister showing such panic. Just like the dark night that their sisters met back then, there was a harmonious family, a gentle mother, and a serious father, but all happiness was destroyed with the arrival of evil spirits. What happened to my sister? Kocho Shinobu raised his head, looked at his sister, parted his lips slightly, and wanted to say something, but didn't know how to speak for a moment. Kani looked at her sister tenderly, as gentle as ever. Only, such a gentle smile made Kocho Shinobu feel a heart-wrenching pain. Sister, will you leave me? Kocho Shinobu raised his head and looked at his sister, just like Sumyu, whether he would also leave him. Shin, what are you talking about? Why would my sister leave my sister? 363 Kocho Kani was very puzzled why his sister suddenly asked such a strange question. Kocho Shinobu didn't say anything, just stood up silently. Sister, I am alone. Kocho Shinobu said in a low voice. It suddenly occurred to her that in the future, her elder sister would also marry and have her own family in the future, as she is the same as Sumyu. Although the relationship is close, it does not mean that they will be together forever. Looking at the back of his sister leaving, Kocho Kani Zhang's gentle purple eyes shone fiercely. That Sumyu, what did you do to your sister? Twinkling fierce eyes. Exposed a word. Danger? I want to write 10 more, but the plot of Shura Field is really difficult to write. I only wrote 3 chapters in one day. Some readers suggested that polygamy is allowed in this world, but my idea is this, such as Makomo, such as Kocho Shinobu, such a proud girl as Kocho Kani, I am afraid that other girls are not allowed to share their favorite boys with themselves, right? Therefore, the plot that accepts each other at once, I feel that if it is written, it is a bit too wrong. Besides, girls tearing each other up is the prettiest thing, right? After having dinner with Tsuyuri Kanao, Sumyu left. Between Makomo and Kocho Shinobu, after a slight hesitation, he tossed a coin. The direction of the coin is heads. So, he decided to go to Kocho Shinobu first. However, when I arrived at the place where Kocho Shinobu lived, I didn't meet Kocho Shinobu, but met Kocho Kani, the older sister of Shinobu. Seeing that Kani's once gentle face suddenly turned very cold and fierce the moment she saw him, Sumyu felt it. However, Sumyu still bit the bullet and asked in a low voice, what about forbearance? Don't you know what you did yourself? Kocho Kani looked at Sumyu fiercely. As an older sister, she had never seen her younger sister so disappointed. He touched his nose embarrassingly. Since I chose to be greedy for these roads from the beginning, these things need to be born. Kocho Kani wanted to say something else, but thinking of her lost sister, she finally frowned and said, she just left. After all, only the man in front of me can untie the knot of forbearance. With Kani's advice, Sumyu hurried to find Kocho Shinobu. Soon, I saw Shinobu in a remote place. Right now, the Nichiren blades are cutting down trees. It's somewhat against harmony for a girl to chop down a tree. Moreover, the situation of the girl was not right. Her teeth were clenched tightly, her eyes were fierce, as if she was venting something. Seeing this scene, Sumyu unconsciously felt a chill on her neck. It seems that the current situation is going to its own disadvantage. A hole. The girl gritted her teeth, and said over and over again, the Nichiren blades in her hand were also chopped down on the tall and thin tree. Soon, with a squeak sound, the tall tree almost halfway down was cut down by the girl abruptly. Looking at the girl who was panting slightly, Sumyu felt a little distressed, and walked up unconsciously. In any case, as a man, you must be brave enough to take responsibility. Even if you are greedy in your heart, you must also bear the responsibility of greed. Walk a few steps in front of Kocho Shinobu, get off Kocho Shinobu's Nichiren blades who are about to cut down trees. Looking at the disappointment hidden in Kocho Shinobu's eyes, the tears dripping silently from the other party's purple eyes. Suddenly, Sumyu realized that the world she was in was not really an illusory existence. The people here are all flesh and blood. And he, deep down in his heart, has been ignoring the existence of this world. To a certain extent, he has always regarded the people in this world as NPCs, so he cares more about himself. Don't hurt yourself. Looking at Coach Yoshinobu, who was staring at her in a daze at this moment, Sumyu also felt quite complicated. Coach Yoshinobu lowered his head, biting his lips with white and tender teeth, and did not speak. The purple eyes drooped slightly, as if they were no longer as agile as they used to be. Sumyu grabbed Coach Yoshinobu's little hand all at once, vaguely feeling the coldness of Coach Yoshinobu's little hand. Coach Yoshinobu struggled slightly, trying to break free from Sumyu's shackles, but found that Sumyu's hands were like iron clamps, and he couldn't break free. Coach Yoshinobu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Sumyu's broad embrace greeted him. Sumyu directly opened her arms and embraced Coach Yoshinobu's petite body in her arms. Feeling the coldness of the girl's body in her arms, Sumyu also blamed herself slightly. Coach Yoshinobu struggled slightly, seeing that he couldn't get rid of Sumyu's shackles. He beat Sumyu lightly with his small hand a few times, and finally, he seemed powerless to hang his head in Sumyu's arms. Seeing Shin so sad, I will feel bad. Sumyu whispered softly in Coach Yoshinobu's ear. The gentle words poured into Coach Yoshinobu's heart like a warm current, although he reminded himself over and over again, don't believe this BD's nonsense. But in my heart, I heard the other person's words in my heart again and again without defense. Open white teeth. Biting the BD's shoulder firmly. Why did you do this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Although he thought so in his heart, Coach Yoshinobu just didn't say anything, just biting the BD's shoulder tightly with his teeth. Unknowingly, streaks of golden blood flowed from Sumyu's shoulder. He got hurt. Although, for ghosts, such injuries are not considered injuries at all, because relying on the healing ability of ghosts, such injuries can be recovered in almost an instant. But subconsciously, Coach Yoshinobu let go of his teeth. She was still distressed and felt a little guilty. Let go of me, the girl said dully. Feeling that the girl's sad emotions were greatly relieved by the bite just now, and should also be repaired a lot, Sumyu let go of Coach Yoshinobu's embrace. Even so, his hand tightly held Coach Yoshinobu's little hand. Coach Yoshinobu broke free several times, but still couldn't break free, so he simply let Sumyu hold him. Turning his head away, Coach Yoshinobu ignored the big BD and just walked in one direction. Sumyu didn't speak, just followed silently. The time passed slowly, and the breath was a little dull. Scumbag. It took a long time before Coach Yoshinobu gritted his teeth and spit out such a sentence. It should be said to be a scumbag. Sumyu corrected a sentence. You still have the face to say it. Coach Yoshinobu turned his head and stared at him with a fiendish look. Don't be afraid of Coach Yoshinobu's fears, but be afraid of Coach Yoshinobu's not fears. If it is fears, it means that Coach Yoshinobu's inner depression has already settled a lot. If it is not fears, then the problem will be serious. Sumyu didn't speak, just looked at Coach Yoshinobu quietly with golden eyes. Coach Yoshinobu didn't speak anymore. His purple eyes stared at Sumyu like a vicious tiger. Sorry. A slight voice spit out from the corner of Sumyu's mouth. Those three simple words shocked Coach Yoshinobu's heart. The ferocious eyes did not become more ferocious, the purple pupils drooped, and a drop of crystal tears drooped down. Coach Yoshinobu cried. In order to cover it up, Coach Yoshinobu pushed Sumyu away with force with his small hand, and then turned his head away. Sumyu embraced Coach Yoshinobu from behind. I promise to endure, and I will always be by your side. Who wants you, ABD, to accompany you? Who do you think you are? 3 seasons. Coach Yoshinobu cursed softly. Sumyu didn't speak, but hugged Coach Yoshinobu tightly from behind, wrapping her arms tightly around Coach Yoshinobu's slender waist. I think I can't do without Shinobu for the rest of my life. Coach Yoshinobu couldn't help trembling in his heart. He had already made up his mind not to pay attention to this flirtatious man anymore, but his simple words completely broke down the hard city wall he had already built in his heart. Sensing the change in Coach Yoshinobu's mood, Sumyu also sighed slightly in her heart. It seems that she let it go before, and the way she handled it was wrong. As a man, you still have to take the initiative. If you really like it, then be brave, privately. It's so shameless. Anyway, she will be her own woman in the future, so there is no shame in it. It's just a ghost. Coach Yoshinobu struggled slightly in Sumyu's arms, and seeing that he couldn't break free, he said sullenly, why don't you go to Makomo? Hearing Coach Yoshinobu say Makomo, Sumyu felt a chill in his heart. In Coach Yoshinobu's state, he didn't know what was going on with Makomo. I'm a little worried. It seemed that Sumyu was thinking about something, and a soft hum sound reached his ears heavily. Shin, I'm sorry. Sumyu said in a low voice. I don't believe your apology. Coach Yoshinobu said sullenly, but the sullenness in his heart dissipated a lot. Actually, I like Shinobu very much. Sumyu said softly, at this time, sweet words are what she needs most. Although his clumsy language is a bit naive, but for men of this era, it is cross-generational. You also know that I'm a ghost. Although I don't eat people, I am extremely strong in some aspects. I especially like pretty girls. Coach Yoshinobu's eyes widened. Is it because of ghosts? Sumyu was taken aback, never expecting such a good explanation, but Coach Yoshinobu suddenly gave him such an explanation. You know, he is a ghost now. A ghost is different from 553 people. Even if he does some special actions, he can still be assumed to be a ghost. The natural barrier, I don't know how to make good use of it. It's really, really wrong. It's still too immature. This is not a mistake that an inspirational self who wants to become an old driver should make. With a quick reaction, he nodded immediately. Well, yes, when I see a beautiful girl, I can't help being fascinated, and I will feel an impulse, especially when I first saw Forbearance. I was deeply moved by Shin. I don't believe your nonsense. Coach Yoshinobu muttered, but couldn't help but feel a little excited. If it is because of ghosts, then it is not unforgivable. After all, ghosts are different from people. Sumyu, a ghost, can endure the desire not to eat people and drink human blood, which is already very powerful. As a result, some situations that may be caused can also be forgiven. Thinking of this, the sadness in Coach Yoshinobu's heart eased a lot. For girls, once they like a boy, no matter what mistakes the boy makes, they will always involuntarily find various reasons to excuse the boy. It's just that some reasons are too far-fetched. Even if they are far-fetched, they cannot be excused. However, when the boy can give a reason, and the reason is tenable enough, then the matter is another matter. Feeling that Coach Yoshinobu's emotions seemed to be relieved, Sumyu also secretly said something. Then, continue the sweet talk. Actually, compared to Makomo, Forbearance is the best, the gentlest, and the most understanding of my heart. I deliberately took Makomo to compare Coach Yoshinobu. This is to emphasize how good Coach Yoshinobu really is. If Makomo heard these words, he would definitely not let it go. What is certain is that when the time comes, the situation will definitely be difficult to deal with. Of course, Sumyu will not be so stupid as to let the truth hear. But also because of this, at this moment, Coach Yoshinobu's originally gloomy mood was instantly relieved. That's right, that little vixen Makomo, how can he compare with Miss Shinobu? Thinking in this way, there is no need to feel arrogant in my heart, and the corners of my mouth are unconsciously raised slightly, with a beautiful arc. Girls need comparison and praise. Even if it is not very good in a certain aspect, it must be swallowed. For example, at home, if your wife's cooking is not good, you must not blame it at first, but praise it. The more you praise, the happier she will be, the more motivated she will be to cook, and she will work hard. Work hard to prepare meals. But if you put on a cold face at the beginning and say that the food is too unpalatable, it must be a cold war, and even, maybe in the next situation, the position of the chef in the family will be tragically handed over to you. The most important thing to become an old driver is the mouth. Sweet talk, that is never tired of hearing. Akfi. Don't look at the woman's mouth, don't listen, but, no matter the body or the mind, it's quite honest. Especially at this moment, looking at the unconscious smile on Coach Yoshinobu's delicate face is enough to show all this. Seeing Coach Yoshinobu's gradually changing attitude, Sumyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Women, just rely on coaxing. A man who can really coax a woman will never lack a woman by his side. Of course, if the hard conditions are not met, there may be exceptions. It's just that the current situation is still short of fire. Although Coach Yoshinobu was probably coaxed by his own sweet talk, but obviously, it is not so easy to get the other party to easily forgive him for cuckolding her. In this way, we can only use a unique trick of advance by retreat. At this moment, he let go of Coach Yoshinobu's hand, and at the same time, he pushed Coach Yoshinobu away gently. He was tightly hugged by Sumyu just now, and his little hand was also tightly grasped, but in the next moment, he let go. This made Coach Yoshinobu a little uncomfortable and at the same time a little dazed. Unconsciously looked up at Sumyu. Then I saw Sumyu's golden eyes flashing with sadness, and she sighed slightly. Forbearance, the first time I saw you, I was fascinated by you. Humph. Although Coach Yoshinobu was happy to hear it in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. This dead ghost doesn't believe in these sweet words. Although he reminded himself that he didn't believe it, he still heard it in his heart. Just when Coach Yoshinobu thought that Sumyu would say some lies again to fool himself. But no, I saw Sumyu sigh faintly. Forbearance, maybe, since I met you, it was a mistake of mine. Actually, I shouldn't appear in the life of ninja and meet ninja. Coach Yoshinobu was taken aback for a moment, and his heart tightened all of a sudden. What does Sumyu mean by saying this? Could it be that she is fascinated by that little vixen Makomo, so she wants to separate from herself? The purple eyes stared at Sumyu all of a sudden. Are you going to separate from me? Sumyu shook her head bitterly. I just think that our first encounter was a mistake. After all, you are a human and I am a ghost. Ghosts are not tolerated by people. In this world, there has never been an example of people and ghosts being together. Perhaps. Sumyu looked lonely. I'm still a ghost after all. The slightly lowered golden eyes and the already lonely expression on his face made Coach Yoshinobu flustered all of a sudden. Maybe, I did something wrong. I shouldn't be angry. How can I be so selfish? In fact, the most painful thing should be Mew. After all, to become a ghost, not only must endure the drive of ghost nature all the time, it is already infinite pain, but now, it is heartbroken for such things as yourself. Is it really wrong? Perhaps, we shouldn't have known each other from the beginning. In fact, perhaps, it would be better to separate. Sumyu looked lonely and sighed faintly. That's not it. Coach Yoshinobu looked at Sumyu's state, thinking that Sumyu was serious about leaving, and panicked all of a sudden. What's wrong with being a ghost? I just like ghosts like you, and I don't mind that Mew is a ghost. I just like it and I like it. Mew. Coach Yoshinobu stuttered a bit. It can be seen that Coach Yoshinobu is really nervous. Coach Yoshinobu is. I really care about this relationship. Sumyu smiled wryly. Forbearance, look. He stretched out his hand and stroked Shinobu's eyes lightly, his fingers were slightly moist. It's tears from crying before. Without me, Shinobu would be happy, right? Instead of crying sadly. Looking at the tears he shed that were wiped away by Sumyu's hands, Kocho Shinobu shook his head. No, that's not the case. That's not the case. When I'm with Miu, I will be very happy. I feel that being with Miu is special and I feel safe, because I know that no matter what I encounter, Zheng will always appear to protect me. With Miu, although occasionally being bullied by Miu, in fact, in the heart of forbearance, it is not actually bullying. Actually, Shin likes being bullied by Miu. If there is no Miu by my side, I will be unhappy. Kocho Shinobu grabbed Sumyu's hand. If there is no Miu, I will be in pain now. Please do not leave me. Kocho Shinobu raised his head and stared at Sumyu with almost crazy eyes. Miu, I want you to stay with me forever. Lifetime. Very firm eyes. Sumyu was slightly taken aback. He wanted to retreat to advance, but he didn't expect to touch Kocho Shinobu's heart all of a sudden. Completely broke the deadlock. At this moment, Kocho Shinobu had already walked in front of him, looking up at him. Those purple eyes are almost fanatical. Although it is shameful for a girl to say that, and boys will look down on her, but Shin still has to say that. In my heart, I've actually liked Miu for a long time. Although Miu sometimes said some very blushing words, even though I said I didn't like to hear them at the time, in fact, I really like to hear them. I'm just afraid that you will leave me. Because, Miu is so good that Jin might lose Miu. So, Kocho Shinobu's purple eyes were full of ups and downs looking at Sumyu, and his white and soft hands unconsciously grabbed Sumyu's hand. The fingers are very hard, very hard. It's like grasping the important things in life and not willing to discard them. Will Miu be with Shin for the rest of his life? Look at the state of Kocho Shinobu at the moment. No doubt. His retreat to advance succeeded, and at the same time, there is no doubt that he occupies a large place in Kocho Shinobu's heart. Otherwise, Kocho Shinobu would not have such a big reaction. This made him very happy. At the same time, I also felt a heavy sense of responsibility in my heart. It turned out that, unconsciously, I had occupied such an important position in the heart of forbearance. Looking at the silent Sumyu, Kocho Shinobu felt a little troubled. For Kocho Shinobu, from the very first meeting, because of her aversion to ghosts, she wished to kill the ghost Miu, but as she got in touch with her slowly, she found that Miu's thinking was different. So, I began to try to understand, and slowly, I went deeper. 0, asking for flowers. And unconsciously, I was slowly attracted by Miu, his gentleness, his unique words, his occasional teasing, and his uniqueness. Gradually, I realized that I already had the figure of Miu in my heart. Kocho Shinobu Sumyu, who looked at the state at the moment, naturally knew what to do. He stretched out his hand and hugged Kocho Shinobu tightly, so hard that Kocho Shinobu felt suffocated. He gently cupped Kocho Shinobu's delicate face with both hands. The golden eyes and the purple eyes of ninja faced each other in the air. I like forbearance, very, very much, and I hope to be with forbearance for a lifetime. The simple words made Kocho Shinobu's beautiful eyes foggy. This girl who is the most beautiful girl in the world of Demon Slayer, at this moment, has already turned into a stupid girl who is stunned by love, a stupid girl. He fell into the claws of Sumyu's Demon King without any resistance. It was very easy to be captured by Sumyu's heart. At this moment, this silly woman was completely immersed in the sweet words of the devil, because her heart had already been filled with the boy's promise. Crystal tears dripped from the corners of Kocho Shinobu's eyes. She was really, really happy. Are you kidding me? Kocho Shinobu was sobbing, wiping his little face unconsciously with his small hands, crying in front of Miu, feeling so ashamed. But at this moment, she no longer cared about being ashamed, and now she just wanted to wait for a reply from Sumyu. Naturally, Sumyu leaned over, kissed Kocho Shinobu. After slight contact, they separated and looked at each other. Forbearance will never try to escape from my clutches for the rest of his life. Very domineering words, but it wiped away Ren's sad emotions. The curtain of the sky fell slightly, and a ray of soft moonlight fell down the window, shining on the two people on the bed. At this moment, Sumyu was slightly leaning against the back of the bed, her gaze slightly pensive. As for Kocho Shinobu, he was leaning against his chest and sleeping soundly, with a fine blush on his fair face. The black hair is also scattered. Calm breathing, looks like a sound sleep. Sumyu got up slowly, looked at the girl lying on the bed, and then looked out of the window. A bright moon rose high. It's already night. For ghosts, night is the most active time. Unknowingly, it has been many days since he came to this world. After beheading 12 Kizuki, winding 2, Ice Ghost, and Doma, he has been inactive for half a month. These days, while he is working hard to deal with Makomo, Kocho Shinobu, Kanao, and even 530 Kocho Kani, he is also paying attention to the news about the Ghost Dance King Musen every day. But unfortunately, since Doma's death, not only the news about Kibutsuji Musen has been completely silent, even the ghosts who are active in the world seem to have gotten some news, and they are not as active as before. As expected of Kibutsuji Musen. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Sumyu couldn't help sighing. What a headache. This cautious ghost dance Musen? If you can't find Kibutsuji Musen, then naturally you can't talk about dealing with Kibutsuji Musen. Pushing open the door, under the moonlit night, there is a pavilion in front. A girl with a colorful butterfly feather weaving and waist-length black long hair is sitting there quietly. In front of the girl, there are some tea sets. Seeing this, Sumyu hesitated. In the end, he walked over. It's so late, why don't you go to sleep? He looked at Kochokani and asked curiously. Can't sleep. Kochokani shook his head, his pink eyes raised slightly. Sister, are you okay? It's all right. Sumyu returned somewhat unnaturally. Okay. Kochokani nodded, then pointed to the opposite seat. Sumyu sat down naturally. Connie started to pick up the tea set and started to make tea. Her movements were skillful and she looked very appreciative. Tea art is a very elegant thing. I didn't expect Connie to be so proficient in this aspect. Soon, a cup of tea was placed in front of Kochokani. The slightly wafting tea fragrance permeates the air, which smells particularly pleasant. Sumyu picked up the teacup, took a sip, and couldn't help but praise. After drinking a cup, Sumyu handed over the teacup. Connie raised her hand and took it. Against the backdrop of the soft moonlight, Sumyu's delicate makeup looks even more girlish, which makes Sumyu's heart skip a beat. Sumyu also imitated Kochokani's movements to make tea, but obviously, she was just different and couldn't learn the charm of Kochokani. I do not know how long it has been. When the sun rose and the warm sunlight shone on his face, Kochokani opened his eyes in a daze. Looking at the room that belongs to him, he is slightly confused. Yesterday, I chatted a lot with Sumyu, and finally fell asleep before I knew it. It was the first time I slept so deeply. Ever since her parents were killed by a ghost, she has been living with her younger sister. In the eyes of her younger sister, she has always been a very gentle and strong older sister. Whenever her younger sister has nightmares at night, she always appears in time to comfort her younger sister. However, for Connie, she has never had a good night's sleep. She also had nightmares, but when she woke up, she could only curl up in the corner of the bed and stay there silently. As a sister, she should have been strong. Get up from the bed. Kochokani, barefoot, walked to the window and pushed it open. The one who opened the window with her was Shinobu next door. Bear. Kocho Shinobu called his sister affectionately. Okay. Kochokani nodded, with tenderness in his eyes, and at this moment, both eyes fell on the man wearing a bamboo hat practicing sword in the morning sun. As we all know, ghosts are afraid of the sun. Although Mew is covered with a black hat, ghosts always look sluggish and lethargic during the day. But now, Mew has already started to practice swords, enduring the pain of the day. All along, they were amazed at the rapid improvement of Mew's strength, but they seemed to ignore that he worked harder than anyone else. Moreover, because of the characteristics of ghosts, the efforts of Mew are beyond the reach of ordinary people. After all, ghosts have infinite physical strength and can practice without interruption. This rascal is really hardworking. Kocho Shinobu muttered in his mouth, but he was flattered in his heart. Hearing Shinobi's voice, Mew, who was practicing sword, also put away his sword. Look back. Looking at the separate room, 2 windows, there are 2 similar girls lying on their stomachs, both wearing Kocho hairpins in their black hair. As the wind blows, the Kocho hairpin flaps its wings, as if a real Kocho is flying. If you don't work hard, how can you protect the people you care about? He smiled, and then said with a smile, Shinobu, Connie, good morning. Well, good morning. Connie nodded. In the morning, after spending some time with Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Connie, Mew is ready to go to MT. Kocho Shinobu's eyes were complicated, but after losing his temper before, he seemed to have accepted it and didn't say anything. Holding the sword, Mew embarked on the road to Zaiwa Mountain. Last time, Kocho Shinobu lost his temper, but Makomo didn't say hello, and went straight back to Kiriyama. I don't know if I will report myself to the water pillar Urokadaka Seikanji after I go back. After all, I promised the other party to take good care of Makomo on the front foot, and on the back foot. Makomo ran back to Zaiwa in anger. Even with Urokadaka Seikanji's good temper, I'm afraid. Thinking like this, I can't help but stop. Come out. He stood where he was, his golden eyes fell on the dense grass not far away. A 1.8 burst of rustling sound came. Gentleman. Wearing a pink kimono, with long black hair scattered slightly, and a black haori on the outside, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at him timidly. Nezuko. Mew said, is there something wrong with you following me? Are you leaving Butterfly House? Okay. Mew nodded. Where is that going? Nezuko asked softly. Go to Zaiwa Mountain. Mew didn't hide it. Okay, can you take me with you? Nezuko begged softly. What did Nezuko go to Kijiriyama? Mew is a little strange. Because, the big brother is in Zaiwa. Nezuko whispered. Because. Tanjiro. Mew murmured. Because of Nezuko's following, Mew couldn't use his full speed, so he slowed down as much as possible, and tried his best to keep up with Nezuko. But obviously, Nezuko, who was still very young, still had some difficulty following. After all, with his current strength, even the pillar of the ghost-killing team is no longer his opponent. It can be said that the strength is getting closer and closer to Kibutsuji Muzan. Can it work? Mew paused slightly, looking at Midose who was following up, a little out of breath. Okay. Nezuko pursed his lips and said seriously, the big brother is training hard in Mount Kijiri in order to protect his family. Nezuko should also work hard. If he can't even keep up with the pace, then Nezuko should be too bad. Mew couldn't help smiling when she heard this. Nezuko is indeed a very cute girl. Although the two of them didn't spend much time together, he was very impressed with Nezuko. Of course, it's not just because of watching anime. Even if you don't watch anime, for a cute girl like Nezuko, I'm afraid there is no way not to like it. Sumyu didn't say anything. Since Nezuko is willing to persevere, he won't stop him. At the same time, he is also a little curious about how long such a small 02 Nezuko can persist. With such inquiry, he is not asking anything. Time passed slowly, and as time went by, Nezuko's delicate face was covered with sweat. The ruby-like pupils were already filled with exhaustion. But the girl still gritted her teeth and tried hard to follow his steps. This made Sumyu nod unconsciously. No wonder the girl in front of her, even though she became a ghost in the original future, was able to get rid of her cannibalism and always remember the existence of her family. Hill. In addition to its own particularity, this toughness and persistence are all indispensable. But Sumyu raised her golden eyes. Because it was night now, and ghosts began to haunt. He already felt that a ghost was wandering in the distance hesitantly, and the reason for the hesitation might be because of his existence. After all, with his current strength, he, a ghost, has naturally oppressed other ghosts. Looking back, he looked at Nezuko who was still trying to follow behind him. Let's see what your limit is. With some interest. Thinking of this, he unconsciously quickened his pace. Nezuko was already exhausted. Sumyu suddenly speeded up Sumyu, even though Nezuko tried his best to keep up, but the gap in strength was very fast, and he still lost track. In the silent forest, in the dark night, Nezuko was alone. For a girl, such a scene is undoubtedly frightening. Nezuko is obviously nervous at the moment, and his ruby-like pupils are constantly scanning around. Suddenly, ahead, a ferocious monster with 4 limbs crouched in front of him appeared. Ghost. For a moment, I couldn't help feeling a little flustered in my heart, and I had the idea of turning around and running. But didn't end up running. Nezuko's small white hands gently pressed on his waist, which was a protective object given to him by his master love pillar Kanroji Mitsurai. A handful of Nichiren blades. Thin blood. The ghost sniffed the air, looked at the girl in front of him. His ferocious eyes were full of excitement. Thin blood is a rare existence among human blood types. After being eaten by ghosts, it can have the effect of eating dozens or even hundreds of people. Thinking of eating the little girl in front of him, it is conceivable that his strength will be improved rapidly. The greed in the heart made the ghost's eyes full of fiery meaning. Call. Breathe. Nezuko kept in mind the breathing that his master Kanroji Mitsurai taught him. The breath of love is a derivative of the breath of flame. Roar. The ghost roared. Its limbs were like a crouching beast, and it rushed towards Nezuko. Calm. Calm. Calm down. Nezuko kept shouting to himself in his heart, trying to restrain his trembling little hands. Breathe. Concentrate on breathing. Imagining in my mind what my master Kanroji Mitsurai taught me. Suddenly he pulled out the Ririn knife from his waist. The breath of love one shape. The trembling of first love. Steaming heat rose from the delicate skin of Nezuko's body, and at the same moment, the girl held the Nichiren blades in her hand and swiped across. The blade slashes quickly like a whip. Flickering. The evil ghost that was flickering with cold light had already been chopped into pieces by her breath of love. And with the invasion of the solar energy contained in the Nichiren blades, the evil spirit quickly dissipated in a wisp of black smoke. I defeated the evil spirit. Wei Wei has a trace of unconfidence, but soon, her heart is filled with even greater excitement, but she completely forgets that there may be more than one evil spirit. Another evil spirit lurked behind Nezuko at some point, and when Nezuko was completely immersed in the process of beheading the evil spirit just now, this evil spirit had already pounced on him. Nezuko didn't react until the whistling wind reached his ears. Looking at the ferocious ghost, at this moment, there was no room for resistance. At this moment, a hint of despair appeared in Nezuko's eyes. Did I just leave this world like this? Big brother, younger sister, father, mother, will they be very sad when they hear the news that they are no longer? Choke. A fiery red horse slashed across, and the attacking evil spirit was instantly beheaded. Sumyu's figure also appeared again. 997. Nezuko half kneeled on the ground with some difficulty, and was terrified in his heart. Just now, he almost died. If MR hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid. At any time, don't be too relaxed, and keep a vigilant heart. Sumyu looked at Nezuko, who was half a ghost on the ground, and said vigilantly. It's Nezuko who is too weak, too careless, and Nezuko is really useless. Nezuko looked downcast with his little head down. Sumyu couldn't help but stepped forward, and gently rubbed Nezuko's little head. I'm sorry, sir, but your beans have been missed by the doctor. Nezuko is very smart, and he can probably feel that Sumyu is training him, but he didn't expect that he would be so humiliated. Sumyu shook his head. Nezuko is already very powerful. Really? Nezuko raised his head and looked at Sumyu with ruby eyes. Certainly. Sumyu nodded. Nezuko, you did really well just now. It's just that we still need to work hard. Expressed recognition of Nezuko and encouraged Nezuko at the same time. I will. Nezuko clenched her small fist vigorously. The girl's heart was full of passion at this moment. At the same time, I am also very grateful to MR. I think Mr. is a very gentle person. Take Nezuko all the way to MT Kijiri. The more you go up, the more you can feel the air in the air is getting thinner. He is fine, but Nezuko seems to be not doing well. Breathing is also a little short. Can it work? Sumyu asked. It works. Nezuko clenched his small fists and insisted, but seeing the girl panting heavily, Sumyu couldn't help but shook his head. She was such a stubborn girl. She was obviously exhausted. Before Nezuko agreed, Sumyu reached out and grabbed Nezuko's little hand. Nezuko was slightly taken aback, and immediately, he felt a force in his little hand. Then, the whole person felt as if he was flying. The sudden loss of center of gravity in hands and feet made Nezuko feel flustered instinctively, until her small body landed on his shoulders. Don't move. Pulling Nezuko onto his back, feeling Nezuko's restlessness, Sumyu spoke hastily. Nezuko hesitated for a while, and finally quietly lay on Sumyu's back. Sumyu stepped on the ground with light steps. There is no need to worry about whether Nezuko can keep up, he can naturally move without any scruples. Like a flying bird passing through the mountains and forests, the raised black hair fell on Nezuko's little nose, making Nezuko sneeze involuntarily. Nezuko's eyes were shining brightly as he looked at the receding scenery around him with ruby-like pupils. Can feel the speed of Mr. Really very fast. Is this the strength of the pillar? It turns out that Mr. has been waiting for her while controlling his steps. Nezuko murmured slightly. Soon, ahead, a thatched hut built on the mountainside appeared in front of my eyes. Under the dark moonlight, a smear of candlelight dispelled the surrounding darkness. Sumyu is very familiar with this place. When he came to Zioa Mountain, he lived here. If predictions are good, Kamado Tanjiro may be placed here. The figure fell lightly, landed on a tree branch, and looked down. A boy with red hair, red eyes, and a scar on his left forehead is practicing hard. The boy was so persistent, he swung his sword over and over again. On the opposite side is a boy with folded arms, wearing a disaster-repelling fox mask, a yellow, orange and green tortoise-shell pattern intertwined haori, and a boy with flesh-colored mid-length hair. It was the wrong rabbit. In addition to Jinta, there is also Tomioka Jiyuo, and Tomioka Jiyuo's sister, Tomioka Atsuko. And, of course, there's Makomo, a bored, unhappy teenage girl. And with the appearance of Sumyu here, it quickly attracted everyone's attention. The first one to discover was Makomo. When she saw Sumyu for the first time, the girl's eyes were full of joy, and she couldn't help but tried to run over, but she seemed to think of something all of a sudden, and stopped abruptly. He stopped his pace, bit his lip, and looked complicated. Sir. Tomioka Jiyuo also discovered Sumyu, and couldn't help shouting in surprise. With the voice of Tomioka Jiyuo, Tanjiro, who was practicing hard, also quickly discovered Sumyu. At the same time, he also noticed the younger sister who was being carried by Sumyu, Nezuko. Seeing his sister, Tanjiro shouted excitedly. Oh, and I sauce. Nezuko also shouted happily. Sumyu also put Nezuko down at the right time. Walking briskly, the pair of big brother-sisters quickly gathered together, and it was obvious that their brother and sister had a very good relationship. Why is Nezuko here? Tanjiro looked at his sister strangely. I heard that my husband is going to MT Kijiri, and my big brother is in MT Kijiri, so please send me here. Nezuko was a little embarrassed. It's really troublesome, sir. I'm just on my way. Sumyu smiled indifferently, and his eyes fell on Jinya. This is the purpose of his trip to Zioa Mountain this time. Makomo also looked at him, his black and white eyes full of resentment. Although the expression on her face was hidden by the fox mask, she could still feel the girl's nervousness through her slightly trembling delicate body. Neither of them spoke, and the people around seemed to feel something was wrong with the environment, and couldn't help but hold their breath. Sumyu took a deep breath and opened the silence first. Makomo, I'm sorry I'm late. There was almost no hesitation, and the first step was to choose sorry. Originally, I had chosen not to talk to Sumyu anymore, but when Sumyu's voice came, my heart trembled. All the complaints in my heart were swept away at once. For Makomo, it is really hard to listen to the words of the big villain, and it is always easy to immerse himself in the gentle words of the big villain. Tomioka Jiyuo, Tomioka Atsuko, Nezuko, Tanjiro, and the rabbit all felt something was wrong, so they left without realizing it, leaving a space for the two of them to be alone. When there were only two people around, the environment became silent. Without anyone else, Sumyu walked up to Makomo cheekily without any hesitation, and immediately hugged Makomo. Makomo struggled a little at first, but Sumyu hugged her so hard that she couldn't break free at all, and she couldn't break free at all. Only, I still feel wronged in my heart. You, how did you come here? Makomo was full of complaints. Tears almost filled the eyes, and after a while, the pear blossoms were already raining. Feeling the moisture in his chest, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just cry out. No matter how much grievance you have suffered in your heart, as long as you cry out, you can always get great relief. Sorry. Sumyu doesn't explain his mistakes, but deep down, he also blamed himself. No matter Makomo or Kocho Shinobu, they are good girls. Since they choose to take the path of greed, they will inevitably hurt Makomo. For this, he felt uncomfortable. It's been so long since I came here, I thought you, get Qianzhao, won't come anymore, don't want Makomo anymore. Makomo gritted his teeth, looking aggrieved. At the beginning, I just left in anger, but after I came back, I regretted it a little. Originally, I hoped that Sumyu would come to pick her up soon, but after waiting for several days, I didn't see Sumyu's figure. As a result, my heart began to become panicky. Did I really do something wrong? Is it that I am too generous? Is it because I am too girlish? After all, in this world, a man can marry several wives. It is normal for a boy as good as Mu-jong to have several wives. Feeling Makomo's dependence on her, Sumyu's heart is also slightly heavy. Unknowingly, she has occupied such an important position in Makomo's heart. Can't help it. His hand holding Makomo was getting stronger and stronger. For a good girl like Makomo, he will not let go. Water pillar Urokadaka Seikanji was very resentful towards Sumyu. After all, when he left the Kocho house, he entrusted Sumyu to take good care of Makomo. Result. Not long after he returned to Zioa Mountain, Makomo came back in anger. Master, don't be angry with Mew. Actually, Mew didn't make too many mistakes. Looking at the master who was looking at Mew with a cold face, Makomo said good things for Mew-jong. Urokadaka Seikanji looked at Makomo helplessly. He is a disciple. He is really getting more and more outgoing. When he came back, he hated this guy to death. All grievances are completely forgotten. I can't be more stupid. Sure enough, the girl who got married, the water that was thrown out. Although Makomo is not his daughter, in the heart of water pillar Urokadaka Seikanji, Makomo has long been regarded as his daughter. Forget it this time. Next time, if you find you bullying my disciple again, I, Urokadaka Seikanji, will never forgive you. Urokadaka Seikanji grimaced, "Are faced with warning?" Sumyu smiled awkwardly, and 583 hurriedly promised. After Makomo's incident was revealed, what the two of them chatted about was nothing more than the current world. In today's world, there is a constant influx of technology from the outside and various problems inside. But these don't have much to do with the ghost-killing squad. Of course, the most important things are related to ghosts. Since Sumyu beheaded 12 Kizuki, Kami No. 2, and Ice Ghost Doma last time, the Demon Slayer team, which has been at a disadvantage for thousands of years, finally started to unfold. Perhaps, stimulated by Sumyu, the pillars of the ghost-killing team also took the initiative one after another. First of all, the first move was the Pillar of Wind Shinazugawa Sanemai, who recently found 12 Kizuki, Mukago, and killed him in the end. Then there was Rengoku Mojura, the former Yanzo, and Rengoku Kyujura, the current Yanzo. The two found one of the last strings in 12 Kizuki, in Mio, the ghost of sleep, on the infinite train, and they worked together to kill him. The magic dream of one of the lower strings, though one of the lower strings who should have been defeated by Tanjiro after cutting off the spine with the god of fire Kagura, Bilaten, died in the joint efforts of Rengoku Mojuro and Rengoku Kyujura Superior. Etched, the first of the lower string. In Mio, the fourth of the lower string. Mukago was killed successively, plus the times of the lower string that Sumyu beheaded before, and the golden gun of the lower string. So far, 5 of 12 Kizuki have died. According to Urokadaka Seikanji, the traces of the third string, Wakuruba, and the second string, Rokuro, have been found recently, and now, the ghost-killing team has already gone there. Maybe, it won't be long before the news of Rokuro's beheading will come. After all, the pillar of the demon-killing team may not be as strong as the upper string in 12 Kizuki, but it is not difficult to deal with the lower string. Well, predictably so. It won't be long before 12 Kizuki's end of strings will all be cleared. In the original anime, these understrings were summoned to Infinity City by Nakame because of the beheading of 5 of lower strings lay. 12 Kizuki only needs to leave the upper string, so Kibutsuji Musen cleared all the lower string and took back the blood that was given, leaving only the dream of the lower string. But now, things have obviously changed, and almost all of these lower strings were killed instead of being purged by Kibutsuji Musen. Not only did almost all of the understrings die, even the Shingxian No. 2 Ice Ghost Doma was beheaded. It can be said that Musen has encountered the most serious crisis in history. With Kibutsuji Musen's cautious character, after sensing the crisis, he naturally started further lurking. Information about Kibutsuji Musen's whereabouts has been lost to the investigation. It can be said that the situation has once again reached a stalemate. At this moment, Yin Mu and Jinsi are talking about this issue. Although the ghost-killing team has achieved unprecedented results in the process of slaying ghosts, but also, up to now, they have encountered a deadlock. Kibutsuji Musen disappeared, and other winding strings also got the news to hide. Without beheading Kibutsuji Musen, the source of the ghosts, it will never be considered a success for the ghost-slaying team. But if you want to deal with Kibutsuji Musen, you need to find Kibutsuji Musen. But it is obviously not so easy to find Kibutsuji Musen. Kibutsuji Musen's cautious and timid character makes it very difficult to find his traces, coupled with the feature that he can change his body shape. It is impossible to find Kibutsuji Musen in the vast crowd. As long as Kibutsuji Musen does not show up for a day, then Kibutsuji Musen cannot be killed for a day. 1 year, 2 years is fine. But what if in the past 10 years or 100 years? This is also Urokadaka Seikanji's worry about the future. No one knows whether the demon-killing team will maintain a strong lineup like it is now. It has to be said that Urokadaka Seikanji's worries are not unreasonable. Ghosts have a long life and can hide in the dark and wait slowly, but humans are different. After 100 years, they will be turned into Lois. Senior Lintaki doesn't need to worry too much. In the past, this was naturally a difficult issue to consider, but now, it is unnecessary. Sumyu answered flatly. Urokadaka Seikanji was slightly taken aback. Did Senior Lintaki ignore my existence? Sumyu stood up and spoke with a smile. Looking up and looking at Sumyu, Urokadaka Seikanji seemed to think of something all of a sudden. He couldn't help laughing, and his frown couldn't help but relax. Before, He was always worried that even if the ghost-killing squad temporarily suppressed the ghosts, as long as Kibutsuji Musen was not killed, the problem would not be cured. One day, the ghost-slaying squad would slowly come to an end. After all, in this world there is no dynasty that is always strong, and similarly, there is no organization that is always strong, and the ghost-killing squad is no exception. But Kibutsuji Musen is different. He has a nearly infinite life. After the ghost-killing squad ends, no one in this world can stop its pace. But now, he saw Sumyu in front of him. But there is hope. Sumyu is also a ghost. Like Kibutsuji Musen, he also has an infinite life. So, as long as Sumyu is still there is no need to think about these. Not to mention, Sumyu looked up and looked out the window. As time goes on, Kibutsuji Musen will be more and more at a disadvantage. Right now, he's still weaker than Kibutsuji Musen, but with time, he'll catch up and surpass Kibutsuji Musen. Moreover, this time will not be too far away. Looking at the confident Sumyu, water pillar Urokadaka Seikanji has complicated eyes. From the first time he met Sumyu to the present, the improvement of Sumyu's strength is almost obvious to all. Urokadaka Seikanji has no doubts that Sumyu can surpass Kibutsuji Musen. The only concern is, if Kibutsuji Musen dies, there will be only Sumyu in this world. Will he also become a ghost like Kibutsuji Musen? But soon, Urokadaka Seikanji got rid of this worry. Although the time we spent together was short, something could still be felt. Compared with ghosts, the ghost Sumyu is obviously more like a person, walking in the dark, but the heart is always bright. This is probably the case. Thinking about this, the worries in my heart were also swept away. So, too. Urokadaka Seikanji stood up, bowing slightly. Sumyu accepted Urokadaka Seikanji's bow frankly. He naturally understood what Sumyu meant. If Kibutsuji Musen couldn't avoid it, Sumyu might be the only one who could consume energy. If it is Kibutsuji Musen, it is really hidden for thousands of years. After those 1,000 years, maybe only the ghost Sumyu can deal with him. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. During this period, Wakuruba and Rokuro of the 3rd of the lower string and the 2nd of the lower string were also successively found by the Demon Slayer squad and killed by the Demon Slayer squad. Since then, the last string of 12 Kizuki created by Musen has been wiped out. Up to now, 12 Kizuki only exists. Winding 1, Ghost of the Sword. Kokushibu. Winding 3, Fighting Ghost. Akeza. Hantengu, Ghost of Doppelganger. Winding up, Ghost of the City. Nukume. Winding Wu, Pot Ghost. Gyuko. The Land of the Former String, the Ghost of the Twins. Jayudaro. The Land of the Former String, the Ghost of the Twins. Daki. The Winding Land, Thunder Ghost Paints Hill. Kaigaku, the newly appointed Land of the Wind, Thunder Ghost, was once the eldest disciple of the former Naruto Kawahima Jigoro, and once participated in the test of Mount Tang with Makomo, becoming a member of the ghost-killing team. Just like the historical trajectory of the development. Encountered Winding Black Death during a mission. As a result, it goes without saying that all of Kaigaku's team were beheaded by Kokushiba. When Kokushiba was about to attack Kaigaku, Kaigaku abandoned the will of the Demon Slayer team and chose to beg for mercy. Eventually, was forced to become a ghost by Kokushiba. Kaigaku, who became a ghost, relied on what he knew about the Demon Slayer squad when he became a Demon Slayer squad, led the ghosts, and attacked the Demon Slayer squad several times, causing great losses to the Ghost Slayer squad. Therefore, Kaigaku was also appreciated by Kibutsuji Musen, and together with Jayudaro, Daki, became 12 Kizuki's Winding Land. Although there are traitors like Kaigaku in the Ghost Slayer squad, the development of the Ghost Slayer squad has been extremely rapid in the past few years. Relying on the development of Wisteria Toxin and strong strength against ghosts, Kocho Shinobu became a new pillar or worm pillar. Please Rabbit, the big disciple of Urokadaka Seikanji, the water column, relied on his achievements in killing ghosts, took over the position of the pillar of his master Urokadaka Seikanji, and became a new water column. As for Tomioka Jiuo, because the brother invited the rabbit, he did not become a water column like in history, but even so, Tomioka Jiuo's strength is no less than the column. As for Makomo, he has seldom participated in the activities of the ghost-killing team these years. Since he reconciled with Sumyu, he has devoted himself to taking care of Sumyu. The merits, therefore, did not become pillars. In addition to 2 more pillars, in the past 2 years, the ghost-killing team has also produced extremely superior fresh blood. The most famous is Kamado Tanjiro, Kamado Nezuko, Agatsuma Zenitsu, Hashabira Inashuk, and Shinazugawa Jinya, younger brother of Wind Pillar. These few can be regarded as the most outstanding talents that have emerged recently in the ghost-killing team, and they have always been at the forefront in the process of fighting against ghosts. He killed many evil spirits successively. He even beheaded Kyugai, the former Land of the Lower String, Kyugai, the Ghost of the Drum. Vine Attack Mountain Top. Sumyu sat quietly on a rock. Standing on the left and right are 2 slim girls with swords across their waists. Wearing a cute fox mask is Makomo. Wearing a kochu beret in her hair is Tsuyuri Kanao. Lord please Mu-chan to give Tanjiro and the others a week-long trial. Makomo tilted his head and whispered to Sumyu. Sumyu nodded, stretched, stood up, and looked into the distance. It's already here. A pair of harmonious figures. The first to come were sisters Kamado Tanjiro and Kamado Nezuko. 0. Ask for flowers. Tanjiro didn't pay much attention to him. The little girl Nezuko is getting cuter and juicier the longer she grows. Compared with her fiancé, Tsuyuri Kanao, she is no different. He really likes her more and more. Hi sir. Hi sir. Tanjiro and Nezuko shouted successively. Sumyu nodded, looked at Nezuko for a while, and saw that Nezuko's face flushed slightly, and then looked away, looking forward. Why should I accept the guidance of the ghost pillar? I heard that it is a very scary ghost. It's so scary, will it eat me? It's so scary, so scary. A boy with round eyebrows wearing a yellow feather with a triangular pattern and short blonde hair was walking while looking around vigilantly, as if he was afraid that a ghost would come out of the vicinity. 0. It's Agatsuma Zenitsu. He also came to receive guidance from Mr. Seeing Agatsuma Zenitsu approaching, Tanjiro couldn't help being a little happy. Agatsuma Zenitsu also quickly found Tanjiro and Nezuko standing next to Sumyu, and couldn't help getting excited, but was about to speed up when a loud roar came from behind. But it was a tall and burly young man wearing a grey boar's head mask, deer fur around his waist, bear fur around his feet, naked from the upper body, only wearing the team pants of the Ghost Slayer squad on his lower body, running on a rampage. Pigs advance by leaps and bounds. Pigs advance by leaps and bounds. Seeing the rushing man, Agatsuma Zenitsu's face turned livid, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. It's Hashabira Inashuk. Looking at the rushing people, Tanjiro couldn't help but said happily. In addition to Hashabira Inashuk, a boy with a dark coxcomb hair and a scar on the left side of his face that extended to his nose walked over with a gloomy expression. Damn it, I heard that it was this ghost pillar that made the big brother bow down to him 3 times and 9 times, losing face? I must give that ghost pillar a good look. It was Shinazugawa Jinya, the younger brother of Shinazugawa Sanamai, the pillar of wind. It's all here, much faster than expected. Sumyu clapped his palms. Then, the trial training has begun. Looking at the few people who came, Sumyu laughed unconsciously. This character who used to be the main character of Demon Slayer, now, has to be trained in his own hands. Feel. Pretty fun corpse. Then, the trial training has begun. Sumyu looked at the 5 people in front of him, clapped his hands and laughed. However, before the words were finished, they were interrupted. Hashabira Inashuk drew out his own blade directly, and his blade was very peculiar, with a jagged shape. Duel, duel, duel. Hashabira Inashuk held the knife and yelled directly at Sumyu. With his beast-like intuition, he can clearly feel the power of Sumyu. Duel. Roar. Like a beast, Hashabira Inashuk slammed one foot to the ground, forcing the ground out of a pothole. With a powerful rebound force, Hashabira Inashuk rammed towards Sumyu like a rampaging tank. This guy, watching Hashabira Inashuk attack Sir directly made Tan 980 Jiro sweat for his partner. Lord Ghost Pillar did not offend like that. Sure enough, as Tanjiro expected, Hashabira Inashuk went and returned quickly. Without seeing how Sumyu made a move, Hashabira Inashuk was thrown out directly. Shaking his head, Hashabira Inashuk stood up from the ground. Just now, he didn't see how Sumyu made a shot at all, and he was already sent flying. Powerful, powerful, incomparably powerful. This makes Hashabira Inashuk's blood seem to be burning. Only such a powerful enemy can make me feel excited. Sumyu's eyes drooped, looking at Hashabira Inashuk who was not afraid, but more excited, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sure enough, he had the same character as in the anime, like a beast. I can't see the opponent's movements at all. Such a terrible enemy, I can't be the opponent at all. Shinazugawa Jinya couldn't help clenching his fists. It's terrible, it's terrible. Seeing this scene, Agatsuma Zenitsu turned pale. Sir, it's really amazing? I'm going to work hard. Nezuko couldn't help but clenched his small fists, cheering for himself. Hashabira Inashuk's body recovered quickly. Just after recovering, he immediately rushed towards Sumyu holding the Nichiren blades. Pigs rush forward. The pig leaped forward. With such a roar, the whole person is like a wild beast. But the result was the same as before. Hashabira Inashuk barely saw Sumyu's movements clearly, and was shot flying by Sumyu directly. This time Sumyu shot obviously a lot harder, and Hashabira Inashuk spit out blood from the corner of his mouth, and the injuries all over his body made him unable to get up in a short time. After a brief moment of silence, Sumyu also looked back at the crowd. Several of you, in the next 7 days, you will conduct a 7-day devil trial here. I hope you can spend these 7 days well. Sumyu smiled. Under the conscious pace, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Agatsuma Zenitsu, Hashabira Inashuk, and Shinazugawa Jinya couldn't help but feel nervous. But at this time, Wanhualuo-chan Aping stood up. The first thing you have to do is to work together and defeat me first. Tsuyuri Kanao looked at several people with a flat expression. Wearing the uniform of the Ghost Slayer squad, the lower body is a knee-length black pleated skirt and white boots, and the girl's hair is blowing with the breeze. The girl's hair is already very long, and the distance from the long hair to the waist is not far away. Tanjiro was slightly taken aback, looking at Kanao who was almost the same age as him, feeling incredible. One of the 5 of us hit her. Shinazugawa Jinya pointed at Kanao, feeling incredible. Tsuyuri Kanao looks back at Sumyu. Kanao, don't hold back too much. Sumyu nodded to Kanao, then stood aside with folded arms. Pigs rush forward. The first strike was still Hashabira Inashuk, who wielded Nichiren blades and launched an almost brute force attack towards Kanao. but it was easily dodged by Kanao. At the same time, the Nichiren blades in his hand waved slightly, and the blade was already attached to Hashabira Inashuk's neck. If we are enemies, you are already dead. The girl answered flatly. So strong. Even with the instinct of a beast, Hashabira Inashuk can feel the power of Kanao, but compared to the feeling of powerlessness in the face of the ghost pillar, at least the person in front of him is not invincible. Water breath one shape. Water surface slash. Breath of love one shape. The trembling of first love. At this moment, Tanjiro and Nezuko, brothers and sisters, shot at the same time almost in agreement. However, before the two attacks landed on Kanao, Ping flew away like a fluttering kocho. Thunder breath one shape. A flash of thunder. A slight sound came out, but Agatsuma Zenitsu's waist was slightly bent, his hand was pressed on the hilt of his waist, and the corner of his mouth made a slight sound. The next moment, his figure was like thunder that tore through the air, and he drew his sword and slashed towards Kanao at a speed that even ghosts couldn't see clearly. This time, Kanao couldn't escape. But for Kanao, it was just a slight smile. Breath of flowers. The blade hanging from his waist was pulled out, but it easily blocked Agatsuma Zenitsu's thunderbolt flash. Standing on the rock, Sumyu quietly looked at the several people who were constantly moving around in the field, and nodded slightly. Kanao is improving very fast. Makomo next to him looked at Kanao, who was fighting 5 people with 1 man, and couldn't help admiring. Yeah, Kanao is improving really fast. Sumyu couldn't help but sigh. Originally, he was also the main character in the anime Demon Slayer. Now, Kanao's strength has surpassed the original by a lot. It has gone far beyond Tanjiro, Agatsuma Zenitsu, Hashabira Inashuk too much. Time passed slowly, with the constant fighting. The cooperation of Agatsuma Zenitsu, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Hashabira Inashuk, and Shinazugawa Jinya is becoming more and more tacit. Finally, on the 6th day, he successfully defeated Kanao with Ya 0.8. Who? Following the defeat of Tsuyuri Kanao, Monhajiro, and the others also sat up without any image. It's really hard to imagine that Kanao, who is almost the same age as them, is so powerful. But at this time, Makomo clapped his hands. Next, it's me. Wearing a cute fox mask, the girl squinted slightly and looked at the 5 people. Isn't it, sir? Tanjiro couldn't help asking. You have to be able to pass me. Makomo smiled. Maybe, in these 7 days, you won't be able to let Mujong do it yourself. Makomo smiled. Tanjiro and others were obviously unconvinced. After a short rest, the 5 people looked at each other, and they had a certain tacit understanding in each other's hearts and challenged Makomo. Dawn broke through the darkness and brought light to the earth. A new day begins. And the devil time of the 5 Tanjiro and the 7 days ended soon. The red-haired boy, the pig-headed boy, the blonde boy, Nezuko, and Shinazugawa Jinya were all lying on the ground panting. At the end of the trial training, the 5 of them worked together and still failed to defeat Makomo. But at the same time, Makomo is not easy, standing in front of Sumyu, panting. Although the 5 boys in front of her are much weaker than her, they give her a very strong pressure. In the beginning, she could easily defeat the 5 of them again and again, but slowly, she waited for the 5 to cooperate. Everything will be different. Even though they are obviously slower than her and weaker than her in strength, they can always exert quite a powerful force when combined. However, simply, in the past 3 years, under the training of Sumyu, she has improved far beyond imagination. Maybe, now, even her master, Water Pillar Urokadaki Seikanji is no longer her opponent. Only then did 5 people be suppressed. However, if these 5 people were given some more time, Makomo felt that he might not be the opponent of these people. Hoo. Panting, Tanjiro clenched his fists unconsciously, his eyes filled with 02's disappointment. 7 days are over. None of the 5 of them passed the final trial training. Not only did they fail to defeat Makomo, they even had no chance to make a move to Mr. Xiang. They are so useless. They are too weak. With their heads down, all 5 of them were very frustrated. Sumyu stood up and looked at the 5 people who looked very depressed. He didn't comfort them. For Tanjiro and the others, because, with his participation, the 5 people had a smooth journey along the way, it was inevitable that they would feel a little nervous. Proud, thinking that dealing with ghosts is nothing more than that. But, fighting, you can't always fight in your own favorable terrain. Just like the ghost-killing team, they have been fighting in the dark night that is beneficial to ghosts. They are all human beings with flesh and blood. The injured cannot be recovered, and the lost siblings cannot be restored. But the ghost-killing team has always been like this, has been sacrificing, but has been guarding until now. Even if Kibutsuji Musen is so powerful, the ghost-killing team has been guarding until now. Sorry, sir, we lost. Tanjiro walked up to Sumyu with his head down, although he was very unwilling, but it was the truth. Sumyu's golden eyes stared at Tanjiro, the red-haired boy was clenching his teeth, obviously unwilling. Like him, Hashabira Inashuk, Shinazugawa Jinya, Agatsuma Zenitsu, and even the gentle Nezuko clenched their little fists at the moment. Desperate to the end, still failed to pass. They are really too weak. Sumyu shook his head, looked at the 5 people, and smiled. Congratulations, you passed. Tanjiro, Nezuko, Hashabira Inashuk, Agatsuma Zenitsu, and Shinazugawa Jinya all raised their heads in bewilderment. They didn't even have a chance to shoot Sumyu, and they couldn't even beat Makomo, so they didn't pass the trial training. Don't comfort us, sir. Tanjiro smiled wryly. I didn't comfort you. Tsuyuri shook her head. Admittedly, the five of Tanjiro hadn't even defeated Makomo. On the surface, they lost. But, belonging to the spiritual part, they won. What I saw was that during the battle of Makomo, Nezuko would use his injured body to protect his teammates, even at the risk of his life. Tanjiro will look for a chance in the desperate situation. Agatsuma Zenitsu will always appear at the most critical moment and give the most fierce attack. Hashabira Inashuk will always fight at the forefront. Shinazugawa Jinya. These are what I saw. Listening to Tsuyuri's words, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Agatsuma Zenitsu, Hashabira Inashuk, and Shinazugawa Jinya couldn't help but glance at each other. Unknowingly, after 7 days of fighting, they have become comrades in arms who can give each other their backs without hesitation. What's more important is that even when you know that you are not an opponent, you can still bravely attack your opponent. These are the reasons why I said that you didn't lose. Tsuyuri said seriously. Even if you are crushed to the ground by your own weakness and powerlessness, you will ignite your fighting spirit and grit your teeth and move forward. Even if you stop and squat down, time will not wait for you, nor will it lean against you, and you share the sorrow. Right now, you are still very weak, and we pillars will bear the wind and rain for you. This is what we pillars do for you juniors. As seniors, we will never let you young shoots be plucked. He spoke calmly. As seniors, we will make enough room for you to develop. And in the future, you will also become seniors who will protect the sprouts. I have seen in you a new pillar born, a new hope. And this is also the reason why the ghost killing squad has never yielded or ceased even though they were wounded in the battle with ghosts for thousands of years. This is the reason why you passed the assessment successfully. He smiled and looked at the 5 people. Congratulations. Now you can already be alone. You guys will become the most powerful weapon of the ghost killing squad in the future. The 5 people looked at each other, and the disappointment in their eyes disappeared. Thank you, senior. The 5 of them bowed slightly and spoke sincerely. Tsuyuri smiled, and couldn't help but look at the rising sun. It's time for the final battle. Let me, finally, give you one more lesson. 237. Tsuyuri looked at the 5 people and spoke calmly. The 5 of them couldn't help showing their expectations. But at this moment, Tsuyuri walked towards the rock alone and stood there with clear eyes. Looking good, he said calmly. In the past, Ji Kuyuan made 1,500 effective slashes in 1 second, but from now on, your goal is to grow to that point. 1,500 effective cuts are made in 1 second. Agatsuma Zenitsu couldn't help opening his mouth in surprise. Even if he practiced the thunder breath, he could explode at the fastest speed in a short period of time, making 1,500 effective slashes in a second. It is not something that humans can do. That's what gods and Buddhas can do, right? Tanjiro couldn't help murmuring. Because of this, the National League will be called comparable to the living gods and Buddhas. Tsuyuri looked back at the 5 people, and your goal is to surpass gods and Buddhas. The hearts of the 5 couldn't help but startled. At this moment, Tsuyuri had already pressed the scabbard with his hand. In an instant, don't see how to draw the sword. Only see the front. The senior seems to have swung a sword like the sun. After a sword, everything passed away. Nothing seems to happen. But after a while, the vines attacked the top of the mountain, and all the trees fell down. It seems that the huge Fujiyama has been shaved bald. Looking at the backs of Tanjiro and the 5 leaving with incomparable shock and determination, the corners of Tsuyuri's mouth could not help but slightly twitch. Looking forward to their growth. I didn't expect Mujang to be so strong. Makomo raised his head. In the past 3 years, Tsuyuri has been practicing swords diligently and never slack off, but Makomo does not know how far Tsuyuri's strength has improved. Because, in the past 3 years, every time she competed with Tsuyuri, she failed to let Tsuyuri display her full strength. Today, it was the first time that Mujang used such a powerful sword move. Tsuyuri smiled and patted Makomo on the head. It's still far away, but the hand gently caresses the hilt of the sword. Up to now, it's time to kill Kibutsuji Muzan as well. He whispered softly. However, in the past 3 years, Kibutsuji Muzan seems to have disappeared from the world, and there is no trace of him anymore. The crowd is vast, and with Kibutsuji Muzan's ability to change his body shape, it is really hard to find him in the crowd. This is far more uncomfortable than a head-on decisive battle. But, fortunately, there is still one thing in this world that can lure Kibutsuji Muzan out. And such a thing, Fu undoubtedly is. The temptation to bask in the sun. Hidden in the darkness for thousands of years, Kibutsuji Muzan is more eager than any ghost to bask in the sun. But there is just such a temptation. But if you want to do all this, you need to go back and discuss it carefully. Let's go, we should go back. He turned his head, looked at Makomo and Tsuyuri Kanao and said with a smile. After traveling during the day, night, Tsuyuri, Makomo, Tsuyuri Kanao finally rushed back to Butterfly House. He has long been used to everything about Butterfly House, so he naturally brought Makomo and Tsuyuri Kanao to a door and stopped. Tsuyuri Kanao knocked on the door. Soon the door opened. Yushiro, wearing a western shirt, opened the door. Looking at the boy in front of him, Yushiro looked complicated. In the past 3 years, Tsuyuri has done a lot of things. Not only has he never slack off in sword practice, but he has not let go of his feelings with Kocho Kani, Kocho Shinobu, Makomo, and Tsuyuri Kanao. Even Kocho Shinobu's best friend, Kanroji Mitsurai, is now under Tsuyuri's sugar-coated shell. Of course, Yushiro didn't care about these, the only person he cared about was Tamayo-sama. But, unfortunately, in 3 years, too many things have changed. Master Tamayo is also unavoidable. Shaking his head, Yushiro hid the sadness in his heart. As far as Yushiro is concerned, as long as he can see Master Tamayo is happy, he doesn't mind silently guarding him all the time. It's just that there is inevitably sadness in my heart. Where's Miss Tamayo? Sumyu looked at Yushiro and asked calmly. I'm doing experiments in the laboratory with Ms. Shinobu. Sumyu nodded and walked to the laboratory with Makomo and Tsuyuri Kanao. Soon, he came to a room filled with countless instruments. In the room, Tamayo and Kocho Shinobu seem to have a disagreement about something, and they are discussing, and they didn't even notice his arrival. Sumyu didn't care, she just stood aside quietly, waiting for their discussion to finish. Finally, seeming to be convinced by some argument, Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but nodded, and the discussion ended. At this time, Tamayo and Kocho Shinobu found Sumyu who came in. Kocho Shinobu looked at Sumyu, with a look of joy in his eyes, and he came to Sumyu's side with almost small steps, hugging Sumyu's arm very affectionately. Unknowingly, Kocho Shinobu, a charming girl, has become a little lady exuding charm and calligraphy. Although the brows lacked the youthful exuberance of a young girl, there were more mature charms of a young woman. When did you come? Kocho Shinobu asked happily. Not long ago. Sumyu laughed. Why don't you call us? Kocho Shinobu patted his arm coquettishly. Didn't you see that you guys were having a lively discussion? So, I just waited for a while. Sumyu touched her nose. Tamayo also moved over and looked at Sumyu with a gentle look in his eyes. Come here today, is there something to do? Tamayo couldn't help but said that in the past, Sumyu rarely came to the laboratory. Sumyu nodded, and after a little hesitation, he said seriously, I think it's time to deal with Kibutsuji Musen. The calm words made the room not so peaceful, and everyone's breathing was a little short. Yushiro's eyes widened too. Although he knew that this day would come sooner or later, he didn't expect it to come so soon. You are sure? Tamayo couldn't help clenching his fists, full of excitement. Okay. He nodded, and a powerful breath emanated from his body. Feel this. Breath. Tamayo's eyes were shocked and delighted. Because, this powerful aura is only possessed by the person who made 1,500 effective slashes in a second hundreds of years ago. The person who is comparable to the living gods and Buddhas is Jiguo Yuanyi. But now, this kind of aura appeared on Sumyu's body. The hope of beheading Kibutsuji Musen is close at hand. After waiting for so many years, finally, it is possible to eliminate Kibutsuji Musen. Great, great. Tears welled up in Tamayo's eyes, tears of joy. She has been waiting for this day for hundreds of years. Although I am sure that I can kill Kibutsuji Musen is too cunning, and it is not easy to find him. So, I need one more thing, even with Kibutsuji Musen's prudence, something that has to be exposed. He said softly. Kocho Shinobu naturally knew what it was, and his purple eyes were slightly complicated. Finally, turn around. From a special metal box with countless locks, he took out a tube of potion containing mist and blood. Over the years, through the research on the blood collected by 12 Kizuki, and the blood research provided by Nezuko, plus, the participation of everyone in the medical skill of Kocho Shinobu. Through countless experiments, Tamayo and Kocho Shinobu finally developed a drug that allows ghosts to bathe in sunlight. Although with this enough to tempt Kibutsuji Musen. But, Ellie promise good. One crucial question is, how to let Kibutsuji Musen know that there is something in their hands that can make ghosts bathe in sunlight. The temptation that Kibutsuji Musen could not refuse. Of course, Sumyu thought about going through Ghost Slayer. But in the end, or give up the people. Although he has now become the ghost pillar of the ghost killing team, he has never let down his vigilance against the ghost killing team from the beginning to the end. If the ghost killing team knew about this drug that can bathe ghosts in the sun, the first thing they thought of would definitely be to destroy it. Because, the birth of this kind of thing is too harmful. Even Kocho Shinobu, the little woman who shared the bed with him, was comforted countless times by him before he reluctantly agreed to research this kind of thing. Not to mention the rest of the ghost killing squad. Wait until Sumyu leaves with Kocho Shinobu, Tsuyuri Kanao and Makomo. Yushiro looked at Tamayo who drank the potion, clenched his fists unconsciously, and there was a deep sense of unwillingness in his eyes. Master Tamayo, are you really going to make this bait? Tamayo nodded. It's the best option. As a valet who was brought by Kibutsuji Musen hundreds of years ago, Kibutsuji Musen clearly knows her medical skills are great, otherwise, he would not take the trouble to turn her into a ghost. And took her with him. Over the years, relying on the transformation of medical skills, she became the first ghost to escape the control of Kibutsuji Musen. Well, it's only fitting that she, Tamayo, make this bait. However, this is very dangerous. It is better to let Sumyu go. He is the strongest. Even if Musen, the ghost dancer, comes, there will be no danger. Yushiro spoke unwillingly. Tamayo shook his head. If Mu is used as a bait, then it is no longer a bait, but a bright poison, and Kibutsuji Musen will not come out. Just because he followed the character of Kibutsuji Musen, Tamayo knew clearly that Sumyu was not suitable to be a bait. 3 years ago, Sumyu killed 12 Kizuki, the second ice demon with a record of 660 doma, allowing Kibutsuji Musen to hide from the darkness and never appeared again. It can be said that with Kibutsuji Musen's character, if he is not absolutely sure of winning Sumyu, he will never appear in front of Sumyu. It was a very tyrannical, extremely hot-tempered ghost who dominated with absolute terror. But at the same time, it is also very timid and afraid of death. He will not put himself in a dangerous situation. Not to mention, looking at the bright moon in the sky, Tamayo couldn't help clasping his hands together. This is also my own wish. My sinful life is used to pay for it, and it is only appropriate. At this moment, a look of firmness appeared in Tamayo's eyes. At the same time, there was a sense of relief. The warm sunlight shines on the bed along the window. The warm sun shone on her face, causing Sumyu to open her eyes involuntarily. What caught the eye was Kocho Shinobu's delicate little face. Little slacker, just woke up, we should implement the plan, you still wake up so late. Kocho Shinobu's face was almost pressed against his breath, purple eyes staring into his golden eyes. At this moment, I can clearly smell the fragrance from Kocho Shinobu's body. Sumyu stretched out her hand, pressed Kocho Shinobu's small head, kissed Kocho Shinobu, and then let go. Kocho Shinobu stood up angrily. This villain always bullies her like this. Although, I'm used to it. But still, there is a little bit of disgust. After all, it's pretty embarrassing. Sumyu smiled, also took the clothes that had been folded on the bed, and started to put them on. Kocho Shinobu blushed and turned his head away. It's not that I haven't seen it, I'm still blushing. Sumyu looked at Kocho Shinobu, who looked like a big girl with her head turned away, and couldn't help but smile. Hee. I don't care about you. Kocho Shinobu stuck out his little tongue. She won't be as thick-skinned as this villain. Yes, what Ren says is right. Who told Ren to be so thin-skinned, so tender that water can be squeezed out? Sumyu laughed. Kocho Shinobu turned around and was about to trouble Sumyu when there was a hasty knock on the door. As if expected, Sumyu patted Kocho Shinobu on the head. Go and open the doorknob. Door open. Tamayo's panicked face was revealed. Mew is not good, Yushiro is gone. Tamayo looked concerned. Sumyu had anticipated this. In fact, yesterday, when discussing strategies, he did not shy away from Yushiro, in order for this moment to come. Deep down in his heart, he didn't want Tamayo to be the bait. After all, Tamayo was his now too. But, Isub, there must be a ghost as the bait to lure Kibutsuji Muzan out. There are always ghosts in danger. He is not suitable and cannot be used as bait, and his bait is not a bait to Kibutsuji Muzan, but a scare. It stands to reason that Tamayo should be the most suitable, but he doesn't want Tamayo to be a bait too much. Then, there is only one side left in his heart, Shiro. And with Sumalang's understanding, the other party is willing to put Tamayo in danger. Therefore, he will fight for this bait on his own initiative. Sure enough, it did not exceed his expectations. Although it was expected, Sumyu didn't show it, but pretended to be surprised and asked, Yushiro is gone. Yes, I went to the laboratory this morning to tidy up my things, but I found that the potion that the laboratory kept for allowing ghosts to bathe in the sun was missing, so I went to find Yushiro, but I didn't find Yushiro's medicine. Trace. Tamayo briefly described the process of the matter. Maybe, Yushiro has to make his own way to replace Tamayo as the bait. Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but speak. Tamayo was slightly taken aback, but also thought of this possibility. His face changed drastically, and he was about to go out to look for it. But Sumyu stopped him. This may be a decision Yushiro has made in his heart, and it is useless for you to stop it. Tamayo couldn't help but calm down. Turning back, Tamayo looked at Sumyu with a complicated expression. You have already expected it. Sumyu was silent, did not lie, and nodded. People, there is always a preference between you and Yushiro. I chose you, and I don't want you to take risks. Tamayo lowered his head slightly. However, I am the most suitable, and this is what I should do. My sinful life was originally used to pay for it. Tamayo almost roared. She is an evil ghost who has eaten people, and the sins of this life can no longer be redeemed. Sumyu is silent. After becoming a ghost, she will be controlled by the ghost nature and become an evil ghost who likes to devour flesh and blood. She has done various things, and when she waits for her consciousness to come back, what she has done will haunt her life like a nightmare. But all of this is not your original wish, but something you are willing to do. Sumyu made an excuse for Tamayo. But what I did is a fact, what I ate with my own hands. Tamayo knelt down, clutching his head. It was an unforgettable nightmare of fear. Sumyu knelt down and patted Tamayo's shoulder lightly. Then let me help you end this nightmare. Help you kill Kibutsuji Muzan. He said softly, raised his eyes, his golden pupils shone coldly, and the surrounding air was blowing a biting cold wind at this moment. Now that Yushiro has gone to be the bait, it's time for us hunters to act too. Yoshiwara Flower Street. A very lively city. Yushiro is all too familiar with this place, having accompanied Tamayo for many years in this city hiding from Kibutsuji Muzan. In the bustling city, with the crowds coming and going, Yushiro raised his head and stretched out his pale hands involuntarily. The warm sunshine that he had avoided before can now shine on his hands. He, the ghost, can bathe in the sun. This was the dream Kibutsuji Muzan pursued for thousands of years, but now, he, an ordinary ghost, has achieved it. And all of this is based on Master Tamayo's research. A drug that allows ghosts to bathe in the daytime has been developed. Although Kocho Shinobu was also responsible, but in Yushiro's view, that Kocho Shinobu was just a helper. Tamayo-sama is really a very, very powerful person. There was a look of admiration in Yushiro's eyes. For a long time, he has been silently fond of Master Tamayo, but he has always kept this admiration hidden in his heart. For Yushiro, the meaning of his existence is to protect Master Tamayo. Master Tamayo, I hope you will not be immersed in the past forever. He whispered softly. All those sins are your fault. The root of everything comes from Kibutsuji Musen. And today, I'm here to redeem everything for Master Tamayo. While muttering, Yushiro's eyes became more determined. Soon, he came to a flower building called Jingji House, where he stopped. Kigoku House. The most prosperous vocal music place in Tokyo at night. Every night, there are a lot of people coming and going here. But during the day, it seems less sparse. The reason why Yushiro came here was because he knew that 12 Kizuki existed here. Of course, this information was all told by Sumyu, and it was said during the discussion last night. Sumyu said that hidden deep under the bustling city, the famous place of vocal music, the darkness of Kigoku House, hides evil spirits. Yushiro doesn't know where 12 Kizuki is hiding in Kigokuya, and he won't look for it. Because, when those ghosts get the information that he can bathe in the sun, they will definitely come and catch him. Thinking like this, he opened his arms, and the ghostly breath spread around. Ghosts have breath, of course, they can also hide their own breath. Like Yushiro, he can hide his own aura, and he is very good at how to hide the aura of ghosts. It is precisely this skill. For hundreds of years, he and Master Tamayo have been able to avoid Kibutsuji again and again. The pursuit of Musen's men. It was the first time to expose the breath like this, and it was the first time. As the breath radiates to the surroundings, as long as there are ghosts nearby, they will definitely be able to feel it. In a hidden dark basement, two ghosts suddenly opened their eyes, raised their scarlet eyes, glanced at each other, and could see each other's doubts. Is there a ghost so swaggering in the daytime? Gyutaro and Daki looked at each other, and they could see disbelief in each other's eyes. You know, the ghost-killing team has been in the limelight recently, and many ghosts have been beheaded one after another. Although, most of these ghosts are not seen by Gyutaro and Daki, including the lower string in 12 Kizuki. But there is a ghost, but they have to pay attention to it. That's 12 Kizuki, winding 2, Ice Ghost Doma's death group. Others may not know how powerful Doma is, but Gyutaro and Daki clearly know how powerful Doma is, because their brother and sister were invited by Doma to become ghosts. During this period, if you expose the aura of ghosts so much, you are not afraid of being found by the ghost-killing team? Feeling incredible, at the same time, also scolded the other party for being stupid. If the ghost-killing team was attracted because of this stupid ghost's exposure, it would be a trouble for them. Thinking like this, Gyutaro and Luo also began to walk in the dark underground. Soon, in a dark pavilion, through the scenery from outside, saw a ghost bathed in sunlight? Big brother, is that ghost bathed in sunlight? Daki rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Gyutaro was just as incredulous as his sister, but the feeling clearly told Gyutaro that the other party was a ghost. A ghost, bathed in the sun, what an appalling thing. Not to mention these 12 Kizuki, even Kibutsuji Musen, the original ghost in this world, the existence of these ghosts, the absolute ruler of ghosts, who claims to be a creature infinitely close to perfection cannot bathe in the sun. Unable to overcome the defect of being afraid of the sun. The ghost in front of me obviously feels very weak, but can bask in the sun. 0, asking for flowers. The scarlet eyes suddenly became greedy and fiery. If one could overcome the defect of being afraid of the sun, that ghost would be an almost flawless existence. Only the ghosts living in the shadows know how much they long for the warm sunshine. And when Gyutaro and Daki showed greedy eyes, Yushiro also noticed it, and raised his eyes unconsciously, and fell on Gyutaro and Daki who were hiding in the dark. At this moment, the corners of Yushiro's mouth curled up slightly, as if mocking. Hateful. Seeing the sneer at the corner of Yushiro's mouth, Gyutaro and Daki seemed to understand what Yushiro was thinking, and couldn't help gnashing their teeth. For ghosts, they cannot bask in the sun, and can only hide in dark corners like mice whenever the sun rises. This is probably unacceptable as a ghost painting. 0. What's more, sunlight is something that threatens their life and existence. Any ghost hopes to overcome the defect of sunshine. Do I know who he is? Suddenly, Daki seemed to think of something and couldn't help opening his mouth. Who? Gyutaro couldn't help asking. Yushiro, the follower who followed the defector. Daki said seriously. Daki is now the Warren of Yoshiharadori Street, and is aliased as Brackenheim in Kigokuya. The reason why their brothers and sisters still live in the bustling Yoshihara Street is because the ghost dancer has no chance to gather information about human beings. At the same time, to provide convenience for the Wu of the Wind, the ghost of the pot, Gyoko, and to get in touch with a lot of information all day long, Daki naturally has information about Yushiro. I heard that this Yushiro is not a ghost created by adults. Daki whispered softly. The ghosts in this world are basically ghosts who drink the blood of Kibutsuji Musen. Apart from Sumyu, the only exception is Yushiro. It is said that Yushiro was transformed from a human into a ghost by Tamayo. I heard that Tamayo is a very powerful doctor. Daki's eyes brighten instantly. Since she can research how to turn people into ghosts, it is not impossible to research how to make ghosts also bathe in sunlight. After thinking through all this, my thoughts suddenly became smoother. No matter what, Chi and Shiro must be caught. Gyutaro and Daki looked at each other, and they both saw the determination to catch Yushiro in each other's eyes. The night fell slowly. When the last ray of sunlight completely left the world and the earth was plunged into darkness, Gyutaro and Daki could no longer bear the greed in their hearts, and ran to Yushiro almost instantly. Traitor. Gyutaro looked at Yushiro. Yushiro looked at Gyutaro and Daki standing in front of him, and countless evil spirits standing behind them. The number of ghosts is beyond imagination. The ghosts hidden in the dark corners of the city, silently devouring human blood and flesh at places no one knows about. But, in the end, Yushiro still set his sights on Gyutaro and Daki. The ghost of the twins, the land of the string in 12 Kizuki, an existence he had avoided before, but now, he personally walked in front of them. Yushiro looked at the two and said calmly, I want to meet Kibutsuji Musen. 013. Sure enough. Gyutaro and Daki couldn't help staring at each other. As expected, the other party did it on purpose. He scanned the surroundings vigilantly, but found no trace of the ghost-killing squad. Can you tell me why you betrayed Master Tamayo? Daki was slightly puzzled. If he remembered correctly, this Yushiro was the follower of Tamayo's fugitive. Because, I'm already tired of the life of fleeing. Yushiro had already prepared an explanation. That reason is far from enough. Gyutaro shook his head. He had fled with that Lord Tamayo for hundreds of years, but he suddenly chose to betray, just because he was tired and couldn't justify it. Also, I want to ask Kibutsuji Musen to help me kill that ghost Sumyu, and at the same time, give me blood to make me stronger. A hint of hatred appeared in Yushiro's eyes. This hatred is real. It was Sumyu who snatched Master Tamayo, whom he guarded with all his heart. Okay, I see. In the future, you will be grateful for your choice. What a correct choice it is. Then, bring me to meet Kibutsuji Musen. Yushiro said lightly. He did not become a ghost because of Kibutsuji Musen's blood. He was transformed into a ghost by Tamayo through surgery, so he does not have the shackles of ghosts in this world. In other words, even if the name Kibutsuji Musen is said, nothing will happen to him. But other ghosts can't. Even Gyutaro and Daki, who are as strong as 12 Kizuki, are not enough. Last question. There was excitement in Gyutaro's eyes. Can you really bask in the sun? Yes. As you can see. Yushiro didn't speak, just replied lightly. Although, during the day, they hide in the darkness and spy on Yushiro bathed in sunlight. But, when Yushiro really admitted it frankly, they still felt extremely excited in their hearts. Ghosts are afraid of the sun. For a long time, whenever the sun rises, they will hide in dark corners like mice. How sad it is to be an almost immortal existence, but hide in the darkness like a mouse. So, when Yushiro confessed, he was really excited. Please. Gyutaro and Daki stood on both sides of Yushiro, one left and one right, and the surrounding ghosts also began to join forces. Maintain superficial politeness. Once Yushiro wants to escape, he will be hit by a thunderbolt. Yushiro didn't even think about running away, and followed Gyutaro and Daki obediently. In fact, Gyutaro and Daki don't know where Kibutsuji Musen is, and Kibutsuji Musen's trace is unknown to them. In fact, although the winding in 12 Kizuki has a channel connected to Kibutsuji Musen, the channel of this connection is in the mastery of Kibutsuji Musen. In fact, as long as Kibutsuji Musen doesn't respond to this channel, they don't even have a channel that doesn't have a relationship with Ghost Dance. Immediately after placing Yushiro under house arrest, Gyutaro contacted Daki to inform Kibutsuji Musen's channel. In a dark corner, Kibutsuji Musen got a message from Gyutaro and Daki. Being able to bask in the sun. Kibutsuji Musen murmured slightly at first, then stood up abruptly, his pale face full of excitement and excitement. For Kibutsuji Musen, the thing that can make Kibutsuji Musen most obsessed is to be bathed in the sun. Moreover, this is not only obsession, but also related to his life and death. As an almost immortal existence, the only thing that can kill him is sunlight. But if he can bask in the sun, it means that he is no longer a creature infinitely close to perfection, but a real perfect creature. Thinking about it this way, Gyuukian Musen could hardly restrain his heart that he was going to see Yushiro now. But in the end, Kibutsuji Musen, who is cautious by nature, still felt that he had to defend himself. Let Gyutaro and Daki bring Yushiro here. Kibutsuji Musen ordered. At the same time, pass the message, let the Black Dead, Akaza, Hantengu, Nakame, Gyoko, Kaigaku come to Infinity City. After summoning the 12 ghosts, all of them are now wound up in Infinite City, with escorts on the left and right, and the heavenly realm of Weiwu Mountain feels slightly at ease. With such a lineup, even if the ghost-killing squad gathers the entire team, it is impossible to imagine that it will be able to pose any threat to him. But, don't know why. Kibutsuji Musen always has a sense of restlessness. Yoshiwara Flower Street at night. Sumyu walks here alone. The Yushiro who left was very smart. When he left, he was wearing a firefly powder that Tamayo had researched over the years. Firefly powder is a very special thing. It is useless by itself, but when it meets the flint in his hand, it will produce an almost invisible phantom. Before leaving, Shite wiped the yellow powder all over his body, and at this moment, he followed this phantom to Yoshihara Flower Street. He, who is familiar with the plot, naturally knows that Gyutaro and Daki, the ghosts of 12 Kizuki, are hidden in Yoshiwara Flower Street. For a long time, he has never touched these two ghosts, so 0.4 is this day. Take a step. Finally, I came to a vocal music place called Kigoku House. And the moment he stepped into the basement, dozens of pairs of scarlet eyes stared at him. An evil spirit hiding under the bustling city. So much. Roar. Strange ghosts broke into the field, causing the ghosts here to roar. Haven't waited for these ghosts to come and attack. There was a tremor in the air. In an instant, Guangua flashed. The swaying sword energy glanced around, and all the walking ghosts stopped stiffly. Finally, it turned into black smoke and dissipated completely, leaving only the stench all over the floor. He looked around, but did not find Yushiro. Have you left? He whispered slightly, but his eyes were indifferent. After solving the ghost in the basement, Sumyu continued to walk according to the breath left by Yushiro. On Jiyuan Street, Sumyu hurried. But soon, a woman appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The woman stood there quietly, with 6 flower buns on her head, a beautiful woman with flower tattoos on her left cheek and right forehead. The temperament is enchanting and abnormal. She is a very charming and alluring woman. The first time people see her, she wants people to give this ripe peach to evil wolves to eat. Young master, why are you in such a hurry? The night is just right here. I have a jug of wine. Little girl Fiji, can I invite you to have a drink? Sumyu's golden eyes stared at each other calmly. Silence. Fern Ji seemed shy by Sumyu's golden eyes, and couldn't help brushing the messy hair on her forehead with her fingers. The woman's fingertips seemed to be painted with bright red, as bright as flowing blood. I can't afford your wine. But, Sumyu's voice paused slightly. Wait until the other party's attention seems to be the moment when 02 is completely concentrated by him. He grinned slightly at the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, it's just right, let me borrow your head. The woman named Fernji was stunned for a moment, and then, like a little girl, she showed panic and uneasiness, and her eyes were full of panic, showing fear. What the young master said, the little girl can't understand, please don't scare the little girl. With such a pitiful and delicate appearance, one can't wait to hold her in her arms and love her, so as to soothe her wounded heart. But, next second, a sword was cut out, and the golden sword glow flickered out. Show no mercy. A beautiful and spiteful head was severed by the Nichiren blades. Blood gushed out, and the ground seemed to be stained red. Generally speaking, whether it is a human or a ghost, if the head is cut off by Nichiren blades, it will be invaded by the energy of the Nichiren blade sun, and will eventually turn into black smoke and dissipate in the world. But obviously, even if the woman in front of her was decapitated by Sumyu with a sword, she did not die. The head left the body and yelled at Sumyu. For this situation, Sumyu is not surprised. The woman named Fernji in front of her should be the land of the string in 12 Kizuki, the ghost of the twins, Jayudaru's sister Daki. As one of 12 Kizuki, Daki and his big brother have very special abilities. It can be said that Daki and his big brother Jayudaru are 2 ghosts in one, unless both of them are beheaded. Even if one of them is beheaded, he will not die. Daki's head and body still want to walk together, heal again, and then fight Sumyu. But with a flash of sword light, Daki's body instantly turned into 1500 pieces. Even with the ghost's recovery ability, in this situation, it would take half a month to recover, and moreover, within this half month, one must have sufficient nutrition. Otherwise, this time may have to be extended. Hateful. Daki's beautiful eyes were full of hatred at the moment. But when Sumyu walked step by step, the resentment turned into incomparable panic and fear. This is a terrible man, no, a terrible ghost. So cold and ruthless, even more terrifying than Kibutsuji Muzan. Coming to Daki, looking at him, I told you, I will lend you my head. Why do you still resist? He has a handsome face and a smile, but in Daki's eyes, he looks terrifying like a demon. My heart sank all of a sudden. And Sumyu had already grabbed Daki's hair, carried his head and continued on the road. He knew very well that Daki and Jayudaro are 2 ghosts in one, unless both of them are beheaded. Even if one of them is beheaded, he will not die. Therefore, he will not do useless work. Instead, continue to follow the breath left by Yushiro. We must find Kibutsuji Muzan before Kibutsuji Muzan reacts. Infinite City. 12 Kizuki, one of the top strings, the Black Death is all back here. For the first time in hundreds of years, it was summoned by Kibutsuji Muzan. As the twin big brother who once succeeded Guo Yuanyi, he was very powerful when he was alive. However, compared to his younger brother, he is like a firefly looking up at the stars. By his side, he will always be bleak. Especially his younger brother's incomparable talent made him extremely jealous. In order to pursue his younger brother, he resolutely abandoned his family and status to join the ghost-killing squad. After joining the ghost-killing squad, I kept honing my skills in order to surpass my younger brother, but I witnessed the sudden death of the striped fighters one after another, and knew that I would die at the age of 25 as a striped swordsman. I don't feel reconciled to having no time to exercise. In the end, in order to obtain eternal time and the opportunity to improve martial arts, he accepted Kibutsuji Muzan's invitation to become a ghost and became a ghost, and cut off the head of the contemporary old Yubayashiki as a certificate for Muzan. He has been constantly improving his strength, just to be able to reach the pinnacle in the field of sword skills and surpass that unattainable younger brother. Kokushiba came to Infinity City and sat down at the meeting table of the convened place, second only to Kibutsuji Muzan, demonstrating the status of 12 Kizuki, one of the top strings. Soon, a name Shang Xian also came soon. Called up by Kibutsuji Muzan, these wind-ups dare not snub. Come one by one. Winding the third, fighting the ghost. Kennel Seat. The former wounded house, the ghost of the clone, Han Tengu. Winding Wu, enclosing the gland. And at this moment, Gyutaro, the ghost of the twins, is pale and ugly. And, not long after betraying the ghost-killing team, Kibutsuji Musen's 427 valued him, making an exception for the new Winding Land. Kaigaku, who was tied with Gyutaro. Now, except for Nakame, the ghost of the castle, who is still with Kibutsuji Musen, all the upper strings are called by Kibutsuji Musen. Everyone's eyes converged, and they all saw each other's doubts. Although in the past 3 years, the ghost-killing team has continuously achieved good results in the battle against ghosts, even 12 Kizuki's resignation has now disappeared. But for them, there is actually not too much worry. Except, 12 Kizuki, Ice Ghost. Doma's death made them feel bad once. What the hell happened? Let Kibutsuji Musen call everyone. Gyutaro's face was ugly. He had already guessed vaguely, because he felt that his younger sister Daki was subdued without the power to resist in Yoshiwara Flower Street. Moreover, it can be felt that the person who subdued his sister is rushing here quickly. Could it be? Gyutaro had some guesses in his mind, and his already ugly face became paler and paler. However, he calmed down immediately. As a leader, they all knew that Kibutsuji Musen had the ability to probe other ghosts' inner thoughts. If Kibutsuji Musen sees the fear in his heart, and if Kibutsuji Musen is brutal, he will never end well. Infinite City, Kibutsuji Musen looked at Yushiro, who had become a mess in his hands, with a hideous expression. This is a ghost with an immortal body. At this moment, those who are already dead cannot die anymore. Damn, hate. Kibutsuji Musen was furious. Although, Yushiro has already made the determination to die, but Kibutsuji Musen is the ghost king of thousands of years after all. At the hands of Kibutsuji Musen, Shiro is quickly forced out of the secret. He also revealed his secret as a bait. It turned out that Yushiro was just a bait, and the moment Yushiro was brought to Infinite City, it meant that his lair was exposed. He was greedy for the temptation of bathing in the sun, and exposed himself. Damn it. While Kibutsuji Musen was furious, he couldn't help feeling panic in his heart. It is learned from Yushiro that not only the drug that can make ghosts bathe in sunlight was developed by that ghost Sumyu, but Sumyu will also come to kill him himself. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Kibutsuji Musen let out a low growl. Kokushibu, are they here? Turning back, Kibutsuji Musen asked in a low voice to the female ghost with long black hair and bangs covering her eyes beside him. Under the bangs of this female ghost is a single eye engraved with Winding House, Ghost of the Castle, Nakame. It's already here. Nakame nodded immediately. As the ghost of the city, she is almost the controller of this Infinite City now. Okay, then this time, I will destroy him with my own hands. There was a deep killing intent in Kibutsuji Musen's eyes. He was really angry. Sumyu, who was holding Daki's head, stopped, and when he got here, the breath about Yushiro completely disappeared. Looking around, the surrounding area is vast, and there is no figure in sight. But Yushiro's breath did indeed end here. Impossible to disappear for no reason. Can you feel your big brother's breath? He lowered his head and asked about the head in his hand. Daki was silent and didn't answer. However, although Daki didn't speak, the expression of the other party changed. He still saw something. That is, Gyutaro most likely disappeared here. Since I can't find it. Sumyu looked at everything around him, then cut everything with a sword. Saying so, the sword in his hand was also pulled out slightly. Take a slight breath. A powerful momentum bloomed from him. Next second. Cut out with a sword. The sword energy that seems to tear the sky and the earth is everywhere, and wherever the sword light passes, it seems that the air has been cut through. When the sword energy meets the empty air in front of it, it seems to touch something suddenly. Accompanied by a huge explosion sounded. The world in front of him has changed. It is no longer an empty wilderness, but a huge city. The space is disordered and continuously extended. Is there no doubt that this is the Infinite City? If the guess is correct, Kibutsuji Musen's Winding Place, the ghost of the city. Nakame controls this Infinite City. Kibutsuji Musen appeared at the meeting and was discussing this matter with Black Death, Akaza, Hantengu, Gyutaro, Gyuko, Kaigaku, but Nakame behind Kibutsuji Musen said in a low voice, "The city has been discovered." Hearing Nakame's words, Kibutsuji Musen's scarlet eyes shrank slightly. The ghost who killed Doma. Kokushibu asked suddenly. Kibutsuji Musen nodded. I heard it's on sale. Kokushibu asked calmly. At this moment, his 6 eyes opened suddenly, exuding endless coldness. For Kokushibu, since the death of Jikuyuin, he has no chance to win Jikuyuin in his life. He will never forget that scene. When his 80-year-old gray-haired younger brother came to him and turned into a ghost, he couldn't believe it. You must know that a striped swordsman would die before the age of 25, and the 2 sets of gray-haired Jikuyuin were still alive. Facing Jikuyuin, who is still alive, he has become a ghost, and has become even stronger. Kokushibu challenged his younger brother. But Dang Jikuyuin set up his posture and launched an attack. Kokushibu suddenly felt that the atmosphere around him was oppressive with that unrevealed posture. The decisive battle begins. However, before he could strike with his sword, Jikuyuin's knife had already slashed open his neck. Even if he is over 80 years old, even if he is very old, Jikuyuin's slash is no different from that in his heyday. It's just that although he cut his neck, he didn't die, which made Kokushibu feel strong anger while being afraid. However, soon, Kokushibu was shocked to find that Jikuyuin had already run out of oil and died of old age after the knife was cut. The death of Jikuyuin was a defeat that he could never win back in his life. It also let Kokushibo know that he will never have a chance to beat Yuan Yi. From that moment on, he immediately made it clear that he would not lose to anyone other than Jiku Yuan Yi. Of course, in the past 3 years, he also heard about Sumyu's reputation, claiming to be the one who surpassed Jiku Yuan. Before, he only knew it with a smile. As the twin big brother of Jiguo Yuan Yi, Kokushibo deeply knew how powerful Jiguo Yuan Yi was. He deeply and clearly remembered the time when he was still a human being. At that time, his talent was still good. As long as he worked hard, he could continue to improve. Just like the old man, does Xiao move like a turtle, there is no comparison. In Kokushibo's heart, no one in this world can surpass Jiguo Yuan Yi. Not even Kibutsuji Muzan could have him. Jiku Yuan Yi, a powerful figure who really stands on the ceiling of this world. Therefore, when he heard that someone claimed to surpass Jiguo Yuan Yi, he just laughed it off. But now, the one who just laughed it off came to Infinity City alone, and Kibutsuji Muzan, who forced him, summoned the upper string. From this point of view, the rumor may have a certain possibility. This made him angry in his heart that someone boasted that he had surpassed Jiku Yuan Yi, and at the same time, he also had expectations. One must know that the most regrettable thing in his life was not being able to beat his younger brother. If so, this person is really strong. So, the defeat that I could not win back in my life may be improved today. A sword cut through the fog, revealing the infinite city in front of him. Sumyu's eyes were calm. However, he did not step into the infinite city right away. Although he is very confident in his own strength, it is not impossible to be confident that he can fight against Kibutsuji Muzan alone. But overconfidence is not a good thing. In any case, Kibutsuji Muzan, as a ghost who has existed in this world for thousands of years, the absolute ruler of ghosts, although he is cautious and timid in character, he still has a few brushes in his strength. Not to mention, he is not alone. Why take this risk? He took out the signal firework from his waist, pulled it lightly, and with the firework launching, the dark night had already been dyed a dark red sunset at this moment. Not long after the signal was launched, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, one figure after another appeared. Style, Kochukani. Bug Pillar, Kocho Shinobu. Love Pillar, Kanroji Mitsurai. Column Sound, Yusui Tenjin. Zaizu, Tokaido Tianlang. Water Column, Please Rabbit. Front Water Column, Urokadakise Kanji. Yenzu, Rengoku Kyujura. In addition to Demon Slayer's Pillar, there is Makomo, as well as Tamayo, Tsuyuri Kanao. The ghost-killing squad came much faster than he expected. Originally, he thought he would wait for 097. After all, the time from planning this plan to discovering Kibutsuji Muzan's lair was far shorter than expected. To gather all the pillars of the Demon Slayer squad in a short period of time requires an unimaginable summoning ability. Ahem. Yenzu, Haimjima pushed Yubayashiki Kaguya, who was sitting in a wheelchair, and walked over. Beside Yubayashiki Kaguya, the former Yenzu, Rengoku Mojuro. However, Yubayashiki Kaguya's health is getting worse and worse. Even with the joint treatment of Tamayo and Kocho Shinobu, his injury cannot be reversed. Although the physical condition was very poor, when the master Yubayashiki Kaguya looked at the infinite city in front of him, his pale face flashed a morbidly excited blush. For the maternity family, Kibutsuji Muzan is their family's lifelong enemy. Although generations of obstetricians wanted to kill Kibutsuji Muzan, it was easier said than done. Not only did they not pose a substantial threat to Kibutsuji Muzan, but the maternity family suffered heavy losses. Generation after generation of despair, to their generation, finally there is hope. That's how Yubayashiki Kaguya is not excited. And with the appearance of all the pillars, in the infinite city, on the tall city wall, one figure after another appeared. One of the winding ones, the ghost of the sword, is black and dead. Winding 3, fighting ghosts. Akeza. The pre-winding place, the ghost of the doppelganger. Hantengu. When the strings are wounded, the ghosts surround the ambitions. Winding land, ghost of twins, Jayadoro. New winding land, thunder ghost, Kaigaku. Looking at 12 Kizuki, the pillars of the Demon Slayer team couldn't help but hold the Nichiren blades tightly in their hands. For them, this battle is about living to death. Either they die, or 12 Kizuki dies, there is no other choice. Even if we all die, the siege squad will survive forever. The master Yubayashiki Kaguya murmured, even though the lineup with all its strength was annihilated this time, it was not extinct. His son Yubayashiki Kiriya will take over his position of the master and reintegrate the ghost-killing team. Even if all the pillars here are dead, fresh blood from the ghost-killing squad has already poured in. Especially this group of outstanding talents. Kamado Tanjiro, Kamado Nezuko, Agatsuma Zenitsu, Hashabira Inashuk, Shinazugawa Jinya. These are all the fresh blood poured into the ghost-killing squad recently. Their son Yubayashiki Kiriya will take over from them with the help of Tomioka Jiuo and continue their journey against ghosts. Of course, all of this is based on failure. For this battle, the master Yubayashiki Kaguya is actually not optimistic. He deeply understands the strength of Kibutsuji Muzan, so he naturally knows what may be encountered in this battle. Not to mention Kibutsuji Muzan, even 12 Kizuki who is standing here now, is a very difficult character for the Demon Slayer team. Although the situation is not optimistic, after receiving the news from Kocho Shinobu, the master Yubayashiki Kaguya gathered all the pillars as soon as possible. Even if the battle was inevitable, Yubayashiki Kaguya felt that he would never let this go a chance to kill Kibutsuji Muzan. On the road against Kibutsuji Musen, almost everyone has already made up their minds. At this moment, Sumyu also raised his head, and looked at Kibutsuji Musen who came last and the winding place behind him, Nakame, the ghost of the city. Looking at Kibutsuji Musen, Sumyu's golden eyes flickered coldly. In the past 3 years, he has continuously improved his martial arts, and he has been able to slash 2,000 effective slashes in 1 second. Even if Kibutsuji Musen splits into more than 1,800 pieces of flesh and escapes in an instant, he can still slay them all in an instant. To today, he has surpassed Ji Guo Yuanyi. When Sumyu was staring at Kibutsuji Musen was also looking at Sumyu. For Kibutsuji Musen, it was the appearance of Sumyu that made him fall into the unfavorable situation at hand. All along, he has never paid attention to the ghost-killing squad, but now, it has become a serious problem for him, and everything is thanks to the people in front of him. Although his character is timid in nature, but now, there is no way out, and he does not lack the courage to fight for his life. All windings, all ghosts. Kibutsuji Musen took a deep breath, suppressed his inner exposure, his voice was extremely cold, and he waved his hand gently. Kill me. At the same moment, Infinite City began to change. A pillar of the Demon Slayer team and members of the Demon Slayer team, under the control of Nakame, the ghost of the city, were divided into rooms and faced with ghosts one by one. But in the center of the field, there is no change around Sumyu and Ghost Dance Musen. The eyes of the two met in the air. The victory of this battle ultimately depends on the two of them. If Sumyu wins, the ghost-killing team wins. If Sumyu is defeated, the ghost-killing team that came here will be doomed. Looking at the figure standing opposite, Kibutsuji Musen narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his aura also instantly increased. As the first ghost who has survived for more than 1,000 years, the absolute ruler of ghosts, who claims to be a creature infinitely close to perfection, is not an ordinary person. A powerful momentum swept across, trying to overwhelm the opponent. However, Sumyu still stood there calmly. At this moment, he no longer hides himself, and his aura bursts out at this moment. Like an unsheathed sword. Show your sharpness. The momentum that swept over was already dispersed before it approached. At this moment, Sumyu pressed her hand lightly on her waist, and her golden eyes shone with a coldness. Stare coldly at the ghost dance opposite, Suji Musen. Kibutsuji Musen took a deep breath, felt the powerful aura emanating from Sumyu, and couldn't hide his shock. I remember the last time I fought near the Kamado family, the strength of the opponent was far from what it is now, which made him feel a sense of panic at this moment. In just 3 years, the opponent's strength has increased to this point. The speed of its progress is simply terrifying. If I had known this earlier, should have. Call. He took another breath to hide the regret in his heart. The matter has come to this point, and it is useless to regret anymore. It's just that there is one thing that Kibutsuji Musen doesn't understand. As a ghost, why did Sumyu go with the ghost hunter? Having doubts in his heart, Kibutsuji Musen did not hide it in his heart, but raised his head and looked at the other party. I don't understand. As a ghost, as a creature that is infinitely close to perfection, why should the riders stand together? Kibutsuji Musen has always believed that from the moment he becomes a ghost, his own life level is infinitely elevated, and he is an existence higher than human beings. For thousands of years, although he has been bothered by organizations like the Ghost Slayer Squad, from the bottom of his heart, Kibutsuji Musen has never put the Ghost Slayer Squad in his eyes. What really surprised him was, Sumyu, this ghost, even if he was hostile to him, why would he stand with humans? Why should a life that is infinitely close to perfection be entangled with this inferior and short-lived life of human beings? Sumyu looked at Kibutsuji Musen, looking at the other party's gang madness, shook his head. Are you living by your own will? Kibutsuji Musen was slightly taken aback. The moment you become a ghost, you have already been infiltrated by the ghost nature. It is better to say that you are dead than alive. What is alive is just an empty shell of a ghost. Sumyu looked at the other party sarcastically. Your existence is just a kind of sorrow, so pitiful. What dash dash? Kibutsuji Musen sneered. You are the saddest, ghost, who has eternal life, but human life is only 100 years, and you, who have eternal life like me, are with this inferior life. That's the saddest thing. Sumyu shook his head, and didn't want to say anything more to the other party. No matter what you say, because of your different positions, it is impossible to convince each other. Although he has become a ghost, Sumyu has never forgotten that he is a human being, and what he possesses is human will. Even if you walk in the dark, you always yearn for the light. But Kibutsuji Musen is different. When he falls into the darkness, he turns into a mud-like darkness. Kibutsuji Musen walks in darkness, and his heart is also dark, and finally becomes one with darkness. Although he and Kibutsuji Musen are both ghosts, they are different after all. But now, for each other, there is no need to say much. Hands gently pressed on the waist. At this moment, he could hear the sword trembling at his waist. In the past 3 years, he had practiced the sword day by day, and he had long been compatible with this sword. 0, asking for flowers. The sword was slowly pulled out of its sheath, and the streamer flowed on the sword. At this moment, Kibutsuji Musen on the opposite side also moved, and 9 pipe whips emerged from his back, and his arms became like thorn whips, as firm as a rock. In an instant, he appeared beside Sumyu, with 9 whips coming from behind him at various tricky angles, and at the same time, his arms like thorn whips were also waving. Facing Kibutsuji Musen's attack, if his strength is the same as last time, he can only resist with his body, relying on the ghost's immortal body. Even if he is hit by the attack, he can recover quickly. 0. But now, obviously not. Sumyu held the sword and slashed out in an instant. For a moment, the 9-pipe whips that Kibutsuji Musen swung over were cut off instantly, although, in a very short time, the 9-pipe whips behind Kibutsuji Musen recovered, but obviously, this fight is different from the last one. Last time the two played against each other, he was the one who was exhausted, but now, it was Kibutsuji Musen who was exhausted. The sword in his hand was clenched tightly, and his momentum was constantly rising in an instant. In this world, it is as powerful as a ceiling. Even if Jikuyuan was one at the beginning, he was not as good as him. This point is clearest to Kibutsuji, who is the enemy at the moment. At this moment, I feel the powerful momentum of Sumyu. Kibutsuji Musen was terrified. This kind of powerful momentum is the same even when facing that unforgettable figure back then. It seems to be facing Jikuyuan again. It was like Jikuyuan questioning himself back then, what do you take human life for? I feel panicked. As far as Kibutsuji Musen is concerned, he will never forget the sun-like Yuji and Chuan that Jikuyuan pair cut off himself that day. Infinite City. A room. 12 Kizuki, Akeza, the father and son of Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyujura holding Nichiren blades and former Pillar of Fire Rengoku Mojuro stood opposite each other. Whether it is from the state or the breathing rate, the father and son have already begun to appear disordered. Things were obviously a little bit worse for the two of them. Although they had just fought with Akeza, the two of them worked together, but they fought back and forth with Akeza. They even used Nichiren blades to slash Chai Wozuo's chest. But humans and ghosts are essentially two different creatures. For ghosts, as long as the neck is not cut off, no matter how serious the body is injured, they can recover quickly. People are different. Not only are their physical strength limited, but their bodies cannot repair themselves. Just like the current Yenzu Rengoku Kyujura and the former 293 Yenzu Rengoku Mojuro. At this moment, Pillar of Flame Rengoku Kyujura's left eye has been destroyed, and Pillar of Flame Rengoku Mojura's ribs are broken, and his heart is completely broken due to the poison. Pillar of Flame Rengoku Kyujura is in better condition, although his left eye is damaged, it is not fatal. But the condition of the former Flame Pillar Rengoku Mojuro is very bad. Under such circumstances, if he wants to survive, I am afraid. Akeza stared at the father and son, and the fighting spirit of the two gave him an extremely powerful shock. Become a ghost. He looked at the former Flame Pillar Rengoku Mojuro. The other party's condition is not good at the moment. If it continues, the only way to die. If you become a ghost, you will be able to survive. Given life, who would choose to die? However, when Rengoku Mojuro looked at his son Rengoku Kyujura, he was slightly silent. His son, who was burning like a flame, seemed to light up his heart all of a sudden. Since his wife died, his heart has long since died. But today, Rengoku Mojuro raised his head. Although he was old, he always thought that he could not achieve any great things. But he has his own mission and his own beliefs. Become a ghost? IG. The corner of Rengoku Mojuro's lips curled into a sneer. Stop joking. I will do my duty. Duty as a father. He looked at his son, Pillar of Flame Rengoku Kyujura. Father is wrong. Actually, it's not that our father and son can't accomplish great things, at least it's different in front of us. Rengoku Kyujura couldn't help but shed tears. Let's fight together. Former Pillar of Flame Rengoku Mojuro looked at his son who seemed to be burning with flames all over his body. It is good. Pillar of Flame Rengoku Kyujura gritted his teeth. At this moment, he suppressed the grief in his heart. He knew that his father's injury was extremely serious at this moment. If continue, will die. And as Akeza said, becoming a ghost can indeed survive. But neither he nor his father would make such a choice. This is something that has long been clear in each other's hearts. Comprehensive concentration, Breath of Flame. Breath of Flame 9-type Rengoku. The two exhaled at the same time. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be surrounded by scorching fireworks. Nichiren blades also roared at this moment. The two stepped on the ground almost at the same time and rushed towards Akeza like shooting stars. Seeing the father and son rushing towards each other, Akeza was also extremely excited. It's really powerful fighting spirit. With such a serious injury, he can still maintain such courage and mental strength, without showing a single flaw. You really should become a ghost. Expand the spell, destroy the killing and destroying formula. The fists wrapped in a powerful fighting spirit collided with the father and son Nichiren blades of Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyujura and former Pillar of Fire Rengoku Mojuro. The victory or defeat is also in the dust at this moment. Akeza's two shoulders were completely cut into pieces, but at the same time, two fists without arms pierced into the chests of the father and son. Step back slightly. Akeza looked at the father and son. Continue, you will die, like me, become a ghost. Say it, you will become ghosts. You guys are the strong ones chosen by me. Listening to such shouts, the father and son seemed to recall the farewell of his wife and mother Rohuo before his death. I remember Rohuo asked them such a question. Why are we born stronger than ordinary people? Just such a simple question. Let Pillar of Flame Rengoku Kyujura understand how to use his power. How to become a qualified person. Just because you're born with talent doesn't mean you can hurt people or enrich yourself. Strength is used to bear and fulfill the duty of protecting the weak. This is Ruo's final farewell before his death. Although Rengoku Mojulan remembered his wife's entrustment, he hated himself for not being able to protect his wife well, so he became increasingly depressed, but today, he woke up at this moment. Rengoku Kyujura also thought of his mother's final farewell here, and he always kept in mind that to fulfill his mission and honor, he would also dedicate this honor to his mother. Therefore, the father and son did not hesitate at all, even though they knew that they must die. They continued to launch the final attack on Akeza. Looking at the two burning father and son in front of him, Akeza was completely shocked. A dying person can still burst out with such a strong willpower. He was a little scared. At this moment, he no longer thought about how to persuade the father and son to become ghosts. He wanted to kill them both completely. In an instant, his severed arms quickly recovered, and his recovered body moved instantly, intending to kill the two of them completely. He punched the father and son with a fist, intending to kill the father and son. Finished. Whispering slightly. Brush. 5.4. In the darkness, light flashed. The fist that was waving was cut off in an instant. A new figure appeared in front of the father and son. Slender waist, petite body, black hair hanging down to the waist, with emerald green kocho hairpin tied at the tip of the hair. As the wind blows, the kocho hairpin seems to come alive, turning into a dancing kocho. A sudden girl. Kocho Shinobu. What is even more frightening is that the girl is holding a head in her hand, which is the head of 12 Kizuki, Land of the Wind, Ghost of Twins, and Gyutaro. Obviously, the girl came here after solving Gyutaro. Kocho Shinobu held Nichiren blades in his hand, and looked at each other quietly. 12 Kizuki, 3 of Winding Strings, Fighting Ghost, Akeza. In the past 3 years, under the guidance of Sumyu, Kocho Shinobu's strength has been improved beyond imagination. Now, her strength, even compared to the Pillar of Rock Haimjima Kume, is not far behind. Holds Nichiren blades in hand. Looking at the opposite 12 Kizuki, the third of the Winding, the Fighting Ghost, and Akeza, this is a very scary ghost. In the history of the ghost-slaying team, there are several pillars who died in the hands of this ghost. Miss Ninja. Looking at Kocho Shinobu who appeared in front of them, Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyujura and former Pillar of Flame Rengoku Mojura are a little worried. They are not Akeza's opponent when they work together as a father and son. Will Kocho Shinobu and 02 people be this ghost's opponent? Heal your injuries first. Here, leave it to me. Kocho Shinobu spoke flatly without looking back. As the wind blows, the girl's black feathers flutter in the wind. Another column. Akeza looked at the young woman whose appearance was still slightly immature, and did not underestimate her because she was young. Instead, her pupils shrank slightly. Because, Akeza saw a head held by the girl. 12 Kizuki, Winding Land, Ghost of Twins, Gyutaro. Although, in Akeza's eyes, Gyutaro is not very strong, but after all, 12 Kizuki has a few brushes. But now, this woman is holding her head. If it weren't for the characteristics of the twin ghosts, I'm afraid that Gyutaro is already dead at this moment and can't die anymore. Even so, his complexion was blue and purple, as if he had been poisoned by a strong toxin. I heard that over the years, the ghost-killing team has developed a toxin specially designed to deal with ghosts. Could it be that the girl in front of me is the woman who developed the toxin? Thinking of this, Akeza became even more vigilant. Miss Shinobi, this person is very strong, please be careful. Rengoku Nashauro reminded. I know. Kocho Shinobu nodded, a solemn expression appeared on the girl's pretty face. She could feel the powerful aura emanating from Akeza's body. It can be said that the other party was the most powerful enemy she had ever faced. What's more, she just had a battle with Gyutaro, the Land of the String, and her body is not in full strength. But at the moment, look across at Akeza. She can't retreat. This was the moment she joined the ghost-killing squad. She had already made up her mind. Just like her sister, she had already made up her mind. What's more, in the past 3 years, with the help of her husband, her strength has already improved rapidly. It might not be possible to defeat the opponent. Holding the sword in his hand, he calmed down. Breathe. Concentrated. Worm's breath. However, just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly froze. Ahead, a figure appeared again. Like her, she has pink-purple eyes and emerald-green kochu barrettes with pink edges on both sides of her hair. Wearing a standard ghost-killing squad uniform with colorful butterfly pattern feathers on the outside. Elder sister. Seeing the figure that appeared, Kocho Shinobu was stunned. My sister is not fighting alone. My sister is here. Kocho Kani turned back and looked at 600. I'm sorry, my sister just solved the ghost that fell off the string, the clone ghost. Hantengu, I came a little late. I didn't expect that ghost Hantengu to be so difficult to deal with. Listening to what Kocho Kani said to his sister, and looking at the head of Gyutaro in the hands of Shin, the corners of the mouths of Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyujura and Fresh Pillar of Fire Rengoku Jenshulang were a little bit bitter. Is the strength of this pair of sisters already this strong? That was the winding up of 12 Kizuki, but it was solved so easily by the sisters. Kocho Shinobu stood with Kocho Kani, looking at Akeza across the way, while holding the hilt of his sword. Breath of worms, dance of butterflies. Teasing. Breath of flowers 2 types. Maikajime. In an instant, the Kocho sisters shot at the same time. Infinite City. The match between Sumyu and Kibutsuji Muzan continues. Accompanied by the battle, the powerful aftermath of the two became stronger and stronger. But at this moment, the strength of the two is already different. Another whip of Kibutsuji Musen was cut off with a sword, and he stared at the opponent. You have become much weaker. Kibutsuji Musen's face was ugly, not because he became weaker, but because the other party became stronger. Deep regret filled his heart. Back then, if he had known that the other party's potential was so great, he would have killed him no matter how desperate he was. But now, it's too late. With the constant fighting, his own injuries are also constantly intensifying. Although, with the ghost's immortal body and strong healing ability, for him, these injuries can be recovered in a blink of an eye as long as he is given a little time. But now, he has no time at all. The body's ability to heal cannot match the speed of an injury. Even if he exerts all his strength, he is still no match for the opponent. At this moment, Kibutsuji Musen already had deep fear in his heart, and he could feel that it was going on. Himself will die. For Kibutsuji Musen, this is definitely a more intense fear than facing Ji Guo Yuanyi. Jump. For a moment the thought filled Kibutsuji Musen's mind. Facing the price of being cut off by Sumyu again, Kibutsuji Musen stepped back slightly, gaining a little breath. You really scare me. It's as scary as the person I faced hundreds of years ago. Sumyu was silent. He naturally knew who Kibutsuji Musen was talking about. Ji Kuyuan, a person who seems to be a living god and Buddha. However, even Ji Kuyuan, who is alive like a god and Buddha, cannot destroy me. You, how could you destroy me, kill me? Kibutsuji Musen with open arms. Honestly, accept the fate of my existence, even if it is stronger than you, it is impossible to kill me. The body split in an instant, turned into 1800 pieces, and fled in all directions. For him, it doesn't matter if the fragments of his body are destroyed, as long as a fragment escapes, he can use his incomparable recovery ability to completely recover. Even if, at the beginning, Ji Kuyuan, who was comparable to the living gods and Buddhas, could only cut off 1500 pieces, and then he could only watch him escape. Ji Kuyuan, who is as strong as the reincarnation of the gods and Buddhas, has never killed me. In this world, who can kill him? And I have surpassed Ji Guo Yuanyi. He murmured softly. The horizontal sword is in front of the eyebrows, and the sword makes a slight drum sound. Inhale, breathe. The ghost blood and sword in the body seemed to resonate at this moment. Kibutsuji Musen, who had been reduced to 1800 pieces, sneered. Beyond Ji Guo Yuanyi, dojo. In this world, no one can surpass that person. Only. Suddenly, a wave of despair that seemed to touch the soul spread in my heart. In the eyes of Kibutsuji Musen, the ghost like him raised the sword in his hand. It seemed that at this moment, he saw the sun-like sword that Ji Kuyuan had slashed at him back then. And the man's sword. What's more, it is the first country. Cut out with a sword. In 1 second, 2,000 effective strikes were made. Most of the entire infinite city was torn apart with this sword. How is this possible? In the infinite shock and horror, none of the 1800 fragments that Kibutsuji Musen turned into escaped. All were beheaded. Why? Why are there such terrifying ghosts in the world? Kibutsuji Musen roared unwillingly, but in the end, consciousness could only gradually fade away. The ghosts who have survived for thousands of years in this world, the absolute ruler of ghosts, who call themselves infinitely close to perfect creatures will also come to an end. Unwilling, annoyed, resentful. All kinds of emotions condensed at the end. In the end, it turned into a look of resentment. I will be in hell, waiting for you, ghost. Sumyu. The sound gradually faded away, and finally disappeared completely. The sword like the sun was also retracted at this moment. Put away the sword and put it into the sheath. Kibutsuji Musen's last grievance keeps ringing in Sumyu's mind. I'll watch you from hell. Watching you being betrayed by humans. Etched. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Even if he was betrayed, it had nothing to do with you. Not to mention, after beheading Kibutsuji Musen, he himself felt the same. I have already touched a height that this world has never had. It is no longer accepted by this world. He may. To really get out of here. With Kibutsuji Musen beheaded. A familiar, emotionless mechanical voice sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill the ghost ancestor, get rewards, follower, servant, you can give your own blood to others, and develop into your own disciple of the gods. The host has the right to kill the disciples of the gods. When the blood of the host is given to the servant, its own strength will also decline. The servant will possess a part of the ability of the host. Listening to the voice from the system, Sumyu was taken aback for a moment. He obtained almost the same ability as Kibutsuji Musen. The ability to turn humans into ghosts. Is this making him the new Kibutsuji Musen? He raised his head and looked at the vast night, so dark, with a slight sneer at the corner of his mouth. This was not his original intention. 790. Accompanied by Sumyu's 2,000 effective slashes in 1 second, not only was Kibutsuji Musen completely beheaded, he ceased to exist. Even the infinite city controlled by Nakame, the ghost of the city, was completely broken at this moment. An infinite city that once stretched infinitely and piled up infinitely. It was also completely broken at this moment. The members of the ghost-killing squad, who were divided into 4 places by the infinite city, also came into view at this moment. As Kibutsuji Musen was beheaded, all the ghosts in this world, at this moment, the curse that the body possessed from blood also dissipated at this moment. Breaking through the blood-derived shackles means that the ghosts of this world are no longer bound by Kibutsuji Musen. His eyes recovered from his thoughts, he raised his head and looked around. Everything in front of you falls into view. And with Kibutsuji Musen, the world's first Oni was beheaded by him, and everyone, including the Oni's eyes, fell on him. Winding 1. Ghost of the Sword, Kokushibo unconsciously held the sword, feeling the long-lost excitement in his heart. Ever since he lost the battle with Jikuyuan, his biggest regret in this life is that he will never be able to defeat Jikuyuan. But now, there is an opportunity. Kibutsuji Musen, who had never been beheaded by Jikuyuan, was beheaded by Sumyu at this moment. It proves that this person is better than Jikuyuan chief. If he defeats the opponent, it also means that he will never win back the defeat in his life, and he will never have the chance to beat Jiguo Yi. Now, there is hope. Opportunity arose. While Kokushibo was watching him, Sumyu's eyes also fell on him. Tall figure, wearing a long black gown, with 6 open eyes. 12 Kizuki, one of the top strings, was once the strongest subordinate of Kibutsuji Musen. He is also the living person who is worthy, of gods and Buddhas, and the big brother of Jikuyuan Yi. He could feel Kokushibo's strong will to fight surging inside him. Is Kokushibo who swears not to lose to anyone other than Sui Kuniichi. Looking at each other, he murmured slightly. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the opponent, Kokushibo's strength is indeed very strong, and even his combat power may be stronger than Kibutsuji Musen's. If it is not subject to the curse of Kibutsuji Musen's blood, Kokushibo may not be weaker than Kibutsuji Musen. I feel the breath of Big Brother in you. Kokushibo stared at Sumyu with 6 scarlet eyes, and his voice was hoarse. Sumyu was silent. Holder of Sun's breath. Jiguo Yuanyi's breath? He used to be the ceiling of this world's combat power, but not anymore. At the same moment, several extremely embarrassed figures emerged from the rubble underground. Rock Pillar Himejima, Wind Pillar Shinazugawa Sanamai, Zayazuto Kaitamuchiro. The current condition of the 3 is not good, and their bodies have been injured in many places. Just now, the 3 of them worked together to face 12 Kizukis, one of the top strings, Black Death, but the result was a disastrous defeat. Ahem. Wind Pillar Shinazugawa Sanamai couldn't help coughing, spitting out bright red blood. He stared at Sumyu and Hei, who were confronting each other. Like Shinazugawa Sanamai, Kaizu mourns? Seeing Ming also has a complex look. It can be felt that the ghost ancestor, Kibutsuji Musen, completely disappeared and was beheaded by Sumyu. It also means a ghost more powerful than Kibutsuji Musen is born. Looking at Sumyu, everyone's eyes are slightly complicated, although Sumyu is also a member of the ghost-killing team, and is the ghost pillar of the ghost-killing team. But humans and ghosts do not coexist after all. Rock Pillar Himejima, Wind Pillar Shinazugawa Sanamai, and Zayazuto Kaitamuchiro all looked at Sumyu with complicated expressions. When Kibutsuji Musen, the ancestor of Oni, died, it was such an exciting thing, but a more powerful Oni than Kibutsuji Musen was born at the same time. Ghosts and humans are different creatures after all. However, such complex emotions only briefly came to mind, and they couldn't help but think about Sumyu's situation in these years. Sumyu, not the same as ghosts like Kibutsuji Musen dash. Perhaps, humans and ghosts are not incompatible. Not necessarily impossible to try. Thinking of this, Rock Pillar Himejima couldn't help clasping his hands together and said Amitabha Buddha. Just as he was about to speak, so already set his eyes on Hei Saikwan. 12 Kizuki, the first of the strings, the ghost of the sword. Black Death, the big brother of Jikuyuan, owner of Moon's Breath. I will not lose to anyone other than Jikuyuan Yi. Kokushibo raised his head, his 6 eyes stared at Sumyu. The scarlet eyes were full of coldness. Maybe I'm sorry. Sumyu shook her head. It has to be said that, as the big brother of Jikuyuan, even though Kokushibo does not have the talent of Jikuyuan, which is comparable to the living gods and Buddhas, but he has worked hard enough, even if the achievements of his hard work are not as good as those of the chosen one. In front of his younger brother, he is like an old man walking like a turtle, there is no comparison. But after becoming a ghost, life extends infinitely. For hundreds of years, he has never stopped working hard to improve. Even if the tortoise and the hare are in a race, as long as the rabbit stops being careless, the tortoise may not be able to beat the rabbit, not to mention that the rabbit has been resting for hundreds of years. It's just a pity that Jikuyuan is dead, otherwise, he might be able to beat his younger brother. Slowly, he raised the knife in his hand. Kokushibo's sword is very special and his favorite weapon. This weapon is made from his own blood and flesh. The reason why he is called the sword ghost, this weapon also has a lot to do with it. This weapon, which is made of his own flesh and blood, fits him infinitely, allowing him to almost reach a resonance with the sword. As far as the naked eye can see, the blade, handle, and handle are all covered with eyes. As Kokushibo raised the blade with the palm of his hand, countless moon blades seemed to be faintly produced. The size and length of the moon blades would change from time to time, and there was no fixed shape. Breathe. Breath of the moon. He can't be as dazzling as the sun like his younger brother, but his light can also illuminate the darkness. If the younger brother is the king of the day, then he is the emperor of the night. Breath of the moon, one type dark moon night palace. A slight murmur. Kokushibo draws the sword. An IAI slash that was so fast that the blade could not be seen clearly. With the slash, many round moon blades will be left on the trajectory. Just now, he used this move to easily cut off the left arm of Zayazuto Kaitamuchiro. It's just that this Juhi slash is not close enough. The scabbard around Sumyu's waist trembled slightly. It came out of the sheath automatically. Blocked the sword for him. Tsumyu himself has no intention of blocking, and the sword defends against the enemy entirely on its own. Seeing this scene, Kokushibo couldn't help shrinking his eyes. The reason why he is a sword ghost is that he is infinitely compatible with the ghost blade forged by his own flesh and blood, able to resonate with its own sword. However, it has never been possible to let the sword defend itself against the enemy. In any case, the sword is a dead thing after all. But apparently, in Tsumyu's hands, the sword seemed to come alive. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the shock in his heart. Knowing that the person in front of him can kill Kibutsuji Musen, Jikuyuin is not worse than his younger brother. If he doesn't have some skills, how can it be possible? It is too much for granted that I try to force the other party because I am already in the confinement breath. One type. That being the case. Also no longer try. Thinking like this, doing like this, raised the blade. At this moment, the full moon in the sky seemed to echo it, and seemed to listen to the call of the black dead corner. Following the swing of Si Mao's sword, it seemed that the sword of the whole moon fell down. Breath of the moon 16-shaped moonbow lonely moon. It fell from the sky, accompanied by countless giant wind blades, and at the same time, countless moon blades fell. These things tore through the air, surged, and slashed towards Tsumyu. He was about to kill Tsumyu with one blow. In the distance, Yanzo Haimejimakume, Wind Column Shinazugawa Sainamai, and Zaizuto Kaito Muchiro were all shocked when they saw this scene. It turned out that Kokushibo and they had never really used their full strength from the beginning to the end. 0 for flowers. 0. At the same moment, Tsumyu stretched out his hand, and the sword was held in his hand like a psychic. Next second, a stream of light rose into the sky. All the wind blades and all the moon blades seemed to disappear under the stream of light soaring into the sky. Even the moon on that day, at this moment, seemed to be afraid, hiding behind the dark clouds, not daring to show up again. Kokushibo stared blankly at the sword. An unremarkable sword, its power is even stronger than the sword he slashed with Jikuyuin back then. At the moment when Kokushibo lost his mind, the streamer had already reached Hei Saikwan's neck. Faster than expected. The sharp, seemingly painless sword sliced open from the neck. Am I still defeated after all? Looking at the body that kept moving away, Kokushibo murmured as he threw his head away. 0. Yes. Tsumyu smiled flatly. But Kokushibo smiled. I'm afraid not yet. He has already broken through the limit of ghost. Even if his head is beheaded by Nichiren blades, he can quickly recover from the wound. In other words, Nichiren blades cannot kill him. Any attack is meaningless to me. I won't lose a second time. Kokushibo murmured as his neck was sliced open by the blade and his head was thrown flying. However, as far as I am concerned, the limit of ghost you broke through is of no use to me. Tsumyu closes the sword sheath. At this moment, Kokushibo also felt that a sun-like energy was constantly invading his body. Obviously, I have broken through the limit of ghost. Even if Nichiren blades cut off the head, I will not die. But now, no matter the body, still head. They gradually turned into black smoke. No longer exist in this world. Along with Kokushibo's beheading, the familiar, emotionless mechanical voice also sounded in Tsumyu's mind. Tsumyu ignored it, but turned her head, looking at Rock Pillar Haimejimakume, Wind Pillar Shinazugawa Sainamai, and Xia Pillar Tokaido Muchiro. At this moment, these pillars of the ghost-killing team were extremely shocked, and looked at themselves incomparably complicated. Amitba. Yanzo Haimejimakume clasped his hands together, trying to say what he hadn't said before. Humans and ghosts are actually not necessarily the same. Tsumyu has turned around. The figure stepped into the darkness. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill one of the evil spirits, and get the reward, Breath of the Moon. Breath of the Moon, Kokyuo, which is directly derived from Breath of the Beginning and Breath of the Sun, includes 16 types in total. A mechanical and emotionless voice echoed in Tsumyu's mind, letting him know the ability he obtained by beheading 12 Kizuki, one of the winding strings, Ghost of the Sword, and Kokushibo. To be honest, he has already mastered the Breath of the Sun, and Breath of the Moon is already very tasteless to him. It belongs to the feeling that it is tasteless to eat and it is a pity to discard it. However, it would be nice to have one more breath and one more ability. This was the thought that came to Tsumyu's mind before the figure stepped into the darkness. With the death of Kibutsuji Musen, Akeza was also panicked. However, Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Kani, who were fighting against them, seized such an opportunity in an instant. Almost in an instant, a sword slashed across. Akeza's head was directly chopped off by Kani Nichiren blades. Call. Seeing Akeza's head thrown flying, Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Kani also sheathed their swords and let out a sigh of relief. Although the fighting time is not long, the risk is extremely high. As the third of the 430s, Akeza is really powerful. Even if they are sisters, they will fight very hard under their strong fighting spirit. However, it finally killed the other party. Kocho Shinobu exhaled lightly, looked at Akeza's head thrown away, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his black hair fluttered with the wind. However, immediately, the eyes of both of them changed. The Akeza who was beheaded by her sister Nichiren blades did not die, but took advantage of the moment when the two of them lost their minds. The body quickly ran in front of the head, and the thrown head quickly connected to the body. The wounded area heals quickly and is fully restored again. It seems that there is no injury at all. There was no sign of injury at all. How is this possible? Both Kocho Shinobu and Kocho Kani were shocked. From the moment they joined the ghost-killing team, they understood a truth. There are two kinds of things that can kill ghosts. One is to be irradiated by the sun, and the other is to chop with Nichiren blades, dropping the ghost's head, of course, does not count the wisteria toxin, which was developed by Kocho Shinobu. But now, Akeza, whose head was chopped off by his sister, is not dead. Akeza also touched his neck with his hands at this moment, looking at the two girls in front of him, full of disappointment. If he had not already broken through the limit of ghosts, he would not have died even if he was beheaded by Nichiren blades. If not, he might have died in the hands of the sisters just now. Anger, annoyance, filled Akeza's heart. I'm going to tear you apart. Akeza's scarlet eyes stared at the pair of Kocho sisters. If he hadn't sworn not to eat women, he would have eaten the pair of sisters. I'm afraid you don't have this chance. A calm voice sounded. Da-da-da. In the darkness, the sound of footsteps came out so clearly. A figure came out slowly. Forbearance, Kyoaz Hong. Sumyu looked at the Kocho sisters with a smile and called out their names. It's a coincidence that I haven't dealt with the other party yet. Kocho Shinobu seemed a little dissatisfied, but his voice was full of intimacy. The sword that Ben drew again, with the arrival of Sumyu, was put away. Now that the husband has arrived, there is no chance for her to make a move. Mew, please be careful, this ghost is a bit strong, even if you cut through the head with Nichiren blades, you won't die. Kocho Kani couldn't help reminding. No matter how strong it is, can it be as strong as Kibutsuji Muzan and Kokushibu? Sumyu spoke softly. The Kocho sisters couldn't help being surprised, and then couldn't help but smile. Such a difficult ghost has been solved. Sure enough, Doing is the most difficult ghost in the world. Kocho Shinobu was joking. Sumyu smiled, and naturally walked in front of the Kocho sisters, looking at Akeza on the opposite side. 12 Kizuki, the third of the winding, the fighting ghost. Akeza. When he was still a human, Akeza chose to keep exercising to make himself stronger in order to protect his valued family and lover. After becoming a ghost, because of the loss of all memory, only the obsession to become stronger is left in my heart. In order to make himself stronger, the kennel only likes to fight with the strong. As a ghost, the kennel never kills or eats women because of the strong man's creed, and he will only choose when he is extremely hungry. Eat human. Therefore, Akeza and Doma, who only loves to eat people, especially women, can be regarded as two extremes, and the relationship between the two is naturally quite bad. You go to hell too. Looking at each other, Sumyu said lightly. Akeza's face is indifferent, but the fighting spirit in his heart is raging, even though he knows that Kokushiba and Muzan may have died in the hands of this ghost. But there is no sense of fear. Instead, a strong will to fight emerged. Taking a deep breath, Akeza's body bent slightly, his eyes were focused at this moment. I'm afraid, it's not what you want. Boom. His body bounced up like a cannonball, and he rushed towards Sumyu. He was in the air, but his punch shot out, destroying Kill Final Form Kingian Chaotic Remnant Light, belonging to his strongest punch. In an instant, with Akeza as the center, compass needles gathered one after another, and there were hundreds of them. With one punch, hundreds of needles go with him, and each needle sends hundreds of missiles in an instant. The speed is fast and the power is huge. Looking at all this, Sumyu's face was expressionless. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, rest in peace. A slight sound came out. Sumyu's hand was pressed on the hilt of the sword at this moment. The blade was unsheathed, and the streamer flowed between the palms. The next moment, he left with a sword. Kill everything. Kennel seat. This 12 Kizuki, the third of the winding, the ghost of fighting. Almost without any ability to resist, Akeza disappeared into this world with his strongest punch. With his current strength, even Kokushiba is no match for him, so how can Akeza make waves? With the death of Akeza, the death of 12 Kizuki, the third of the series, the era of ghosts is completely over. This era, it is a complete return to the era of human beings, even with 12 Kizuki still alive. For example, Winding 5, Pot Ghost, Gyoko. Winding Land, Ghost of Thunder, Hill. And ordinary ghosts that still exist in this world. These are no longer necessary for him to take action, and they can be left to the people who come later. These are all handed over to the Ghost Killing Squad. Tanjiro, Nezuko, these new members of the Ghost Slayer Squad, they will uphold the will of the Ghost Slayer Squad very well. And he the devil. Look up. A red sun in the east slowly rose and began to dispel the darkness of this world. Era. The era of man has ushered in. And he the devil. He will also embark on a new journey. His strength has already surpassed the ceiling of this world, and he is rejected by this world. The era of ghosts is over. P.S. There is one more chapter, and the length of Demon Slayer should come to an end. The next world should open Crimson Pupils. Those who like Crimson Pupils can continue to watch. If you don't like it, there is almost another chapter in this book. It belongs to the end. The length of Demon Slayer is almost over. As for the other worlds that can't be opened after finishing the writing, I guess it depends on whether the readers support it. If you support it, you will open other worlds. If not, break the pupil after the end. I will not write about other worlds. By the way, after a while, the author June will open another Demon Slayer fanfiction, because the little author June wrote the Huxia manga Fox Fairy Little Matchmaker before, so it will melt the Huxia manga factor. Before of course, writing Cuman is a hit, and this one is the same, and it's also a hit, but it barely made me eat a bite. As a new author of Xiaomang, there may be some bad things in the writing, but fortunately, with the support of generous, kind, and benevolent readers along the way, I have not written until today. Thank you readers for your support, thank you for giving me a bite of food. The little author June wrote Cuman before. As we all know, Cuman can't be written anymore, but I can't forget it in my heart, so the next book should be Human in Ghost Slayer, calling Tushin Susu. The little ancestor at the beginning is also possible. It's Human in Ghost Slayer, summoning Tushin Susu at the beginning. The author named it incompetent. Readers who have a good 4.2 title can also provide it. Well, of course it can also be Tu Shin Hong Hong, Tu Shin Yaya, Tu Shin Rong Rong. This depends on the likes of the readers. If there is a suitable character, you can talk about it in the book review. I will summarize everyone's opinions and choose the heroine. The author's pen name will still be this pen name. Susu the Wild Cat. The darkness dissipated, and the earth ushered in light. Kocho House. A group of girls gathered together. Tsuyuri Kanao, Makomo, Kocho Shinobu, Kocho Kani, Tomioka Atsuko, Tomioka Jiyu's older sister. Some friends may have forgotten. Tamayo, Kanroji Mitsurai, Kamadu Nezuko. Everyone's eyes fell on the young man, with deep reluctance in their eyes. Although it is not stated, everyone knows. Miu might really be leaving. Sumyu stood there, although she was not from this world at the beginning, but unknowingly, she has been deeply entangled with this world, and has formed a relationship with a group of girls. He wants to stay, but I can feel that I am becoming more and more incompatible with this world, that I will be excluded by this world. Somewhere, there is an intuition that only when one's own strength reaches a higher level and can resist the repelling force of this world, can one return here again. Just want to get to that level. How long will it take? Have these girls been waiting that long? Except for the ghost Tamayo, how long can the others live? Life is short, and after 100 years, it will be turned into a piece of Lois. When the time comes, I will come back again in 2002, and there will be no familiar people anymore. At that time, is there any need to return? At this moment, a kind of repulsive force that cannot be tolerated in this world has become deeper and deeper. When his strength breaks through the ceiling of this world, it already means that he has broken through the rules of this world and is rejected by this world. Under the warm sunlight, the ghost's horn, which he could clearly distinguish before, gradually began to retract as the sunlight radiated, and finally, it completely merged into the hair, never to be seen again. Husband, are you leaving? Tsuyuri Kanao finally couldn't hold back his mouth. For Tsuyuri Kanao, Sumyu is his heaven. From the moment she was redeemed by Sumyu, she has been a vine attached to Sumyu, the big kernel. Lives by drawing vines from great trees. But now, this big tree that she used to rely on so much is about to leave, and she has no support, no sky. Losing Sumyu, for Tsuyuri Kanao, is unacceptable. The other girls didn't speak, but there was mist in their eyes. Between them and Sumyu, fetters have already been formed. An unbreakable bond. Can't let go of the fetters. Sumyu was silent. Although she didn't say anything to them about leaving, she seemed to have a tacit understanding. He and them had formed a bond. Only, the self and the world have become more and more exclusive. I'm afraid, with my own power, I'm almost unable to fight against the power of this world, and I'm about to be repelled and left. Silence. Also powerless. Even though the strength has surpassed the ceiling of this world, it is still impossible for one person to fight against the power of the whole world. His strength is not enough to fight the world. Very ashamed. I'm sorry, maybe, have to be away for a long time. For a long time, he didn't know, but he only knew that when he came again, his own strength needed to be able to resist the strength of this world with one person's strength. Even if he is rejected by this world, he can still stay with his strong strength. I will wait. Tsuyuri Kanao whispered, we are all willing to wait. Sumyu was silent. It may be a long wait. His voice was hoarse. Then wait a long time. Whispering Kanao said calmly, this is something that he already knew in his heart, and it may have to wait until the day when he can't see it. But, also wait. Sumyu was silent, and finally, gently cut her finger with a knife. Dark red blood dripped to the ground. After killing Kibutsuji Muzan, he gained the ability. Servant, you can give your own blood to others, and develop into your own disciple of the gods. The host has the right to kill the disciples of the gods. When the blood of the host is given to the servant, its own strength will also decline. The servant will possess a part of the ability of the host. I'll definitely see you. He looked at everyone seriously and stretched out his finger. Tsuyuri Kanao stepped forward, sucked his finger gently, and the bright red blood was sucked in. Accompanied by the sucking of blood, the girl's fair face was flushed with blush. Then, Makomo, Kocho Shinobu, Kocho Kani, Tomioka Atsuko, Tomioka Jiyu's sister maybe some friends have forgotten. Tamayo, Kanroji Mitsurai, Kamadu Nezuko, stepped forward and sucked Sumyu's blood. As everyone absorbed his blood, Sumyu also felt that his connection with everyone was getting deeper and deeper. It seems that with a single thought, I have the right to life and death. It means that with one thought, what you want to do, as long as you really order it, the other party will not have room to resist. But at the same time, with the inhalation of blood, his own strength is also rapidly declining. Even down. It can no longer be integrated into this world. The power of the world has noticed him, let alone accommodate him, but he is already pleased, and distributes his abilities to the girls. Their lives are already endless. Maybe I really have to leave. Sumyu looked at everyone. Look at the delicate girls in front of you. I will work hard to come back. He looked at everyone and said seriously, one day, I will come back again. The mist filled the eyes, and the beautiful eyelashes were stained with crystal teardrops. I'll wait. Waiting forever. Just, don't make us wait too long. A woman without a man is like a flower without rain, it will wither. Sumyu couldn't hear the last words, and at some point in the sky, an empty black hole opened and sucked him away. No matter how hard you try, you can't change the situation. Finally, get out of this world. Seeing that the person who was standing just now completely disappeared in 083, everyone's face was depressed. But, look up. Look at the sky. We'll be back, won't you? Tsuyuri Kanao looked at the older sisters. That day will come. I'm looking forward to that day. Tsuyuri Kanao clenched her small fist and said firmly, I will wait for that day to come. At that time, little Tsuyuri Kanao will definitely look even better, and the one who is fascinated by her husband will never choose to leave again. Everyone smiled silently, but there was firmness in their eyes. That day. It won't be long. If it doesn't work. Everyone looked at each other. It's really not possible. Let's work together to find him back. You can't let the flowers and plants outside harm your husband. After all, Mew likes beautiful girls the most. In case he is confused by the beautiful girls outside, he won't go home. Just like people will gradually decay, a country will eventually perish. Even the prosperous imperial capital for thousands of years has now become corrupt and turned into a living hell. A ghost in human skin, domineering and arrogant. These evils that cannot be punished by heaven will be cut off in the dark. Sumyu wakes up faintly, and what she sees are lush trees. See it. This should be in a forest. Where is this going to be? He raised his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at the warm sunlight shining through the gaps in the leaves. Although I don't know where I am now, I can feel that this world may not be simple. In the world of Demon Slayer, he has already stood on the top of the ceiling of that world. Therefore, he is stared at by the will of that world and is not allowed in that world. Generally speaking, the will of the world is dormant, and only when he shines brightly like he did in Ghost Slayer, will he be watched, and will not blend into the world in the end. But now, apparently there wasn't that feeling of being excluded from the world. It also means, this world may be more dangerous than the world of Ghost Slayer. Although, when he left the world of Demon Slayer, he shared his own blood with everyone, so that everyone has almost unlimited life, so Kanao can wait for a long time. But just like what I vaguely heard before leaving, a woman without a man is like a flower without rain, it will wither. I think of Kanao, I think of Kocho Shinobu, I think of Connie, I think of Nezuko who hasn't grown up. These lovely girls. I should be enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by everyone now, but alone in this seemingly uninhabited forest. There is no beauty, no food, only beasts. It seemed that something was coming. He put his hands on his waist involuntarily. But Nichiren Blades, who had been with him for 3 years, was gone. Bow your head. Look at yourself. White and clean. Already naked. Apparently, when he was ostracized from the world of Demon Slayer, his own clothes were also destroyed. I feel chilly all over my body at this moment, and I am very uncomfortable. He is not in the habit of not wearing clothes. Looking around, he couldn't help being slightly thankful. Fortunately this is a wilderness, not a town, if someone sees it. What a shame. I quickly found some leaves, and after some efforts, I barely covered the vital parts of my body. Only, such a situation still made him feel very ashamed. And at this moment, he also sensed that someone was coming. Originally, he was planning to go there, but the current situation made him hesitate, and in the end, he chose to hide. Soon, a flickering slender figure ran towards this side at an extremely fast speed. Looking at its speed, Sumyu couldn't help squinting his eyes. Such a fast speed, even Makomo cannot match it. An ordinary person has such a fast speed. This world seems to be far more powerful than imagined. However, soon, Sumyu saw the girl's appearance. She is a lovely girl with exquisite appearance, beautiful black hair and red eyes. The first moment he saw the girl, Sumyu froze. She seems a very familiar person. Of course, it wasn't someone he knew, but he had seen it before, or he had seen it on the screen in that distant world. If I remember correctly, the other party should be the heroine in Jean Red Eyes, one of the 7 former elite assassins of the Umbu Empire, and now the mainstay of the assassination team Night Raid. Chi Tong, known as the Ace Killer. Chi Tong obviously didn't notice him. The other party seemed to be being chased by someone, panting exhaustedly, staring at the rear from time to time. What he held in his hand was a sword with a rather gorgeous handle, and it was a very long sword. If the guess is correct, it should be Tegomura's. Possesses the demon sword of 1 cut, 1 kill. Once cut by this knife, the curse poison will be infected from the wound and die quickly. There is no way to detoxify. Although as a ghost, he almost has an immortal body, but Sumyu is not willing to try whether his immortal body is effective against such a demon sword. Kaitong came to the tree where he was hiding, stopped for a while, and then turned back, faintly feeling that the pursuers should be coming soon. Although, she is sure to kill these pursuers, but if it delays time, I'm afraid it will be a little troublesome. After hesitating for a moment, his figure leaped lightly and came to the tree, trying to use the tree's thick trunk and dense leaves to cover his figure, but just arrived. This slender girl with beautiful red pupils was stunned for a moment, looking at the man covered with leaves on the opposite side. Savage. Chi Tong was slightly taken aback. Although he is now wearing leaves, but can't we say that he is a savage? Just as he was about to speak, Chi Tong suddenly moved. The slender body approached all of a sudden. He was startled and wanted to move, but he didn't feel the other party's malice. He hesitated for a while and then relaxed again. And at this moment, he felt that his lips were covered by the other's soft little hand. Obviously, the other party should be. Looking at the Imperial soldiers chasing under the tree, Sumyu probably already understood that the opponent should be the Imperial soldiers who were afraid that he would startle the pursuers by making a noise. The bodies of the two are extremely close at this moment. He could even smell the fragrance from the other party's beautiful black hair. The whirling light through the leaves of the trees fell on the girl's red eyes, which looked a little dull and cute, with a very cute feeling. Exquisite eyebrows, small red lips. It caught his eye for an instant. It was only after the Imperial soldiers left from the woods that Chi Tong let go of the hand covering Sumyu's lips, and her slender figure fell to the side lightly. Obviously, it was time to leave. Just when she was about to leave, she turned around suddenly, and a pair of crimson eyes stared at her. The seemingly cute eyes were so sharp at this moment. Sumyu spread her hands and smiled mischievously. "Stop following me." After a while, Chi Tong uttered a word rarely. It could be seen that the girl seldom spoke, and after saying this, she was about to turn around and leave. But after walking a few steps, I looked at Sumyu who was still following her. The thin eyebrows frowned unconsciously. Unconsciously, he clenched the kunyu in his hand. "You seem hurt." Sumyu pointed to Kai Tong's fair legs and wrists. There, a wound emerged. Of course, if it's just an ordinary wound, it's nothing, but obviously, it's not. There is a dark black lingering around the wound. Obviously the weapon that opened the wound has been contaminated with poison. Savages can also talk. Chi Tong's red eyes stared at Sumyu. Being treated as a savage twice in a row, Sumyu felt a little bitter in her heart. Although his clothes are really weird now, he is not a savage. "You misunderstood me, I am not a savage," Sumyu briefly explained. Slightly red eyes narrowed, the girl looked at him quite vigilantly. "Your injury seems to need to be dealt with immediately, otherwise, it is very serious." Sumyu ignored the other party's serious vigilance, but pointed to Kai Tong's wound again. The girl's vigilant red eyes lowered slightly. "These are not your concern, get out of here quickly." Saying so, the girl also turned around, preparing to leave here. Although the Imperial soldiers had just left here, no one could guarantee whether the other party would return. The girl took a few steps, but immediately stopped involuntarily. Her body bent unconsciously, almost in a half-kneeling posture. Started to gasp violently. Apparently, toxins started to spread in the body. She seems to be in a bad situation now. Sumyu walked quickly to the girl's side, and looked around. "It doesn't seem suitable for you to stay here for a long time now, and you seem to need to leave here immediately. But the injuries on your body are not supportive." Chi Tong unconsciously grasped the demon sword kunyu in his hand. His expression was full of vigilance for a moment. As a killer who has lived in the shadows all year round, he has a clear understanding of the dark side of this world, and also clearly understands the decay of the empire. At the same time, as a killer, he should be vigilant enough to any strangers who approach him. This man who looks like a savage but is not a savage has such a clear mind. In an instant, he saw her current situation. This made her unconsciously vigilant, and began to suspect this person. Is it a coincidence that she suddenly appeared in her hiding place? Or conspiracy? Sumyu naturally also saw Kai Tong's vigilance, but spread out her hands, indicating that she did not have any malicious intentions. But obviously, Kai Tong's vigilance did not relax, but became more vigilant. "How about this?" Sumyu approached Chi Tong. Chi Tong clenched the hand of Kunyu again. Her habitual future was almost about to come out. As long as the other party got closer, she would swing the knife. But at this sensitive moment, Sumyu stopped. Kai Tong's hand that was about to strike a sword slightly paused, and the word Han Fan was also brewing in his mouth without making a sound. At this time, Sumyu turned around and turned her back to Kai Tong. Kai Tong's eyes were full of doubts. As a killer, one thing is very clear, that is, it is very dangerous to turn your back to the enemy. The opponent, Etched, gave his back to himself, apparently without malice. This made the vigilance on Kai Tong's face faded a lot. But, still vigilant. "Come here, I'll carry you on my back and get out of here." Sumyu spoke very flatly. Kai Tong hesitated slightly, and confirmed again and again that Sumyu did not seem to be malicious towards her, and felt that the toxins in his body were spreading faster and faster, and he really needed to find a secret place to expel the toxins from his body immediately. In the immediate situation, it is really necessary to leave here quickly. She needs to make an immediate decision. Decisions are also made quickly. And make a decision with your heart. No longer hesitating and being hypocritical, Kai Tong took a step forward and finally laid down on Sumyu's back. Feel the softness of the back. Sumyu was slightly moved. Doesn't match appearance at all. Equivalent. Full. Of course, he was only feeling slightly emotional, but he didn't have any evil thoughts. Kai Tong's situation is really not good right now, and he really doesn't need to stay here for a long time. "You say where, I will follow your instructions." Sumyu said something warmly. "But wait a while." But there was no sound. I can't help but turn my head. The girl's head was already on his shoulder, and her red eyes seemed to be closed. However, although his eyes are closed, his little white hand is still tightly holding the demon sword kunyu. It seems that for this girl, the only thing she trusts is this weapon. Shaking his head silently, he immediately ran away with Kaitong on his back. Because he was not familiar with this world, he found a cave and entered it with red pupils. Gently placed Kaitong on the soft weeds he found. His eyes also fell on the red-eyed, white, and slender, straight thighs, with a dark black lingering streak. Obviously the toxin spread. Needs to be dealt with right away. Tsuyuri is not a professional doctor, but after spending a long time with Tamayo and Kocho Shinobu, 2 top doctors in the world, she knows some simple treatment methods. Without any hesitation, his palm was about to touch Kaitong's wound. But at this moment, the red pupils of the red pupils opened suddenly like brilliant rubies, and his little white hand tightly clenched the hilt of Kunyu's sword. The body tensed up at this moment, ready to go almost immediately. Obviously, the previous coma was not real. Even in a coma, this killer girl still had a very powerful vigilance instinct. Almost the moment he was about to touch her, he was already awake. Only, as a killer, he didn't take the first shot. In fact, it has already violated the essence of a killer. When your own situation is not good for you, as a killer, what you should do is to erase the things that are not good for you as soon as possible. But obviously, Kaitong didn't. The very important reason is that there is no malice emanating from Tsuyuri. As a killer, he is very sensitive to the surrounding environment. The poison in your place needs to be sucked out immediately. Tsuyuri raised his head, his golden eyes met the red eyes with red pupils. Chi-tong couldn't help clenching the hilt of Kunyu's sword. She was not used to strange men getting in touch with her too much. But as a killer, he also has the clearest understanding of his own situation. In the current situation, absorbing the toxin is indeed the most correct way to deal with it. Only, still very uncomfortable. Finally, he simply closed his eyes. Don't look at anything. Then I don't know anything. Nothing happened. Only, when this strange man began to absorb the toxins in her body, her white palm was already tightly grasping the hilt of the sword. Very hard, very hard. It's not about cutting people with a sword. It was only because of the strange emotions surging in her heart that she could only vent on the hilt of the sword she was holding. Pooh. Tsuyuri spat out a big mouthful of dark black blood, and then tore off a piece of Kaitong's shirt, and used it to bind up the injured part. Done it all. He just clapped his hands. All right. Chi-tong also opened her eyes at this time, and her pretty face, which had remained unchanged for a long time, unknowingly had a blush on her nose. He lowered his head and looked at the bandaged wound on his thigh. His red pupils like rubies drooped down. Thanks. Very simple and humble thank you. But it clearly expressed the girl's heart at the moment. You are welcome. Tsuyuri looked at Chi-tong gently. The other's beautiful face was very attractive. It is human instinct to appreciate beautiful things. As Tsuyuri's eyes continued to stare, Kaitong's little hand could not help but gently touched his face. Is there something on my face? No. Tsuyuri shook her head, also realizing that her behavior just now was indeed a little abrupt, and she also retracted her eyes that had been falling on Kaitong, and looked elsewhere. At the same time, I also started to introduce myself. My name is Tsuyuri, and I am a lost traveler. Isn't it a savage? Kaitong looked at Tsuyuri's clothes. The clothes matched with leaves could barely cover the vital parts of her body. There is not much difference from the savages walking in the forest, and it seems to be more crude than the savages. After all, many savages still use animal skins as clothes, and the other party only use leaves. Tsuyuri's face darkened slightly. He wanted to explain, but it was hard to explain, so he closed his mouth and at the same time set his eyes on the other party. He has introduced himself. Now, it's time for the other party. Red eyes. It was a very simple word, and after he finished speaking, he fell silent. Just like Chi-tong's character. Most of the time, they are silent. Tsuyuri didn't ask any questions, she just sat down beside her, and at the same time, signaled for the other party to take good care of her wounds. Although the toxin on Kaitong's body has been sucked out and spit out by him, there are still residual toxins left in the body. These need to be fought by Kaitong himself. Chi-tong obviously understood this situation, so she silently closed her eyes and began to expel the toxins from her body. As Kaitong began to heal his wounds on his own, Tsuyuri also came to the outside of the cave, looking at the lush jungle outside, full of vitality. Faintly, he could feel a dangerous aura coming. Those should be dangerous species hidden in the forest. Although there are no ghosts in this world, there are powerful and dangerous species. However, this era is, after all, the age of man. Although dangerous species can endanger human safety, what is more harmful is the decaying empire. Empire at the beginning is good. But just like people will decay, a country will one day go to ruin. Even the imperial capital, which has been prosperous for thousands of years, is just a corrupt hell on earth where ghosts and monsters in human skin run rampant everywhere. I'm going outside to get some water and food. Tsuyuri turned her head and spoke to Chi-tong who was still healing. Chi-tong still closed her eyes and did not respond. Tsuyuri didn't care about it either. Her figure disappeared in a flash. For Tsuyuri, it was easy to find some food and water, and soon he returned to the cave. However, looking at the empty cave, it was obvious that the girl named Kaitong had already left. He left without saying hello. Really? So ruthless? Originally, I planned to join the assassination team Night Raid along the line of Kaitong, that is, the assassination team of Night Raid, but it seems that it is unlikely. Smiling wryly, he could only cook the prey he had hunted on his own to complete his first meal in this world. After eating, Tsuyuri set foot on the road. Now that you know what kind of world this is, you also know where you are going. No doubt. It is the Millennium Imperial capital of this world. Having made this decision in his heart, he set foot on the road to the Empire after eating the tasteless barbecue. Empire. Outskirts. The killer organization Night Raid, that is, the Night Raid organization is here. Chi-Tong returned here with a tired body. Yo, Kai-Tong is back, are you okay? Seeing Kai-Tong coming back, a girl with blonde hair, golden eyes and a heroic heart looked at Kai-Tong worriedly. Zero ask for flowers. I'm fine, Leonie. Kai-Tong said something very simply, but in her mind, she clearly remembered the scene when the man wearing leaves healed her. A calm heart, slightly rippled. Although he has a carefree personality, Leonie still felt something, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Is this mission not going well? It stands to reason that although this mission is very dangerous, it shouldn't be too difficult for Chi-Tong, the mainstay of the night attack and known as the Ace Killer. Very smooth. Chi-Tong simply said 3 words, and then returned to the state of silence. Zero. Stretching out his hand, he lightly patted Kai-Tong's immature shoulders, and Leonie said with concern, this time the mission is completed, so let's take a good rest, and the boss and everyone are waiting for you. Kai-Tong lowered her head slightly, and couldn't help clenching the kunyo in her hand. Chi-Tong, who was cruelly tempered by the Empire since she was a child, buried countless enemies in order to complete the tasks assigned by the Empire. Once completed all the assassination work alone. During the execution of the mission, he constantly felt the evil distortion of the Empire, and was finally persuaded by him to join the Night Raid when he assassinated Najahidin. Here, she is truly finding the organization. Only, for her, the thing she wants to do most is to save her sister who has become an imperial machine. Maybe. It won't be long before the day when I meet my sister will not be far away. Can I redeem my sister? Kai-Tong raised his head slightly, his ruby-like eyes appeared confused, but quickly became firm again. It is precisely because it was once a machine of a decaying empire that it understands the evil twists of the empire. I will not let you continue walking on the dark road. Akihito tightly holds the Taigumura's aim. I will end this with my own hands. Kill my sister Inch. Imperial capital. Tsuyuri came here alone. The clothes on his body are no longer woven from leaves, but very serious civilian clothes. This was stolen by him when he passed by a village. Is this the imperial capital? Looking at the tall city walls, Tsuyuri murmured slightly, the 1,000-year-long prosperous imperial capital made everything here look very beautiful. The people who are constantly coming in and out, the businessmen who shuttle back and forth, and the rich in carriages, sometimes see the patrolling Imperial September 43 soldiers. Everything looks so safe and stable. Just like people will decay, a country will be destroyed one day. Even the imperial capital that has been prosperous for thousands of years hides in the dark a corrupt hell on earth. If the memory is correct, the organization of Night Raid should be near the imperial capital. However, as a killer organization, it must be quite secretive, and it may not be easy to find it in a short time. The reason why he wanted to find the organization Night Raid was that he was very interested in the organization Night Raid, and most importantly, he had a lot of resentment towards that girl with red pupils. I saved her with good intentions, but in the end, I ran away without even saying hello. Not even saying thank you is really unreasonable. When I see Kai-Tong again, I must be well. Thinking like this, I walked into the imperial capital without knowing it, and suddenly, I seemed to feel something. His eyes couldn't help but lift up. A girl in a princess dress stood in front of him. With long eyelashes, fair and tender face, and ruddy mouth, she looks like a little princess who has really come out of a fairy tale world. Is this your first time in the imperial capital? You seem very confused. Arya intruded into his side, asking in a gentle voice. Looking at the girl in front of him, he froze. Faintly, it seems to have an impression. It's just that I can't think of it for a while. It should be a character who has appeared in anime. If you don't have a place to live, would you like to come to my house? Tsuyuri frowned tightly, and the memory of the girl in front of her became more and more clear. Arya, the eldest lady of the nobility, hides a vicious character under her cute appearance. He likes to lure countrymen who come to the imperial capital from other places to make a living into their homes and torture them to death. Anime. The protagonist Tatsumi has nowhere to go because he was cheated out of money by Leonie, so he takes in Tatsumi's noble lady who has nowhere to go. When the Night Raid organization attacked and Kai-Tong wanted to kill Arya, the ignorant Tajmi fought Kai-Tong to protect Arya, but when Tajmi learned the truth, especially his childhood sweetheart after Sheo was tortured to death by her just because her hair was better than her, she beheaded her with her own hands. It can be said that Arya can be regarded as the protagonist Tajmi joining Night Attack and becoming the trigger of the killer. Tsuyuri's eyes narrowed slightly at this moment. But this young lady who seemed to have seen the prey didn't seem to notice it. As if she didn't avoid suspicion at all, she grabbed Tsuyuri's hand and held his hand. It's okay. Going out for the first time will definitely encounter many difficulties. And at this time, the two guards behind Arya also came over. Seeing this scene, they seemed to be used to it. Miss Arya can't ignore people like you. You accept the offer. Looking at Arya, and then at the two guards, the corner of Tsuyuri's mouth could not help but curl up. Really? Miss Arya is really a kind person. Arya didn't hear the sarcasm deep in Tsuyuri's words, and thought Tsuyuri was praising her, showing embarrassment. 4.0 can't be helped, the eldest lady has such a character, she likes to help others. The guard next to him also exited at the right time. Sumyu was silent, but the other party had half pushed her into the carriage. Along with the driving of the carriage, they soon came to a luxurious manor. It can be seen that the person living here should be a nobleman. Looking at this luxurious manor, Sumyu narrowed her eyes slightly. As a ghost, her senses are very keen, and she can clearly feel how much evil is hidden under the appearance of the luxurious manor. Yeah, Arya brought someone back. Ali Kaisuk looked at Sumyu, who was brought back by Arya, and couldn't help teasing slightly. Sumyu looked up and looked at each other. Ali Kaisuk is a fat-looking person with a very gentle appearance. But Sumyu knew that this was one of the targets chosen by the Night Raid organization. Most of the targets selected by the Night Raid organization are very cruel in their hearts, and they are full of evil. This person in front of him is no exception, and in private, his fat hands have contaminated the lives of many innocent people. It's all a habit. Which person is this month? A woman in gorgeous clothes smiled and spoke next to her. At the moment, with his eyes squinting, he looks like the pretty and kind aunt next door. She is Arya's mother. This aristocratic woman has a unique wail, that is, she likes to keep a diary. The diary she records is very special. She always likes to give some people some special 02 drugs, and see how long these people can persist under the drugs before they die. She will be very happy to record the way these people died. A very morbid hobby. Mother. Arya came to the lady's side, took the lady's hand, and acted coquettishly. It seems like a very harmonious and kind family. But in Sumyu's eyes, it's all about a femme fatale smile. It's disgusting. He murmured, raised his eyes, and there was a killing intent in his eyes. The raging killing intent used to make the seemingly harmonious Arya family's bodies suddenly become stiff. Arya looked at Sumyu in confusion, wondering why this boy who would become her cute toy in her eyes suddenly burst out with such killing intent. Did you notice it? Arya murmured slightly, a little annoyed. Where did she do it? Exposing her goal. With the murderous intent revealed in Sumyu's eyes, in the manor, several guards who were guarding also acted quickly to protect Arya's family, while watching Sumyu vigilantly. Sumyu watched all this calmly. Hi, don't know what's going on, why you look so scary all of a sudden. Arya's eyelashes fluttered as if she was afraid. She has beautiful blonde hair and looks so weak. When people see each other, they will unconsciously have a strong desire to protect. But Sumyu knew that what was hidden under the girl's beautiful body was a twisted and perverted heart. According to the anime, what Arya likes to do the most is to lure innocent outsiders to their homes with good intentions, and then, when these people relax their vigilance, they will find a way to detain them. In the end, it will be locked in a torture chamber. There, she would like to torture these foreigners who came to the imperial capital full of longing for a future life with various instruments of torture every day. What I like to see most is the expression when the hope is shattered and the heart is desperate. At that time, she will feel extra satisfaction. Very sick hobby. Put away your false faces. Sumyu didn't want to flirt with these people. He looked at Arya, and said very flatly, let go of the outsiders who were seduced by you, maybe I will let you die peacefully. The plain voice sounded, and the expressions of Arya's family were shocked. The kind face on Arya's face also became distorted. Damn. Why, don't be obedient, obediently follow my imagination. But at this moment, Sumyu had already moved, and he walked towards the three of them with slow steps. Kill him. Arya immediately called the guards. Wearing armor and looking very strong, the guard showed a ferocious smile, and was about to attack Sumyu with a knife in his hand. Only, just ready to start. The body froze suddenly. His hard white armor was pulled out with his hands abruptly, and his bright red, beating heart was pulled out together with the armor. Pata. With a pinch of Sumyu's hand, his beating heart was crushed, and the bright red blood splashed on his face, making his calm face seem to be filled with the hatred of an evil spirit. 767. The guard's eyes widened, and he fell down unwillingly. At this moment, Sumyu also picked up the knife in the guard's hand. With the knife held in the palm of his hand, the blade unconsciously let out a cheerful cry. But at this moment, other waiting guards are ready. In particular, several of them were holding machine guns with rather weird shapes. At this moment, the muzzles of these machine guns had been aimed at him. Compared with the world of Ghost Slayer, the technology of this world is developing more rapidly. Facing the gun, even the members of the Night Raid organization would not dare to be so careless. Da. Fierce artillery poured down like rain, destroying everything in front of them. Similarly, it also includes the strangers brought back by Arya. But, soon, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lifetime. This young-looking person easily blocked all the bullets with just an ordinary knife. Looking at the young man with an immature face in front of him, he easily blocked all the bullets, and, such an understatement. A wave of fear rose in everyone's heart. Especially Arya, who brought Sumyu home, has already deeply regretted it in her heart at this moment. But obviously, there is no regret medicine in this world. At this time, Sumyu has already moved. I didn't see how he swung the knife, but when the knife fell, all the guards present were dead. These bodyguards hired by Ellie's family were originally powerful fighters. But in the hands of the young man in front of him, there was no resistance at all, and they were all easily killed. The bright red blood flows in the luxurious room, reflecting the pale faces of Ellie's family. Stepping on the bloody floor, Sumyu walked towards Arya step by step. You, what do you want to do? The beautiful lady let out an angry roar, which seemed to give her great courage, but her trembling body and pale face deeply betrayed her. Sumyu looked at this mature lady very calmly. She is Arya's mother and has almost the same hobbies as Arya. Only, Arya's hobby is torturing strangers who have been coaxed here with instruments of torture. And this noble lady likes to feed all kinds of poisons that spread disgusting diseases to these people. Use the record to record how long these little cuties can last. When you think about what you do to others, you will understand what I want to do. He looked at the lady calmly. It has to be said that this is a charming lady with a great breast, a seductive and delicate face, and long golden hair. Is a beautiful wife. It's a pity that Kong has a seductive face, but he doesn't have the heart to match such a face. A beast in human skin. We don't know what you're talking about. We are just ordinary rich people living in the imperial capital, and we don't understand why you would do such a cruel thing. If you want something, you tell us, as long as we have it, we will give it to you. I can give you anything. Unconsciously straightened up. Next to him, Lee Kaisuk looked ugly. As Arya's father, he should have been the first to object. But under the threat of his life, he chose to acquiesce. If the evil spirits in front of them are willing to let them go, sacrificing their wife's chastity is not unacceptable. What's more, for a corrupt noble family like theirs, the private corruption is even worse than this. It's an irresistible temptation. His eyes looked up and down the lady's body, but his eyes were indifferent. Not talking, just waving the sword neatly. The head fell, and the eyes were still full of disbelief. The lady obviously never thought until she died that the other party cut off her head without the slightest hesitation. The death of the noble lady made Lee Kaisuk and Arya no longer have anything to persuade the young man in front of them to get away with it, and they almost ran away in panic. But how could it be possible to escape? Crossed with a sword. Lee Kaisuk, the obese man, fell to the ground stiffly, and his eyes are on the front. The girl who looked like a princess was running away with a face full of horror at the moment. At this moment, the other party looked so pitiful. People can't help but feel the desire to extend protection. Because of this face, Arya was able to lure one after another outsider to her home, and then tried to stun them, and imprisoned these hopeful and energetic young people in the torture chamber. Then they were punished over and over again. Scatter the hope in the eyes of those strangers, make them yield, howl, and beg for mercy. That was Arya's favorite thing to do. Under the beautiful appearance, the dirty heart. But today, he, as an evil spirit, came to judge such people. Arya ran away in panic, and now, she didn't know where she was going to go. She just knew that it would be better to stay away from that devilish young man. Why don't you enter my torture chamber obediently and be tortured by me obediently? Why don't you be tortured by me obediently? While running away, Arya screamed angrily in her heart. I can't escape. A calm voice sounded, and the boy's figure appeared behind Arya. He quietly looked at the torture chamber behind Arya. In the end, Arya came here anyway. You can't kill me. Arya looked at Sumyu in horror. Sumyu sneered slightly, thinking about Arya step by step and walked over. Seeing that her current situation can no longer be changed, Arya has also changed 587 a little crazy. Her delicate little face has also become extremely ferocious at this moment. You goddamn strangers should be tortured obediently by me, you goddamned bastards. Choke. The cold sword light flashed across, and Arya's voice stopped abruptly. This woman who obviously had a princess-like appearance but a snake-like heart died. After killing Arya, Sumyu also pushed away the torture chamber behind Arya. In the scene in front of him, even he, who is used to seeing blood, couldn't help frowning slightly at this moment. On the table, there were dismembered corpses, as if they were selling goods, and in the torture chamber, there were miserable corpses that had been tortured for a long time, making Sumyu's eyes droop slightly. Although there is no intersection with these people, but seeing this scene, I still feel a surge of anger in my heart. Compared with the demons in the world of Demon Slayer, some people here are obviously more hateful. Sumyu opened the rooms in the torture chamber one by one. You are free, he said softly. But obviously, what answered him was confused and lifeless eyes. Here, these people have already been tortured and lost their vitality. Even if they are alive, they are just walking corpses. What's more, most of their bodies have already suffered irreversible injuries. Even if they are free, they probably won't live long. Slightly sighed. Sometimes, the human heart becomes sinister, and it is even more terrifying than evil spirits. These people had lost hope, and he couldn't save them. He is not a savior, you can ask him to reach out to help you, but he is absolutely willing to add so much burden. After all, he doesn't know anyone here. Thank you, Ayaz, will never forget your kindness. A young man walked out of the room, etched, with tired injuries. Even though his body was already covered with injuries, he still bent down to express his gratitude to him. Ayaz. Hearing the young man's name, Sumyu was slightly taken aback. It took more than 10 years to recall. If I remember correctly, this person should have come from the same village as the protagonist Tajmi. Besides Iaz, there should be another girl named Sheo. Sumyu nodded to Iaz, and at the same time, asked with some doubts, are you alone? Hearing Sumyu's inquiry, Iaz also reacted instantly. I also have a companion, Sheo, who is in another room. While talking, he was about to go to rescue his other companion, but his body was already bruised, he staggered and almost fell to the ground just after taking a few steps. Sumyu smoothly helped Iaz to sit on a bench next to him, and at the same time said, "Let me go, you take a rest here." Although Iaz was worried about his partner in his heart, but at this moment, he also understood his current physical condition, so he nodded. Sumyu pushed open the door of another separate room, and Sheu, who had smooth black hair, was stripped naked and hung in the room, with whip marks all over her body. Seeing all this, Yinmu's eyes drooped slightly. A sword sliced off the rope hanging on Sheyu's hand, and as the rope was cut off, Sheyu's body also fell naturally. Sumyu stretched out her hand and hugged Sheu naturally. At the same time, she took off one piece of her coat to cover Sheyu's bruised body. "BCH, rest make me submit to a BCH like you." Even though she was already in a coma, Sheu still said such words unconsciously. Obviously, even though she was tortured to such a miserable point, Sheu did not give in. In the anime, this woman never gave in to Arya until she died, killing the rich and unkind Arya's family, and at the same time, plundering the wealth of the Arya family. Sumyu left with Sheu and Iaz. A large sum of money cleared the way, and Sumyu also bought a rather luxurious house in the imperial capital. At the same time, the problem of identity was also solved incidentally. The 1,000-year-old imperial capital has long been decayed, and under money, there is almost nothing that cannot be solved. You can rest assured recuperate here. Sumyu looked at Eisi and Sheo and spoke. "Thank you, my lord. Your kindness." Iaz and Sheo hurriedly expressed their thanks and wanted to say something else, but they were stopped by Sumyu with a wave of his hand. The two also knew that Sumyu didn't like to hear these things, so they closed their mouths in time. For Iaz and Sheo, it was the appearance of Sumyu who saved them when they were desperate. The outskirts of the imperial capital. The news of the sudden extermination of Arya's family also spread here. As a well-known killer organization in the entire empire, Night Raid has a strong ability to receive intelligence. Not long after Arya's family died, they received this information. At this moment, Najazitan, the leader of the Night Raid organization, looked at the information received in his hand and unconsciously took a breath. "Boss, what's wrong?" Leonai, who was like Yuja, looked at the boss who was stunned suddenly, and didn't understand what news made the boss react so strongly. Najazitan also put down the information in her hand and looked at her members. Red Pupil, Main, Leone, Brand, Lubbock, Neil. These are all elite figures of the Night Raid organization. Looking at everyone, Najazitan smiled wryly. The mission has been cancelled. Everyone was slightly taken aback. This time the leader Najazitan gathered everyone here to announce a new mission. It's just that the task was cancelled before the reading started. This is the information just received. Najazitan did not hide anything, and directly shared the received information for everyone to read. Someone got ahead of the game. Chi Tong tilted his head, revealing a trace of doubt. It can be said that none of the members of the Night Raid organization did anything, but someone did it instead of the Night Raid organization. 0. Ask for flowers. Although I don't mind being wanted by the Empire, it's really helpless to put Arya's family on the Night Raid organization like this. Najazitan shook her head helplessly. The Empire clearly placed the crime of destroying Ellie's family on the night attack. Although Night Raid is indeed going to attack Ellie Kaisuk, a notorious businessman in the imperial capital. But, this time, it was really not their hands. No more missions, it's really boring? I thought I could have a long-lost mission with everyone. Leone shook his head in disappointment. No, although the mission has been cancelled, the action remains the same. Najazitan did look up. We need to find out, who is this person who attacked Ellie Kaisuk? Confirm whether the other party is an enemy or a friend. If you can recruit the other party. Najazitan spoke seriously. According to the information, it was one person who killed all of Ellie Kaisuk's family. You must know that as a wealthy businessman of the Empire, Ellie Kaisuk has recruited many powerful guards, but none of these guards can escape. It is enough to witness the strength of this person. After arranging Iaz and Sheo, and telling them to recover from their injuries, Sumyu walked out of the villa. At this moment, it is already night, and the darkness is shrouded in darkness, but in this vicinity, everything still looks brightly lit. The place where he lives is a wealthy area, and everything looks so peaceful. Looking up, the area in the palace area in the distance looks even more luxurious. As for the civilian area where the palace is opposed to each other, everything seems so silent, dead silent, shrouded in darkness, and it is unknown how many human tragedies will happen every day in the darkness. Shaking his head, he wasn't thinking about these things, just like the introduction to the anime Slay 740. Red Eyes, just like people will decay, the 1,000-year-old imperial capital has also become a corrupt hell. But even if it is decaying, it has been accumulated for thousands of years, and there is still upward momentum. It's just that everything is hidden in darkness and controlled by demons, but if he can guide him to see the sun again, he can still usher in the dawn. Thinking a little too much, he couldn't help but stop, and the figure in front caught his attention. A young girl was eating sweets with her back against the courtyard wall not far away. On the snack bag of the sweets that the girl was holding, it was written Haitong Snacks. He couldn't help but stare at the girl. Having watched Zon, Crimson Eyes anime, no one will forget this pair of sisters. One is red pupil. One is black pupil. Right now, this girl is without a doubt black pupil. I won't share this with you. The girl who was silently eating snacks raised her head and looked at him with star-like eyes. It seems to suspect that Sumyu will snatch her candy. Sumyu stopped and looked at the board silently. But at this time, the girl had already pressed her hand on the black sword with a black scabbard around her waist. Looks malicious. He looked at the girl in front of him and frowned slightly. You're not very good at hiding. You should have covered everything up when you killed Arya's family. The girl said very flatly. Sumyu couldn't help being silent. He is not a killer like Knight Raider. After ending the sinful life of Arya's family, although he was careful enough, these days, the money that Arya had plundered was enough in the imperial capital. It's normal to splurge and be noticed. However, what I didn't expect was the arrival of Haitong. His eyes unconsciously looked up and down on Haitong. He was only 13 or 14 years old, with a head of black and beautiful short hair, and a pair of dark jewel-like eyes. It's just that this girl doesn't have all the youthfulness, vigor, and innocence that this age should have. This girl is like a weapon in a cage, a knife wielding in the dark. Just like the aura it exudes at this moment, the girl's hand has already pressed the black sword with a black scabbard on her waist. As the Taideo was unsheathed, the icy sword light froze slightly. Bitter, sharp air is almost oncoming. Next moment, the girl's figure had already disappeared in front of her eyes, and when she reappeared, the girl's petite figure was already close in front of her eyes, and the raised blade slashed at him without hesitation. Ordinary people, facing this scene, may not be able to escape the knife. But Sumyu's strength has already set foot on the ceiling of the Demon Slayer world, and he is a ghost beyond Ji Guo Yuanyi. He just turned slightly to the side, and the sharp blade of the black pupil brushed past his face. The sword failed to hit, and the girl's figure retreated like a dexterous sparrow, staring at him with pitch-black eyes, so sharp and full of murderous aura. He also looked at the girl. You should really learn from your sister. The immature but indifferent face of the girl changed suddenly following Sumyu's words, and the calm girl who was originally calm was no longer calm. Seer. The girl gritted her teeth. Where is my sister? She looked at the boy in front of her, with a hint of madness in her eyes. When she was young, she was sold to the Imperial Agency together with her sister, and entered the Assassination Training Center to receive assassination training. Like her sister, she passed the cruel selection of the Elite Seven, but because the Elite Seven cannot have blood relatives, she was pulled away from her sister. Like her elder sister, she was given the Order of 2.7 allegiance to the Empire when she was very young, but her elder sister betrayed the Empire. She rejected her sister's idea of bringing her to join the Revolutionary Army, and wanted to kill her sister in person. Just like Haitong wants to save Haitong, who has become an imperial machine, but wants to kill Haitong himself. Haitong also hoped that he could betray the sister of the Empire. Haitong hopes to defeat her sister and make her a member of the Eighth Room and never leave her. The tangled bond that exists between sisters. It was originally a close relationship, but because of their different positions, they became the targets of each other's knives. Where is my sister? Haitong stared at him with a pair of cold eyes. Those originally beautiful eyes seemed a little crazy at this moment. Obviously, Haitong cares about her elder sister very much, even if they are not in the same camp. Shook his head. I don't know where your sister is now. If you find your sister, you can come and tell me. She still owes me a favor. He shrugged nonchalantly. The white teeth with black pupils unconsciously bit their thin lips. Don't tell me. The girl murmured. She didn't feel that Sumyu was telling the truth. She held the scabbard tightly. In the next instant, the girl's figure disappeared. Then let me tell you. With the disappearance of the sound. When the girl's figure reappeared, she had already come to his side, and the sharp sword light held by her 02 mercilessly chopped towards his head. It's really not cute at all. If you do this, it will make me angry. Sumyu shook his head, but lightly pressed the hilt of his sword with his hand. Choke. A beautiful sword light cut out. Almost instantly, it invaded the young girl's immature face. So fast. A look of astonishment appeared in Haitong's eyes, but he was a professional killer after all, and his reaction was still very fast. In an instant, he retracted the Taideo that was slashing at the opponent and blocked it in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal-like collisions came out. Haitong was very glad that this sword was blocked and was not beheaded by Sumyu's sword, but the power contained in this sword was transmitted along the blade, making her let go of her hand involuntarily. And as she let go of her palm, the Taideo flew directly, piercing into the ground far away. Having lost his weapon, Haitong wanted to use other methods, but the cold feeling from his delicate neck made Haitong's body freeze instantly. At some point, Sumyu had already appeared beside Haitong, and the blade in his hand was now sticking to his neck. She moved slightly. Immediately, I felt a slight pain in my neck, and drops of bright red blood flowed down my fair neck. As a professional killer, Haitong didn't know the situation he was facing now. It can be said that my current life and death are almost in the hands of this person in front of me. For a killer, this is absolutely not allowed. But in front of him, feeling the strength of the other party is helpless. The opponent's strength is really too strong. When did such a powerful master appear in the imperial capital? Even the Night Raid organization, which caused headaches for the empire, probably did not have such a powerful master. She faintly regretted it. She shouldn't be so reckless. Close at hand, Sumyu could clearly see the girl's face at this moment. Don't you know that it is very dangerous to shoot at strangers casually? Sumyu's mouth was close to Haitong's ear, and he opened his mouth gently, and spewed out a little hot air on Haitong's white earlobe. Black pupil unconsciously closed his eyes. At this time, life and death have been controlled by the other party's mind. From the moment he became the killer of the empire, life and death have been experienced many times. But Maybe this time it's over. Although he had already made up his mind to die, he still felt a little unwilling in his heart. If you want to kill, kill. The girl's voice seemed a little low. It was the man's deep laughter. Most people would not be willing to kill a beautiful girl like you so easily. A teasing voice sounded in the girl's ears, causing the petite body with black pupils to tremble slightly. As a killer walking in the dark, he naturally understood what would happen if he fell into the hands of the enemy, especially a girl like her. Almost without hesitation, Hei Tong slammed towards the sharp knife stuck to his neck. Only, obviously failed. Did not die. The girl also swung her fist violently, although it was a small fist, but there was a whistling wind sound when she swung it. A big hand stretched out, grabbed her fist naturally, like iron tongs, controlled her fist to 043. With both hands restrained, Hei Tong didn't give up, and kicked Sumyu with a provocative leg. Watching the movement of Hei Tong kicking over, Sumyu's face darkened. It's really getting less and less cute. Sumyu clamped his legs, and the opponent's kicked leg was clamped by him. He stared at Hei Tong indifferently. Don't try to annoy me, otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. The girl bit her red lips tightly, mumbled her mouth, and did not speak. Sumyu didn't care, and let go of her palm just in time. Don't play tricks on me. He warned Hei Tong again, and then let go of his legs. Hei Tong didn't resist this time, but just stood there silently. As a professional assassin, he already understood the strength gap between the two sides from the moment they fought each other. Very smart to make the right choice. Of course, the most important thing is that as a killer's intuition, Hei Tong can clearly feel that the other party doesn't seem to have much malice towards her. In the luxurious villa, the lights are bright. Both Iaz and Sheo looked at the black pupil brought in by Sumyu very vigilantly. Although the little girl in front of them seemed harmless, but Sumyu reminded them that neither of them was careless. What's more, with the Arya incident before, if they hadn't been confused by Arya's harmless appearance before, with their strength, it would be impossible for them to be caught in the torture chamber so easily and suffer torture. Therefore, even if the black pupil looks very cute and seems to be very threatening, neither of them will be careless in the slightest. As fellow villagers who trained with the protagonist Tajmi since childhood, Iaz and Sheo are not much weaker than the protagonist Tajmi. Well, recently, Miss Hei Tong has been staying here for a few days. Iaz and Sheo will accompany you very well. Sumyu looked at the black pupil who was sitting there obediently, and smiled. Hei Tong sat there silently. Now that she was under house arrest, she had nothing to do. He also tried to escape, but not to mention Sumyu, even Iyas and Sheo, who had been staring at her, were extremely difficult to deal with. And as a professional killer, Hei Tong also knows how to endure, so staying here quietly is the best choice. At this time, it is best not to offend the other party. This is something that a professional killer knows. Because, in offending each other, possible, will die. This is something that is already clear in the heart. Sumyu didn't care what Hei Tong was thinking now. At the moment he was waiting for the servant to deliver the food, while thinking about the future. Although his strength is standing on the ceiling of the Demon Slayer world, this world is not a Demon Slayer world after all. To a certain extent, the combat power of this world is higher than that of the Demon Slayer world. In terms of force alone, although he is considered a top expert, he is definitely not an invincible existence. If we say that his relatively strong advantage, besides familiarity with the plot and not too weak strength, is the characteristic of ghosts, it can be said that if you can't own it, even his soul will be wiped out, or his existence will be sealed. He is the existence of immortality. If you remember the plot well, the captain of the Imperial Capital's security should be Oka the Ogre. In the early stage of the plot, Tajmi, who joined the Night Raid organization for the first time, was used as a test object and was beheaded by Tajmi. And what he wants to do must be close to the core of the Empire. It is necessary to reach out to this person. He is not arrogant enough to be able to fight against the Empire by himself. After all, this world has a powerful Taigu. Thinking like this, I already have a goal in my heart. If I remember correctly, there is the only Taigu envoy in the guard team Siliu Ubiquitous. He still had a fresh memory of this girl. Because, in the world of Jean Crimson Eyes, I am afraid there is no more distorted value of life than it. An almost paranoid and crazy justice envoy. As an enemy, such a paranoid and crazy justice envoy is very scary, but as a subordinate, such a person is definitely an existence that you can rest assured. The earth can be sacrificed in the fire, and it will not be spared. And how to control these? A thought has slowly emerged in his mind. Since the current empire is dark and corrupt, then first integrate into the darkness and decay, and then break everything from the decay and darkness. For a ghost, walking in the dark is already a habit. This is also one of the reasons why Sumyu didn't kill Hei Tong. Because, once Hei Tong is killed, the one who may offend is the official killer organization of the Empire. It seems impossible to integrate into the Empire again. While thinking, the food has already been brought up. After so many days of torture, neither Iaz nor Sheo could have a good meal. At this moment, seeing the rich food, they couldn't help swallowing. Let's eat. He looked at Iaz and Sheo gently, and in his heart, he had already regarded these two as the best trainees. These two people are full of justice, vigor, and drive. Of course, the most important thing is that they are not weak, have great potential, and have a lot of room for development. Although Iaz and Sheo immediately had a hearty meal, they both shook their heads. As far as they are concerned, it was Sumyu who rescued them when they were almost desperate, and they have not yet repaid Sumyu's kindness. Eat, be well, I know what you want to do in your heart, if you are not full, how to do things for me, how to repay me, if you are not full, how to save your poor village. Yes, he has promised Ias and Sheo to help them save their impoverished village. Saving the lives of the two people first, and then promising the two people to help them save their impoverished village. Now, it can be said that these two people are already very loyal to him. It is still very possible to stab him in the ribs. But to know, these are two human claws with unlimited potential, which are equivalent to Tajmi. If it weren't for the premature death in the anime, it might also burst out with a different brilliance. Ias and Sheo began to devour the food. Ever since they were caught and tortured by Arya in the torture chamber, the two of them hadn't eaten decent food for a long time, let alone such a rich food in front of them. For Ias and Sheo, who lived in a poor mountain village since they were young, they did not have so much money to eat such rich food. Seeing Ias and Sheo wolfing down, Sumyu also smiled slightly, and then looked at the quiet black pupil. At this moment, Hei Tong sat there silently, his delicate face showed no expression at all, it looked like a doll without emotion. Eat? He asked Hei Tong. Hei Tong turned his head, as if to him, 180 as a professional killer, she also has dignity, how could she give in to you? However, immediately there was a clear sound of cuckoo, as if beating a drum. Such a voice obviously broke the deadlock. At this moment, the delicate face of the girl who was expressionless was also flushed a little. Let's eat. Sumyu said gently again, if you don't have a full stomach, you can't save your energy. In this case, if you run out of energy when you run away, it will be bad. As he spoke, both Ias and Sheo became vigilant in an instant. Hei Tong was silent. In the end, he silently picked up the bowls and chopsticks and began to eat. At the same time, I also felt strange in my heart. This person does not seem to be a member of the Night Raid organization. You must know that her hands are stained with the blood of many members of the Night Raid organization. If it is true for the Night Raid organization, she will never let herself go. Seeing that Hei Tong began to eat silently, Sumyu also set her eyes on Ias and Sheo. Look at her carefully. Yes, my lord. Ias and Sheo nodded with firm eyes. And when Sumyu gave orders to Ias and Sheo, her black pupils flickered slightly. For Hei Tong, she deeply felt the power of Sumyu, and with Sumyu around, it was almost impossible for her to escape. But Ias and Sheo are different. Although I can feel that the strength of these two people is good, but for Hei Tong, who has entered the assassination team since childhood and has experienced countless bloody actual battles, he is still very confident in the hands of the two escape. And as if he had already seen through the other party's thoughts, Sumyu's face suddenly invaded, almost looking directly at the other party. Each other sniffs and breathes, and they can feel the hot air exhaled by each other's nose. The black pupils drooped slightly, revealing the color of submission. The man in front of her was not something she could defeat, but deep in her eyes, she was still eager to move. Stretch out your fingers and gently lift the girl's white chin. Such a posture has a very natural feeling of conquest. With the lifting of his palm, the exquisite and beautiful face of Hei Tong was perfectly presented in front of him, causing a slight ripple in his heart. I can take you to your sister. He spoke softly. The girl's dark eyes suddenly widened at this moment, and her white palms were clenched tightly. For Hei Tong, the elder sister is the person who must meet no matter what, whether she is killed by her elder sister or her elder sister is killed by her. My sister. The girl raised her head, and Sumyu's figure had already left, and she could only look at the distant back of the other party. The girl was startled, her black pupils fell on the two Ias and Sheo who were looking at her vigilantly, and slightly lowered their heads. Let's stay here for a while. As far as Hei Tong is concerned, elder sister is the person she wants to see no matter what. Oka has been very annoying recently. As the captain of the Imperial Guard, he is responsible for the security of the entire city. But lately, something obviously went wrong. A beheader named Zank, who used to be a beheader who specialized in executions in the Empire, nicknamed Zank the Beheader, has recently been frequently dispatched and started killing people in the street. Had a serious impact. These days, he's also sent out Imperial soldiers against Zank. But unfortunately, after stealing the Warden's Taigo five-sided and omnipotent observer, Zank's strength suddenly became very powerful. In addition, he likes to come and go at night, and his whereabouts are erratic. For a while, he really has nothing to do with this Zank. In fact, Oka didn't care too much about Zank's murder in the street. The death of those poor people would not cause any ripples in the imperial capital. But recently, however, Zank beheaded the son of a minor nobleman, which caused a great impact. The captain of the garrison of his empire was under a lot of pressure. Although he was protected by Minister Ernest, he was not too worried, but there was no doubt that it is necessary to hand over more of the profiteering profits to Minister Oster. Moreover, no one knows if that lunatic Zank will create other troubles for him. However, Zank's behavior not only annoyed him, but also the night attack organization would not let him go, right? Oka's eyes were slightly dark. While he was thinking, a burst of hurried footsteps came. An imperial soldier hurried over. My lord, there is a person who wants to see you. Oka was taken aback for a moment, and then his eyes narrowed. As the captain of the Imperial Guard, not everyone can see him. What's more, in recent years, he and oil dealer Jamal have made huge profits illegally, framed and killed many innocent people. I don't know how many people are staring at him. He still attaches great importance to his own safety. Of course, as the captain of the Imperial Guard, he himself is also a very powerful master. Who? Oka looked at the soldier and asked lightly. The soldier swallowed his throat, and looked at Oka with some fear. This captain has a rather cruel personality. It is even called Ghost Oka, which means it is more terrifying than ghosts. A young man. The soldier whispered. Nazi. Oka replied indifferently, it would be fine if the nobles of the empire, but he is not interested in seeing some ordinary people. Bang bang. However, as soon as the words fell, the two figures were kicked and fell to the ground, followed by screams of pain. It's the Imperial soldiers guarding the outside. Oka narrowed his eyes unconsciously, and couldn't help pressing the hilt of his sword tightly. At this time, a young man with a slightly immature face walked in Shiren. This person is none other than Sumyu. Who are you? Oka looked at the stranger who broke in vigilantly, and could feel that the person in front of him was very strong. You are Oka of the Ghost. Sumyu didn't answer, but stared at Oka's body. Wearing armor, he looked like a very strong man, very similar to the one in the anime. I am Oka, the captain of the Imperial Guard. Oka said with a gloomy face. Who are you? What is the purpose of coming here? Sumyu looked at Oka calmly. This is the protagonist Tatsumai who killed him before he survived half an episode in the anime. I want Captain Oka to arrange a vice-captain dang for me. He looked at Oka calmly. A stranger broke in suddenly, wounded his subordinates, and then told Oka to arrange a deputy captain dang for him. This made Oka laugh out of anger. Young people nowadays are really too rampant. Oka put his hands on his waist and pulled out the knife. He wanted to make the young man in front of him look good. Even cut off the opponent's head with his own hands. Let the other party understand why you are called Oka of the Ghost. 0. Asking for flowers. Only. Just ready to move. The body is indeed stiff suddenly. The figure of Sumyu appeared by his side at some point, and the knife he just took by Zhong appeared in the opponent's hand at this moment. Hard aghast. So fast that he didn't even have time to react. At this moment, infinite fear arose in his heart, which meant that if this young man wanted to kill him just now, he would be dead now. The knife is good. He looked at Oka, stroking the blade belonging to Oka with his hand, and at the same time raised his head and looked at Oka with a smile. How about it? How about my proposal to be the vice-captain? Oka's eyes were gloomy and fearful at the same time. Now, I can feel that my life is almost in the hands of this person. Having a master like me in the guard team is very beneficial to Captain Oka. The corners of Sumyu's mouth turned up slightly, and he looked at Oka calmly, as if he had decided on Oka. Call. Taking a deep breath, Oka said seriously, although I can recommend you to be the vice-captain of the Empire, but without any achievements, the higher UPS probably won't allow it. The deputy captain of the Imperial Guard is also a very important position, and there are quite a few people staring at this position. Captain Oka must have a solution, right? Sumyu narrowed her eyes and looked at Oka lightly. Recently, a man named Zank started killing people in the street. If you can kill the other party, I can recommend you to Minister Ernest with this merit. Okay, I'll bring back Zank's head. Sumyu smiled, stretched out his hand and threw the long knife belonging to Oka. Oka hastily reached out to take the long knife, and wanted to say something, but when he raised his head and looked in front of him, the figure standing in front of him just now had disappeared. Horrible. Two very clear words were conveyed in Oka's mind. This person was extremely powerful. The imperial capital at night is not peaceful, especially for slum areas. The rampant bully, the PRST youth who sold her body, the child who was abused. In such a region, such a dark night, everything exists. Sumyu sat silently on a roof, looking down at everything, for everything in the darkness. He can't change now. Him at the moment. Waiting for Zank to appear. Regarding whether Zank will appear, Sumyu is very sure that the other party will definitely appear. In the anime, Zank is a beheader who specializes in executions in the Empire, and he has become accustomed to chopping off people's heads every day. The other party couldn't restrain the urge to kill in his heart. The night is slowly sinking down. A tall man appeared, with a mechanical device on the man's forehead, and the man who looked a little crazy 503 appeared. The man looked at the imperial capital in front of him, let out a sinister laugh, opened his hands like a greedy evil spirit. Emperor capital, what a very suitable place to live. No matter how you kill them, there are still so many people. Happy. He took a step and walked towards a remote corner. Just now, a girl from a slum passed by. He wanted to cut off the girl's head immediately. Only the beheading of people, the voices of insults, cursing, begging for mercy, approaching disappointment, hatred, these voices, only when he beheads others when these sounds will disappear. Only by constantly beheading can one be able to. However, just when he was about to reach out his hand, he suddenly stopped, turned back sharply. In a remote and dark corner, a young man fell down at some unknown time. The boy looked at him calmly. You want to kill me? It's very pleasant. What happened to the last man who tried to kill me? It seems that I have already beheaded. That is really pleasant. Only in this way, it is worth being beheaded by me. Presumably killing your head station will surely calm the voice in my head for a short time. Zank looked at the young man who appeared in front of him and laughed happily. Relying on Taigu's five-sided omnipotent observer, he can clearly see through Sumyu's inner thoughts at the moment. Sumyu ignored Zankei, but walked towards Fangping quietly. It's useless, it's useless. 17. Zhang looked at Sumyu. I can see through your heart, and I can see what you want to do next. Yes. He raised his head and looked at Zhang. Even if you can see it, what can you do? He said softly. The next moment, the figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, so fast that the pupils of Zhang's eyes shrank. Sensing this scene, Zhang's eyes were also cold, although he could read Sumyu's inner thoughts. But at this moment, he couldn't even see the other party's movements clearly, and he could see the other party's thoughts, so how could he resist? Without hesitation, Zhang immediately activated Taigo's illusion ability of five-sided omnipotent observer. So what about the speed? What you are facing at this moment is the softest part of your heart. Taigo's five-sided omnipotent observer possesses the abilities of deep vision, farsightedness, clairvoyance, future vision, and hallucination. Any ability is a very powerful auxiliary combat method. And the illusion is to let the enemy see the phantom of the person he loves most in his heart. In the course of the battle, when you find out that the person you are waving your knife with is your most beloved person, no matter what kind of person it is, I am afraid that it will not be affected at this moment. Sure enough, as Zhang expected, when the vision ability was activated, Sumyu, who was originally acting like a phantom, stayed in place all of a sudden. The body stays in the stiff movement of slashing. Can't bear to cut off the one you love in your heart? After all these years, there must be a lot of regrets. Looking at Sumyu who was frozen in place, Zhang stretched out his palm, and a strange weapon appeared in his hand. The moonlight shone on the weapon, emitting a cold light. I really showed you something good. Good evening. The expression of your head being beheaded must be exciting. Among the previous skulls, unexpectedly, there were more stunned expressions, as if they didn't know what happened. It's really rare for you to show such a calm expression. Happy, happy. Zhang grinned grimly and walked towards Sumyu, waving the sharp blade in his hand, and savagely swung the blade down at the young man who was still standing there, as if he didn't know anything about the current situation. Cut off the head. The heart is already cheering and jumping for joy. Crack. As expected, the head was severed. It's really very pleasant. Zhang laughed, and he felt the voice in his head stagnated at this moment. The voice in my head stopped, and it was really, really pleasant. But immediately, his gaze was fixed, but the severed head flew back to the boy's neck. The wound on the neck cut off by the sharp blade healed in the blink of an eye. Touching his neck, Sumyu couldn't help muttering to Zhang, who looked at Zhang with a sluggish face, is this the power of Daiyuan? Even if he was like him, he fell into a hallucination. You were clearly beheaded by me. Zhang looked at Sumyu in disbelief. He had just beheaded the young boy in front of him. He should have died. Because I'm an evil ghost. Sumyu pursed her lips, and swung the sharp blade in her hand in an instant, and Kei's head was thrown flying in an instant. Zhang, will you never hear the groans in your head again? Flying the head left the body. Zhang felt that the voice that kept haunting his mind stopped. Happy, happy, happy. Zhang opened his mouth and murmured in a low voice, thank you, stranger. Sumyu silently looked at the head dropped by the 1.3 side. Zhang originally served as the executioner in the largest prison in the empire. Because of the tyranny of the minister, countless people were executed, and Zhang repeated it every day, cutting off the heads of people who begged for mercy. After years of continuation, coupled with the fact that no one guided him in his heart, he finally developed a habit of taking people's heads. In the end, the beheading in the prison could no longer satisfy him, so he appeared in the imperial capital to beheaded. Given the decay of the empire today, the appearance of people like Zhang is not accidental, but inevitable. Zhang was not the only one who was driven crazy. At the same moment, his eyes fell on the emperor's breath worn on Zhang's forehead. Bend down and remove Taigu from Zhang's forehead. Accompanied by the removal of Taigu, a familiar and mechanically emotionless voice sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host. Ding, congratulations to the host. Kill a Taigu user, and get the reward, five-sided omnipotent. Five-side omnipotence, possess the abilities of whole vision, farsightedness, clairvoyance, future vision, and hallucination. They can penetrate into people's hearts, observe distant places, penetrate visual barriers, see the future, and activate illusions respectively. The mechanical and emotionless voice of the system rang in his ears, making Sumyu startled slightly. In the world of Demon Slayer, he is rewarded by beheading evil spirits, but in this world, he kills Tegushi and vassals. Taigu and vassals about this empire. Taigu appeared about 1,000 years ago. In order to maintain long-term rule, the founding emperor used the huge financial resources and power of the empire to summon the most senior craftsmen from all over the world, using legendary super dangerous species as materials, plus rare metals such as ahuri steel and a large number of long-lost secret technique, developed 48 powerful weapons that cannot be copied, called Taigu 02. 400 years after the founding of the empire, the emperor at that time also tried to make Taigu, but he was unable to surpass the previous weapons. Zhang, who had just been killed, possessed the Taigu five-sided omnipotent. Observer is one of the 48 pieces of Taigu that the first emperor of the empire gathered outstanding craftsmen from all over the world to forge with precious materials. Just now, he has personally experienced the power of Taigu. Even if he has the strength to stand on the ceiling of the Demon Slayer, he will inevitably fall into the illusion of Taigu. Touching his neck, just now, Zhang relied on himself to fall into the hallucination, and successfully approached him, beheading his head in one fell swoop. If it wasn't for the fact that he was already an immortal existence, even if his head was cut off, he wouldn't die. I'm afraid, he already. It's kind of underestimating the ability of Taegu in this world. He murmured softly, just because he underestimated Taegu's ability, he gave Zank time to activate his vision. In fact, with his strength, he could already behead Zank in an instant, and he wouldn't give the opponent time to activate Taegu's observer. Shaking his head, Sumyu stopped thinking, picked up Zank's head, and rushed to Enzi Oka's mansion. Seeing that Sumyu brought the head of beheading Zank so quickly, Oka's eyes couldn't help but froze. As the captain of the Empire's Guard, Oka naturally knows the power of Taegu users. In fact, since Zank stole Taegu from the Warden, the Empire has already begun to plan to take it back. After all, it is impossible for such a powerful Taegu as the five-sided omnipotent observer to be left outside, especially in the hands of the Revolutionary Army. However, because Taegu hasn't figured out how to distribute it, Zank has been allowed to be active in the streets, killing people constantly. This is Zank's head. Sumyu tossed his head casually, and looked at Oka calmly. It can be said that Sumyu's actions did not mean to respect Oka at all, but Oka is used to it. It was also because of Sumyu's attitude that he felt at ease. After all, it's the tiger-like existence with a smiling face that makes one's heart shudder. I will immediately propose to Minister Ernest that you be the vice-captain of the Imperial Guard. Oka nodded. At the same time, he cordially invited Sumyu to have dinner together. The meaning of solicitation is self-evident. Sumyu didn't refuse, and agreed naturally. Seeing this, Oka was slightly happy. Although Sumyu's disrespectful attitude annoyed him, but at the same time, he had to admire Sumyu's strength in his heart. Not only the strength shown by Sumyu in the previous duel with him, but also the ability to bring Zank's head in such a short time. This young man is obviously a very capable person. And such a capable person as his subordinate, for Oka, it is also very safe. Although he is not weak as the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, but facing the current turbulent situation in the Imperial Capital, no one can guarantee that he will be safe. 093. Especially nowadays, the organization of Night Raid is constantly active. He knew very clearly that, like him, colluding with the oil merchant Gamal to make huge profits illegally, and framed and killed many innocent people, it was the target of the Night Raid organization to eliminate. And now, with such a powerful subordinate as Sumyu by his side, he is almost absolutely safe. Even if the Night Raid organization can beat such a young and strong man in front of them, there are probably very few. After beheading Zank, Sumyu obtained the five-sided Almighty. With the ability of insight, he naturally saw Oka's inner thoughts clearly, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised slightly. This man called Oka of the Demon thought he would protect him? It's so ridiculous. One must know that if Oka never died, there would never be a vacancy for the captain of the Imperial Guard. And this is not what he saw. Today, the power of the Empire is basically in the hands of Minister Ernest, but it is not really a single hand. As a 1,000-year-old empire, there are still many righteous people. Although these conscience factions are still in an absolutely disadvantageous position, they cannot pose the greatest threat to Ernest. But Ernest didn't dare to act recklessly. After all, the military power of the empire was still in the hands of General Bud, one of the two strongest people, and he held the military power of the palace guards. It's just that General Bud has always followed the ancestral precepts, and military generals do not interfere in internal affairs. Therefore, he did not interfere too much with the corruption of ministers such as Ernest. There is no guarantee that the other party will show up in the future. Of course, these are internal struggles within the empire and have nothing to do with the current Sumyu. He didn't want to join either the revolutionaries or the Hornist camp. And all he wants to do is one thing: master this empire. With Oka's turnaround, Sumyu was soon appointed vice-captain of the Imperial Guard. From today, you and I have served together. In order to allow you to serve as the vice-captain, I have paid a very high price. Oka smiled and looked at the boy in front of him. Sumyu nodded. I will fulfill my responsibilities as the vice-captain very well. Oka frowned. He didn't mean that. But, obviously, it's still a bit inappropriate to win over Sumyu in this way. But, then he thought of his apprentice. Even if he is young and promising, he is still full of vigor, and he is afraid that he will be sad to pass the beauty test. It's just right. Let me introduce someone to you today. As he spoke, he clapped his palms. Soon, a girl in armor, with long orange hair and a ponytail walked over quickly. There was also a strange puppy walking with the girl. Master. As soon as the girl came over, she shouted very respectfully. At the same time, she looked at Sumyu who was standing aside curiously. This is Sumyu, the current vice-captain of the Imperial Guard. A few days ago, he even killed Zank. Hearing the master's words, the girl's eyes brightened instantly. Hello, senior. The girl immediately saluted. Let me introduce to you, this is my apprentice and the only Tegu envoy of the guard team, Seiyu Ubiquitous. Oka introduces his apprentice to Sumyu. Sumyu nodded to Seiyu Ubiquitous. He still has a certain understanding of the girl Seiyu Ubiquitous. In the anime genre, Crimson Eyes, I am afraid that there will never be a character who distorts the three views like Seiyu Ubiquitous. In Sejin Kita's point of view, there are only two things in this world, justice and evil. In matters of empire, all is justice. Against empire matters, everything is evil. The paranoid madman is willing to go through fire and water for the so-called justice in his heart, and he will not hesitate. Please take care of me in the future. Sai Lu will definitely work very hard to wipe out all criminals. Soleil Ubiquitous bent down while clenching his small fists, and spoke very seriously. Sumyu felt a little funny. What Soleil Ubiquitous said about eradicating all criminals is really funny. You must know that his master, Oka, and oil dealer Jamal worked together to make huge profits illegally, and planted and killed many innocent people. It can be said that he is an out-and-out criminal. But the eyes of Soleil Ubiquitous have a selective mission, even though the darkness is close at hand. Li Hao, so, everything is clear. The so-called justice in Soleil Ubiquitous' heart, the so-called justice that he insists on in his heart, are just words from the upper echelon. As long as it is said by the upper class, in the eyes of Soleil Ubiquitous, everything is justice. However, looking at the girl with a bright smile in front of her, it was difficult for Sumyu to combine those distorted values with this girl. At this time, a rather obese businessman came in from the door. Oil merchant. Jamal Ring. A person who works hand in hand with Oka. As soon as Jamal walked in, Oka welcomed him into the room with a smile and began to discuss things. As for what the oil merchant Jamal discussed with Oka, there is basically no need to think about it. Sai Lu. He set his gaze on the orange-haired, ponytailed heroic girl in front of him. Yes, senior. Soleil Ubiquitous immediately puffed up her chest. The girl's body was already slim, but at this moment, she was wearing a female silver-white armor, making her look even taller. Take me to the guard to have a look. He spoke unconsciously. Although, Soleil Ubiquitous has too distorted justice. But, make no mistake, this is a good underling. She will carry out the destiny that the upper echelon wants to order without compromise. Soon, the two came to the guard. The martial arts arena of the security team is loose, and only 2 or 3 people are training. As soon as Soleil Ubiquitous came in, he greeted them warmly. And when the soldiers of these guards saw Soleil Ubiquitous, they immediately stepped forward enthusiastically, and it was obvious that Tong Ubiquitous was respected by these people. This is the newly appointed deputy captain, and he will be our chief in the future. Soleil Ubiquitous spoke to several of his companions. I've seen the officer. Several people immediately stood at attention and saluted. Although the empire has decayed, there are still people who dedicate their own calendars to the decaying empire. Just like these few people in front of them, they are still fulfilling their responsibilities as the Imperial Guard without compromise. Looking at these 2 or 3 people, Sumyu frowned unconsciously. Where are the others? Sumyu was a little strange. In the imperial capital of Nuda, it is impossible for the entire security team to have only these 2 or 3 members. And now, it should be the time for the daily training of the guard. They all asked for leave. A team member said in a low voice. Soleil Ubiquitous also shook his fist, quite annoyed. Obviously, he was also very dissatisfied with the behavior of those players. Although there is no specific explanation, Sumyu can probably guess what. Not everyone wants to come to grueling training. What's your name? Sumyu stared at these people. Pritlef. Harriman Keith. Gold York. The 3 of them also stood at attention immediately and showed their famous ministers. From today, you belong to me. From today, I appoint you as the captain of the Imperial Guard. And from now on, you all obey the orders of Soleil Ubiquitous. There was a hint of excitement in the eyes of the 3 of them. The eyes of Soleil Ubiquitous next to him were also slightly bright. Although he was the only Taigu envoy of the guard, his position was actually not high, and he never really had his own subordinates. Soleil Ubiquitous. When Sumyu came to the girl's eyes were also full of fire. He patted Soleil Ubiquitous on the shoulder. Do it well. I will, senior. The girl immediately straightened her back. Quite heroic. Under the gentle sunlight, the young girl's immature face looked so determined. Here is the room where senior, Asef, will work. Soleil Ubiquitous led Sumyu to a rather luxurious room, which is the office of the vice captain of the security force. Sumyu nodded and sat on the chair at the desk. And Soleil Ubiquitous did not leave, but looked at him with a fiery face. What's up? He looked at Soleil, who was still looking at her. I heard from the master that the senior killed Zank the head very easily. It must be very powerful. I also asked the senior to give Sai Lu some pointers. Sumyu was slightly silent. This young girl obviously worked beyond imagination. Don't miss any opportunity to make yourself stronger. Can you tell me why you are so eager to become stronger? Sai Lu was slightly silent, then raised his head. His eyes were determined. Execute justice. Only by becoming stronger can we fight against evil better. Therefore, Sai Lu must not relax in any way, and the unity must let justice flourish. Sumyu was silent. What is justice? He couldn't help asking. Seryu was also slightly taken aback. This seems to be a simple, but very complicated question. After a long time, Soleil opened his mouth slightly. A long time ago, when my father was still alive, he was a member of the police force, until one day he died on the road of justice against criminals. I will be like my father, carrying out orders and fighting crime. Executing an order. Sumyu murmured, following orders comes first, then fighting crimes. Even if you're like your father, you don't hesitate to sacrifice your life. The girl spoke seriously, raised her head unconsciously, and carried out the so-called order with pride, which was justice in the girl's eyes. Looking at the appearance of the girl in front of him, there is no doubt that this girl has become like a sick madman. It was impossible to correct the girl's heart. But now, I happen to be Sai Liu's superior. And if he can make good use of Soleil Ubiquitous, with the paranoid fanaticism of Soleil Ubiquitous, he can easily harvest a Taigu envoy who is willing to sacrifice his life and not hesitate. After Soleil Ubiquitous left, Oka also walked in. Looking at Oka who appeared in his office, his eyes couldn't help falling on the bag Oka was carrying. How about it, are you still used to the position of vice captain? Oka's rough face showed concern. Good, Sumyu said flatly. That's good. Oka nodded, and then put the bag in his hand on his desk. What's the meaning? Sumyu glanced sideways at the captain of the Imperial Guard. This is a tribute to oil merchant Jamal. Oka said with a smile, he hopes that people like you and me who serve in the police force can open the door of convenience to him, and in the same way, we will naturally have benefits. Sumyu nodded. I see. He lowered his eyes slightly, and he already understood what was going on, probably the so-called bribery. For this, he did not refuse. As for opening the door of convenience to oil merchant Jamal, his appetite is more than that. Seeing Sumyu accepting the money, Oka also showed a smile. Before, he was worried that Sumyu was hot-blooded and too righteous. Now it seems that worry is unnecessary. After chatting for a while, Oka left. Looking at Oka's fat back, Sumyu narrowed his eyes unconsciously. If he remembered correctly, the night raid organization should have been eyeing Oka. It's just that because of his appearance, it interfered with the plot. Therefore, it is not clear when the night attack organization will attack Oka. However, even if his appearance interfered with the plot, I think this day should not be too far away. As soon as Oka left, he went straight to the residence of oil merchant Jamal. Master Oka. As soon as oil merchant Jamal saw Oka, he warmly invited Oka to come in. The banquet that had already been prepared also started. While eating and drinking fine wine, while eating delicious food, staring at the dance of PRST youths, Oka couldn't help showing his feelings. Isn't the purpose of becoming the captain of the Imperial Guard after working so hard, right in front of you? Master Oka, what does the vice captain say? Oil merchant Jamal filled Oka's glass and asked cautiously. Don't worry, he has already accepted the money, so he shouldn't embarrass you. Oka breathed out the smell of alcohol and didn't care. There is no one in this world who does not love money. Hearing what Captain Oka said, oil dealer Jamal also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, with Oka as the captain covering him, he doesn't really need to pay too much attention to Sumyu as the vice captain. But as a businessman, what should be done is still to be done. After all, if the deputy captain really wants to deal with them with determination, it will be very troublesome. Ha, that's amazing. Is this the Imperial capital? Carrying luggage, Tatsumi trekked all the way to the Imperial capital, and finally arrived at the Imperial capital. Looking at the tall city wall and the crowds of people passing by, he couldn't help but clenched his fists. Compared to his remote village, everything here seems so prosperous, it is beyond the comprehension of the small village where he was born. If you can get ahead here, you can buy the whole village. You must go to the barracks quickly. Tatsumi clenched his fists. As Tatsumi, who has practiced martial arts with Sheo and Iaz since childhood, is naturally the fastest person to make achievements on the battlefield. Thinking like this, Tatsumi didn't dare to stop for a moment. Recruitment office. Tatsumi hastened here. Do you want to be a soldier too? Then fill in the information first, and then give it to me. The recruiting staff handed Tatsumi a report. Tatsumi took the report excitedly and looked at the contents. This is, do you want me to start as a soldier? After reading the report, Tatsumi looked at the staff very dissatisfied. Of course, the staff didn't care at all. Every day, countless foreigners with dreams of becoming generals rushed to the imperial capital. But the reality is always cruel. When Tatsumi heard this, he immediately became angry, holding the report in his hand, and pressed it on the table. I'm not as leisurely as I am free. Pulling out the sword violently, pointing the blade at the staff, look at my skills. If it comes in handy, at least let me be the captain. Tatsumi looked excited. He was confident that with his own abilities, he was more than enough to be a captain. Get out. Come on, drive him out for me. The staff spoke angrily. Immediately, a soldier came over, carried Tajmi and went out. Being thrown out from the recruiting office, Tatsumi couldn't help but patted the dust on his buttocks, and shouted loudly in dissatisfaction, What? Try it out. The staff walked out the door, looked at Tajmi who was yelling at the door, and shouted annoyedly, Don't be kidding. 0, ask for flowers. Now that the recession is so bad, people who want to be soldiers flock here. There is also a limit to how many people we can hire. Tatsumi blinked blankly, Is that so? If you understand, get out of here, I really don't want to. After finishing speaking, the staff closed the door viciously. Looking at the closed door, Tatsumi lowered his head slightly, showing some thought. If that's the case, why not make a name for yourself by creating disputes? But maybe you will be arrested. Hello. Just as he was thinking, a very sweet voice sounded from behind. It seems that you are troubled, young man. Sister, can you help me? A girl with blonde hair and a heroic heart came over, with one eye narrowed slightly and the other blinking. In an instant, it caught the eye. Is this the imperial capital? Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Tatsumi murmured slightly. Liane was not surprised when he saw the young man staring at him, and immediately showed a very sweet smile. You young man? Did you come from another place to pursue romance in the imperial capital? How do you know? Tatsumi looked at the blonde sister in admiration, and felt that this blonde sister was amazing. It can be seen at a glance. After living in the imperial capital for a long time, it is easy to distinguish strangers. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Liane said with a smile, "Also, I know a way to quickly become an official." Real. Tatsumai immediately showed excitement. "Want me to teach you?" Leon's eyes could not help showing a fox-like cunning. It seems that the chick in front of him is easy to deceive. Tatsumai nodded heavily. Didn't he come to the imperial capital just to stand out and save the village from the plight? Then invite my sister to dinner. Liane showed an extremely sweet smile, and he had already seen the scene where Fat Sheep handed over all the money in his hand to him. How could Tatsumai, who had just entered the imperial capital, know this, and thought that he really met a kind sister, so he immediately nodded heavily. Only, just as Liane was about to take Tajmi away, a man in a guard uniform stopped them. Just like that, is it really good to coax foreigners who come to the imperial capital full of longing? Appearing suddenly, the boy with golden pupils looked at Liane calmly. Sumyu's golden pupils looked at Liane quietly. In the anime cut, Crimson Eyes, Liane, and Chi Tong are undoubtedly the last ones alive. But no matter Liane or Kaitong, the final ending is not very good. Although Kaitong is alive, he needs to bear all the darkness on his own. After all, as a killer organization, Night Raid used to kill many nobles, but the newly established empire cannot kill all the nobles. The nobles compromised, and what Night Raid had done could not be pushed to the founder of the empire, Boss Najahidin. Therefore, all this can only be endured by Chi Tong. As for Liane, in his opinion, the ending was even more miserable than Kaitong. Liane died on the background of the liberation of the entire kingdom. She belonged to the pioneers and fighters of the liberation of the kingdom. Like Chi Tong, she should enjoy the glory and wealth, but as a person who was acting in the dark center of the 423 they are heroes no one knows. Even so, she could have been drinking and eating meat, playing games with her drinking and meat friends. However, in the end, he rejected his friend's invitation and died alone in an alley corner. Outside the alley corner was a bustling crowd, laughing and laughing happily, but as a national hero, she was lying there alone, with blood slowly flowing from her abdomen until her body gradually became cold. Therefore, when he saw the other party, his gaze was slightly filled with pity. Being suddenly interrupted, Liane was undoubtedly very annoyed, but when his eyes fell on Sumyu, his heart tightened. Because, at this moment, the clothes Sumyu is wearing are the clothes of the Imperial Guard. This made Liane's pupils shrunk involuntarily, his fists clenched slightly unconsciously, and he almost activated Taiga, King of Beasts Lion King. "You are." Tatsumai looked at Sumyu with some doubts. Although he didn't know Sumyu, he still knew the clothes Sumyu was wearing. The uniforms of the Imperial Guard are more advanced. Tatsumai didn't know what the position of this team was in the police force, but he thought it should be a high-ranking official. This made Tatsumai's eyes brighten. He walked out of the village with Sheo and Iaz. What for? It's not about getting ahead and changing the fate of the village. My name is Sumyu, and I am currently the deputy captain of the Imperial Guard. He looked at Tatsumai and replied with a smile. The young man in front of him can be said to have the potential of a killer from birth. At the same time, he was taught by retired Imperial officers when he was a child, and has a certain foundation in martial arts and forging. It can be said that he is a very plastic talent. Although the protagonist is full of justice and a little naive, he is not pedantic. And the purpose of his coming here is to attract the other party. Hearing that Sumyu is the captain of the Imperial Guard, Tatsumai and Liane's expressions changed. Tatsumai was excited and excited. On the other hand, Leonai was extremely vigilant. After all, she was a member of the Night Raid organization. Although her identity should not have been exposed, no one could say for sure about this matter, so she suddenly became vigilant. Hello, my name is Tatsumai. Tatsumai immediately greeted Sumyu excitedly. It can be said that he was extremely enthusiastic and rubbed his hands unconsciously. He wanted to say something, but he seemed a little embarrassed and could only scratch his head. Tajmi. Sumyu touched her chin with her hand, pretending to be in a state of contemplation, and seemed to think of something all of a sudden. I know you. What? Tatsumai was startled, and then asked doubtfully, do we know each other? He doesn't remember knowing Sumyu. Do not know. Sumyu shook her head. However, I heard your friends Sheo and Iaz mentioned you. Sheo, Iaz. Tajmi suddenly became excited. Both Sheo and Iaz are his best friends. They met to go out of the village together, and made an agreement together to stand out in order to save the poor village. However, on the way to the imperial capital, they were attacked by bandits and separated from Sheo and Iaz. Although Tatsumai thought that with the strength of Sheo and Iaz, there should be no problem, but in his heart still very worried. Now, if the person in front of him mentions his Sheo and Iaz, it proves that the person in front of him knows or has seen his two partners. Where are Sheo and Iaz now? The boy asked excitedly. At my house. He smiled, and at the same time made an invitation. If you have time, you can come to my mansion. Your friends often say your name in front of me. There's time, there's time. Tatsumai spoke excitedly. Seeing Tatsumai's state, Sumyu smiled slightly, and then looked at Liane. This is a girl with short blonde hair and an incomparably heroic heart. However, at this moment, the woman lowered her eyes slightly, and did not speak, but faintly, there was an extremely powerful aura emanating out, which was suppressed because of concerns. As a member of the Night Raid organization, I deeply understand the decay of the empire. As soon as the vice-captain of the Imperial Guard appeared, this young man named Tajmi showed great kindness, and even warmly invited him to his home. Being a guest is obviously extremely abnormal. In Leone's view, the vice-captain of the Empire was obviously uneasy and kind. Although, in fact, she is also uneasy and kind to Tajmi, who goes in and out of the Imperial capital, but she is just cheating money. However, this person may. Hello. Before Leone could think of anything, Sumyu looked at her. This made Leone clenched his fists unconsciously. Lovely brother, what can I do to find my sister? Leone raised his head, showing a very good-looking face. Standing up slightly, the black cloth-striped clothes barely covered her chest, revealing a large area of fair skin. The whole person reveals an excessive temptation. Let the man's eyes undoubtedly stare at him. 0.6. Are you interested in talking? He spread his palms and asked with a smile. Leone narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and faintly, the breath of a hunter escaped. Now she was thinking whether to break the neck of the boy in front of her. But the next second, Leone's face changed suddenly. Because, the young man called out her name with a smile. Night Attack, Lion King, Leone. The moment the other party revealed the identity of her killer organization and her name, Leone had already activated Taigu's King of Beasts. She wants to kill each other. As the killer organization Night Strike, its identity cannot be exposed. If it walks in the dark, if it falls into the light, it will pay a very painful price. And there is no doubt that the moment Sumyu revealed her identity, the other party would not be able to live. Leone put his hands gently on his waist. At its waist is a peculiar belt. Taigu, King of Beasts, the Lion King. The belt-shaped Taigu transforms himself into a beast, and dramatically improves his physical ability, and his sense of smell is also strengthened to search for enemies. Possesses the profound meaning, the lion will never die. Profound meaning, lions are not extinguished. It can improve one's resilience, even if one's hands and feet are cut off, and one's eyes are poked blind, the bleeding can be stopped and reconnected. In an instant, Leone activated Taigu. Almost instantly, the figure rushed towards Sumyu like a whirlwind. He wanted to finish off this person in a very short time, and then left quickly. After all, this place is not remote, and if you stay for too long, it will be easy to be discovered. Seeing Leone attacking, Sumyu tapped his toes lightly, and retreated like catkins. It seemed slow, but easily dodged Leone's attack. One kick missed Sumyu and hit the ground, which directly opened a huge hole. A spin kick missed. Leone also 0-2 bullied into Sumyu's side, and punched out. Activate Taigu, King of Beasts, Lion King. Every blow of her is extremely powerful. If one punch can hit the opponent, he believes that the opponent will be immobilized for a short time. In this regard, she is very confident. Sumyu raised his eyes. His golden eyes looked at the fist waving towards him. With the sound of howling wind, his pupils flickered. Not activating Taigu and activating Taigu are completely two states. Before activating Taigu, although Leone's physical fitness was very strong, it was not difficult, but once Taigu was activated, it could be clearly felt that Leone's physical fitness had greatly improved. Raise your palm and grab it forward. Grabbing the fist that Leone was waving towards. Seeing Sumyu's movements, Leone's beautiful eyes could not help but narrowed slightly, and the corners of his beautiful mouth were slightly raised. This man actually wanted to receive her punch with his palm. How arrogant. Boom. A strong wind moved around her fist, viciously touching the opponent's palm. She was confident that she could break the opponent's arm with one punch. When the fists and palms touched, a strong wind swept around, blowing up the flying rocks and dust on the ground, covering everything. But the two people in the middle of the field were still standing. However, one was still very calm, while the other stared wide-eyed. Leone stared blankly at the other party. Just now, she punched Sumyu's palm, and the power of Taigu's King of Beasts Lion King surged out, breaking the other party's arm in an instant. But, just for a moment, the injured arm of the opponent recovered completely, as if it had never been injured. This powerful recovery power, even if he holds the Taigu King of Beasts Lion King, he does not have such a strong recovery power. Simply appalled. At the moment when Leone was shocked, Sumyu's body moved suddenly, his palms turned, and he pushed forward. The girl also changed her moves quickly, but even if Leone tried her best, she still couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed. The delicate neck seemed to be grabbed by something all of a sudden. Don't move. Otherwise, if you move again, your neck will be crushed by me. Sumyu spoke very calmly. Feeling the hand held by his neck, Leone's face turned slightly pale. The opponent's speed was too fast, so fast that she couldn't react at all. At that moment, she couldn't see the speed of the opponent's palm change. When she found that her neck was pinched by Sumyu, it's too late. Although it was only a short fight, Leone already deeply felt the terror of the opponent. Formidable strength, even the boss nudges it in. I'm afraid. Now, are you interested in talking about it? Miss Leone. Sumyu let go of her hand, put her hands behind her back, and then quietly waited for the other party's response. Leone's heart was also extremely heavy at the moment. Facing this person in front of her, she couldn't help feeling a sense of powerlessness in her heart. She is no match at all. However, it is absolutely impossible for her to give in. Thinking of this, Leone couldn't help gritting his teeth, even if he risked his life today. I have no malice towards you, at least not now, not to mention, I know a friend of yours. Just when Leone made up his mind to fight, Sumyu spoke. Leone was slightly taken aback. Red eyes. Yu looked at Liane with a smile. Your partner, Kaitong, still owes me a favor, he said. Liane was a little stunned. Obviously he didn't expect this person to know Kaitong. This place is not suitable for talking, let's get out of here first. Yu glanced around slightly, and someone had already rushed over here. After finishing speaking, Yu walked away. When passing by Tajmi, she lightly patted the shoulder of Tajmi who was already a little stunned. Come with me. Tatsumi, who was stunned by the actions of the two just now, nodded in a daze. For Tatsumi, just now, the fight between the two really calmed him down. He has always been confident in his own strength and has always been proud of it, but after seeing the fight between Yu and Liane, I deeply feel my own inadequacy. Not to mention Yu, even this blonde girl, he can't beat her. At this moment, he felt like a frog in a well. Liane also swept around, and after activating Taigu's King of Beasts Lion King, she has an extremely powerful 967 beast intuition, and she can feel that because from the fight between her and Yu just now, she has caught some people's attention. It's really not suitable to stay here for a long time. Involuntarily, he looked at Yu who had already walked a long way, with only one figure from his back. The other party doesn't seem to force me to follow, and I seem to be able to escape. Or, the other party is sure that he will definitely talk to him in the past. Wei Wei hesitated. But in the end, Liane still chose to follow. Because there are too many things to know. Although it may be dangerous to follow the past, at the same time, you will definitely be able to obtain more information. And she came out this time, isn't it just to inquire about information? What's more, a master like Yu must have a certain understanding, otherwise, if someone encounters the other party in night attack, it will definitely be very troublesome. What's more, the other party doesn't seem to be malicious. Soon, came to Yu's mansion. Tatsumi saw his fellow villager, and Leonie saw the black pupil. The moment he saw the black pupil, Liane almost had an illusion, almost thought he saw the red pupil. But immediately, Leonie knew that the other party was not Chi Tong, because the breath of the other party was completely different from Chi Tong's. Looking at the girl holding a snack bag in front of him, Leonie almost subconsciously thought it was Kaitong, but after a closer look, he realized it wasn't Kaitong. As Kaitong's combat partner, Liane is very familiar with Kaitong. Although the girl in front of him has almost the same appearance as Kaitong, but not Kaitong. This point, Leonie is still clearly identified. It's just that I didn't expect that there are two people who are so similar in this world. Along with Liane's eyes staring at him, Kaitong's eyes are also watching Liane's, as a killer walking in the dark can keenly feel that the girl in front of me is not in daylight, is a very powerful woman. Although he wanted to explore, Kaitong knew that he was still a prisoner, so he lowered his head slightly and continued to eat the snacks in his pocket. The only thing I care about is the snacks in my hand. Who is this? Liane looked at Haitong and asked Yu. She was so curious about the girl in front of her, she almost had the same appearance as Haitong. Her name is Haitong, Yu introduced with a smile, while adding, currently serving as the Imperial Assassination Force. After his words were finished, Liane's eyes tightened. Imperial Assassins? I remember that Kaitong came out of that place when he didn't join the night raid. It can be said that that place is the darkest place in the Empire. At the same time, it is also an important assassination force for the Empire to secretly fight against the night raid, executing the assassination task. It can be said that it almost has a lineup comparable to night attack. This made Liane very vigilant. In this man's mansion, there is actually a member of the Empire's assassination force. Then the identity of this person. All of a sudden, my heart couldn't help but lift up. At this time, Yu had already looked at Iaz and Sheo. At this moment, because of Tajmi's arrival, the three of them were talking enthusiastically. When they reunited after a long absence, the three of them were naturally extremely excited. Sheo, Iaz, you guys go down with your black pupils and Tajmi W. He said calmly. Iaz and Sheo hurriedly put away their excitement at seeing Tajmi, and left with black and red pupils. Soon, Liane and Yu were the only ones left in the room. Yu sat down on the main seat on her own, and looked at Liane who was still standing there, her body tensed and vigilant. Who are you? Liane looked at Yu vigilantly, her beautiful eyes were full of vigilance like a beast. Who am I? Yu was slightly taken aback, then raised her head and looked out the window. For a while, he just opened his mouth. But instead of answering Liane's question, he said indifferently, the current empire is already rotten, with treacherous ministers in power, the country is about to perish. Listening to Yu's words, Liane was deeply moved. She lived in the slums of the imperial capital since she was a child, and she was deeply touched by the darkness of this empire. She just couldn't bear the cruel games of the nobles and killed them all. Finally, he was invited by Night Raid and joined the organization of Night Raid. After joining Night Raid, Leonie felt that he had finally found the true meaning of life, which was the purpose of the Night Raid organization. Which is, just like people will decay, a country will one day go to ruin. Even the imperial capital, which has been prosperous for thousands of years, is nothing but a corrupt hell on earth, with ghosts and monsters in human skin, running wildly everywhere. If the sky is incapable of punishing evil, we will disappear in the darkness. I'm waiting for all the members, professional killer group. This is the purpose of the establishment of the Night Raid organization. If the sky is incapable of punishing evil, we will disappear in the darkness. And looking at what Sumyu meant, it seemed that she couldn't understand the decay of the empire, so she chose to get close to them. This made her heart move slightly. Whether you can win over the opponent into your camp. After all, the fight with Sumyu was only for a short time before, and she didn't show her full strength, but at the same time, she also felt that Sumyu was the same. It can be said that this is a powerful master, whose strength is comparable to that of Brand and boss Najazitten. If such a master joins Night Raid, it will definitely greatly improve the strength of Night Raid. She still has concerns. After all, the opponent is a member of the Imperial Guard. This requires vigilance. However, a little trial is still possible. Thinking of this, Liane raised his head and stared at Sumyu. Since you know that the imperial capital is now rotten and has become a breeding ground for evil spirits, there is no cure for it. Why don't you join us in eradicating these evils? When his eyes met Liane, he shook his head. Liane, as a killer, you are still very unqualified. Liane frowned slightly. Is this a failure? But what does that have to do with being a killer? For a person who has met for the first time, has never been in contact with, and is still a member of the Imperial Guard, he is not afraid of exposing the Night Raid organization and making the Night Raid organization encounter a potentially huge threat. He spoke calmly. Liane's face also turned pale, and he also understood that it was too naive for him to solicit the other party willfully. For the killer organization, one mistake could cost the life of the entire organization. The Revolutionary Army does not only have the killer organization Night Attack, but in the process of fighting against the Empire for so many years, until now, there are only two killer organizations that have survived. One is the Night Raid led by the Bosnijsten. The other is the Assassin Association led by Barbara Obel. The Assassin Association may be very unfamiliar, but one member of this organization is very famous. Barbara Obel Bells, Good Zhao, apprentice Chelsea, a person who has a comparable assassination record to Kaitong. Therefore, it is really irrational for her to act so recklessly to solicit. But, if it is really possible to draw the opponent into the team, with the assistance of members of the Imperial Guard, then their future activities in the Imperial capital will be of great benefit and convenience. So, she wants to try again. Since you already know the darkness of the Empire, why do you want to work for the Tiger? Liane stared at Sumyu. After all, the other party has just mentioned that the current empire is rotten, with treacherous ministers in power, and the country is about to perish. That being the case, why not join them? Sumyu shook his head. He has a good impression of the organization Night Raid, but it doesn't mean he approves of the actions of the revolutionaries. In particular, he was very disgusted with many actions of the Revolutionary Army. For example, unite different nations to attack the empire. No matter what the reason is, it is unacceptable for Sumyu to unite foreign nations to attack the empire. Although today's empire is rotten and has almost become a breeding ground for evil spirits, no matter what the empire is, it is an internal matter of the empire, and how to solve it is the matter of the empire. And once the foreign race is united, the nature of the matter changes. And the Night Raid organization itself belongs to the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, even though he had a good impression of the organization Night Raid, he chose to refuse Liane's invitation. Although I have already known the darkness of the empire, it doesn't mean that I am willing to work for the Tiger. He shook his head. If that's the case, why don't you want to fight against the darkness with us? Leone narrowed his eyes. My method is different from yours. He looked at Leone and said calmly, I choose to correct this country from the inside. Although this empire has long been decayed, it is hopeless. For example, in this country, there are still many righteous people silently guarding this decadent country. Headed by the military attaché, General Bud served the empire wholeheartedly. For example, there are many figures from the Liang school in the empire. As for the emperor of this empire, his nature is not tyrannical, and he hopes that he can be worthy of being an emperor and become a great 330 Mingjun like his father, but because he is too young, he trusts Minister Hornist too much. So he listened to Minister Ernest's advice, and implemented the tyrannical politics that he didn't want to see. He remembered that for the future of the new country, the emperor voluntarily went to the guillotine and told Najazitten that he was not worthy of being an emperor before he died, and told her to build a no more bloodshed, peace and tranquility new country. It can be seen from this that the emperor himself is still very innocent, not tyrannical, but misled because of his young age. Correcting the country from within. Liane was slightly stunned, and then couldn't help but sneer. This country has long been rotten to the bone. Then scrape the bone to heal the wound. Liane shook his head. This is really a naive idea. Then why not the Revolutionary Army? He looked at Leone. If one day, the conscientious faction of the empire regains power in the empire, gradually eradicates the power of Minister Ernest, and brings the empire back to the right path, will the revolutionaries put down their weapons? Leone was slightly silent. She doesn't know this either. In other words, even if you know it said, you don't want to answer. At the beginning, the revolutionaries might not be reconciled, relying on their enthusiasm, but the Revolutionary Army has developed to the present. Are all the people who join it like this? Obviously. Not really. At the very least, the original essence of the Revolutionary Army has been lost since the uniting of different nations. Seeing the silent Liane, Sumyu smiled, and didn't ask anything, but stood up naturally from the seat, came to Liane, and patted the other person's shoulder. Although, now my position is different from yours, but at least, now, my interests are consistent with yours. Liane looked at Sumyu puzzled. At least, the goal is to eradicate the darkness of the Empire. He smiled. So, I think we still have many opportunities for cooperation. And that's why I saw you. I think, given the opportunity, we could work together. He stretched out his hand. How about it? Are you interested? Looking at Sumyu's outstretched hand, Liane hesitated. These are not things she can decide. Moreover, with my identity as the Imperial Guard helping you to conceal it, your activities in the Imperial capital will be smoother. He added another sentence, and then, he withdrew his hand naturally, and at the same time took out a document from the bookshelf next to it and handed it to Leonie. Liane looked at the document Sumyu handed over with some puzzlement. This is the information about Oka, the captain of the Imperial Guard. I believe you should be very interested. Hearing the information about Oka, the captain of the Imperial Guard, Liane's eyes were also slightly happy. You know, she came out this time, in addition to investigating who killed Arya's family, she also shouldered the task of investigating Oka, the captain of the Imperial Guard. Because, the next beheading target of Night Raid is Oka, the captain of the Imperial Guard who made huge profits illegally and framed many innocent people to death. Slightly hesitant, Liane finally took the information, and at the same time, he raised his head unwillingly. If you have made up your mind, you can come to me, and I can take care of you. You too, you can choose to come and help me. He smiled at Leonie. Liane looked at the boy's golden pupils and wanted to say something, but in the end he could only lower his head slightly. Although, now this person has the same goal as them, but it seems that the positions of the two are not the same. The standpoint is a wonderful thing. For example, in Cut, Crimson Eyes, because of the different positions, no matter how close the sisters, Black Pupil and Red Pupil, are, how the elder sister wants to protect the younger sister, and how the younger sister wants to help the elder sister, but in the end, the two are different from each other because of their positions. In the end, they took up arms with each other. However, matters such as positions are a matter of future, at least for now, their positions do not conflict, and they can still cooperate. She needs to go back and report such things immediately, and at the same time, ask Kaitong who this person is. After all, she had heard this person talking about Kaitong before, and obviously, Kaitong should know this person. Okay, it's not too late, you should go back, and tell you boss by the way, we can talk if we have time. He looked at the sun that was about to set, and spoke calmly. Liane said nothing, turned and left. However, when he left the mansion, he looked back again. Although he had only known her for a short time, the way the other party looked at her always gave people a very strange feeling. Very sympathetic eyes. It seems to know myself. She didn't remember that she knew or met the other party before, why the other party looked at her with that kind of eyes. What kind of person is the other party? And as Liane left, Sumyu also entered another room. Now, Sheo, Eias, and Tajmi, the three fellow villagers, couldn't hide their excitement, talking enthusiastically, and telling about their recent experiences. Haitong was still sitting there quietly, holding his own snack bag in his hand, eating snacks silently. It seems that for Haitong, the most important thing in this world is this bag of snacks. And as Sumyu walked into the door, Haitong, who was eating snacks, also raised his head. Is that woman the one who raided at night? The black pupils that looked like beautiful jewels were full of curiosity, and at the same time, also carried a hint of hidden murderous intent. Is that woman the one who raided at night? Haitong's black eyes that looked like beautiful jewels looked at Sumyu with a little curiosity. Okay. Sumyu nodded. Your sister is in that organization. Haitong's black pupils couldn't help shrinking. Then he lowered his head slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. It won't be long before your sisters will meet again. Sumyu said softly. Haitong didn't speak, but the hand holding the snack bag subconsciously tightened a little. Thank you, Lord Sumyu. Thank you for saving my two companions. At this moment, Tatsumi spoke with a grateful face. Iyaz and Sheo have already told him that they were rescued by Sumyu. This made Tatsumi understand that if it weren't for Sumyu, his two friends might have. Thinking that I might lose two friends, that kind of thing is really a terrible thing that I can't imagine. Thank you very much. Tatsumi bent down and bowed to Sumyu. Sumyu stretched out his hand to help Tajmi up. As the vice captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, when encountering such a thing, I naturally wouldn't stand by and watch. Hearing what Sumyu said, Tajmi admired Sumyu even more in his heart. Mr. Sumyu is really a very upright official of the Imperial Capital. However, immediately, Sumyu shook her head worriedly. Now, the empire has long been decayed, and the interior has become a breeding ground for evil spirits. Change the country. As he said that, he turned around and looked out of the window, only giving the three of Tajmi a melancholy back. When Tatsumi, Iyaz, and Sheo heard this, they couldn't help clenching their fists, and felt a rush of blood in their hearts. My lord, can we stay and help you? Tatsumi spoke excitedly. The three of them were deeply moved by Mr. Sumyu's lofty ambition, and they only felt that they must help him realize such an ideal. The black pupil on the side took a piece of snack from the snack bag and put it in the corner of his mouth, looked at the bloody faces of the three Tajmi, stared at Sumyu's back, and muttered in words that only he could hear, it's really bad acting. As a killer walking in the dark, Haitong is not as naive as the three of Tajmi who just walked out of the countryside. She has already seen through Sumyu's intentions. Only, she's not going to tear it down. Moreover, even if dismantled, the three of Tatsumi probably wouldn't believe her either. Sumyu turned her head and looked at the three Tajmi who looked at her excitedly. You guys, are you sure you want to help me? Yes, my lord. Tatsumi and Iaz spoke seriously. If it wasn't for your lord to save my life, I'm afraid Sheo would not be in this world long ago. I'm willing to use the rest of my life to help you. Sheo also looked at Sumyu with admiration. In the gloomy prison, the world is already in darkness. Although she has not surrendered, her heart is already desperate. It is the appearance of Sumyu, like a ray of light, that saves her from the darkness and from Arya's hand. As far as Yu Sheu is concerned, Sumyu is so bright in her eyes, not to mention, with the current status of a teenager, it is really an honor for a bumpkin like her who came out of the countryside to help each other. Sumyu looked at the three of them with a smile. Then, from today onwards, you are my subordinates. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand. Eliminate the evil, help the community, and save this country. Change this country from within, put an end to the Rengoku world, and redirect the empire to the right path. He spoke. The voice is sonorous and powerful. And as his words fell, Tajmi felt as if a burning flame was surging in his heart, with an indescribable motivation. The three of Tajmi all looked excited, and then they all knelt down on one knee. My lord. Haitong quietly looked at everything in front of him, tilted his head slightly. He didn't know what he was thinking. His hands were used to taking out snacks from the snack bag, and then slowly started to eat. Sumyu turned her head and looked at Haitong. Haitong blinked his eyes, as if telling him that she had already seen through everything. Sumyu smiled. Her gaze fell slightly on Haitong's snack bag. It's better to eat less, that thing is not good for you. Haitong's body stiffened involuntarily. Obviously, Sumyu didn't expect Sumyu to know this. The snacks in her hand are not just snacks, or in other words, it is more accurate to say that they are medicines. 0. Ask for flowers. He turned his head unconsciously and looked out the window. For the killers of the empire, having no strength means that you are worthless. Very simple, very calm words. But there is a very clear truth in it. How can people who have no value live in this world? They can only be disposed of as garbage. This is the truth that Haitong clearly understood after joining the Imperial assassination team. Therefore, even if these drugs have very powerful side effects, they must be taken. Sumyu walked up to Haitong, looked at Haitong who was tightly clutching the snack bag, then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Haitong's snack bag. However, Haitong obviously didn't want to give this to Sumyu, and he still held it tightly. Point 0. If you want, I can teach you how to become stronger. As for these things, it's better not to eat them. Haitong was slightly taken aback. How to become stronger? The hand loosened slightly unconsciously, and he also took the opportunity to snatch Haitong's snacks. Opening the snack bag and looking at the snacks in the bag, it seems that they are just ordinary snacks, but when he was in the world of Demon Slayer, under the influence of Kocho Shinobu and Tamayo, he still has a certain knowledge of medicine. Know that this is not just a simple snack, but a genetic medicine that assists the black pupil. This kind of drug has a strong dependence, which is also a way for the Imperial Assassination Organization to control its subordinates. Looking at the snacks that were taken away, Haitong unconsciously pressed his hands on his waist, but, unfortunately, the sword at his waist had already been taken away, and it was now empty. But there was still anger inside. For Haitong, no one is allowed to share her snacks, except her own sister. But now, the snacks were taken away by the other party. These things, don't eat them in the future. Sumyu put away the snack bag, looked at the black pupils with teeth bared slightly, like a little tiger about to get angry, and calmly gave the order. Haitong squeezed his small fist unconsciously, but in the end he was helpless. She is now still a captive. Temporarily let you keep it for me for a while, but don't steal my snacks. The girl raised her head, staring at the other party with her jewel-like black pupils. Night comes. The three of Tatsumi have already rested. Haitong unconsciously opened his eyes, stood up, and got up from the bed. Push open the window and look outside. Iaz and Seo, who were monitoring her, had already fallen asleep, so it seemed like a good time to escape. But, looking at the young man sitting upright in the yard, the idea of running away was completely broken. With the other party around, it was really unrealistic to escape. Push open the door and come behind the boy. In her eyes, the young man was slightly closing his eyes, breathing slowly. A sword was placed in front of the young man, and as the other party breathed, the sword seemed to resonate. Haitong's eyes couldn't help but fall on the sword. It was very clear that this was just an ordinary sword, not an emperor's tool, nor a court tool. But why does an ordinary sword seem to come alive at this moment? It was as if the sword had become a 067 part of the man's body in front of him. Very strange feeling. Hey, what are you doing? Haitong asked curiously. It's very taboo to disturb others when they're cultivating, or even, you'll die. Sumyu opened his eyes, and his golden pupils stared coldly at the seemingly well-behaved girl in front of him. Stared at by the other party's indifferent eyes, Haitong unconsciously took a step back, a little scared by the other party. I just want my snacks back. Haitong lowered his head and said in a low voice. She hasn't eaten snacks for a long time, and she already feels an unspeakable hunger and thirst in her body. That's the craving for a snack. These snacks are not just snacks, but also a kind of medicine. From the beginning of the injection of genetic medicine, these snacks are equivalent to a kind of auxiliary medicine. The snacks have been confiscated. Sumyu looked at the girl in front of her, and said very flatly, eating too much of that kind of food is very bad. If you continue to eat it, your lifespan may be shortened. Give me a snack. Haitong didn't care about that. Her body urgently told her that she must eat snacks now. No, Sumyu responded. The black pupil couldn't bear it, especially when his eyes fell on Sumyu's waist, where her national food bag was hanging. Almost subconsciously, he swooped over, trying to snatch the snacks away. Only, haven't jumped on the opponent yet. With a surge of strength, she was thrown flying by Sumyu's slap. Body smashed into the yard. After a while, Haitong stood up in a bit of embarrassment, covering his butt with his little hands. It feels so painful. The black pupils looked at each other pitifully. She now really wants to eat snacks. This is due to the body's dependence on drugs. Seeing Haitong's pitiful look, Sumyu's expression remained the same. Be patient, eating too much of this kind of thing is not good for your body. The black-eyed rogue is also very puzzled. Why should he care about his body, since he has never met him before? Even if he eats snacks and dies, what does it matter to the other party? But don't know why. The other party's concern made her feel very warm in her heart. As the killer of the empire, walking in the dark, licking blood from the tip of the knife countless times, he has always been an infinite police officer. So, reliable warmth is a luxury. Before, there was my sister by my side. Since her sister betrayed the empire, she has only herself. Seeing the black pupil who was obviously in a wrong mood, Sumyu also stepped forward. Haitong raised his head and looked at the other party, with longing in his eyes. Give me snacks. Ever since the body was injected with genetic medicine, it has become dependent on the medicine, and those snacks are to assist those medicines. She hasn't had a snack for a long time. This made the desire in her body rise to a very high level. If she hadn't relied on the killer's strong will to control herself, she would even be a little crazy now. Control yourself, those are not good things. Sumyu didn't care about these, and just spoke blandly. Then, he patted Haitong's shoulder naturally. Let me take you out to eat something. Black pupil has no way to refuse. The imperial capital is still very bustling at night. Although many people are still starved of food, this does not affect the entertainment of the wealthy people in the imperial capital at night. Sumyu came to a restaurant with black pupils. Ordered a lot of food. Haitong's body has already begun to request the medicine, but Sumyu doesn't intend to give her snacks, so Haitong can only control his body's desire for snacks and start eating food crazily. It seems that eating these can suppress the body's desire for drugs. But, actually it can't. Haitong raised his head and looked at the young man standing in front of the window, who seemed unmoved at all. It's really cold-blooded. Haitong muttered, and could only silently endure those genetic medicines. Standing in front of the window, he deliberately chose a hotel with a high floor in the imperial capital. At this moment, walking along the hotel can overlook the night scenery of the imperial capital. Here, he clearly activated the ability of farsightedness. This is one of the 5 abilities of Taigu, 5-sided omnipotent observer. At the beginning, after beheading the Taigu holder Zank, he obtained all the abilities of this Taigu. 5-sided omnipotence means that Taigu possesses the 5 abilities of whole vision, far vision, clairvoyance, future vision, and hallucination. They can penetrate people's hearts, observe the distance, penetrate blindness, see the future, and activate illusions respectively. But at this moment, what he activated was the ability of farsightedness. Through many distances, he saw hanging out with the oil merchant Jamal on Flower Street. There's nothing fancy about this. The only strange thing was that he saw Brand, who was covered in armor, quietly following behind the two. The armor held on his body should be Taigu, Operation Armor haunted by evil spirits. The armor-type Taigu known for its super defense power can greatly improve physical abilities and can be made transparent in a short period of time, but it is a heavy burden on the wearer, and ordinary people will die if they wear it. At this moment, it should be entering the stealth state. Therefore, even in the bustling crowd, no one could spot Brand. It seems that Night Attack is going to attack Oka. Seeing this scene, he murmured slightly, not feeling strange. 0.6 He had already sent all the information about Onai Oka to Liane, and believed that Liane should have sent the information over. However, originally in the anime, Tatsumi should be the one who took action against Onai Oka, and this became the first assassination mission that Tatsumi completed alone. But now, this person fell on Brand. After all, now that Tatsumi has joined his camp, the Night Attack cannot make Tajmi launch. However, what he didn't expect was that Brand would be dispatched by the Night Raid. You must know that Brand is almost second only to the boss Najazidin, and the red pupil who assassinated the ace. But thinking about it carefully, I don't think it's strange. Obviously, Night Attack was not at ease with the information he got this time, so he sent Brand over. Because even if there is an ambush, Night Raid believes that Brand can escape with his strength. Captain Oka, the new Vice Captain Sumyu won't make things difficult for us, will he? Oil merchant Jamal, who is full of fat, is still a little worried. Don't worry, with me here, what are you afraid of? Oka didn't care, and the money he gave to the other party was not rejected, which was enough to show that Sumyu was not that kind of naive and righteous person. To be honest, Oka is quite afraid of Sumyu, even a little afraid of the other party's strength. But because of this, Oka felt that it would be very beneficial for him if he could take such a powerful person as Sumyu as his subordinate. After all, the current imperial capital is not safe. Although his strength is acceptable, it does not mean that he can block the assassin's assassination. However, with the support of a master like Sumyu, even if the night raid organization came, he would not be afraid. That's right, with Captain Oka around, how much trouble can a small deputy captain cause? Jamal also said flatteringly. In fact, Jamal has a reason for saying this. After all, Oka is a close confidant of Minister Ernest. 02 Minister Ernest is now in power, and he is extremely dependent on the Emperor. It can be said that the Emperor will obey Minister Ernest. With such a big backer, what kind of storm can a small Sumyu stir up? Hearing the praise of oil merchant Jamal, Oka was also quite proud in his heart, and waved his hand a little heroically. You can earn your money with peace of mind. As for other things, I will help you. Thank you so much. This month's share is much higher than in previous months. In a few days, I will send it to Captain Oka. That was really something to look forward to. Oka's eyes lit up. Behind him, Brand, who was invisible, listened to the conversation between the two. His eyes shrouded in armor were full of killing intent. If it weren't for the large number of people coming and going on the street, he couldn't do it for a while. At this moment, he had already used the big gun red-backed Shrike to directly penetrate the heads of these two people. Separated from oil merchant Jamal, Oka also began to meditate. Since seeing Sumyu's strength last time, these days, he has been thinking about how to subdue such a powerful person. In this regard, Oka is quite confident. Because, here, there is already a precedent. Even Say Le Ubiquitous, who advocates justice and never yields to evil, has become his best thug. However, every time he asks Sailu to wipe out his opponent for him, he would charge the opponent with a crime. And Sailu will always do all this for him with his life. Just think of it all. Oka is slightly proud. He, Oka, does not lack the means of manipulating people's hearts. So, what is Sumyu's weakness? Oka is also thinking, as long as he finds the opponent's weakness, he can prescribe the right medicine. Just like his apprentice Sailu. Thinking like this, before I knew it, I was almost home, and the people around me began to thin out. Almost to the mansion, there are no passers-by. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Oka suddenly turned his head. Only then did he realize that behind him, at some point followed a person covered in armor. The moment he saw the other party, Oka's eyes couldn't help shrinking. As the captain of the Imperial Guards, the man known as Oka of the Ghost didn't know Brand, but he knew the armor Brand was wearing. Taigu, operate the armor Ghost-ridden. Then, there is no doubt that the person in front of him is a member of the Night Raid organization who is wanted by the Imperial capital, and he is the former Imperial soldier Brand who is known as killing 100 people. All of a sudden, cold sweat appeared on his forehead unconsciously. However, after all, as the captain of the Imperial Guard, Oka still has some abilities. Almost in an instant, he pulled out the weapon at his waist. But it's a pity that just after pulling out the weapon, Oka felt a pain in his neck, followed by a feeling of dizziness. He only saw his body getting further and further away from him. With a dull sound, Oka's head fell to the ground. Brand looked at Oka's fallen body, and the armor on his body fell off in response. He took out a comb from his pocket and combed his hair. If the sky is incapable of punishing evil, we will disappear in the darkness. After finishing speaking, Brand's figure disappeared into the crowd. Standing in front of the window of the hotel, Sumyu, who uses five-sided omnipotence and long-sightedness, can see all this very clearly. What are you looking at? Haitong, who was eating, raised his head, looked at Sumyu, who had been standing on the windowsill, and asked curiously. Nothing. Sumyu's vision is omnipotent. With the ability of farsightedness, she turned her head and shrugged her shoulders. The black pupil was a little puzzled. The jewel-like black pupil looked out of the window. There was a bustling crowd outside, and there was nothing special about it. Haitong doesn't have the ability of five-sighted and farsighted. Naturally, he can't see the body of the fallen Imperial Guard Captain Onai Oka from a long distance. But as a killer's intuition, he still faintly felt a familiar atmosphere. The breath of the Imperial capital appeared as the killer. But these are not what she should focus on now. After all, she is still a captive now, and it is unbelievable that she can get the preferential treatment from Sumyu. After all, ordinary killers will not end well if they fall into the hands of others. Give you? The sudden sound woke Haitong awake. Unconsciously, she raised her eyes and looked at the snack bag that Sumyu handed her. Black pupils. There is a hint of longing in the black pupils. The body's genes are already desperately craving it. It was an intolerable temptation. 033 It was precisely because Sumyu saw that Haitong had reached the limit of his patience. Sumyu returned the snack bag with Haitong's snacks printed on it to Haitong. The other party's dependence on drugs has reached an extremely serious level. Although Haitong didn't say anything, he could see that the girl's face had already turned pale, and there was a fine layer of sweat on her fair forehead. Obviously, it has been a long time since I took auxiliary gene medicines, and very bad effects have begun to appear. Haitong couldn't wait to take the snack bag. Some couldn't wait to stretch out their hands, wanting to grab snacks from the snack bag and eat them. It's just that when he just grabbed a snack, he stopped again. With Binan's little hand back, the girl returned to the dining table and began to eat food with big mouthfuls, but it couldn't change the thing that Haitong seemed to be forced to endure. Why don't you eat? Sumyu looked at Haitong's forcible endurance, and felt a little strange. It could be seen that Haitong's patience had reached its limit. You said, you want me to control myself. These are not good things. The girl responded, touching her little white hand very tightly. The dependence on drugs in her body made her unbearable. But he gritted his teeth and endured it. Unconsciously, the girl's white and tender teeth bit her soft lips, and bright red blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Looking at Haitong silently enduring it, one could see that it was an unbearable torture. If you really can't stand it, just eat it. Sumyu was slightly silent. Haitong didn't say a word, just tightly clenched the snack bag. Now, as long as you eat one, your body will be able to relax. But in the end, the girl was still clutching the snack bag tightly, not intending to eat it. Silently enduring the pain, but unknowingly, the girl had squatted down, her petite body was curled up, and her body was trembling slightly. Obviously, drug dependence is far stronger than imagined, and the pain endured is far more unbearable than imagined. But this apparently petite girl possessed unimaginable willpower, so she forcibly endured it. Seeing this scene, Sumyu was also slightly silent. Now, let me teach you a method. Maybe you can have some control over your current situation. Sumyu spoke softly. The pale little face with black pupils lifted up, and the dark pupils were full of longing, but a little sad. If it can really be controlled, someone has already found a way. Listen now, he said slowly, what I teach you is a breathing method. The full name is full concentration breathing. This kind of breathing is mainly used to strengthen the heart and lung function, so that the blood can absorb a large amount of oxygen, which can greatly increase the body's ability in an instant, and has physical strength comparable to that of a ghost. Possess physical strength comparable to a ghost. Haitong murmured slightly. Do evil spirits really exist in this world? Walking in the dark for so long, I have seen countless human beings who are more cruel than evil spirits, but I have never seen a real evil spirit. Sumyu didn't know what Haitong was thinking at the moment, but slowly explained the method of comprehensive breathing. Concentrating on breathing is a trick to improve strength mastered by the ghost-killing team in the world of Demon Slayer to fight against ghosts. Haitong didn't believe it at first, but after trying the other party's method, he was surprised to find that this breathing is not useless. She can clearly control the blood cells of the body, so that she can control the body to a level that ordinary people can't match. This breath. Haitong couldn't help murmuring, the person who can create this kind of breath is really an unimaginable genius. Start breathing. He looked at Haitong. Haitong didn't hesitate anymore, and began to breathe silently. With the inhalation and inhalation of breathing, Haitong felt that he had achieved a very powerful control over the blood in his body. At the beginning, she was unable to be selected into the elite group of 7 because of her sister relationship with her sister Kaitong, and was finally injected with drugs to forcibly improve her abilities. But this boost comes at a very powerful price. Moreover, with the injection of drugs, she herself has become extremely dependent on drugs, and these drugs can stimulate people's life potential. It can be said that as more drugs are consumed, life will become shorter and shorter. She naturally knew that there was a price for using these drugs, but her body's strong dependence on drugs was beyond her control. But now, the breathing method taught by Sumyu gave her a glimmer of hope. This kind of breathing obviously strengthens the control over the body, and can even control the body's dependence on drugs. The sequelae of the body's dependence on drugs slowly faded away, and the black pupils also slowly opened their eyes. A healthy blush appeared on the originally pale face at this moment. Apparently, it worked out fine. The girl raised her head and looked at the boy who was looking at her. After a long time, she said softly, for no reason, why are you being so nice to me? Black pupil is not a carefree girl, because it is true. As a killer who walks in the dark, she deeply understands the truth that in this world, except for parents and sisters, there is no one who treats you well for no reason. Because I think black pupil is cute. He looked at Haitong with a smile, then stretched out his hand and patted Haitong's head. Just because it's cute. Haitong tilted his head, obviously not believing the reason. But obviously, Sumyu didn't give Haitong any explanation, but walked to the window silently, looking at the scenery outside. You have been away for too long, it's time to go back. Haitong looked at Sumyu very puzzled. Did the other party want to let her go? You are not afraid that I will report your information after I go out? Haitong looked at Sumyu. You will not. Sumyu said with certainty. After all, I am not on the side of a hostile empire. Haitong couldn't help being silent. I hope you don't regret your actions today. Haitong looked at the man's back and whispered softly, then lightly tapped the toes, and the whole person floated away stepping on the window, stepping over the eaves, and the girl's figure finally disappeared into the night under the light of the moonlight. After letting Haitong go, Sumyu returned to the mansion to rest. Oka's body was found the next day. As the captain of the Imperial Guard, Oka's position is not low. Even he was killed by the night raid organization, and the Imperial capital was shocked by it for a while, and some evil nobles also became very panicked. Especially the faction headed by Minister Hornist was even more frightened. After all, the target of the assassination organization night attack was basically placed in their faction. Minister Hornist was also very angry. In order to deal with the night raids that were becoming more and more rampant in the imperial capital, he proposed to the emperor to recall Estes to deal with the night raids. The emperor, who was very dependent on Minister Hornist, agreed to Minister Hornist's proposal without much hesitation. However, although Captain Oka is dead, the position of the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard cannot be vacant. Naturally, Sumyu appeared in Minister Hornest's field of vision, not only because the guards had no leader because of Oka's death, and Sumyu was the tallest man after Oka. The guard officer of the present is the best candidate to continue as the captain of the guard. More importantly, Sumyu sent enough gold and silver to Minister Ernest's mansion. So, naturally, Sumyu became the new captain of the Imperial Guard. When the news of the appointment came, Iyaz, Sheo, and Tajmi were all deeply happy for Sumyu. Oka's death, in addition to making Oka's family feel sad, of course, their grief is more because of the loss of a backer. And those civilians who had been bullied by Oka clapped their hands and applauded. Perhaps, the only person who truly felt sad for Oka's death was Sile Ubiquitous. But for Sailu, who advocated what she called justice and regarded herself as such, she immediately cheered up again, and made up her mind in her heart that she was determined to kill the Night Raider. All brought to justice. On his first day as the captain of the Imperial Guard, he arranged for Iyaz, Sheo, and Tajmi to be his cronies. At the same time, he also kept Sile Ubiquitous, a girl who advocated justice, by her side. For Sailu, he has a very clear understanding that this cute girl who advocates twisted justice is a double-edged sword and should be used where it should be used. No doubt he had a great idea for it. Police office. Sumyu recruited Sailu Ubiquitous back. Now Seryu is still immersed in the grief of his master being killed by the Night Raid organization, but when he was recalled by Sumyu, he immediately cheered up. Captain, are you looking for me? Sailu, who was quite heroic, stood upright in front of Sumyu, making her even taller. He nodded, and then took out a report. Sailu took the report with some doubts, but when he saw the content of the report, his delicate face immediately became distorted. These hateful profiteers actually want to bribe the people of the Imperial Guard. Liu gritted her teeth. Her face was full of annoyance, her white and tender fist couldn't help but clenched tightly at this moment, her eyes were full of anger. The report that Sumyu gave him was that after Oka died, the oil dealer Jamal approached him immediately, trying to form a new relationship with 737. However, although Sumyu accepted bribes from oil merchant Jamal, he did not intend to join forces with these people. What's more, oil merchant Jamal's bribes can't satisfy his appetite at all. What he wants is not only the bribes of these profiteers, but their entire net worth. Therefore, he made a report of bribes from the oil merchant Jamal and handed it to Sailu, who advocates distorted justice and vowed to use justice to punish all evil. My lord, are you planning to cooperate with these oil companies? Sailu's eyes were full of anger, and the report clearly stated the amount of bribes Sumyu accepted from these oil dealers. She thought that Sumyu wanted to greet herself and give some convenience to these profiteers. If so, Sailu couldn't help but clenched her fists. She would never agree. Do you think I'm going to hang out with these people? Sumyu looked at Sailu calmly. Sailu lowered his head and said nothing. These profiteers are actually trying to bribe the Imperial Guard in order to make us open the door for them. They are simply moths of the Empire. Sumyu continued to speak. Hearing what the captain said, Sailu couldn't help but loosen his clenched fist slightly. Now, that's the evidence, and you use that as evidence to root out the evil. He looked at Sailu and immediately spoke. Sailu, exist. Sailu immediately straightened his chest and stood upright. I give you a very simple task, to bring these criminals to justice, and they have obtained illegally, and searched them all. Yes, Sailu promises to complete the task. Sailu clenched his fists and made a serious promise. Sailu will definitely bring the criminal to justice. Sumyu nodded. For this, he believed that Sailu would do it. The reason why he gave this task to Sailu instead of Iyaz, Sheu, or Tajmi was also because Sailu character. Sailu is a girl with a twisted heart. She will not show mercy to criminals, even those who have made some small mistakes. But on the other hand, Iyaz, Sheu, or Tajmi can't do it. These people had just come to the imperial capital from the countryside, and they still kept their innocence in their hearts, fearing that they would not be able to deal harshly with these profiteers. And what he wanted to do was ransack the house. How much will be involved in this? I am afraid that Tajmi and others will not be able to accept it. This task is very heavy. Among them, these profiteers must have certain protection forces, and there may be certain dangers. You should also pay attention. I will. Sailu looked at Sumyu gratefully. In her eyes, Sumyu is really a very upright boss. Facing the bribes of those profiteers, she refuses to join forces with them. She is so upright. And the strength is high. So handsome. Really very good. Sailu was originally a young, Asab, girl, and her heart was longing for the other half, but she was always busy with official duties and never thought about this issue. And in front of her, Sumyu appeared in front of her. Undoubtedly, very attractive. If you can really become the other half of the captain in the future. As soon as these thoughts came out, Sailu immediately suppressed them, because Sumyu was too good, and she felt that she was not good enough. If you come down, it will be troublesome. When you come back after completing the task, I will personally congratulate you. Yes. Sailu immediately straightened his chest, and the already tight guard clothes seemed to burst because of his straight chest. By the way, all the property of those profiteers must be seized. We still have use for these. He added another sentence. Please rest assured, Captain, I will definitely finish well. Sailu opened his mouth. There is still a list here, and you will look at it when you go out. As for how to choose, it is up to you. When Sailu was about to leave, Sumyu gave Sailu another list. Lu was taken aback for a moment, and took the list. The content of the list is about Oka, the master ghost, and most of them are evidence that Oka has corrupted the law in recent years. She has always admired her master Oka. It can be said that her twisted heart is largely guided by the ghost Oka. He really wanted to see how Saleo would choose. After going out, Lu looked at the contents of the list, and her pair of red eyes couldn't help trembling. Because, the content of the list includes the master Oka's family. It also means that not only profiteers like oil merchant Jamal, but also the master's family will be eradicated this time. Although Oka is dead, Master Oka still has family members. Can't help but clenched his fists, turned his head and looked at the closed door. The captain obviously gave her a choice, whether to let Master Oka's family go or not. Lowering his head slightly, the captain obviously considered her emotions. If he was willing to let her go, then he would naturally let her go. But, if you commit a crime, you should be punished. At this moment, Liu's eyes were firm. If Master Oka is alive, he will definitely agree with my actions, and justice must never yield to evil. Lu will definitely eradicate the evil and will never tolerate it. Opening the window, looking at the back of Lu leaving with fists clenched, Sumyu already knew the girl's decision. Sure enough, as shown in the anime, Liu's mind has long been distorted. However, he didn't pay much attention to this. If such a distorted mind is used well, it will be a very obedient and loyal subordinate. Now, what he cares more about is the news from the imperial capital. The emperor is going to recall Estes back to the imperial capital. Estes, the super S-rank battle madman who is as famous as General Bude, is the youngest and strongest general in the entire empire. Possessing incomparable terrifying strength, the Ice Taiga demon god appearance essence of demons held by the leader of night attack Naja Hidden considers it to be the strongest Taiga-like existence. Najuhida once mentioned that if she wanted to defeat this woman, at least more than 50,000 elite soldiers and more than 10 Taiga envoys, including Kaitong, were needed, but the actual combat power required far exceeded this data. It can be said that the strength of Estes is almost the ceiling of the combat power of the anime genre. Crimson Eyes. If it weren't for the demon sword held by Kaitong, one cut kills Murasame, and if SDC was not immune to the attack of the curse, then, in the anime, it would be impossible for the revolutionary army to take down the empire. And now, Estes, the youngest and strongest general in the empire, was won over by Minister Ornest. So, no doubt, Estes will be the most powerful enemy he faces. Although he is already invincible in the world of Demon Slayer, and he has the immortal body of a ghost, but he is not completely sure when facing Estes. However, if the final battle, Sumyu couldn't help pressing the hilt of the sword at her waist slightly. The sword was trembling, and she was a little excited. He is not afraid. However, now is not the time to fight Estes. Moreover, to change this decaying empire with his own power, his current power is not enough. He needs more strength. Even Minister Onesta recalled such a powerful alliance as Estes, so he should also find a helper. Undoubtedly, he set his sights on General Bude, who was as famous as Estes. General Bude, the supreme commander of the imperial army deeply trusted by the emperor, and another strongest person, commanded the palace guards. Even now that the imperial court is almost under the control of Minister Onesta does not dare to provoke Bude, the general, easily. It stands to reason that the empire has reached such a rotten point. As General Bude who wholeheartedly serves the empire, he should take action. But, not at all. The reason is very simple. General Bude has always followed the ancestral precept that military generals should not interfere in politics. Therefore, even though he was aware of Minister Osnit's corrupt behavior, General Bude never intervened. However, he still used his authority to shield some officials of conscience. But obviously, these alone are not enough. Moreover, Sumyu knew that in the end, General Bude couldn't bear it anymore, and finally stopped following the ancestral precepts, and the generals would not interfere in internal affairs, and decided to eradicate Minister Onesta. It's just that he didn't wait until that moment, but was killed by the Night Attack organization first. Therefore, there is no doubt that General Bude is not unconvincing. Naturally, he set his sights on General Bude. If he can persuade the other party, then, undoubtedly, it will be very helpful for him to correct the empire. Thinking of this, he also took action immediately. I am going to meet him. In the anime, this person is evaluated as a person who is not bad, but he chose to be loyal and became a victim of the empire. General Bud. In front of the palace, Sumyu came here. Although he is the captain of the Imperial Guard, he has never been here. Looking at the majestic palace walls, you can fully show the powerful heritage of this millennium imperial capital. It can be said that if it were not for internal and external troubles, how could such a powerful empire be defeated in a short period of time? As the commander of the guards who commanded the palace, General Bude has been sitting here. After notifying the guards, Sumyu stood at the door and waited silently. Without making Sumyu wait for too long, the guard who went in to report quickly walked over. The general invites you in. Sumyu nodded, and walked inside under the leadership of the guards. Looking at the soldiers with a sharp face and firm eyes, he could tell that they were all elite troops of the empire. Although in other places on the outside, it has long been decayed. But here, everything looks so vibrant and energetic. Soon, he saw the general in a martial arts training ground. Tall, with thick black armor on his body, slightly white hair. The whole person looks like a tiger ready to go, possessing unimaginable coercion. Sumyu, I have met General Bude. The first time she saw the other party, Sumyu said hello. Very calm greeting. Bude's eagle-like sharp eyes also scanned the young man. He doesn't know Sumyu, but he has heard of Sumyu, who was recommended by Minister Onesta to be the captain of the Imperial Guard. 0. Ask for flowers. He was very impressed by this. The captain of the Imperial Guard, this position is not high, but it is a very important position, which controls a certain degree of security power. Although these security forces are not in his eyes. Looking at the young man in front of him, looking at the indifferent posture, it is natural to feel the extraordinariness of the other party. This made Bud feel a little pity. Why does such a good-looking young man help the tyrant to join the Minister of Onesta and join forces with him? I heard that you want to see me? I don't know what's going on. If you remember correctly, you were recommended by Ernest to be the captain of the Imperial Guard, and you should know that I hate Lee Nestor. 0. Sumyu smiled and shrugged his shoulders naturally. Although I was recommended by Ernest to be the captain of the Imperial Guard, I am not on the same line as Ernest. Hearing what the boy said, Bude's eyes could not help but light up slightly, and the eyes that were looking at Sumyu like an eagle became much softer. It seems that you are much more pleasing to the eye than before. Bud was joking. Sumyu also smiled slightly, and then his expression became solemn. General Bude, I wonder how you think about the current situation of the Empire. He spoke directly. Bude was slightly silent. As the supreme commander of the Imperial Army and at the same time commanding the guards of the palace, how could Bude not be clear about the current situation of the Empire? It's just that the Bude family has always remembered an ancestor's precept, that is, generals must not interfere in internal affairs. Therefore, even though he was aware of Minister Ernest's corrupt behavior, he never took any action. Now, when asked by Sumyu, Bude is also slightly silent. After a while, Bud opened his mouth. You should know that I am a military general, and the Bude family has always followed the ancestral precepts that military generals are not allowed to interfere in internal affairs. If you ask me about the current situation of the Empire, you may be asking the wrong person. So, is General Buddy planning to keep silent and wait for the end of the Empire? Sumyu did not give in, and said in a cold voice. In the next second, General Bude, who was still silent at first, suddenly raised his head. His eagle-like sharp eyes glowed with an extremely powerful aura. It looks like a volcano about to erupt. There is no doubt that the opponent will attack Sumyu in the next second. Bude was extremely annoyed at the moment. As the supreme commander of the Imperial Army, how could Bude not know the current situation of the Empire? However, the ancestral precepts of the Bude family is something he must follow. Therefore, even in the face of Minister Hornest's corrupt behavior, he has never made a move. However, although there was no interference, it did not mean that Bude was willing to accept Minister Hornest's behavior of corrupting the Empire. It can be said that Sumyu's words are completely correcting Bud's inner pain. Therefore, at this moment, Bude was extremely furious. But in the face of Bude's anger, Sumyu still showed a calm demeanor, even, as if he didn't feel Bude's anger, he still just looked at General Bude indifferently. Hoo. Taking a deep breath, Bude looked at Sumyu coldly. I'm a little tired, you can go. This is the end of the conversation for today's 200. Immediately, a guard came over and asked Sumyu to leave. Sumyu still stood there, looking at Bude calmly, and finally shook his head in disappointment. I thought that General Bude was loyal to the Empire, but now it seems that he is just a dark part of this decaying empire. It seems that the country is about to perish. Boom! Bude stepped out of a big hole on the ground and glared at Sumyu. You dare to say such a thing, and I can punish you on the spot with just one sentence. What? Did I say something wrong? Sumyu looked up at Bude. Or are you optimistic about the situation in front of you? Bude gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. Now, the general of the empire was full of anger after being teased by Sumyu. If no one eradicates Ornest, I am afraid that the empire will become a breeding ground for evil spirits. Not only the interior has become rotten, not to mention the alien races outside. In the current imperial capital, there are many hidden dangers inside. The Taoists of a Ning who may rebel at any time, the revolutionary army hiding among the people, the revolutionary army who is constantly bewitching, and the bandits who are making trouble everywhere. Isn't General Buddy aware of these, the internal situation of the empire? General Bude, until now, still follow the pedantic idea that military generals should not interfere in internal affairs. Are you going to betray the empire's trust in General Bude, and are you going to watch the imperial capital corrupt until it perishes? Sentence by sentence, almost hit Bude's heart directly. In fact, Bude has long been unable to bear the situation of the empire in front of him, but, because he has always remembered the ancestors' precepts, generals are not allowed to interfere in internal affairs, so they can't really make up their minds. In the anime, although Bude finally made up his mind to take action to eradicate Minister Ernest, but at that time, it was already too late when Bude made up his mind to take action. Now, Sumyu saying such words in advance is tantamount to stimulating Bude in advance and helping Bude to make up his mind in advance. At this time, the guards had already come over and wanted to ask Sumyu to leave. Go down. Bude spoke coldly to several guards who came over, and then looked at Sumyu coldly. Tell me again, what should I do? Get rid of Minister Ernest first. Sumyu said coldly. As the source of cholera, it was precisely because of Ornest's bewitchment, and then, Bud assisted in the administration, until the young emperor was able to truly take charge of his own affairs, and supported the officials of conscience to reorganize the government and bring the empire back to the right track. Bud was slightly silent. He had considered all these. Why, General Bud still wants to follow the idea that generals should not interfere in internal affairs. Have you always planned to continue like this? Watching Minister Osnet manipulate the emperor, cholera empire, and continue the tradition of the Buds. Sumyu continued to speak. When Sumyu spoke one after another, Bud's heart was also in a mess. As a general who serves the empire wholeheartedly, how can he look at all this with his own eyes? Panting heavily, General Bud hesitated for a while, and finally clenched his fists. Obviously, Bud had made up his mind. What a sharp-tongued kid. Bud looked at Sumyu, and glared at him viciously. If the old man doesn't take action again, I'm afraid he will become the eternal sinner of the empire. Hearing what Bud said, Sumyu smiled slightly. Obviously, Bud has made up his mind to deal with Minister Ernest. However, before that, I am very interested in you, kid. Bud looked at the boy. Are you interested in a competition? It can be seen that you are also a mediocre king. After finishing speaking, Bud almost didn't wait for Sumyu to respond. He punched out. The fist cut through the air, with the sound of howling wind. Before the fist arrives, the fist has already struck. The strong fist wind blows Sumyu's hair into a meso. However, Sumyu's face has remained calm, and she stretched out her hand very calmly, catching Bud's fist. A powerful explosion spread from the contact between the two to the surroundings. Although Sumyu caught Bud's fist, the strong force of the opponent's fist and the hidden power of thunder still made him take several steps back involuntarily. As an evil ghost, its own strength has long been inhuman, but it is still a bit behind Bud. It has to be said that, as another strongest of the empire, Bud is worthy of the title of Great General. Seeing Sumyu receive his punch so casually, Bud's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Although he didn't do his best with that punch just now, the other party also didn't use the punch. Such a young boy already has such strength. The future achievements are absolutely extraordinary, and I am afraid that they are not much better than Estes. Then, let's try it out. There was excitement in Bud's eyes. As a great general of the empire, he hadn't met an opponent as good as him for a long time. Sumyu nodded. He also wanted to test the strength of the great general of the empire. Hearing Sumyu's willingness to agree so readily, Bud admired Sumyu greatly. But, Sumyu spoke suddenly. Bud was slightly taken aback, not knowing what the other party wanted. I think you should put on your taiga. He spoke seriously at 0.6. Bud was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, what an arrogant kid. Did you know that my taigo manipulates lightning to carry out heavy pressure attacks and airstrikes? If it is hit by my taigo, I am afraid that it will instantly turn into charcoal. We are just competing. I don't want to kill you. Sumyu smiled, put his hand on his waist, and gently pinched the hilt of the sword with his 5 fingers. Faintly, there was the sound of swords whistling out. My life is not so easy to win. As a soldier, Bud is not a procrastinator. Seeing Sumyu's insistence, he doesn't talk too much. Taiga, Thor Wrath Admiral. Start up. In an instant, Bud was covered with heavy armor, and his golden hair was raised, standing there at this moment, as if he was like a mountain. Just standing there is a sense of oppression without anger. Martial arts arena. Some soldiers were slightly shocked when they saw that General Bud activated Taiga, Thunder God's Wrath Admiral. In the eyes of these soldiers, General Bud is extremely powerful, and it is impossible for ordinary people to make him activate Taiga. Who is that person on the opposite side? He was able to make the general activate Taiga. I heard that he seems to be the newly appointed captain of the guard. I remember that the captain of the guard seems to be recommended by Minister Osnet. Why is he here now? Don't you know that the general is earnest the most? Maybe that's why the general activated Taiga. The onlookers gathered one after another, but the two who were fighting each other had calm eyes. Start Taiga. Bud looked at Sumyu again. Seeing that the other party was still so calm, he couldn't help but look a little more at the young man in front of him. Be careful. Bud spoke. The huge hand cannons inlaid on both arms slightly touched each other. Faintly, there seemed to be infinite lightning flashing in it. Although these thunderbolts did not come out, one could still feel the powerful power contained in them. 02. That kid, I'm afraid I'm going to suffer. The soldiers around couldn't help but speak. As the great general of the empire, Bud's strength is almost universally recognized. If there is anyone in the entire empire who can beat General Bud, I am afraid that only Estes, who has the extremely terrifying Ice Taigo, can beat the general. Feeling the power contained in Bud's body, Sumyu's eyes lighted up slightly. His strength has already stood on the ceiling of the Demon Slayer world, and he surpassed Ji Kuyunyi, but this world is not the world of Demon Slayer after all. However, the force of the Crimson World should be stronger than that of Demon Slayer. The ceiling of his Demon Slayer world is not the ceiling of this world, but he still has confidence in himself. And this time, Bud also shot. Hearing the sound of boom, accompanied by the powerful sound of thunder, Bud's figure moved quickly, and in an instant, his figure broke into his body, fell from the sky, and swung all his weight at him. Even though he was still an old man, his speed was like thunder. Seeing all this, Sumyu moved on her toes. In the next second, it disappeared from the spot. And Bud's punch also landed with a bang. The powerful thunder force bombarded the place where he had just stood. Boom. A strong explosion sounded. The ground of the martial arts arena was originally made of special hard materials, but now, with Bude's punch, it was blown down. A huge pothole emerged, and with the pothole as the center, countless cracks spread towards the surroundings. Bude was not surprised when he missed a punch. If he defeated Sumyu so easily, then he would be really disappointed. At this moment, Sumyu also moved. Hand on the hilt. Breathing. Surging. The breath of the sun-one-shaped walled dance. The sword hanging from his waist was unsheathed in an instant, and Tian Kong slashed out an arc-shaped slash wrapped in flames. As hot as the sun. Looking at the sword slashing down like the sun, Bud's eyes were also slightly excited, and he waved his arms violently. Accompanied by its waving, the silver lightning wrapped around its arms also moved accordingly. Drink. Raising his arms, a thunderous silver lightning met the sword. The flame sword strikes touched the entangled thunder's armored arms. Thunder is a dazzling thing, and so is flame. In an instant, the light is dazzling. The surrounding soldiers watching this scene couldn't help but close their eyes. The strong light beam made their eyes hurt and tears flowed. Brilliance gone. Sumyu's breath of the sun-one shape. Round dance was easily blocked by Bude. Good boy, your strength seems to be far stronger than I imagined. Although he blocked Sumyu's blow, he was familiar with a part of Sumyu's strength through the fight just now. It can be said that the young man in front of him is an out-and-out strong man. It's much more than that. Sumyu opened his mouth, and his figure moved suddenly. In an instant, the sword in his hand waved. Cut out more than 500 swords in 1 second. In an instant, more than 500 effective slashes made Bud's eyes widen in an instant. There is such a fast speed in this world. A sword like the sun. In fact, the current Sumyu has been able to slash 3,200 effective slashes in 1 second. More than 500 strokes per second is not his full strength. With 500 effective slashes per second, it is impossible for Bud to dodge completely. But Bude is worthy of being another strongest person in the empire. Although he couldn't dodge so many cutting swords, he reacted quickly. I saw him waving his arms in an instant. Taiga, Thunder God's Wrath Admiral was also activated instantly, and countless thunders spewed around in an instant. One after another sword light slashed down, all falling into the thunder surrounding Bud, and was blocked by the thunder. Crackling. One after another sword light slashed down, all of which were blocked by Bude with the Taigu Thunder God's Wrath Admiral. Seeing this scene, Sumyu's eyes flickered. Taigu is indeed powerful. But in a short period of time, the two fought against each other countless times, and before they knew it, the hard ground of the martial arts field had been completely destroyed, and the dust filled the air for a while. The soldiers watching around couldn't continue to watch after the aftermath of the battle between the two. Sumyu holds the sword, looking at the opposite side relying on Taiga. No matter how many swords she cuts, she can't break through the opponent's defense. Sumyu also frowned slightly. Being unable to break through the opponent's Taiga means that one cannot defeat the opponent's defense. Even if I slashed 3,200 effective slashes and landed on him in 1 second, if I couldn't break through the defense of the opponent's Taiga, it would be useless. However, the opponent was bombarded by one after another of his effective slashes, and he could only be tired of defending. Sure enough, he deserves to be another strongest of the empire. I don't know what will happen to Estes, who is as famous as him. He thought about it. At this moment, a powerful lightning bolt swept from Bude's body to the surroundings. Wherever it swept across, all the sword strikes that had been cut in the past were all disappeared by its lightning. Call. Bude took a breath. Obviously, it was quite a waste for him to wipe out all the effective slashes around him all at once. You are almost the strongest person I've ever seen, and I'm afraid it's only a notch worse than Estes. Bude stood up slowly, thunder flashing all over his body. Is it close? Sumyu murmured slightly, feeling a little disappointed in her heart. Then, now, I also know how powerful you are, so I don't have any scruples anymore. Bude opened his mouth. He has never dared to really display the full strength of Taiga, for fear that he might kill Sumyu. But through the fight just now, the opponent is not so easy to die. So, Thor Wrath Admiral. Bud raised his hand abruptly, and the Taiga wrapped around his arms sparkled in an instant. And at this moment, as if resonating with the heavens and the earth, a thunder that moved the heavens and the earth was aroused by his Taiga. Manipulate the thunder, arouse the celestial phenomena. This is the boundary that Sumyu has never reached. Howling wind. The soldiers watching from a distance saw this scene and understood that it was performed by General Bude. Thor Wrath. All the soldiers couldn't help but have hot eyes and agitated hearts. General Bud. The guards couldn't help opening their mouths in agitation, their eyes worshipping. In the sky, thunderclouds gathered. An extremely majestic purple lightning was guided by General Bude. It can be felt that the air is full of fear like a natural disaster, and it is the dead silence that wipes out all vitality. Like Thor's wrath. God's wrath. It is not something that ordinary people can bear. Are you willing to take this blow? Bude opened his mouth, but he didn't swing this blow, because he didn't know whether the opponent could bear it. If you can't bear it, it will be the end of being wiped out by the thunder. Sumyu raised her eyes and looked at the other party. At this moment, General Bude seemed to be the god of thunder. You can feel the powerful power that the opponent's blow may contain. He could have taken no chances. But Sumyu finally chose. Looking up, he said lightly, I don't die so easily. He pressed the hilt of the sword with his hand, and held the sword horizontally in front of his eyebrows, as if he felt the master's heart. The sword in his hand was trembling. Hearing Sumyu's words, Bud didn't hesitate anymore. He waved his palm, and endless thunder fell towards Sumyu. That was the thunder that wiped out all life. Sumyu looked up, watching the thunder falling from the sky. Hand on the hilt. Draw sword. Cut. Although it is a sword, it contains more than 3,200 limited slashes. It can be said that 3,200 effective slashes were made in an instant, and the power of these 3,200 effective slashes was gathered together in an instant. In a flash. Cut out a sword like the sun. The sword touched the thunder in the air, bursting out a blazing light. The blazing heat of this light almost overwhelmed the sunlight of the sky and the earth. It seems that in an instant, everything in the world is filled with light. On the way to the imperial capital, a luxurious carriage drove slowly. Inside the carriage, a woman with long blue hair in a general's attire lay reclined in a comfortable posture with her eyes closed. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the woman suddenly raised her head and opened the car curtain all at once. General. Outside the carriage, Liwa, who was riding a horse, raised his head and looked at the woman who got out of the carriage with a look of admiration. The woman just glanced at Liwa indifferently, then raised her head and looked in the direction of the imperial capital. Liwa was slightly puzzled, but also looked in the general's direction. There seems to be nothing in the imperial capital. Everything is calm. Just when Liwa was about to ask the general something, he saw the sky above the imperial capital was covered with blackness and thunder gathered. It's the Taigo of General Bud. Thorrath Admiral. Liwa just glanced at it, and he knew what caused the vision of heaven and earth. As a wise and brave former general of the empire, he still knew the empire very well. It's just that it's very strange why General Bud suddenly activates Taigo. And the next second, Liwa was shocked. A sharp sword like the sun soared into the sky and tangled with thunder. In this way, the thunder that exterminated everything and the sharp sword light intertwined in the sky above the imperial capital. What Taigo is this? Liwa looked at the sky above the imperial capital. Taigo who can compete with Taigo's thunder god's wrath admiral and shows such power. It's not Taigo. The woman in a white military uniform with long blue hair opened her mouth lightly. Liwa couldn't help but look at the woman. Just plain ordinary swords. The woman said flatly, with a bit of fanaticism in her eyes, "It's been a long time, I haven't met such a powerful person, and I am very interested in meeting him. I hope you don't let me down." At this moment, the woman who was called the general by Liwa the Three Beasts was full of excitement and anticipation. You know, she has been looking for an opponent. But unfortunately, now, in this world, there are fewer and fewer people who can become her opponents. She has always wanted to fight that old guy Bud, but that old guy has been hiding and has been unable to fight with him. Unexpectedly, now someone can induce that old guy Bud to fight. It does look like fun. The woman murmured slightly. It seems that it will be very interesting to return to the imperial capital this time. Imperial capital. Martial arts arena. The soldiers stared blankly at everything in front of them, at the young man who was still standing straight on the spot, and at General Buddy who was kneeling on the ground and coughing constantly. It feels like a dream. General Bud was actually defeated by this young boy who looked so young in front of him. This person is so young, why is he so powerful? He is like a boulder monster. Crack, click. The crisp sound also appeared at this time. The sword in Sumyu's hand also had cracks at this moment, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into fly ash and dissipated. This sword, after he made 3,200 attacks in a second, couldn't bear it anymore and was completely destroyed. Sighing slightly, he was looking for another sword. Ahem. The Taigo on Bud's body also faded at this moment. Just now, although he had Taigo's protection, he still suffered serious injuries. Unexpectedly, the man in front of him was so powerful. Even, faintly, it gave him a feeling of facing that crazy woman in Est's. Such a powerful master is only a captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, which is a shame. With your strength, you should be on a broader stage. Are you interested in joining the guards? Bud spoke. I don't want to be a soldier. Sumyu was joking. Bud also laughed loudly. With your strength, even if you are willing to start as a soldier, I, an old bone, can't afford it. From today onwards, you are my lieutenant general. Bud stepped forward. There is no doubt that Bud is ready to train Sumyu as his successor. Sumyu nodded. To change this decadent empire, he must gain military power. There is no doubt that it is a good choice to lead the guards belonging to General Bud. Seeing that Sumyu agreed, Bud was also very happy, but he couldn't help but sighed when he thought of the current situation in the imperial capital. He was really reluctant to violate the ancestral precept that generals should not interfere in internal affairs. Involuntarily, he looked at Sumyu. Qianzhao, Mu naturally understood Bud's inner thoughts at the moment, and said very lightly, the empire has reached the point where it must be changed. Hearing what Sumyu said, Bud smiled wryly. Shortly after this meeting, Sumyu received a new appointment. Under the proposal of General Bud, he became Bud's deputy general, and in the guards, he was the highest commander besides Bud. You know, even though the government is almost controlled by Minister Ernest, the guards have been unable to penetrate by Ernest. It can be said that Sumyu has become the young man with the fastest rising power in the imperial capital in recent years. In a flash, he became the new general of the empire. At the same time, the battle between Sumyu and Bud was widely circulated in the imperial capital. Everyone knows that the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, who just took office not long ago, is a powerful young man who can defeat even the great general of Germany. And with this reputation spread, the crime rate in the imperial capital also plummeted. Mansion. Sumyu was leaning leisurely on the sofa, while Sheo with long black hair was massaging him. This girl, who walked from the countryside to the imperial capital with Iyaz and Tajmi, was eager to get ahead. After experiencing the despair of Arya's incident and being rescued by Sumyu, she has been eager to repay his life. Grace. As soon as there is no task, Sheo will come. Sometimes I help take care of his room. Sometimes I help him wash some changed clothes. This girl will almost do whatever she can to help him. How's the situation in the imperial capital recently? Sumyu opened her mouth while enjoying Sheo's massage with her eyes closed. Recently, the crime efficiency in the imperial capital has dropped significantly, and everything is developing in a good direction. Sheo told what she had learned in the guard these days. Because Sumyu, who is comparable to General Bude, is in the guard. Coupled with the powerful and vicious means of ransacking the homes of evil businessmen like oil merchant Jamal, some criminals in the imperial capital have restrained a lot. Hearing what Sheo said, Sumyu couldn't help but nodded. However, although it seems that the situation is moving in a good direction now, but Sumyu understands that as long as the source of corruption like Minister Hornist is not eliminated, this situation is only temporary. It won't be long before those who can't eat will be forced once again to commit crimes, to evil gangs will become active again. Everyone is saying that thanks to Mr. 290, the environment in the imperial capital has become so good. While giving Sumyu a massage, Sheo looked at the side face of the adult. Her dark eyes were full of admiration. By the way, what are your plans for the future? Suddenly, Sumyu opened her eyes and looked at Sheo. Plan. Sheo was a little confused for a moment. After all, now you can be regarded as holding important positions in the imperial capital guard, and you can be regarded as outstanding. What do you want to do in the future? Send some money back to the village first. Sheo spoke. And then, work hard. Besides work. Sumyu continued to ask. Besides work. Sheo was a little confused for a moment. Sheo is almost 18 years old, right? Sumyu couldn't help reminding her teasingly. Sheo blushed. I think Tatsumai seems to have a good impression of you, he said. In fact, Tatsumai has always had a good impression of Sheo. In the country, Iyaz and Tajmi were strong competitors. Hearing what Sumyu said, Sheo was afraid that Sumyu might be wrong, so she hurriedly said, Tajmi and I are just friends, there is nothing else. Sheo doesn't like Tajmi, and Sheo already has someone she likes. ACI, who? Sumyu asked knowingly. Sheo shyly squeezed her skirt. You are really a naughty lord, you only know how to read Sheo's jokes. Sumyu chuckled, looking at Sheo's flushed cheeks. She had a different kind of fun. To be honest, Sumyu still has a good impression of Sheo. This girl is very smart, and she is also considered capable, so she can be regarded as his good helper. The most important thing is to be very obedient. This is very important. I know it's because I saved you that you always want to repay me, but you don't have to put yourself in it. By the way, the dress Sheo is wearing today is very pretty. Sumyu's eyes fell on Sheo's body, and she said with a smile. The girl blushed involuntarily, and lowered her head unconsciously. And Sumyu herself is not a good gentleman, so beautiful and delicious, she will not be indifferent. The night was naturally extremely long. The next day, Sumyu woke up refreshed and looked at Sheo, who was still sleeping on the bed, with a slight smile on her lips. Get up. Go to the mansion of General Bud. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Bud's face full of anger. It seems that what annoyed the imperial general. What's the matter? Are you so angry? Sumyu is a little strange. Today I reported the criminal evidence of that old man Ernest to His Majesty the Emperor, but His Majesty did not believe it, and said that I was deceived by villains. I was really peed off. Hearing what Bud said, Sumyu was also speechless. How could the young emperor trust Minister Ernest with his dependence on Minister Ornest? The best way to deal with a treacherous minister like Ernest is to use force directly, and Bud just happens to hold the power of the imperial guards. Seeming to have guessed what Sumyu was thinking, Zaid also looked distressed. That crazy woman from Ezds is back. Originally, he planned to use force directly if he failed to remonstrate with the emperor, but Ezds returned early, which interrupted his thoughts. You know, Estes is not weaker than him, even stronger than his youngest and strongest imperial general. With her here, it is impossible for him to coerce Minister Ornest with force in the court. Esteth. Sumyu murmured. Indeed, as Bud said, if Estes came back, it would be impossible for General Bud to use force to directly eradicate Minister Ornest. You know, Esdith possesses the extremely terrifying Ice Teju, the appearance of the demon god, the essence of demons. Its powerful strength can even create ice and snow weather that covers a country, and its Mokubatama has a powerful ability to freeze the entire time and space. Even if he faced Estes, he didn't dare to say that he would be able to beat him. And with Esters around, it seems impossible to take action against Minister Ornest in a short time. I'll figure it out. Bud is also frowning tightly. Although he is also known as another strongest in the empire, Bud knows that his own strength is actually far behind Esdish. Let him really be unable to do anything with Ornest in a short time. 1. Sumyu nodded, and then shook his head again. There is no rush to deal with Ernest. Now, the more important thing is to stabilize the interior of the empire. Sumyu continued to speak. As far as I know, the Revolutionary Army has bribed many defenders of the city through continuous assassination, infiltration, bribery, and various means. Once they get their momentum, they can almost pass all the way to the imperial capital. Hearing this, Bude's eyes also showed a touch of solemnity. If Sumyu hadn't drawn his attention before, he would not have thought that the current revolutionary army has amassed such a large force. I have already started to do it, and some trusted officers are already on the way. Moreover, many officials of the Conscience faction have been invited by me, and they have started to cheer up again, and are willing to support us in reorganizing the empire. Bud spoke seriously. Although the conscientious officials of the empire have been suppressed by Minister Ernest, they have always existed, but because of the existence of Ernest, the environment has always been very bad. But now, the Imperial General Bude has stepped forward to provide force guarantee for these conscientious faction, and these conscientious faction officials who were already disheartened quickly gathered together. In order to increase my strength, I also invited the former Minister Jolie to enter the imperial capital. Bud spoke again. The former minister, Qiaoli, was a minister when the late emperor was still alive. He was a very capable minister. He once taught His Majesty the late Emperor. Ex-Minister Jolly. Sumyu murmured, if I remember correctly, in the anime, the former Minister Jolie was about to leave the mountain because he was dissatisfied with the decay of the empire. His daughter was also skinned by Niu, one of the 3 beast warriors, and this crime was also blamed on the Revolutionary Army's assassination organization night attack. Discussed the affairs of the empire with General Bude for a long time, and it was not over until evening, and rejected Bude's invitation to stay for dinner. Go slowly. Delivered to the door, Bude said with a smile. The longer he spent with Sumyu, the more he felt the profound knowledge of the young man in front of him, which made him admire him very much. You should be busy with your work too. Sumyu smiled, then turned, and left. Walking alone on the road of the imperial capital, I have to say that as the imperial capital of 1,000 years, this place is indeed very prosperous. The bustling crowd on the street and the constant cries of hawkers, all show the vitality of the imperial capital. Thinking of the war that will happen in the near future, under the bombardment of the Emperor's Supreme Taiga, the entire imperial capital was almost reduced to ruins. Then, they encountered the influx of the revolutionary army. For those who live in the imperial capital, how difficult is life? Ah, my lord. Suddenly, an excited voice came over, interrupting his thoughts. Sumyu couldn't help but look back. What I saw was a girl with a straightened body. The tight military uniform showed Linlin's graceful figure delicately, and her orange hair was tied into a single ponytail. At this moment, Zhang greeted him with a smile. Saleo ubiquitous. The girl who has a distorted justice in /red. It's Saleo. Sumyu smiled, and then couldn't help but glance at the puppy standing upright next to Seiryu. This one should be Saleo's Taiga. Warcraft change 100 arms Titan. Biological Taiga, who usually stays by the owner's side. It can be enlarged during battle, can be used to defend against attacks, and can be continuously regenerated without breaking the core. The secret skill is Berserk, which can greatly increase the ability, but after a few months, you will not be able to act. Sailu happily came to Sumyu's side. I didn't expect to meet you on the road, it's really a coincidence. It's a coincidence. Sumyu smiled, then looked at Seiryu suspiciously. You are? I'm taking Xiaokei on patrol. Xiaokei is the little dog next to Seiryu, also known as Taigu Warcraft Transformation 100 Arms Titan. Where are you going, my lord? I'm going back to the mansion. Sumyu looked at Seiryu with a smile, except for the twisted justice of the girl. This girl is actually quite cute. By the way, my lord, there is a new movie released in the cinema recently. Oh. Sumyu replied casually that he has no idea about movies. From the world of Demon Slayer to here, he is alone, and he has no interest in watching movies alone. I happen to have an extra movie ticket. Sileo shyly handed over one, praising him for finding a good reason to be close to adults for his cleverness. Since the death of her parents, Captain Oka, who she admired in her eyes, fell into crime again, and Sileo felt that her life suddenly became darker. Although he quickly cheered up and put in efforts to achieve justice and suppress evil on the way, but for Sileo, his heart is still very low, and the appearance of Sumyu really gave her an upward momentum. Although I don't know why, since my lord became the captain of the Imperial Capital's security force, the crime rate in the Imperial Capital has obviously begun to decline. Everyone is praising the adults. In Silio's eyes, the adult is really a perfect person, and he is also a dazzling adult who makes her a little sad. I've been so busy recently that I don't have time to watch movies. Sumyu shook his head. He was busy with the affairs of the Imperial Capital recently, but he didn't have time to watch any movies. After hearing this, Silio couldn't help but feel a sense of loss in his eyes. Seeing Sai Liu's disappointed look, Sumyu couldn't help but smile wryly. I didn't expect this girl to be interested in him. To be honest, at the beginning, I just used her as an object, a tool. After all, the other party's distorted mind really made him stay away. Of course, I have to say that Seiryu is indeed very beautiful and cute. But that's all. In Zhanqi, there are not many beautiful girls. The current situation in the Imperial Capital is not optimistic, and I cannot relax. Seeing Seiryu's lost look, Sumyu found a reason casually. The reason is obviously perfunctory, but Silio, who was originally lost, seemed to be full of life all of a sudden. I see, my lord. Seiryu clenched his fists. I will work hard to fight against evil, so that there will be no more crimes in the Imperial Capital. As long as there is no crime in the Imperial Capital, then, my lord will. All of a sudden, I felt my whole body was full of strength. Seeing Sileo, who suddenly became energetic at this moment, Sumyu couldn't help but shook his head. He couldn't understand this woman's brain circuit. Shaking his head, he walked towards the mansion on his own. Looking at Sumyu's back, Saryu only felt that this back was very stalwart. For the sake of the imperial capital, adults can't even take a break to watch movies. It really shines so brightly even in the dark, which is what Hanliu has to learn. 0 for flowers. It's all because of these hateful criminals in the imperial capital that the adults don't even have time to watch movies with Saryu/NDJ. Sai Lu clenched his fists and looked at Xiaoke standing beside him. Tonight, how about we patrol all night? Let evil not appear even in the dark. In this way, adults can relax more easily. The puppy with upright legs immediately nodded obediently. The girl immediately ran happily to the next patrol spot, and Xiaoke followed closely behind her master. The night gradually deepened. People who are active in the night are also appearing at this moment. Especially with give these wicked ones a disappearance in the dark. 000. After solving the assassination mission to obliterate Kibble, Hill, and Main are also on their way back. It's just a Kibble. Even if you are cautious, there should be a limit, right? Main, with pink hair tied into a ponytail, muttered dissatisfiedly to Hill next to her. The girl was holding a long-handled firearm, which obviously didn't match her petite figure. Being able to solve the target smoothly and return safely is more important than anything else. I don't know what's going on with Leonie. Hill didn't care about Main's muttering, or rather, she was already used to it. She was more worried about the situation on Leon's side, but with Leon's strength, it should be easy to solve it. However, we still have to leave as soon as possible. After all, killing Zibul has already caused a lot of commotion. I hope it will go smoothly, Hill said to himself, and while speaking, the girl touched the frame of the glasses with her hands habitually. As long as we pass the patrol area ahead, we'll be safe. Hill looked at a forest ahead. It's so late, with the laziness of the Imperial Guards, no one will patrol. Ma Yin muttered, but quickly followed Hill, and said, have you heard? Recently, the boss intends to meet with the 10 captains of the Imperial Capital's security. I heard that person also knows Qi Tong. I really want to see. But immediately, the expressions of the two of them changed. In front, a girl with orange hair and a single ponytail in Imperial Police uniform was holding her hands on her chest, staring at Hill and Ma Yin fiercely. Beside her, called, the cute puppy, at this moment, is also showing its sharp fangs. There are enemies. What's going on? I didn't feel her breath at all. Looking at Seru, who was standing opposite, Ma Yin unconsciously clenched the Taiguo Romantic Fort pumpkin cannon tightly. It seems to be quite different from those guards who fully exposed their breath. Hill also couldn't help but clenched the Taiguo All Things Are Broken erasing soul in his hand. Sileo took out a wanted list from his bosom, glanced at the wanted list, and then at Hill. Same as the description on the wanted list, with long purple hair hanging loose, purple pupils, lavender cheongsam dress, and purple-rimmed glasses. Sure enough, the appearance is consistent with the arrest warrant. Sil identified as Night Raid. Sileo looked at the arrest warrant, then glanced at Hill again to confirm. His eyes briefly left Hill and landed on Ma Yin next to him. Judging from the Imperial 183 tool held, it is concluded that the woman who is traveling with her is also a night attack. Thank you so much, sir. If it wasn't for your encouragement, I wouldn't have been on patrol tonight, and I wouldn't have encountered these heinous criminals. Today, I finally see you all. I'm Sileo Ubiquitous of the Imperial Capital Guard. In the name of absolute justice, evil is judged here. Serio was really happy. He must have caught 2 people from the Night Raid organization, because they would be very happy. Since your true identity has been exposed, you can only go with us, or die. Ma Yin also spoke in a cold voice. The rebels don't care about life and death, so let me execute them. My father died in the line of duty because he fought against such vicious rebels as you, and I will never forgive you. Sileo gritted his teeth. Xiaoke. Sileo shouted. Responding to the owner's words, the body of the puppy named Xiaoke immediately grew bigger, and in an instant, it was as tall as a 2- or 3-story building. It looks so vicious. And at this time, Ma Yin has already moved, almost without hesitation, raised her Taiguo Romantic Fort pumpkin cannon and pressed her fingers down. The gun sprayed out bullets like raindrops and shot towards Sileo. In this case, ordinary people cannot escape at all. But the enlarged Xiaoke lay directly in front of the owner, completely blocking the bullets fired by Ma Yin Daige. Moreover, with the strong recovery ability of the biological Taige, the parts injured by bullets were quickly repaired. Ma Yin's Taige not only failed to cause any harm to Xiaoke, but enraged the 100-armed Titan Dejima. Almost enduring the pain of bullets constantly shooting at his body, Xiaoke's avatar's 100-armed Titan jumped up in a few steps, and rushed towards Ma Yin in an instant. It is conceivable that with Ma Yin's petite body, if she is thrown down by a 100-armed Titan, she might be crushed into a meat paste by him in an instant. Seeing the 100-armed Titan pounced at him, Ma Yin's face was also slightly pale. She is a long-range shooter. Although she is not without melee combat ability, melee combat is her weakness after all. Not to mention facing such a terrifying biological Taige. Just at this time, Hill's figure appeared in front of Ma Yin, and the kingdom's Taige all things were cut off. A silver streak flashed directly. In the next instant, the 100-armed Titan's body was directly cut open. Her Taigu's two breakings of all things elimination of souls can cut off any matter. Even if the body of a 100-armed titan is hard, it can't resist his Taigu. She was directly cut in half by her Taigu's break all things eradicate soul. It's over. Hill lowered his head slightly, and he was very confident about this. The Taigu in his hand can cut everything in the world. Even if it is a biological Taigu, if it is cut in half, it should be destroyed. But immediately, Ma Yin's shout woke Hill up. She raised her head abruptly, but the 100-armed titan who had been cut in half by her Taigu's break all things eliminate soul healed as before, as if she hadn't been injured at all. I was a little stunned for a while. Seeing that the 100-armed titan, which had healed as before, was about to grab it with its giant claws, the sound of fierce cannon fire suddenly resounded. It was Maine who bombarded the 100-armed titan with the Taigu romantic fort pumpkin cannon. Intense artillery fire blocked the 100-armed titan's footsteps. It's recorded in the literature, Hill, to deal with the biological Taigu, if you don't break a certain core hidden in its body, it can continuously regenerate. If there is no heart, even Kaitong's Murasame cannot kick in. Ma Yin spoke to Hill angrily, almost causing an accident to her companion due to carelessness. It's really a troublesome opponent. Hill could not help but tighten his Taigu. At this moment, Seryu also said in a cold voice, Xiaokei, arm. In the next moment, an inexplicable change occurred in the arm of Taigu 100 Arms Titan, and hard rocks condensed around the arm zero. The next moment, the 100-armed titan rushed towards Moyin and Yexi like a whirlwind, waving his fists, and in an instant, the sky was almost filled with fists of its own people. Moyin, come behind me. Hill clenched the Taigu in his hand and spoke to Main next to him. And the next moment, fists that exploded like rain fell down. Hill held Taigu and resisted with difficulty. The 100-armed titan's fists kept falling. Although it failed to break through her Taigu's defense, the huge force of each punch was unbearable for Hill. In the distance, seeing all of this, Siliu couldn't help but let out a smile. He took out a whistle in his hand and blew it without hesitation. As a member of the Imperial Capital Guard, she is not alone in this Imperial capital. Ma Yin, who was behind Hill, heard Siliu's call for help, and her pretty face was a little gloomy. The attack was like a storm, and reinforcements were called. This is really a crisis. So, I'll take it. Ma Yin slightly closed her eyes, and the next moment, her pink pupils opened, and Taigu's romantic fortress pumpkin cannon was activated in her hands. A powerful shock wave rushed out of her Taigu. Her Taigu is a gun-shaped Taigu that converts spiritual energy into shock waves and shoots out, and its power will increase according to the degree of crisis encountered. The powerful shock wave directly hit the 100-armed titan. With just one blow, a big hole was blasted out of the 100-armed titan at 1.2. The firepower has increased. Seeing Xiaokei's injuries, Seryu looked slightly gloomy. As for Ma Yin, watching Xiaokei's injury heal at a terrifying speed, she couldn't help clenching her teeth. Damn it, it started to repair so soon. What a terrible vitality. Haha. Seeing this scene, Silio couldn't help but sneer. Don't underestimate the durability of Taigu. Just when Seryu was a little proud, a Xier wearing a Cheongsam rushed out of the billowing smoke holding a Taigu. Taigu is just a prop. As long as you kill the user, it will stop immediately. Almost in an instant, he got close to Seryu, and the Taigu in his hand break all things, eliminate soul slashed towards Seryu like a silver sword. It's over. Hill said in a cold voice, her Taigu, everything breaks erasing soul can cut apart any hard things. Seeing Hill's slashing sword, Sileu's pretty face turned pale. Just now, she saw the ability of the killer in front of her, and easily cut her own titan in half. With the armor on my body, I'm afraid it won't last long. Desperation spread in the bottom of my heart. But, immediately, there was a firmness in my heart. Justice must never yield to evil. Then, even if you risk your life, absolutely, absolutely, in the name of absolute justice, the evil will be judged here. She had just made up her mind to do her best, but the figure that suddenly appeared in front of her made her hope of dying together come to nothing. A boy appeared in front of his eyes. Is an adult. And the silver horse that the assassin cut out also fell on the adult at this moment. Grown-ups. Sileu couldn't help shouting worriedly. The person who appeared in front of Silu was none other than Sumyu. After Silu blew the signal for help, he came at a very fast speed. Seeing the scene of Sileu fighting with Hill and Main, he already had seen 02 of this battle in his mind. In the anime, the battle ends with Hill being killed, Seryu having his hands cut off, losing his ability to move, and Main being wounded and fleeing. The silver horse slashed at him. Sumyu raised her golden eyes, looked at the beheaded Taigu Wan Wuliang Gren Ziahun, and slowly stretched out her hand. My lord, be careful. Seeing that Sumyu actually tried to catch the killer's Taigu with his hands, Silu's expression changed drastically. As for the sharpness of this killer Taigu, she had already experienced it just now. The 100-armed titan transformed by her Taigu Xiaokei was cut in half by the opponent's Taigu. Although the strength of the adult is strong, it is impossible to catch the opponent's Taigu with the palm of your hand. Just like the painful emotion in Silu's eyes, Sumyu's arm was easily severed by the opponent's Taigu, and the scarlet-blooded palm fell to the ground. Seryu's pupils were bloodshot, and if it wasn't for the adults trying to protect him, he wouldn't have been injured. She has a deep understanding of the strength of adults. Silu was about to step forward to help, but Sumyu's toes were already on the ground, and the other arm wrapped around Silu's slender waist, and he jumped back. Hill also stopped in his tracks, looking at the young man who suddenly appeared and rescued Serio with his purple eyes. It can be felt that the young man in front of him is very strong. Serio looked at Sumyu's broken palm with some grief, and he was full of self-blame in his heart. If it wasn't for himself, how could the Lord get hurt? No problem. Sumyu said lightly, as a ghost, her body has a very strong healing ability. These are not considered injuries at all. Almost in an instant, his arm stretched out, and the broken palm flew back, blending with his palm again. Everything recovered as before, as if there was no injury at all. Silio stared blankly at this scene. Even her biological Taigo 100-armed titan might not have such strong resilience. While being shocked, infinite surprises emerged in my heart. As expected of an adult, the strength is really strong. Silio's heart is full of admiration at this moment. At the same time, a powerful motivation emerged in her heart, and she must closely follow in the footsteps of adults. So, she has to work harder. But at this moment Sumyu didn't care what Silio was thinking at this moment. His eyes fell on Hill and Mayin. Hill and Main are both members of the Night Raid organization, and they are very important members. When Sumyu looked at Hill and Main and Hill also looked at Sumyu. From just seeing Sumyu recovering from his injury in a short time, he could feel the strength of the human beings in front of him. If such people intercept them, they may be afraid that they will not be able to go back to the organization. But Hill still held Taigo's all things broken ecstasy firmly, and stood in front of Mayin as a protector. As far as Hill is concerned, she is always in a daze and can't do anything well. She has no friends since she was a child, and even if she had a friend, she lost it. Because he possessed the talent of a killer, he was valued by Night Attack and joined Night Attack. In Night Raid, she made many mistakes. When cooking, she burned the meat, and was coldly reprimanded by Chi Tong. Making a mess while cleaning up caused Brand trouble. Liane laughed at him for mixing up salt and sugar when he went shopping. When washing clothes, I accidentally washed Mayin himself. She can't do anything well, but the Night Raiders never disliked her and always helped her. She always wanted to do something, but couldn't do well. But today, there is one thing that she must do well, which is to protect Mayin and her friends, and never allow anyone to hurt her friends. She too can have a day of being needed. Mayin, you leave first. While staring at Sumyu vigilantly, Hill spoke to Mayin behind him. Sil, what nonsense are you talking about? I, Main, am not the one to leave my companions behind and run away. Mayin raised her pink double ponytails with some dissatisfaction, and at the same time, held her Taigo tightly. She's not in the habit of leaving her companions behind. Looking at Hill and Mayin who seemed extremely nervous, Sumyu couldn't help shrugging his shoulders slightly. Does he seem to be a very vicious person? He glanced around slightly, because the previous battle had attracted the attention of some people in the imperial capital, and some people had already rushed over here. You two, come with me. He looked at Hill and Main and said, don't even think about it. 360. Almost in unison, Hill and Main spoke at the same time. Then, it appears that force must be used. Sumyu spread her hands helplessly. Humph, you're so arrogant. You really think you're going to eat Main? Mayin held the Taigu in her hand, humming dissatisfiedly. Mayin is not a lamb to be slaughtered. Almost without hesitation, she set up her Taigu pumpkin and shot at Sumyu. The relentless artillery fire was pouring heavily on Sumyu. What a pungent loli. Sumyu murmured slightly, put her hand on her waist, and the sword on Fu's waist came out instantly. A flash of sword light flashed, and all the incoming bullets were emptied by his sword. So strong. Seeing this scene, both Main and Hill couldn't help opening their mouths. But at this moment, Sumyu moved, her toes touched the ground, and she came to Hill and Mayin's side almost instantly. Main, be careful. Hill's expression changed, and he hurriedly held the Taigu. All things are broken. Ecstasy to block Sumyu. However, right away, I felt a pain in my back, but Sumyu directly slashed the back of my head with her hand. As soon as his body softened, he collapsed to the ground, and Sumyu grabbed his waist. Hill. Mayin gritted her teeth, but before she lifted the Taigu pumpkin again, she found that her hand that was pressing on the Taigu pumpkin was held down. The girl's pink eyes couldn't help showing a hint of panic. The hand holding Taigu's pumpkin was held down by Sumyu's hand, and Mayin raised her head involuntarily, and what imprinted in her eyes was a pair of golden eyes. She couldn't help but panic in her heart, and just wanted to resist, but what the boy said made her hesitate. If you want your comrades to die, shoot them. Sumyu spoke very plainly, but Sumyu knew that Mayin and her Taigu romantic fort pumpkin cannon are very special. Not only because this gun-type Taigu does not need bullets, it only needs to be transformed with spiritual energy. What's more important is the ability of this Taigu. The more dangerous it is, the stronger the power of this Taigu. In the anime, Mayin put herself in a fatal situation, and used her Taigu romantic fortress pumpkin cannon to die with the Imperial General Bud. You know, in terms of real strength, Mayin is far behind General Bud, but she was able to die with General Bud, all thanks to Taigu's romantic fortress pumpkin cannon. Although he is not afraid of the opponent's Taigu, it would be quite a headache for him if he really let Mayin feel that he was in a dangerous situation and let his Taigu explode with infinite power. Therefore, he directly threatened Mayin with Mayin's companion Hill. Sure enough, after hearing Sumyu's threat, Mayin slightly let go of the hand that was about to press the trigger of the Emperor Pumpkin. As a killer, one shouldn't believe the words of the enemy. But killers are not ruthless, and they also have a lot of things to care about. For Ma Yin, she was originally a child from the western border of the empire. She was discriminated against since she was a minority because she was a child, and was discriminated against and joined the night raid. In night attack, I met many partners. Among them, the one who took care of himself the most was Hill. Although Hill always did wrong things, although she always bothered her, she seemed to be indifferent to Hill on the surface, but deep down, she had already treated Hill as a sister. Now, someone threatened her with Hill's life, so she naturally couldn't remain indifferent. But at the moment when Ma Yin hesitated slightly, Sumyu moved instantly, and exerted force on the hand holding Ma Yin. Huge force surged in, Ma Yin was in pain, and unconsciously let go of the hand holding Taigu's romantic fortress pumpkin cannon. As the Taigu fell off, Ma Yin's expression changed. As a sniper, although she is not without melee ability, but melee ability is her weakness after all, and losing Taigu's pumpkin, for Ma Yin, almost lost most of her combat ability. After snatching Taigu's romantic fort pumpkin cannon away, he looked at Ma Yin who had retreated far behind. Today, a sniper loses almost half of his combat power without a gun. Silius. He yelled very calmly. Silio, who had been watching the battle excitedly, heard the adult call her, and immediately straightened her chest with excitement. She had just been dazzled by the adult's manipulation. In her eyes, the adult's actions just now were so smooth, especially in the operation of dealing with criminals, it simply made her amazed. She thought she had no chance to make a move by herself, but unexpectedly, the adults called her. Catch her, capture her alive, and don't hurt her life. Sumyu spoke calmly. Although he was a little dissatisfied with the adult's inability to hurt the criminal's life, Sileo's obedience to orders is definitely very strong. This twisted heart, advocating twisted justice, has more or less psychological problems, but there is no doubt that this is a very obedient subordinate. She will complete your orders without compromise. Following his order, Sileo attacked Maine almost instantly. As a member of the Imperial Guard, as a person who advocated justice and worked hard since he was a child, Sileo's melee ability may not be as strong as Hill, who has a killer talent, but it is definitely better than Ma Yin, a shooting genius. After parrying a few moves, Ma Yin was restrained by Sileo's hands. Seeing Ma Yin, the arrogant loli with twin ponytails, struggling constantly after being controlled by Seiryu, he smiled slightly, nodded to Seiryu and said, "Good job." Hearing the adult's compliments, Seiryu felt as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. "What should we do now? My lord, do you want to kill them?" Sileo squinted her beautiful eyes, and unconsciously licked her teeth. Her Taigu Xiaoke was exhausted in the battle with these two criminals just now, already very hungry. If the adults handed over these two criminals to her, it would be great, so that Xiaoke could have a full meal. Hearing Sileo's words, Ma Yin lowered her head unconsciously, clenching her tiny fists tightly. As a killer, he already has the awareness of mission failure and is ready to die. But when this day comes, I still feel very unwilling in my heart. Because, there are still too many things to do. No, take them back to my mansion. Sumyu glanced at Silu, and said lightly. The Lord did not hand over the two criminals to her, which made Sileo very disappointed, but immediately, he was very excited, and brought the criminals to the Lord's mansion. Wouldn't it be possible to go to the Lord's house today? Go back to the mansion. Sheo looked at Hill who was pinched by Sumyu at the waist, and at Ma Yin who was controlled by Silu, feeling a little strange. My lord, this is? Sheo asked cautiously. After all, these two girls look very beautiful, and their adult is a man, so it is natural to think of bad things. Although, there is one more Sileo here. The two of them are the killers of night attack. Looking at Sheyu's eyes, he knew that Sheyu must have misunderstood, so he explained lightly. Night attack, Sheyu naturally knew. After all, she is now also a member of the Imperial Guard. It's just that I didn't expect such two beautiful girls to become the killers of night attack. Shut them both up. He gave instructions to Sheyu. It is good. Sheyu nodded. Since she was rescued by Sumyu, she became Sumyu's woman again. This girl listened to him very much. Seeing that Sheyu quickly imprisoned Xier and Ma Yin, Sileo raised his head and looked at Sumyu with some puzzlement. My lord, they are all sinners, why are they detained at home? Actually, Qian Zhao's, it's better to go to prison. In fact, Seiryu wanted to say that it would be best to kill these two criminals, and it would be even better if they could be fed to his own Xiaoke. It's just that, knowing that the adults don't seem to like the words that killed them, Sileo didn't say it. Sumyu glanced at the cute-looking puppy standing beside Seiryu with his legs upright, and then glanced at Seiryu again. I have my opinion, you have an opinion. Seiryu hurriedly lowered her head, facing the adult's eyes. She didn't feel a little guilty. When facing criminals, she is brave and fearless of life and death. When fighting, she seems to be crazy and treats the enemy extremely fiercely. But once she leaves the battle and no longer faces criminals, Sileo is just an ordinary beautiful girl. However, I still feel dissatisfied with the adults treating the two criminals so tenderly. In Sileo's view, all criminals, regardless of the severity of their crimes, should be sentenced to death. However, since the adults did this, there must be his reasons. As General Bude came out of the mountain and began to confront Minister Hornist, the conscientious officials who were already disappointed with the empire were overjoyed and spontaneously flocked to Bude to support the great general of the empire. Minister Hornist, who was the remote emperor, was extremely annoyed when faced with this situation. He never thought that General Bud, who had always been staid, would actually break his family's ancestral motto of generals must not interfere in politics. Faced with this, Minister Hornist naturally took countermeasures against it. First, he continued to slander the Emperor, but the Emperor trusted General Buddy very much, and ordinary slander could not help Buddy at all. The previous method of using the Emperor to deal with the enemy obviously failed this time. Slander can't directly solve the problem, so let's cut Bud's wings first. Especially recently, Bud has been building momentum to welcome the chopping of the former minister. The former minister, Chiaoli, is an old minister of the late Emperor, and his seniority is extremely high. Even if the Emperor faces Chiaoli immediately, he must treat him with courtesy. If Jolly was really ushered in the court, it would be unimaginable bad news for Jolly, who is engaged in internal affairs, to cooperate with Bud, the general. This is also the last thing Minister Hornist wants to see. Without any hesitation, Hornist immediately found the youngest general in the empire who was as famous as General Bud, and also his current ally, Estes. AI sides didn't hesitate at all, and almost without hesitation ordered his 3 beast warriors to move out. When Hornist and Bud were fighting openly and secretly in the court, Sumyu was not idle. First of all, he took advantage of his authority to take in the Imperial Guard, eliminated some of Hornist's people before, and arranged for Sheo, Iyaz, and Tajmi. As for Sileo, Mu stayed by his side directly. Sileo is a very useful subordinate, but at the same time, because of her twisted heart, this woman is destined to be a timed explosion. If she is used well, she is an extremely loyal dog. Well, will backfire on the master. Serio was also extremely excited about Sumyu being able to keep herself by her side, and worked extremely hard to express herself in front of adults. Sumyu was very calm about this, and his eyes fell more on the 2 female killers who were captured in the night attack. Main and Hill. The elite members of the Night Raid organization are all Taigu users. Although the number of assassination missions is not as high as that of Kaitong, the abilities of the 2 are still acceptable. Came to the cell where Main and Hill were imprisoned. At this moment, the feet of the 2 female killers were bound there, and as for their Taigu romantic fort pumpkin cannon and everything breaks. Ecstasy, they were directly confiscated by him. As he appeared in the line of sight of the 2 people, both Hill and Mayan cast vigilant eyes on him. As the killer of Night Attack, he already had the consciousness of being caught, but on the day he was really caught, he was still very unwilling. It's just that I didn't expect such a master to be hidden in the imperial capital. Nice to meet you, let me introduce myself first, my name is Sumyu. Sumyu didn't care about the vigilant eyes cast on her by Hill and Main, and introduced herself to Main and Hill enthusiastically. Hearing Sumyu's introduction, the eyes of Mayan and Hill also flickered slightly. Both of them are not stupid, and they can clearly see the intention of this solicitation called Sumyu. But wanting them to betray Night Attack, that's wishful thinking. Seeing that the 2 were silent, Sumyu was not in a hurry, but looked at the 2 with a smile and said, "Won't you tell me your names? Don't think about it." Almost at the same time, the glasses girl Hill and the tsundere little Lalima Yin spoke at the same time. Shrugging his shoulders slightly, Sumyu smiled, "Even if you don't tell me, I still know about you. One is Hill who uses Tegu's all things are broken. Ecstasy, and the other is romantic fort pumpkin cannon Main." Hearing Sumyu tell their information so clearly, Hill and Mayan's beautiful eyes couldn't help shrinking. They didn't think there was any problem with Sumyu telling Hill's information. Hill had been exposed long ago, and now her report card is full of streets and lanes of the imperial capital. But Mainko hasn't been exposed yet. So, for a long time, it was basically Leonie and Mayan who came to the imperial capital to collect information. But I didn't expect the person in front of me to know so much about Mayan's information. So, does this mean that every time Leo and Mayan come to the Emperor to collect ace reports, they fall into the eyes of others? In other words, all the actions of the night attack fell into the eyes of the person in front of him. What this means, Mayan and Hill are very clear. As a killer organization walking in the shadows, once exposed, it means. My heart sank all of a sudden. Suddenly, Hill seemed to remember something. Before carrying out the task, she heard Leonie talk about a person named Sumyu. He is the most popular person in the imperial capital recently. Before leaving for the mission, Leonie also specifically asked them to be careful about this person named Sumyu. And the person in front of him is also called Sumyu. Unexpectedly, they actually met each other. Are you interested in joining us? Sumyu also directly explained her intention of coming, and the solicitation was obvious. Impossible. Don't expect us to be in the company of you dark ghosts. They spoke almost at the same time, because they were deeply desperate for the darkness of the Empire today, so they joined the night raid, just to clear up these darkness. Sumyu was not surprised that the solicitation was rejected. If the killer of Night Attack would be so easy to solicit, he would suspect that there was a conspiracy in it. Kill us, don't expect to get anything from us. Mayan raised her head and spoke arrogantly. Even if she was a prisoner, this sharpshooter was very arrogant. Oh, kill you. Sumyu stared at Mayan, you are so beautiful, wouldn't it be a pity if we just killed you? He looked at Mayan, and said something unclear. Mayan's petite figure couldn't help but tremble. As a night attack killer, she naturally knew what kind of humiliation women like them would encounter if they were caught. If something is coming towards me, don't hurt Mayan. Hill next to him was in a hurry, and couldn't help puffing out his chest, and spoke anxiously. Sumyu couldn't help looking at Hill, the glasses girl. Compared with Mayan, the flat-chested little lowly, Hill, the long-legged glasses girl, seemed to have more taste. Don't, something is coming for me. Mayan also raised her head, opening her mouth because of the sound. Then who will come first? Sumyu giggled. I first. They spoke almost at the same time, and after they finished speaking, Hill and Mayan couldn't help but look at each other, and they both saw each other's emotions from each other's eyes, and some were deeply desperate. Now, what is waiting for them, as killers, they have already realized. The awareness of being captured. It's just that after waiting for a long time, Sumyu didn't make a move, which made Mayan and Hill not look at Sumyu. Seems wondering why Sumyu didn't do it. Regarding their appearance, both Hill and Main are still very confident. It can be seen that your relationship is very good. Sumyu looked at Mayan and Hill with a smile. Hill and Main didn't speak, but when they looked at each other, there was deep emotion mixed in. But, unfortunately, I'm not interested in you, Sumyu said lightly. This made Hill and Mayan stunned for a while, but unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. But, unfortunately, I'm not interested in you, Sumyu said lightly. This made Hill and Mayan stunned for a while, but unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. But, I don't know why, but there is an inexplicable unwillingness in my heart. What does it mean not to be interested in them? Are they that bad? He briefly talked to Main and Hill, but they were very wary of him, and couldn't get much useful information from them. In this regard, Sumyu was not surprised. As a killer, if he could get information from him so easily, then this killer is too unqualified. What's more, the two are still members of Night Raid. Although I didn't get much useful information from Mayan and Hill, holding these two people in my hands is enough to have a good talk with the boss Najazitten in the Night Raid organization. After all, both Hill and Main possess Taiga and are important members of the Night Raid organization. If possible, it is impossible for Najazitten to give up these two members. In this regard, he can make some demands. Not to mention the value of Hill and Main as Taigu envoys to the night attack, it is said that Main and Hill are attractive enough in themselves. Of course, it's not about the looks of the two, but their attraction to the other members of Night Raid. Whether it is Leonie, Lubbock, or Brand, it is impossible to give up their companions easily. Let alone the red pupil who puts the safety of his companions above his own. Go to the mansion of General Bude as usual. As usual, I received a warm welcome from Bude. Unlike usual, it turned out that the mansion of General Bude was nothing but soldiers. Now, there are many civil servants in the mansion of General Bude. This means that General Bude has really begun to intervene in the court. As the supreme commander of the Imperial Army deeply trusted by the Emperor, another strongest person, General Buddy, who commanded the palace guards, started to intervene in the court. Things started to ease up. No matter how much the Emperor trusted Ernest and was willing to follow Ernest's advice, the Emperor did not dare to make a decision lightly in the face of General Bud's opposition. Regardless of the military power held by General Bude, the seniority of General Bude is enough for the Emperor to treat him with courtesy. After all, General Bude was highly respected by the late Emperor when the late Emperor was still there. Therefore, as Bude intervened in the court, he immediately became a powerful force that could not be ignored. Especially as many officials of the Conscience faction in the imperial capital spontaneously moved closer to Bud's side, and the power was developing rapidly. Even if he could still command the Emperor remotely, Ernest felt terrified now. If Estes hadn't returned to the imperial capital, Ernest even felt that Zaid would directly and unreasonably liquidate him by force. If the former Minister Jolly returned to the imperial capital with the help of the former Minister Jolly, it would be terrible news for Ernest. Facing the better and better situation, Bude is naturally extremely happy, which can be seen from the smile on the face of this unsmiling general. While the form is getting better, you still have to be careful, Sumyu reminded. Bude nodded. Of course he knew this, especially Osnet and the crazy woman Estzbad as allies. He was extremely afraid of Estzbad. That is an extremely difficult person to provoke. By the way, the matter of welcoming the former Minister Jolly should not be taken lightly, Sumyu reminded. By the way, I have been prepared for this point, and I have sent a group of soldiers to escort it. Bude immediately opened his mouth. He was also worried that Ernest would do something to the former Minister Jolly, so he had already sent a team to escort him on the way. Obviously, Bude is also worried that Ernest will do something to the former Minister Jolly. But this is obviously not enough. The military is very strong in fighting on the frontal battlefield, but it is not so effective in preventing assassinations. It's just that the soldiers sent out may not be able to effectively protect Jolly, Sumyu said lightly. Bude couldn't help being slightly taken aback. Sumyu continued, I heard that since Estes returned to the imperial capital, the three beast warriors under her have disappeared. Hearing what Sumyu said, Bud's face was also very ugly. For Estes, the youngest and strongest general in the empire, Bude is extremely afraid. In other words, if it weren't for the existence of the opponent, he might directly use force to eradicate the root cause of disturbing the peace of the country. And the three beast warriors, as the trusted subordinates of SDC, have been fighting with SDC for many years, and they are an important combat force of Mr. SDC. Now, the three beast warriors disappeared after returning to the imperial capital with Estes. Therefore, if the three beast warriors were going to be unfavorable to the former Minister Jolly, the soldiers he sent might not be able to stop them. Although the soldiers he sent were elite enough, Bude didn't think these soldiers could stop the three beast warriors. Zero ask for flowers. I couldn't help feeling slightly worried. Although, as the general of the empire, he has mastered the military power of the imperial capital, but these years, Ornest has controlled the government, but it is not without gains, especially in terms of Taigu, compared to him. I don't know how much more. The three beast warriors are Esdith's trusted subordinates, and Estes is an ally of Minister Ornest. Almost each of the three beast warriors has a piece of Taigu. Come on. Bud spoke immediately. Soldiers came immediately. Bud walked to the map and asked the soldiers who came. Now, according to the plan, where should Jilly go? 0. The soldier responded immediately and indicated the location on the map. Immediately, send another batch of soldiers to escort. No, 2 batches. Bud opened his mouth with serious eyes. He was very afraid of the three beast warriors under Esdith's trust. In particular, Lua, one of the three beast warriors, was once a wise and brave general of the empire, who had made illustrious military exploits on the border. Before, he was framed and arrested for refusing to pay bribes, but was rescued by Estes, and has been loyal to Estes ever since. It can be said that he is a very powerful person. It is said that Brand, an important member of the night raid organization that is now wanted by the imperial capital, was once his subordinate. Need not. But Sumyu said at this time, the most important thing for General Bud now is to deal with Ornest, who is in peace with the government, and just leave this matter to me. It is good. Bud nodded. He was very confident in Sumyu's strength. If Sumyu came forward, then the safety of the former Minister Jolly would naturally be safe. When the former Minister Jolly welcomes back to the imperial capital, then he can attack Ernest. Bud slammed his fist on the table, and said solemnly, these days, he has been restrained and never liquidated Ernest by force, except for worrying about the Emperor's trust in Ernest and fear of Esther's. The most important reason is that after getting rid of Ornest, Zhang Jiping will come to a standstill immediately. In that way, the already precarious empire will fall into a greater crisis. After all, he is a general, not very good at government affairs. But the situation is different when the former Minister Jolly comes back. On the way to the imperial capital, a luxurious carriage was driving. Around the carriage, there were not only warriors with resolute faces, but also soldiers in uniform. Just looking at the lineup, one can tell that there are extremely important people in this carriage. And this carriage is none other than the former Minister Jolie, who is about to leave the mountain now, and his well-behaved daughter Bella, who is sitting beside him, but is holding a weapon. The car was driving slowly, and when passing by a village, Jolie lifted the curtain and looked at the devastated village, with a touch of anger on his wrinkled face. The situation in this village is even worse. Slightly sighed, along the way, passing by many villages, most of the villages are not in good condition. As the saying goes, there is a country where there are people, and the current situation of the empire. Jolie looked worried. Next to her, Bella, a blonde girl in a dress and holding a weapon, raised her head and looked at her father. Father, Lord 633 is worried about the people. I think it is very noble to return to the imperial capital, the lair of poisonous snakes. Because, now is not the time to fear for my life and live in seclusion, and I will fight Minister Ernest to the end. Jolie's eyes were solemn, and the devastation of people's livelihood that he saw along the way strengthened his confidence. When Bella heard her father say this, her delicate face also showed admiration, and she couldn't help tightening the spear weapon in her hand. I will protect my lord father. Jolie turned her head and looked at her daughter with a hint of doting in her eyes. Bella has grown into a good girl. However, if you are too brave, you will not be able to marry in the future. Jolie looked worried. Those things have nothing to do with now. Embarrassment could not help appearing on Bella's delicate face, and the slight blush also persisted for a long time. Seeing her daughter's shy look, Jolie couldn't help laughing, as if she saw something funny. But at this time, the carriage stopped suddenly. What happened? Jolie could not help but lift the curtain, and ask the guard standing beside him. A young man blocked the way. The guard next to him immediately explained the situation. Xiao Li's face sank slightly. This trip to the imperial capital will not stop for a moment. If the current empire cannot be changed for a moment, it is unknown how many people will be trapped in dire straits. Just when Jolie was about to let the guards drive him away, a soldier hurried over. On this trip to the imperial capital, he was not only guarded by his own bodyguards, but also soldiers sent by General Buddy to protect him. The soldier who ran over was the soldier sent by General Bud to protect him. Somewhat strange. My lord, in front is General Sumyu, entrusted by General Bud to protect Lord Jolly. The soldiers running over hurriedly opened their mouths, their eyes full of admiration. A few days ago, Sumyu competed with General Bud, and the news of victory had already spread throughout the guards. As the soldiers sent by General Bud to protect the former Minister Jolie, they naturally knew his name. Jolly hasn't been in the imperial capital these years, and he doesn't know what happened in the imperial capital these days. Although he feels disapproving of General Bud's cautious attitude, after all, he has dispatched a group of elite soldiers to protect him, and his safety can basically be guaranteed. Carefree. Even so. But since it was specially invited by General Bud, it can't be neglected. Hastily let him invite over. Soon, a young man came over. Looking at the young man who came over, Jolie frowned slightly. The man who came here seemed too young, and his body didn't seem too strong. Such a person is afraid that he can't even beat the guards around him. How can he protect himself? Bella also hid behind her father, watching Sumyu secretly, and could feel an indescribable aura about the young man in front of her. Hello, Junior Sumyu, under the entrustment of General Bud, we will protect the safety of Jolly and Bella along the way. Sumyu walked up to Jolly and spoke calmly. It's time to work. Jolly nodded, although he had some doubts about Sumyu's ability, but since he was sent by General Bud, he must have 2 talents. Jolly didn't despise Sumyu because he doubted Sumyu's ability. Actually, General Bud doesn't need to be so cautious at all. With me protecting my father, I will definitely be able to protect my father's safety. Bella muttered in dissatisfaction. Xiaoli next to him couldn't help smiling slightly, as if he was quite confident in his daughter. Sumyu couldn't help but set her eyes on Bella. This is a young boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. Different from ordinary girls, this girl has a bit more heroism. Coupled with the spear held in his hand, he looks quite heroic. If you remember correctly, the opponent was fighting with the 3 beast warriors, and almost never defeated him with a single move. In the end, he was directly skinned by Niu, one of the 3 beast warriors. Because he couldn't bear the pain of skinning, he bit his tongue and committed suicide. After clapping her hands, Sumyu looked at Bella very calmly. Your strength is still far behind. In my opinion, it's not worth mentioning. Then, why don't you come to a competition and let you see how powerful Miss Bella is? Bella leaned forward unconsciously, and looked at Sumyu with her beautiful blue eyes very dissatisfied. Bella was still quite annoyed to be looked down upon by this handsome-looking man in front of her. You've already lost, Sumyu said lightly. Bella was slightly taken aback, but for a moment, her body couldn't help but froze, because the figure of Sumyu appeared in front of him at some point, like a ghost, which made her almost defenseless. At this moment, the other party's hand was gently pinching her neck. As long as the opponent exerts a little force, he can easily crush his own neck. Feeling this scene, Bella couldn't help but sweat on her forehead, and at the same time, she felt powerless. This is something I have never owned since I was a child. She has practiced martial arts since she was a child. Among her peers, Bella has always been extremely good. Even her master is not her opponent now, which makes her always very proud and thinks that she is very good. But, after seeing Sumyu's strength, he realized that he was like a frog in a well. Put away your naive thoughts, the enemy you face is stronger than you think. Sumyu loosened her grip on Bella's 1.2 neck, opening her mouth very flatly. Bella couldn't help lowering her head slightly. Although she was a little unconvinced, the strength Sumyu showed just now was so convincing. But, girls don't seem to be such a loser. Bella raised her head, looked at Sumyu seriously, and clenched her fists unconsciously. One day, I will surpass you. Slightly stunned, looking at this heroic girl, she couldn't help shaking her head. Consciously being looked down upon by others, Bella was also quite angry, puffing up her cheeks unconsciously. Don't underestimate Bella. At this moment, Sumyu ignored Bella, who was a little bit ashamed and angry, but turned her head and looked into the distance. Indistinctly, 3 figures are walking slowly. If the guess is right, it should be following Ezd's subordinates, fighting with the Ezd's army for many years. It is an important combat force of the Ezd's army. 3 beast warriors. As Sumyu's eyes fell on the 3 figures walking slowly in the distance, Jolly and Bella couldn't help but follow Sumyu's gaze and saw the 3 beast warriors walking slowly. They are. Jolly couldn't help looking at Sumyu. The 3 arrived almost before Sumyu arrived. Maybe they were Sumyu's companions. The one who came to take Lord Jolly's head. Sumyu spoke very calmly. Jolly narrowed his eyes unconsciously, daring to go back to the imperial capital to confront Minister Ernest at this time. The former Italy itself does not lack courage. That's a pity. Not only are there elite guards by my side, but also powerful soldiers sent by General Bud. It's just wishful thinking for these 3 people to want to take the old man's life. Sumyu turned her head and looked at the blindly confident Jolly, and couldn't help shaking her head slightly. There are some things that cannot be determined by quantity. Order to go on. All guards and soldiers stay on guard. Sumyu spoke directly. The soldiers sent by General Bud obeyed immediately, while the guards belonging to the former minister Jolly looked at Zhou unconsciously. Although Jolly was a little skeptical about Sumyu's words, he immediately said, just act according to General Sumyu's words. The guards also acted quickly. Seeing all this, Sumyu turned her head slightly. This former minister, Xiaoli, was rather smart. If he was really pedantic and refused to listen to advice, then he would really doubt this person's ability. The 3 beast warriors who walked over slowly watched the changes in the convoy ahead, and stopped unconsciously. As Ezd's subordinates, they have fought with General Estes for many years. Almost all the 3 beast warriors have experienced many battles and are strong in themselves. It seems that they have found us. Niu, one of the 3 beast warriors, opened his mouth and rubbed his face unconsciously. I heard that the former minister, Xiaoli, has a very beautiful daughter. I don't know if it would be a big deal to peel her delicate face off her body. What kind of feeling? While talking, Niu couldn't help showing a look of intoxication on his face. Niu never thought about whether this mission would fail. Although it is possible that General Bud has sent elite soldiers for protection. But these soldiers are not worth mentioning in front of them Tego envoys. What's more, they are the subordinates of Estes. Everyone be careful, I always feel that something is wrong. Liwa, the leader of the 3 beast warriors, looked at the convoy in front of him, a little restless, and vaguely felt an extremely powerful aura dormant in the convoy. Master Liwa is really too careful. Data's on the side unconsciously waved his taiga, 2 large axes bell whacker. It would be even better if there are really strong people in the team, just by fighting with them to increase experience points. Seeing the nonchalant expressions of Niu and Data's, Luo also wondered if he was a little paranoid. After all, they were secretly sent out by Master Esdith, and no one should know their actions. Just relying on Minister Jolly's own bodyguards and soldiers sent by General Bud, these are not their opponents. Are you worrying too much about yourself? But, until a young man slowly walked out of the convoy. Looks like just a normal young man. But once the pupils look at each other, Luo felt a sense of fright, and an extremely dangerous feeling was conveyed in his heart. This feeling is not much better than facing Master Esd's. Looking at the young man who came out, Luo unconsciously rubbed the ring on his finger with his hand. This ring is his Taigu Water Dragon Relay, which was bestowed upon him by Lord Esd's, and the more he fights in places with high water content, the greater its power will be. As Sumyu walked out of the convoy, Data's eyes lit up, holding Taigu, 2 big axes bell whacker. I didn't expect that there is still a master. It seems that this trip will definitely be able to gain a lot of experience points. Data spoke excitedly. For him, the stronger he fights, the faster his strength will improve. Excitedly holding Taigu, he was about to step forward, but Master Luo stopped him. Datas looked at Luo with some puzzlement. Seeing Luo's serious eyes, Datas felt a little strange, although he felt that the young man in front of him was a strong man. But, don't worry about it so much. This person is very strong. Luo rubbed the ring on his finger with a dignified expression. Datas was slightly taken aback. Before he could say anything, Luo had already ordered Niu next to him, play music. Although Niu Sama Luo was a little too cautious, but without the slightest hesitation, he immediately picked up the Taigo military music dream in his hand and began to play the music. His Taigo military music dream is a flute-type Taigo, which resonates with the listener's emotions by playing music. Negative influence. Not only can it lower the morale of the enemy, but in severe cases, it can even affect the enemy's mood, causing the enemy to commit suicide involuntarily. As Niu started to play the music, the soldiers and guards who were in charge of protecting the former Minister Jolly began to be affected at this moment, and their originally resolute eyes began to dim, otherwise the soldiers would involuntarily drop their weapons against them. At this moment, Sumyu, who was slowly walking out of the convoy, also heard the music played by Niu. This piece of music seemed to have a very special magic power, which made him feel bad unconsciously. It made him feel that this world seemed so dark and boring, that existence in this world was worthless, and it was better to die. The very sad emotions continued to spread in the bottom of my heart, making Sumyu frown slightly. It seems that this person has already been influenced by Niu Tega. Datas looked at Sumyu, and couldn't help but said, Master Luo, you are really paranoid. This person, we are not so vigilant. While talking, Datas has picked up his Taiga, 2 large axes bell whacker. Almost without hesitation, the huge axe swung, cut through the air, and slashed towards Sumyu. His Taiga 2 large axes bell whacker, the Taiga of the axe, only those with extraordinary arm strength can wield it, but the corresponding attack power is also extremely strong, and the 2 axes can be separated from the middle and thrown, as long as they are still powerful to track enemies. I thought it would allow me to meet a slightly stronger opponent, but now it seems that it is just that. Datas sighed slightly. While Datas was waiting for the giant axe to split the opponent's head, the young man who seemed to be caught in the music of Niu and couldn't wake up suddenly raised his head. The golden eyes looked at the Taiga who was hacking, 2 big axes bell whacker. Hands lightly pressed on the waist. A sword flashed across. There was a clanging sound of gold and iron in the air, and then the giant axe he slashed was slashed back by the opponent's sword. The palm stretched out and took back the Taiga, 2 large axes bell whacker. Lilia Hao, Datas only felt a gravity coming from the Taiga, which made Datas feel that his arms could not help Shen. At this moment, Datas' eyes couldn't help sinking. Datas knew how powerful the Taiga bell whacker he was wielding. Not only did the opponent block the main force, but he also slashed back with his Taiju sword. He just caught Taiga, and he felt a great force coming from Taiga, which made him feel like his arms were about to go limp. This man's arm strength is simply inhuman. Datas spoke in a low voice, his eyes serious. The music played still lingers in his ears, and the special magic contained in the music still affects him. Let his mood begin to become depressed. Is this the power of Taiga? Feeling the changes in her own emotions, Sumyu murmured slightly. Even if he was like him, he was also affected by Taiga's military music dream scream. I hate the music you play, it's really bad. He raised his head, his golden pupils stared at Niying who was still playing the flute. Stared at by Sumyu's golden pupils, Niu's heart tightened unconsciously, and before she could use any method, a ghostly figure rushed towards her. Niu's face turned pale. Water block bomb. A deep voice sounded at this time, but it was Luo who directly urged the Taiga water dragon possession Black Marlin in his hand. All of a sudden, Xia 37 Tian's water bombs rushed towards Sumyu at an extremely high speed. Humph. Sumyu, who was on the move, raised his head and watched the oncoming water bomb. His hand was only lightly pressed against the hilt of the sword. The next moment, a flash of sword light slashed across, and all the water blocks that hit the sky were blown away. Luo's eyes couldn't help concentrating, and at this moment, Sumyu's figure appeared in front of Niu like a ghost after breaking through the shrapnel of the water block. Hateful. Niu opened her mouth annoyed, and tightly clenched her taigo with both hands. Military music dream scream. Ghosts are calling. A deep voice came out, and the next moment, Niu, who was originally very delicate, suddenly became bigger, with muscles all over her body, and she looked like a titan, very intimidating. Almost without hesitation, he punched Sumyu. He wanted to smash the opponent into meat paste with one punch. However, before the fist hit the opponent, a sword light shone in front of his eyes, and then, Niu felt a pain in his arm. Crack. A crisp sound sounded, and his arm was cut off directly. The pain from the severed arm caused Niu to let out a scream of pain. Datas next to him saw that his companion was injured, and immediately raised his taiga. Two big axes Bellwhacker struck towards Sumyu. Looking up, looking at the big axe coming, Sumyu gently wiped the sword in his hand, and blocked Data's axe. As soon as the axe was blocked, Datas was about to lift the axe and strike again, but suddenly found that a huge force came from the axe, and he couldn't even lift the axe. Datas was startled, and couldn't help looking at the axe, but at some point, the blade of his axe was caught by Sumyu's two fingers. Datas wanted to retract the axe vigorously, but no matter how hard he tried, he did not move the axe a little. Looking at the red-faced Datas, the corners of Sumyu's mouth were playful. It is true that Datas has strong arms, but he is already inhuman, and he is not comparable to Datas. Hateful. Datas was very annoyed at being unable to take back the axe for so long, but deep down in his heart, there was a sense of fear. Although Hua Wang fights with the strong, because he fights with the stronger, his strength improves very quickly. But the strength of the young man in front of him is obviously beyond his reach. Choke. A sharp sword light flashed, but it was Sumyu who struck out the sword again. Along with the sword light falling was a bloodstained head. Datas. Liwa and Niu couldn't help shouting in grief, but Datas was unable to reply to them anymore. Because it has entered hell. And at this moment, Sumyu raised her golden eyes, and she looked at Liwa and Niu with her golden eyes. Next, it's your turn. It was very calm, but at this moment, it seemed like an order from the god of death. Next, it's your turn. Sumyu spoke very plainly, but an extremely powerful killing intent had firmly locked Liwa and Niu on. Looking at Datas, who had turned into a headless corpse, Liwa's face was extremely ugly. Although Datas is not as strong as him, he is not too weak either. But even so, it is almost not the opponent's one-stroke enemy. The strength of the young man in front of him is simply unimaginable, and I am afraid that only the master Ests can be against it. Why, there will be such a powerful master here. Withdraw. Without any hesitation, Liwa immediately opened his mouth to Niu who was next to him. They can feel the strength of the person in front of them. With this person, it is impossible for them to complete the task. Now, the most important thing is to be able to go back and report the information to Master Asta. Seeing Master Liwa who ran away directly, Niu was also slightly taken aback, obviously did not expect that Liwa would directly give the order to retreat. Although the young man in front of him seems to be very strong, but in Niu's view, Master Liwa has the Taigo Water Dragon Possession Black Marlin bestowed by his master. Ability to freely manipulate liquids in anything it touches. It can be said to be a very powerful existence. Isn't it too late to run now? Sumyu gently rubbed the hilt of the sword in his hand. Next moment. Blade unsheathed. Breath of the sun one-shaped walled dance. An arc-shaped slash entwined with flame slashed towards Liwa who was fleeing in the distance. Liwa, who was running away, felt the sharp sword intent from behind, and almost without hesitation urged the Taigo wearing the middle ring on his finger, Water Dragon Possession Black Marin. A water dragon formed by the condensation of water vapor appeared, and greeted Somyu's new flame slash. Water and fire touch in the air. In just a moment, the water dragon let out a wail, and dissipated into mist all over the sky, and the arc-shaped slash entwined with flames was only slightly dimmed, but it still slashed at Liwa at an unparalleled speed. Past. Crack. A crisp sound came out, a head was thrown flying, and the fleeing figure stopped instantly. Seeing Master Liwa being killed so simply, Niu couldn't help showing disbelief and fear on his face. You know, Liva is the strongest of the three of them. But just that simplicity was killed. There is almost no resistance. Seeing this scene, Niu's heart was already haunted by fear, and she no longer had any thoughts of entanglement with Sumyu, and fled away into the distance. 0 for flowers. Only. Superior. Niu was in despair. The boy's figure had appeared not far in front of him like a ghost at some point. Unconsciously, he squeezed his taiga tightly, military music dream, screaming. Only this cold flute taiga can give him a little bit of warmth and safety. Sumyu calmly looked at Niu, this handsome young man. I'm under Esdish, you can't touch me. Niu roared loudly. Sumyu's face was calm, but he just walked forward very flatly. Niu's warning about Estes was of no use to him. I heard that you like collecting human faces very much, and you like the hobby of peeling off people's skins and collecting them. Sumyu looked at each other. Today, I also want to try peeling your skin. He spoke in a very calm tone. Although they were just simple words, they sounded like the sound of hell to Niu's ears. Although he likes to skin off his enemies, it doesn't mean that he wants such things to happen to him. Thinking of the pain of peeling, Niu's body couldn't help but shudder. He didn't want to bear that kind of pain at all. Sumyu didn't skin Niu in the end, although he felt that Niu who liked skinning should have to endure such pain and die. But he still didn't have this to do. He is different from Niu, a delicate young man, he has no hobby of torturing losers. After the 3 beast warriors were dealt with, the familiar but mechanically emotionless voice sounded in my ears again. Sumyu has long been used to this. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill a Tegu envoy, get a reward, and holy music. May 17 Ding, congratulations to the host, beheaded a Taigu envoy, and received a system reward, ghosts are recruited. Ding, congratulations to the host, kill a Taigu envoy, and get a system reward, attack lock. The sound of the system rang in my ears, and the rewarding abilities were mostly related to the abilities displayed by Tegashi. Although these abilities don't have much effect on him today, they can only be regarded as a slight improvement in abilities, but 1 or 2 more abilities, the mood is still very happy. After solving the 3 beast warriors, most of the mission of this trip has been completed, although Esdith should not send someone to assassinate the former minister Jolly. But he hesitated for a while, and for the sake of prudence, he decided to go to the imperial capital with Jolly. Although following the convoy would make his return to the imperial capital much slower, he still has plenty of time now. Don't worry too much about these times. After clapping their hands, Sumyu returned to the team. As soon as he walked to the convoy, Sumyu found that the former minister Jolie and his daughter Bella were looking at him with extremely shocked eyes. What's wrong? Sumyu shrugged his shoulders slightly, wondering why Jolly and Bella looked at him with such eyes. If the guess is correct, the 3 people just now should be the 3 beast warriors, right? Jolly asked hesitantly. Okay. Sumyu nodded. The 3 people who had just beheaded were indeed the 3 beasts Lua, Datas, and Niu. After receiving the confirmation from Sumyu, Jolly couldn't help but gasped. As for the name of the 3 beast warriors, Jolly had heard of it, and he was with Esdth, and he was an extremely trusted subordinate of Esdth's. When following Esdith, these 3 beast warriors made great military exploits. Each of them is a Tegu envoy, and their strength is extremely strong. But just now, Sumyu beheaded the 3 Taigu envoys so simply. It's unimaginable. And the other party is so young now, how will he grow up in the future? Bella next to her is also looking at Sumyu with admiration. Although Sumyu was able to subdue her easily before and let her know that Sumyu is stronger than her, she doesn't know much about how strong Sumyu is. Concept. Although Sumyu didn't seem to show any powerful moves when he fought against the 3 beast warriors just now, but someone as powerful as the 3 beast warriors was defeated by Sumyu's sword, which is enough to show the strength of the opponent. Master Sumyu. Bella couldn't help but speak. Sumyu raised her head slightly and looked at this somewhat heroic girl. Can I study with adults? Bella asked cautiously. Sumyu was slightly taken aback, but she didn't expect the other party to make such a request. But for the current him, he doesn't have much interest in spending time teaching others. Terribly sorry. He flatly refused. When Bella heard this, her beautiful blue eyes couldn't help but feel slightly sad. Jolly next to him heard this, and couldn't help feeling a little pity. I can feel the strength of the young man in front of me. If my daughter can learn from him, even if she can't learn all the skills, but only 10.02%, it will be extremely useful. What's more, the other party is so young, he should not be married yet, and his daughter is still young, if he gets a long day and night. He has been bothering about his daughter Bella's marriage. After all, although my daughter is beautiful, she has always had a high spirit. In addition to practicing martial arts all the year round, ordinary men really look down on her. It's not easy to meet a boy of the right age who impresses his daughter Bella, and this boy is so good, if he can become his daughter. The convoy was driving and stopped in a village when it was dark. Sumyu lifted the curtain. This is a not too big village, surrounded by special earthen walls. On the earthen walls, there are several strong young men with bows and arrows on their backs, patrolling back and forth. When their convoy came over, they could clearly feel the vigilance in the eyes of these people. After all, today's empire has long been decayed. Not only are there foreign invasions from the outside, but there are often rebels raising flags inside. 02 Although Jolly's team doesn't look like thieves. In particular, there are regular soldier guards, who don't seem to be robbers. But in today's empire, sometimes officials are not as good as bandits. It seems that we are not very popular. Seeing the vigilance shown by the villagers, Sumyu couldn't help but put down the curtain of the car. Jolly also sighed slightly. I don't blame them. After all, in this world, and we are so heavily armed, we should be worried. However, if you explain the situation to them, it should be fine. Jolly spoke suddenly. As a former minister, Jolly, he also participated in the governance when the late emperor was still alive, and he is still very famous among the people. The people in the village were obviously very worried about the convoy staying outside the village. After a while, a pale old man walked out of the village with a walking stick. Jolly also walked down from the convoy at this time. May I ask why your team is staying here? The old man looked at Jolly who came down from the carriage, and asked cautiously. After all, in today's world, a fully armed convoy like Jolly is really worrying. If these people want to harm the village, it will be a disaster for the village. Jolly naturally saw that the old man didn't seem to welcome them, but it was already dark and it was not suitable to continue on the road, so he needed to rest here. It's getting dark today and it's not suitable for traveling, so I want to stay in Gaikan for a while. Jolly couldn't help but speak. Hearing this, the old man could not help but frown. The village does not welcome outsiders. More precisely, no outsiders are welcome. After all, the current situation in the empire is turbulent, and no one knows whether the outsiders who suddenly broke into the village will bring unimaginable disasters to the village. Before, some villages were destroyed because they hid some revolutionary troops. Therefore, the old man was silent for a while. Although he didn't speak, the meaning was already obvious. Old man Xiaoli, this time he is returning to the imperial capital, preparing to clean up the government. There was no other way, Xiaoli could only say his name. Hearing Jolly explaining his identity, the old man's eyes could not help but brighten. When the late emperor was alive, the empire was not like it is now. Among them, Minister Jolly has done a lot of good things for the people. These, old people like him have heard. Are you really, Master Jolly? The old man couldn't help but speak again. Yes. Jolly nodded. Since 227 is Lord Jolly, I invite you to rest in the village with the team. The old man was a little excited. It would be really great if Minister Jolly returned to the capital and could really clean up the government and change the environment of the empire. Inside the car, Sumyu saw that the old man immediately changed his attitude after hearing Jolly's name, and couldn't help but nodded slightly. It seems that Minister Jolly is very famous among the people. Of course. When the late emperor was alive, my father presided over many policies that benefited the people. Of course he was famous. Bella next to her couldn't help but raise her head proudly. But immediately, he seemed to think of something again, and he couldn't help but lower his head. It's just a pity that these policies have been abolished since Minister Ornest took control of the government. I was warmly invited into the village by the people in the village and received very warm hospitality. Although the treat food looks so insignificant, but the kindness shown by the villagers is incomparably precious. A not too big room is where the village arranged for him to rest today. Although the room is very simple, this is already a room in the village. Open the window and look at the village that seems to be in decline. The empire is precarious, and you can get a glimpse of it through the small village in front of you. It really corresponds to the saying, prosperity, the people suffer, and death, the people suffer. Your Excellency seems to be worried. Bella tilted her head, looked at Sumyu standing in front of the window, and couldn't help asking. It's just lamenting the current situation. Sumyu shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. Actually, you don't have to worry at all, my lord. When my father arrives in the imperial capital, he will definitely be able to clear up the government and restore the empire to light again. Bella clenched her fists and spoke confidently. Although the immediate environment of the empire is very bad, the empire still has a future. This is something that Bella firmly believes in. Sumyu nodded and said with a gentle smile, yes. Bella seemed very happy to get the approval of the adults, and wanted to talk to the adults about her views on the current situation, but found that the adults had already opened the window and went to the courtyard. My lord, it's so late, don't you want to sleep? Bella asked a little strangely. No sleepiness, Sumyu said with a smile. After all, he is a ghost himself. Although he has overcome the defect of not being afraid of the sun, he also has no discomfort in the sun. However, ghosts are more active at night than during the day, and after coming to this world for so many days, he has met many Tegu envoys and fought with General Bude, which gave him a deeper understanding of himself. He had a faint feeling that he might have realized something. Thinking like this, he also came to the courtyard. The slight wind blows, feeling the surrounding environment, and the connection with the sword hanging at the waist is getting closer. In the world of Ghost Slayer, he has surpassed Ji Kuyuan, making more than 1,800 effective slashes per second. Up to now, he has been able to make 3,000 effective slashes in 1 second. Although this is already very powerful, but there are still some deficiencies, although it is difficult for an average individual to withstand 3,000 effective slashes in a second. But not for nothing. For example, when fighting with General Bude, his slash was once defended by his Taigu. This means that although I can cut many swords in 1 second, the power of each sword is still lacking. He once tried to fuse the 3,000 effective slashes in 1 second into one slash, and he did, but the fusion was not harmonious, and his own power could not be fully displayed. Thinking like this, he couldn't help but lightly press the hilt of the sword. Feel the rhythm of the sword. Hearing the breath of the sword. For a moment, it seems to be enlightened. Before that, he intentionally integrated the effective slash of 3,000 Dao, Wang Lihao, into one slash, but the process of integration consumed a lot. And now, what he wants to do is to make these consumptions zero. It is necessary to integrate 3,000 effective slashes into one blow to exert the power of 3,000 effective slashes combined into one. Even privately, it is stronger than the power of 3,000 effective slashes combined into one slash, and want to zero consumption. It's not impossible to do either. He suddenly looked forward to the day when he could do it. A sleepless night. Sumyu stood quietly in the courtyard alone, quietly feeling the breath from the sword. With the warm sunlight falling on her body, Sumyu slightly opened her eyes. Before I knew it, 1 night had passed. But I didn't feel the passage of time at all. After a night of comprehension, he had gained something faintly, but he always felt that he was a little bit short, and he never made that critical step. This made him feel very sorry. At his current level, every step forward is very difficult. It is no longer like before, where he can improve by working hard. Perhaps, only by fighting with the stronger can we go further. 113 I don't know when he will be able to truly break through the limits of this world, break through the ceiling of this world. He is looking forward to that day. The window was slowly opened, and Bella looked at the boy standing in the yard with dazed eyes. She didn't sleep peacefully until late yesterday. At that time, the other party was still in the yard. She didn't expect that when she got up so early, the other party was still here. No wonder the opponent is so strong. This effort alone is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Don't the other party need to rest? Bella grumbled. It's okay to work out, though, but people always have limits. Although excessive exercise can temporarily improve strength, it is very harmful to the body. Of course, Bella doesn't know that Sumyu is already inhuman, and it is wrong for Bella to judge him from a human point of view. You are already so good, why do you still work so hard? How can people catch up with you? Bella didn't know when she walked in front of Sumyu, facing her, and said half-jokingly. Sumyu raised his head and looked at Bella. His eyes lingered for a while on the other's delicate and pretty face, then he lowered his head and stroked the blade gently with his hands. It's not enough. Listening to the other party's muttering, Bella raised her eyebrows unconsciously. You are so strong, but you still say it is not enough. Uncle, you are so humble. Sumyu raised his head and looked at Bella with extremely cold eyes. Yesterday, if I hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid you and your father would have been killed by the 3 beast warriors. Not enough is no longer enough. But didn't you show up in time? Bella said indifferently. Besides, there are so many ifs in the world. Sumyu shrugged helplessly. What a naive language. Then teach me. Bella will grow up with the guidance of an adult. Bella's eyes are shining. This is her real purpose. Sumyu smiled, ignored the other party, but looked into the distance. Her golden pupils flickered coldly. Bella also noticed Sumyu's abnormality, and asked a little strangely, what's wrong? The enemy is coming. Sumyu put her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist, and spoke very calmly. An assassin again. Bella murmured, but then smiled indifferently. With such a powerful master as your lord, no matter how many assassins there are, you may not be your opponent. Sumyu stared at the dust flying in the distance, and shook her head. This time it's not an assassin, but a regular army. Bella froze for a moment, followed Sumyu's gaze to look into the distance. In the distance, the dust was flying, and there was the faint sound of galloping horses. Why would there be an army approaching here? Bella was a little puzzled. Is it sent by General Bud? Do not. Sumyu shook his head. It seems that it is to prevent your father from entering the imperial capital. The smoke and dust in the distance quickly attracted the attention of the village. A villager walked up to the fence and looked at the flying sand in the distance. All of them could not help but show vigilance. Jolie came here as soon as he got the news. General Sumyu, what happened? It should be the army of the empire. Sumyu responded flatly. Although the current empire has long since decayed, it is a millennium-old empire after all, and its foundation is still extremely profound. Not to mention the army controlled by General Estz and Bud, as well as the local armed forces. At the same time, it is spread all over the empire. There are also various armed forces. Army of the empire. Jolie's eyes were darkened slightly, and when a guard handed over the binoculars, Jolie saw the flags raised by the troops clearly, and his expression turned slightly ugly. It's the burning of the troops. Burning troops. Hearing Jolie's words, Sumyu murmured slightly, and immediately remembered that in the anime, when Esdith formed the hunter team, one of the main members, Porus, was originally a member of the burn troops. And the number of people is probably no less than 5,000. Jolly gritted his teeth. Although he returned to the imperial capital this time, he not only had his own bodyguards, but also soldiers sent by General Bud to protect him, but the total number of them was only 300. But the opponent has 5,000 regular troops. Some trouble. Jolly couldn't help looking at Sumyu. Sumyu also saw the situation of distant troops through the ability of five-sided omnipotent farsightedness. It can be felt that this is an extremely elite unit. It is the real elite of the empire. Although it may not be as good as the Guards Corps of General Bud, it is definitely one of the best legions in the empire today. In the village, the civilians belonging to the village also came out. Looking at the army that was approaching in the distance, Shendu couldn't help showing fear. Seeing the approaching imperial army, Sumyu unconsciously put his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Let's leave first. Jolly gritted his teeth, a grief-stricken opening on his face. In today's situation, a trade-off must be made. The lineup of the 5,000 Legion, based on the situation of their team, is simply irresistible. Although Sumyu's strength is very strong, it does not mean that he is invincible. One person cannot stop the opponent. Escape. Sumyu murmured. It's an impossible choice. Xiao Li's eyes were slightly gloomy. Facing the 5,000 Imperial army and the mere 300 guards, it was impossible to resist them. If they stayed, they would all be ruined. If we escape, what will happen to the village? Sumyu asked softly. Jolly was silent. Although Jolie didn't speak, it was enough to explain everything. As the burning army of the empire, its prestige was impressive, and the most famous thing was that no grass grew anywhere the burning army passed. 0. Ask for flowers. An old man walked over slowly. It was the old man who left the village before and finally agreed to Huanli and others to enter the village. Walking with difficult steps, the corner of the old man's mouth was slightly bitter, and he looked at Xiaoli and the others with slight complaints. After all, without the intrusion of Jolly and others, they might not have been involved. 0. But at this time, it's too late to say anything. I only hope that Lord Jolly can clean up the government when he returns to the imperial capital, so that such a thing will not happen again. The old man spoke quietly. I will. Jolie gritted his teeth and said seriously. After making a solemn promise, Xiao Li prepared to take people away. But immediately, Li was taken aback. But it was discovered that General Sun Yu did not flee with them, but walked towards the outside of the village. And that direction. That's the direction the Burning Legion came from. Seeing this scene, Jolie couldn't help feeling a little anxious. General Sun Yu, hurry up and join us. Sun Yu turned her head, looked at Jolie, and shook her head. Jolie was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he did not expect that General Sun Yu would try to use his own strength to fight against the army and the empire. Master Sun Yu wants to fight against the entire imperial army with one person. Bella looked at the direction Sun Yu was heading, and couldn't help asking her father. Yes. Jolie felt helpless. Although he knew that Sun Yu was very powerful, it was basically impossible for one person to fight against the entire army. Then why not stop Master Sun Yu? Bella was a little anxious. Who can stop it? Jolie looked back at her daughter. 053. Bella couldn't help being taken aback with Sun Yu's strength. Who can stop him? But you can't just watch Master Sun Yu go to die. Bella clenched her fists unconsciously. Perhaps General Sun Yu has his own ideas. Jolie bowed his head slightly. Sun Yu didn't care what Jolie and the others were thinking at the moment. At this moment, he is slowly moving towards the direction of the Imperial Legion. Although he could leave directly with Jolie and the others, there is no doubt that the village where he stayed will inevitably encounter disaster. This is something he doesn't want to see. He is not a kind person, but he will not watch the innocent villagers who have shown kindness to him be killed like this. The Imperial army of 5,000 is very strong. Fighting alone, even the top masters will be limited by the crowd, and will eventually die of exhaustion. Even the most powerful general in the empire, Estes, can only fight against tens of thousands of legions by himself. Even the Taigu envoys in this world would find it difficult to fight against a legion on their own. But doesn't mean he can't. For him, it is not impossible or difficult for him to fight against the legion by himself. Thinking like this, he could feel the sword trembling slightly at his waist, as if echoing his mood, as if he wanted to fight with him. The villagers also followed Sun Yu's figure. There was astonishment and puzzlement in their eyes. It doesn't seem to understand what Sun Yu is going to do. Almost everyone looked at Sun Yu alone, facing the elite 5,000 burning troops of the empire. Sun Yu doesn't care about other people's eyes. At this moment his eyes are on the 5,000 imperial legions standing in front. Retreat. Live. He looked ahead, holding the hilt of his sword, and opened his mouth coldly. Standing alone in front of the imperial army, telling them to retreat. Not only the villagers were stunned, but also the people who burned the troops were a little stunned. Obviously, I didn't expect that there would be people in this world clamoring for a legion with one person. I really don't know how to live or die. As a general of the Burning Legion, Porus couldn't help but speak. Sun Yu can probably guess what these people might be thinking. Indeed, his present stance seemed too pompous. But when he showed his strength, the other party might not think so much anymore. The earth is shaking. The imperial army was getting closer and closer. The leader was Porus, the leader of the Burning Legion, a man wearing a strange mask. In his hand is holding a flame-emitting Taigu Rengoku summons Ruby Gund. It's a fire that can't be extinguished with water. At this moment, he is ordered to capture the traitor of the empire, the former minister Jolie. As for whether the former minister Jolie is a traitor to the empire, these are not important. As a soldier, his duty is to obey orders. In these years, in order to obey the order of the empire, how many innocent people died in his hands? Although, deep down, he blamed himself for the innocent people who died on his island. But this is the soldier. The order issued by the above must be completed without compromise, even when innocent people are involved. Porus admired Sun Yu's courage in daring to face a legion, but more importantly, he had compassion for the other party. In this world, there are no people who own Taigu. Many of the Taigu created by the emperor of the empire were lost among the people. For example, all the Taigu owned by the famous killer organization Night Raider used to belong to the empire. With Taigu, the strength of many people has been greatly improved. This greatly enhanced the courage of these people. Many people rely on their own strength to become arrogant. He has seen many such people, but most of them, they were blocked miserably. It can be felt that the young man with golden pupils in front of him is also very strong. But attempting to fight against the entire legion with one person's power is tantamount to nonsense. 02. Kill him. Porus raised his weapon and gave orders to the soldiers behind him. Following Porus' order, the Burning Legion behind him immediately moved into action, riding their horses, galloping towards Sun Yu at an extremely fast speed, slashing with their raised sharp blades, faintly trembling Ming. They seemed to have seen the young man's head beheaded and showed infinite regret. Sun Yu raised his eyes, and the first oncoming cavalry was close in front of him, and the blade he slashed along with the galloping horse, slashed at an extremely fast speed. The golden pupils rippling on the cavalry's ferocious face. I'm afraid it's not what you want. Sun Yu opened his mouth and pressed the hilt of his sword. Next second, a ray of coldness flickered. A head was thrown out, and the fierce horse that lost its owner was still running forward with a kind of inertia. Seeing that he was about to bump into Sun Yu, he saw Sun Yu's toes lightly tapped, and his whole body was like catkins, dodging lightly. The fierce horse, which lost its owner, ran a lot, and finally stopped in a daze, as if he didn't understand. Why did the owner sitting on his back suddenly not move? Tiptoe. Sumyu pressed the hilt of her sword, and watched more cavalrymen galloping towards them with weapons in their hands. Breath of the Sun one shape. Round dance. Sword flashing. An arc-shaped slash entwined with flames slashed forward. Where the flames flickered, everything melted, and the dozens of cavalry who rushed up were all burned by the flames and disappeared. Almost instantly, dozens of cavalrymen died in an instant. The scene is empty. But as the elite of the Empire, the Burning Legion did not show any timidity. Instead, more cavalry rushed in and attacked him at a faster speed. At the same time, the sharp archers and gunmen in the Legion and the most famous incineration rocket of the Burning Legion also moved at this time. Arrows all over the sky. A bullet with a howling sound. Flame. It filled the entire pupil almost instantly. In all directions, there is no dead corner, and the carpet-like covering blocks all dead corners to avoid. With his hand on the hilt of the sword, his golden pupils rippling over everything. Breath of water picking up the shape of one. Nagi. In an instant, he entered a state of tranquility and water. This is the breath of water. Pick one type. Any spell that enters the attack range of its own blade will be invalid. Arrows all over the sky, bullets whistling, and flames slammed into Sumyu's body, but suddenly disappeared. The brilliance and grace of the breath of the sun. Sumyu murmured, and drew out the sword again. Descending from the sky, unleashes 153 spiral slashes from top to bottom on the feasting enemy. At this moment, the blade of the sword seemed to be wrapped in a blazing flame like the sun. Wherever the flames passed, all the figures in front of them disappeared. The shouting, the ferocious look on the face, the galloping horse, the weapon in hand. Everything completely dissipated, as if it had never been there. Rear. Porus saw that not only all the attacks were completely in vain, but even the hundreds of cavalry who rushed away completely disappeared in this world. His eyes could not help but a touch of fear. The person in front of him looks like a human being. At this moment, the warm sunlight fell on the side of Sumyu's face, and the boy gently wiped the blade of the sword in his hand, looking into the distance calmly. But at this moment, the people who burned the troops looked at this person as if they were looking at an evil ghost walking from hell.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.